Volume 4. Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 432. The supreme ancestor of extreme Yin, without uttering a word, the enigmatic figure of Xuan Gu, who had only recently parted ways, was unmistakably visible to him. Seated solitary in a corner of the hall, he gazed at Han Li with an expression of icy surprise that was hard to conceal. Meanwhile, a pair of individuals stood beside a jade pillar. The woman, fair and delicate, regarded Han Li with an expression of astonishment. She was none other than the esteemed Zi Ling, a practitioner from the Miao Yin Sect, accompanied by a poised young man clad in a green robe, whose demeanor was both elegant and ethereal. Observing the peculiar look on Zi Ling's face, the young man followed her gaze, scrutinizing Han Li with a few glances. Noticing Han Li's youthful appearance, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes as he inquired softly about Han Li's identity. In response, Zi Ling offered a light, graceful smile, whispering a few words to the young man, seemingly elucidating Han Li's standing. Han Li furrowed his brow, choosing to disregard the pair's actions, instead directing his gaze to another corner with a frigid scrutiny. The eyes he encountered emanated a distinctly unfriendly aura, piquing his curiosity. An elderly man, his face etched with fury, was glaring at him. Taken aback for a moment, Han Li quickly recognized him as Elder Miao from the 6 connected halls. Years prior, due to the incident involving the infant carp beast, this elder, alongside the ancient surnamed Gu, had sought to eliminate him. Yet, unexpectedly, Han Li had turned the tide, utilizing the elder's weakened state and the efficacy of the formation to vanquish them. Despite the passage of time, Elder Miao had not forgotten him, indicating a profound connection with the deceased Elder Gu. Though a flurry of thoughts crossed Han Li's mind, he chose not to dwell on them. With a mere glance, he assessed the other practitioners in the hall, finding no familiar faces among them. After a moment of hesitation, he traversed through the azure radiance and entered the grand hall, casually selecting an unoccupied jade pillar to ascend and settle into a meditative posture. Once seated, he began to scrutinize the unfamiliar practitioners around him. Given that spiritual perception was similarly restricted within the hall, he was unable to discern the cultivation levels of the others. However, it was evident that the majority were cultivators above the core formation stage, with those at the foundation establishment stage being exceedingly rare. It was even plausible that several formidable beings from the nascent soul stage were present. With this thought in mind, Han Li remained still in his meditative state while carefully observing the other practitioners. After a short while, he discerned some peculiarities, identifying 2 individuals who were likely at the nascent soul stage. One was an elderly scholar in a yellow robe with white brows, whose gaunt face bore an air of tranquility. He leisurely clasped one hand behind his back while the other held a weathered bamboo scroll, engrossed in its contents, occasionally nodding in agreement, reminiscent of a bookish scholar. The other was a middle-aged woman clad in pristine white, exuding an aura of chilling coldness that suggested a reluctance to engage with others. At that moment, this frost-like beauty, devoid of expression, was meticulously polishing a dark longsword still within its sheath. From the moment Han Li appeared outside the hall until he stepped inside, she did not cast a single glance in his direction, exuding an air of haughty indifference. Although among the other cultivators, there were some who appeared calm and exceedingly aloof. In comparison to these 2, their composure seemed somewhat faint. Moreover, the majority of the cultivators present regarded these 2 with a glimmer of awe in their eyes, a sentiment absent in their gaze towards others. This alone led Han Li to conclude that these 2 individuals were undoubtedly extraordinary beings at the nascent soul stage. Of course, Han Li was also aware that, aside from these 2, there were likely other exceptional individuals among the cultivators who should not be underestimated. A prime example was the enigmatic Xuan Gu. Although he seemed to possess only the cultivation level of late-stage core formation, in a true battle, a late-stage core formation cultivator would be no match for him. One could almost say he was second only to those at the nascent soul stage. Who knew how many more such cunning individuals were hidden among the crowd? While Han Li's thoughts raced, he seemed to forget that dispatching a fellow cultivator of the same rank was not particularly arduous for him. Regardless, after careful consideration, he grew increasingly cautious, often contemplating the true purpose of this gathering. Surely, it could not be merely for a tedious meeting of cultivators? After all, both the tattered map and the ethereal floating hall exuded an aura of mystery, even attracting nascent soul cultivators. It indicated that something extraordinary was bound to transpire. Unfortunately, he remained utterly ignorant of the details. Otherwise, he could have devised a plan for his subsequent actions to avoid being caught in an unfavorable situation should danger or unexpected events arise. For now, he could only act according to the circumstances at hand. Just as Han Li was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the mellifluous voice of Xuan Gu resonating in his ear. "Young man, I did not expect you to possess the tattered map as well. How about we collaborate on this treasure hunt?" The mention of treasure sparked joy within Han Li, realizing he had finally arrived at the right place. However, he maintained his previous demeanor and calmly replied, "I am curious to hear how the senior proposes we collaborate." The youthful form of Xuan Gu brightened at Han Li's lack of outright rejection. Just as he was about to convey further details, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the hall, and two figures swaggered in. Upon recognizing them, both Han Li and Xuan Gu's expressions dramatically altered. Han Li appeared slightly pale, while Xuan Gu's face contorted with a frenzied bloodlust. Fortunately, his shrewdness allowed him to mask this fleeting emotion, quickly restoring his composure. The newly arrived duo seemed unaware of Xuan Gu's unusual demeanor. However, Han Li internally lamented as he observed them. For one of the individuals was none other than Wu Chou, the young master of the extreme Yin Island. The other, although unfamiliar to Han Li, was a pallid middle-aged cultivator with narrow eyes, and he could vaguely deduce the stranger's identity, causing him to regret his presence at this gathering. At this moment, the middle-aged cultivator entered the hall with the unsightly Wu Chou, casting a cold glance around. His gaze eventually settled on a cultivator with a sallow complexion, lingering there for a moment before he let out a few derisive chuckles. The yellow-faced cultivator's expression turned ashen, and his body trembled slightly. However, he soon recalled something, straightened his posture, and stood tall once more. "Good, very good." The middle-aged man sneered a few more times, and then, with a flicker of icy light in his eyes, he turned his attention to Han Li, ignoring the former. As soon as this man's gaze fell upon Han Li, the latter felt as if he had been ensnared by a venomous serpent, causing his hair to stand on end. Though his expression remained unchanged, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Yet, almost immediately, Han Li was taken aback. Upon recognizing his face, the middle-aged man displayed an unmistakable hint of surprise, which he quickly masked, but Han Li had already noticed it clearly. This left Han Li utterly perplexed, his mind swirling with doubts. The same scene rendered the Xuan Gu elder momentarily speechless. After a few moments of contemplation, he lowered his head in thought. At that moment, the middle-aged man had spotted the elderly scholar and the middle-aged beauty. After a brief pause, he retracted his cold demeanor and, with a warm smile, clasped his fists in greeting. "I didn't expect Brother Qing from South Crane Island and Madam Wen from Bai Mountain to also be here. I am truly honored." "What honor is there to speak of? Brother Wu, my humble establishment pales in comparison to your extreme Yin Island. I am merely here to test my luck. After all, this opportunity comes once every 300 years, replied the elder. Moreover, I have heard that the barbarian bearded man seems to have acquired a fragment of the Su Tian map as an offering. He is likely to arrive here soon. At that time, we old fellows may truly gather once more. The elder gently set down the bamboo scroll in his hand, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. The barbarian bearded man is coming too? The middle-aged man's expression shifted, revealing a hint of apprehension toward this individual. Indeed, it is said that he is nearing the end of his lifespan and is seeking longevity fruits within the Su Tian Palace to concoct a few elixirs of immortality. Hoping to extend his life by another 50 or 60 years, the elder replied, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Meanwhile, the cold and aloof beauty continued to polish her treasured sword, paying no heed to their conversation. Han Li, having overheard their exchange, could not help but draw a sharp breath. Though it was merely a brief dialogue, it provided him with a wealth of valuable information. This middle-aged man was indeed the extreme Yin ancestor who had once possessed Wu Chou. From their words, it seemed another nascent soul expert was also on the way. The existence of elixirs capable of prolonging life within the Su Tian Palace was truly astonishing. It was no wonder that even a nascent soul cultivator would eagerly come here. As the narrative reached its pinnacle, I must take time to thoughtfully consider the details and outline. Thus the pace of updates may slow slightly over the next few days. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Today, there shall be but this one update. May everyone retire early for the night. Volume 4, Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 433. 9 Curved Spiritual Ginseng. As Han Li pondered the newfound information, he secretly contemplated whether he should indeed wade into this turbulent affair. Although uncertain of what lies ahead, This peculiar aerial palace unmistakably resembles a site reminiscent of the blood trials of the Kingdom of Yu, constructed by ancient cultivators from a bygone era. While it houses numerous treasures, it is equally fraught with peril. The inexplicable expression on the face of the extreme Yin master sent chills down his spine. What nefarious intentions could the other party harbor? Perhaps withdrawing from this place would be the wisest course of action. However, as the old monsters remarked, entry to this realm occurs only once every 300 years. If he were to retreat now, he might never encounter such an opportunity again, causing Han Li to waver in his resolve. Just as Han Li grappled with indecision, the voice of the Xuan Gu master echoed in his ears. Young man, do you possess something that the extreme Yin covets? Otherwise, why would he display such an expression towards you? If I am not mistaken, you are likely to encounter grave misfortune. Though the Xuan Gu's tone was unassuming, it was laced with derision. Upon hearing this, Han Li snorted coldly and promptly retorted, if the master of extreme Yin were aware of your presence here, he would surely be delighted and would likely reminisce fondly about his mentor-student bond with you. Do you dare to threaten me? The Xuan Gu master's tone turned sinister upon hearing Han Li's words. Not at all. Given your esteemed identity and prowess, how could I presume such audacity? However, it would be prudent for you to refrain from gloating. Should my life be at stake, I might inadvertently utter words that could implicate you. Han Li spoke with an impassive expression. The Xuan Gu remained silent for a prolonged moment. Just as Han Li believed the other was too enraged to disturb him further, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the silence. The content of the words left him momentarily stunned, but then a surge of excitement flooded through him. Do you wish to form a nascent soul? Senior, what does this mean? Han Li asked, suppressing his excitement and maintaining a calm demeanor. What do I mean? My message is quite straightforward. I know of a substance that significantly increases the chances of forming a nascent soul. This item resides within the Shutian Hall. Aside from this, there exists no other means. If you are willing to join forces with me to eliminate the rebellious disciple of Extreme Yin, I shall reveal the location of this item and provide you with all the methods to obtain it. What do you think of this proposition? Know that, were it not for my cultivation of the demonic path, I would have no use for such an item. I would never allow it to fall into your hands. Moreover, even if you refuse to ally with me, it seems that Extreme Yin will seek you out. At that time, the Xuan Gu spoke with a blend of temptation and threat, unabashedly revealing his murderous intent towards the extreme Yin master. Han Li, upon hearing this, did not immediately agree or decline, but sat in silence, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The young figure embodying the Xuan Gu master remained exceedingly composed, displaying no signs of impatience. He was confident that no cultivator at the core formation stage could resist such a tremendous temptation. He merely awaited Han Li's response. Meanwhile, the extreme Yin master and the grotesque figure had perched themselves upon an empty pillar beside the elderly scholar, engaging in a conversation that fluctuated between earnest and trivial. Occasionally, he would utter a word or two towards the elegant matron of the Wen family. However, after she finished polishing her sword, she sheathed it and closed her eyes to meditate, not even bothering to lift her eyelids. Her demeanor suggested a complete disregard for him. The extreme Yin master, seemingly unfazed by such indifference, did not display anger or embarrassment, continuing to converse with a beaming smile, clearly possessing a profound depth of character. Han Li's gaze subtly absorbed this scene, increasing his wariness of the extreme Yin master. This individual not only possessed formidable cultivation, but also exhibited a cunning intellect that far surpassed that of ordinary beings. Otherwise, how could the notorious Xuan Gu old demon have fallen into his hands, ultimately forced to turn towards the path of ghostly demons, with his reincarnation avenue completely obstructed? Xuan Gu harbored a hatred so intense that he wished to obliterate him to ashes. Nevertheless, regardless of the enmity between Xuan Gu and Extreme Yin, now he found himself targeted by this man. This was undoubtedly a dire predicament for him. Although it could not be said that he had no chance of escape against a Yuanying stage cultivator, the likelihood of successfully evading a direct confrontation was pitifully low. After all, the disparity between the early Jidan stage and the Yuanying stage was vast. Even if his magical treasures and golden devouring insects were formidable, he would likely only meet his demise at the hands of his opponent. After contemplating this for a while, Han Li finally transmitted a voice to Xuan Gu, inquiring, "Could you provide me with a brief introduction to what you mentioned? I cannot simply take your word and confront a Yuanying stage cultivator without further information." His lips moved slightly as he spoke. Of course, as long as you are willing to ally with me, I will divulge a few details regardless of your inquiry. Xuan Gu replied, a hint of joy flickering across his face as he secretly responded. Han Li, upon hearing this, chose not to say anything further and simply sat there, gently closing his eyes, feigning a state of qi refining. This item is called the 9 Curves Spiritual Ginseng, a creation of the essence of heaven and earth. Although its true form is merely a type of spiritual herb, it possesses abundant spirituality. From the moment of its birth, it can transform into various animals or insects, capable of independent movement and adept at burrowing into the earth or wood. Many years ago, I encountered this entity within the Void Sky Palace. However, at that time, my cultivation was too low, and I lacked suitable magical tools for capture, so I had to give up. Upon my second visit, I had already attained the yuanying stage, and naturally, I did not waste effort on such matters. Now, it seems I must let you benefit from it, Xuan Gu remarked, seemingly reluctant to part with the information. 9 Curves Spiritual Ginseng? Han Li gasped upon hearing this. This item was indeed renowned. It was rumored to be a celestial herb. Although he had seen its name in many texts on spiritual herbs, Han Li always believed that such a thing could only have existed in the wilds of ancient times. Could it be that this Void Sky Palace still harbored such a treasure? Yet, it must be noted, discovering 1 or 2 such celestial herbs in these ancient cultivator ruins was not entirely impossible. However, the 9 Curves Spiritual Ginseng was immensely useful for condensing a yuanying. This was the first time he had heard of it. The texts he had consulted were rather vague regarding its specific applications, failing to mention this particular use. Could the old demon be deceiving him with falsehoods to secure an alliance? Han Li began to harbor doubts, perhaps sensing the doubts within Han Li's heart. Xuan Gu subsequently spoke, rest assured, when we encounter the challenges ahead, I shall assist you in capturing this entity at the second barrier. Once we have dealt with that rebellious disciple, I will provide you with a secret formula for a spiritual elixir. Simply follow the steps outlined in the recipe, and you shall significantly enhance your chances of condensing your nascent soul. However, during this visit to the Void Sky Temple, I too seek an invaluable item that is crucial for my future cultivation. In return, I would appreciate your assistance. This collaboration will bolster my confidence considerably. Xuan Gu proactively alleviated Han Li's suspicions and then proposed a condition that was neither too light nor too heavy, dispelling much of Han Li's apprehension. Very well. If you are indeed confident in your ability to vanquish the extreme Yin, I shall lend my aid. Han Li ultimately acquiesced, temporarily forging an alliance with Xuan Gu. Yet, this pact was exceedingly fragile, and its longevity remained uncertain. It was likely that the demise of the extreme Yin master would coincide with the dissolution of their bond. Nonetheless, Han Li felt a sense of relief. From Xuan Gu's demeanor, it was evident that he had visited the Void Sky Temple on multiple occasions. Having such an experienced ally was certainly preferable to navigating the situation blindly. At the very least, he could glean some fundamental information about the Void Sky Temple from Xuan Gu, rendering him more reliable in the face of the extreme Yin master. Thus, after establishing a verbal agreement, Han Li began to subtly inquire about the general circumstances surrounding the Void Sky Temple. After clandestinely conversing with Xuan Gu for the better part of the day, Han Li's expression grew somber. It appeared that opportunity and peril were intrinsically linked. This expedition to the Void Sky Temple was fraught with danger. He could not help but let out a sigh. He then immersed himself in meditation, focusing on refining his qi. Within this grand hall, Han Li need not worry about sudden attacks, for he had previously tested the limits of the area's restrictions. Aside from minor spells such as levitation, any significant use of magical power would lead to an immediate leakage, rendering the spells ineffective. Even the treasures within his body could not be summoned here, akin to lifeless objects. The restrictions in this place were indeed remarkably intricate. In the following 5 or 6 days, the number of cultivators within the hall steadily increased, eventually surpassing 100. The apex of the jade pillar was already brimming with practitioners. Those who arrived later had no choice but to find a spot on the floor of the hall to rest momentarily. However, after a few more days, the influx of cultivators dwindled, with no newcomers appearing throughout the morning. Meanwhile, the extreme Yin master and the scholarly elder wore somber expressions, ceasing their discussions and occasionally glancing toward the entrance, as if awaiting someone. Could it be that rugged man? Han Li naturally took note of this development. His curiosity piqued, and remained vigilant. As the afternoon descended, The entrance to the hall was once again graced by the sound of footsteps. Moments later, two figures emerged from the outside, one after the other. The first was an elderly Taoist with a head of white hair and a youthful visage, his face flushed with vitality. The second was a gaunt, weathered old man dressed in the attire of a farmer, his countenance etched with hardship. The appearance of these two stirred a wave of commotion among the gathered cultivators, most of whom regarded them with expressions of reverence. Clearly, these individuals bore significant renown. However, the expressions of the extreme patriarch and the Confucian-clad elder were decidedly unfriendly as they regarded the newcomers. The extreme patriarch's demeanor darkened ominously. Upon noticing the hostility directed towards them, the two new arrivals reciprocated with equally antagonistic gazes. The old Taoist, with a snort, boldly declared, "Extreme demon. It seems you have arrived quite early. It appears that your sect is intent on securing the treasures of the Void Heaven Palace. Sky Enlightenment child. It is not that this patriarch arrived early, but rather that you hypocrites are tardy. I had thought the rumors of your possession of the fragmentary map were false. Yet here you are." The extreme patriarch spoke with a chilling tone. "Extreme who do you intend to convert? Perhaps you should include yourself in that conversion." Before the old Taoist could retort, a deep voice resonated from outside the hall. The faces of the extreme patriarch and the Confucian elder shifted dramatically upon hearing this voice. The previously silent, beautiful woman suddenly lifted her head, fixating her cold gaze on the entrance as she spoke. "Wan Tianming, you have arrived as well. Since Lady Wen has graced us with her presence, it is only natural that I would come," replied a middle-aged man in a purple robe adorned with a jade belt, as he strode into the hall. With a square face and bushy brows, he flashed a radiant smile that revealed a dazzling set of white teeth. He casually cast a sidelong glance at the beautiful woman before turning his attention to the extreme patriarch, exuding an imposing aura. The extreme patriarch, under the scrutiny of this man, maintained a grim countenance, lips pressed tightly together, falling into silence. This left Hanli astonished, prompting him to scrutinize this individual closely. If even the early-stage nascent soul cultivator, Extreme, held a measure of trepidation before him, could this man possibly be a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator? Hanli speculated, piecing together that these three were practitioners of righteousness from the Chaos Star Sea, in direct opposition to the extreme patriarch and his ilk. The tumult among the other cultivators within the hall subsided immediately upon the entrance of the middle-aged man, with only hushed whispers of sect leader of the 10,000 methods discernible. Clearly, this man's reputation seemed to surpass that of the previous two. "Wan Tianming, I believe your disciple injured my sword maidservant," the beautiful woman inquired, her tone unyielding despite the formidable presence before her. "Injury is hardly the term. My disciple merely engaged in a bit of sparring with your sword maid, who displayed commendable skill. Are you truly seeking retribution from me over such a trivial matter?" Wan Tianming replied, narrowing his eyes, his demeanor seemingly indifferent. "What sparring? My sword maid is merely at the foundational stage of cultivation. Your disciple was clearly taking advantage of her weakness. Are you intentionally seeking to humiliate my sect?" The woman retorted, her expression turning cold. "Humiliate your sect? How could I ever dare to do such a thing? Considering the esteemed presence of the 6 paths, I shall turn back and instruct that disciple to apologize to the lady." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly and replied nonchalantly, "What does my matter have to do with the 6 paths? If you are unwilling, I would rather engage in a sparring match with the master of 10,000 clans using the Phoenix sword technique." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman grew even more infuriated. "Spar with me? Let us not go there. If the 6 paths were to learn that I had bullied his wife, he would undoubtedly come after me with a vengeance. I have no desire to incite a war between the righteous and the demonic." Wan Tianming chuckled, as if the situation were rather amusing. The woman flushed upon hearing his words, and after giving him a glare, she chose to let the matter rest. However, while the woman spared the middle-aged man, he had no intention of letting the extreme patriarch off the hook. Just as he was about to unleash a cold smirk and utter something to the patriarch, a sudden thunderous rumble resonated from outside the passage. The very hall trembled slightly. All the cultivators, save for the ancient Yuan Ing experts, turned their astonished gazes outward. The extreme patriarch exchanged a glance with the scholar-clad elder, a hint of joy evident on their faces, albeit the patriarch's expression bore a trace of bitter amusement. Meanwhile, Wan Tianming's eyes flashed with a cold glint, a fleeting glimpse of lethal intent. The elder, resembling an old farmer, seemed to recognize the approaching individual. Yet a shadow of concern crossed his face. As the tremors grew louder, a towering figure emerged at the entrance of the hall. A bizarre man, with curly yellow whiskers and clad in a blue robe, strode in. With each step he took, the entire hall shook as if he bore an immense weight, instilling awe and trepidation in all present. The strange man surveyed the crowd with an air of nonchalance, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Wan Tianming, erupting into hearty laughter. Who would have thought that the master of 10,000 clans would grace this place? It seems I have indeed come to the right location. I have long sought the opportunity to contest with Master Wan. Alas, the chance had eluded me until now. The peculiar man's gaze towards the middle-aged man brimmed with provocation. I have long admired the renowned sky-embracing technique of Brother Man, reputed to be the foremost defensive demonic skill in the chaotic Star Sea, and I shall certainly seek your guidance later. Wan Tianming met the man's gaze with cold indifference, unperturbed as he replied, "Very well. That is agreeable. I have long yearned to witness your heavenly net true skill, Master Wan." The bizarre man grinned widely, failing to mask the eagerness in his eyes. However, it appeared that Master Wan was not inclined to provoke any disputes at present. After exchanging a few hushed words with the elder and the farmer-like old man, the three of them ascended to a jade pillar together. The elder and the cultivator atop the pillar exchanged a few pleasantries, prompting the surprised old man in the core formation stage to relinquish his position and seek another spot. The strange man observed this with a smirk, glanced around, and suddenly darted towards a nearby jade pillar. Coincidentally, it was the very one where Han Li was stationed. Upon seeing this, Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. "Begone! This place is mine." As the imposing figure of the strange man steadied himself atop the column, his icy gaze fixated on Han Li, who immediately felt a wave of unease wash over him. His expression darkened, and his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suppressed the urge to retaliate and silently descended from the jade pillar. The sound of the strange man's maniacal laughter echoed from above, causing Han Li's face to harden with frost. Although he felt an intense humiliation, he recognized the necessity of patience. The restrictions within this hall could significantly limit the actions of cultivators, yet he remained uncertain about their effects on those of the nascent soul stage. He did not wish to jeopardize his life due to a moment of recklessness. Once Han Li found a clean spot on the ground and sat down, the scholarly elder, with a smile on his face, inquired of the strange man, "Brother Man, your late arrival had me wondering if you had reconsidered your decision not to attend." "How could I not come? I am counting on the treasures within the Void Sky Palace to concoct the elixir of longevity. However, I was delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. I must admit, I am quite surprised that Wan Tianming has chosen to come here. Could it be that he is aware the longevity fruit has reached maturity and wishes to harvest some as well?" The strange man stroked his yellow beard, pondering aloud. "I am not entirely certain. However, aside from this fruit, the Void Sky Palace is rumored to house many other extraordinarily precious items. Who knows what he truly seeks?" The scholarly elder expressed his own confusion. Wan Tianming is among the foremost leaders of the righteous path. Could it be that he is after the Void Sky Cauldron? The master of extreme pondered with evident concern. The Void Sky Cauldron? Surely that cannot be the case? If it were so easily obtainable, it would have been claimed by previous masters long ago. It could not possibly be left for us. The elder shook his head vigorously, dismissing the notion before the strange man could respond. After a brief respite of 2 or 3 days, Han Li had finally regained some semblance of stability, and he had also revised the subsequent outline. He would resume his regular 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 435, The Void Sky Cauldron, the elixir of restoration that is uncertain. I have heard that disciples of the 10,000 Methods sect were searching for golden silkworms a few years ago, but then they suddenly fell silent. Who knows if they have indeed found them? If such a miraculous creature were to assist him, it is quite possible that Wan, the leader of the 10,000 doors, is indeed coveting the Void Sky Cauldron. The master of extreme furrowed his brows with worry, casting a glance at Wan Tianming and his companions, his expression fraught with concern. At that moment, 3 nascent soul cultivators from the righteous path were seated cross-legged upon the pillar, seemingly oblivious to the conversation taking place below. It is not just Wan Tianming who may possess golden silkworms. I have heard that you, Master Extreme also acquired 2 exotic fire pythons on Lihu Island. It seems your ambitions are quite grand this time as well." The strange man remarked, casting an unapologetic glance at the master of extreme Yin, who appeared to harbor disdain for the elder's secretive actions. Upon hearing this, the master of extreme Yin's expression shifted through several phases before settling back to a neutral demeanor. Though internally, he was cursing vehemently. Without question, it is certain that one of my trusted confidants has leaked information, reaching the ears of the opposing party. The arrival of the barbarian here at the virtual Sky Palace is likely a mere pretext to collect the longevity fruit. The true intention is to monitor my actions. Despite a twinge of annoyance in my heart, the Supreme Yin Patriarch, after a moment of surprise, maintained his composure and remarked, "I apologize, barbarian brother. I indeed brought 2 exotic fire pythons on this visit. However, their cultivation is still quite limited, and the chances of success are rather slim. I will require your assistance alongside Brother Qing." "Assist you? What benefit do we gain from this?" The scholarly elder pondered, his mind stirred. Yet he hesitated to voice his doubts. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Yin Patriarch's face broke into a subtle smile, and he conveyed softly, "According to the information left by the master of the virtual Sky Palace, within the virtual Sky Cauldron, aside from the crucial celestial restoration pill, there are several top-tier ancient treasures left by bygone cultivators. Their power is not to be underestimated. I propose that aside from the virtual Sky Cauldron and 1 celestial restoration pill, the remaining treasures be shared among you." A flicker of greed appeared in the scholarly elder's eyes, but after a moment's contemplation, he glanced at the barbarian before replying, "I have no objections. But it ultimately depends on Brother Barbarian's willingness. After all, without Brother Barbarian to restrain Wan Tianming, I would not dare take such risks." The Supreme Yin Patriarch, upon hearing this, displayed no signs of surprise. He recognized that this so-called Qing scholar was quite cunning. Without the barbarian's involvement, he would never agree to such a precarious venture. Thus, the Supreme Yin Patriarch turned his gaze towards the barbarian, smilingly relaying his terms before inquiring, "Pray tell, Brother Barbarian, what are your thoughts on my proposal? Would you be interested in collaborating? The value of the celestial restoration pill is self-evident. You must be aware of its significance. It is said to be the only remedy capable of mending one's 5 elemental roots in the realm of cultivation. Perhaps after consuming it, you would find it much easier to advance your power and transcend the limitations of longevity." The Supreme Yin Patriarch seemed utterly unfazed by the earlier scorn directed at him, persistently encouraging the barbarian. "Humph, you think to capture the attention of the virtual Sky Cauldron with just 2 fire pythons? I believe your minds have become quite muddled. Countless nascent soul cultivators have ventured into the inner sanctum only to return empty-handed. Do you truly believe this perilous endeavor holds any promise of success? The dangers of the inner sanctum are entirely distinct from those of the outer hall. Even cultivators who have reached the nascent soul stage cannot guarantee their safe return. Throughout the numerous openings of the virtual Sky Palace, it is not a rare occurrence for nascent soul cultivators to perish within the inner sanctum." The barbarian scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. "That is a concern you need not entertain, Brother Barbarian. I merely wish to inquire. If Wan Tianming and his group indeed intend to target the virtual Sky Cauldron, would you truly not wish to take a look for yourself?" The Supreme Yin Patriarch stated nonchalantly. The cold smile on the barbarian's face gradually faded upon hearing the Supreme Yin Patriarch's words. He narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing before he slowly replied, "If Wan Tianming is genuinely willing to take the risk and enter the inner sanctum, you needn't say it. I would naturally accompany him. After all, even if the Void Heaven Cauldron cannot be obtained by our demonic faction, we must not allow those of the righteous path to possess it." His words were laden with certainty. As long as Brother Man is willing to lend a hand when the time comes, my earlier proposal will naturally include him. Of course, if Lady Wen is also willing to lend her strength, I would be even more grateful." The Ancestor of Extreme Yin chuckled lightly, casting a glance at the beautiful woman. "I have come to collect some spiritual herbs. The inner hall is far too perilous. I shall not venture there." The elegant lady Wen coldly rejected the Ancestor's terms without even a moment's consideration. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed the Ancestor's face. It is essential to note that although the beautiful woman was merely at the early stage of the nascent soul, her husband, the Sixth Path Supreme, was a formidable figure within the demonic realm, eclipsing even Brother Man. It was indeed regrettable that he could not persuade her to join forces. However, he dared not force her into the inner hall and could only smile slightly, relinquishing the matter. After all, the 3 of them were already on par with the righteous faction, and there was no need to provoke the lady's ire. Once the demons concluded their discussions, Wan Tianming and his companions remained quietly meditative and uncommunicative. It was uncertain whether they were brimming with confidence or had already devised a plan. Han Li observed all of this from a corner. Although the distance was considerable and much of the conversation was conveyed through sound transmission, he could surmise their hostile gazes directed at the righteous faction, indicating they were strategizing against the likes of the sect leader of the 10,000 methods. This brought Han Li secret delight. The more these ancient nascent soul beings entangled themselves, the safer he would be to navigate the murky waters. Ideally, the ancestor of extreme Yin would be too preoccupied to notice him. As Han Li pondered how to further stir the waters, two elderly figures in white robes suddenly entered the hall. Their silver hair and beards flowed gracefully, resembling celestial beings. Upon their entrance, the gathered cultivators instantly turned their attention to them, their expressions shifting to recognition and respect. Some cultivators, who had been holding their breaths, finally exhaled in relief. The ancient figures of both the righteous and demonic factions displayed complex emotions upon seeing them, a mix of envy, disdain, and resignation. One of the benevolent-looking elders, upon noticing their collective gaze, smiled gently and spoke with utmost cordiality. This time, due to our two sovereigns being in seclusion, they are unable to preside over this treasure hunt. Thus, we, as the two law elders, will represent the Star Palace to oversee this grand event. The rules for this treasure hunt remain consistent with previous occasions. Anyone who recklessly abuses their power or seeks to kill and seize treasures shall be met with our intervention, and will be pursued relentlessly by the Star Palace. However, our oversight is limited to the outer hall of the Void Heaven Palace. We will not enter the inner hall, nor will we interfere in any matters therein. Therefore, if any of you feel uncertain, it would be wise to refrain from entering the inner hall. Moreover, neither of us will extend our assistance to any fellow practitioners due to the inherent dangers of the Void Heaven Palace. Even if a companion were to meet their demise before our eyes, we would not so much as blink. I trust my intentions are clear to all present. Upon concluding his statement, the elder in white cast a piercing gaze across the assembly of cultivators within the hall. As his eyes swept over them, the others instinctively lowered their heads and recoiled. Only Wan Tianming and the burly man met his gaze without flinching. This prompted a moment of surprise from the elder in white, followed by a frown and a murmured phrase. How is it that these two anomalies have also arrived? This complicates matters. The cold-faced elder beside him exhibited a flicker of emotion, but quickly masked it with a cold smile, returning to his impassive demeanor. Subsequently, the two law-enforcing elders from the Star Palace settled into a cross-legged position at the entrance of the hall, disregarding the commotion stirred by their earlier remarks. The other Golden Core cultivators displayed a spectrum of emotions, some elated, others troubled. Han Li observed the scene with a sense of intrigue, pondering the motives behind the Star Palace's seemingly thankless actions. Was it merely to assert their authority in the Chaos Star Sea? At that moment, he heard the voice of the Xuan Gu master cautioning him, "Be cautious, young one. The individuals from the Star Palace are not to be trifled with. As far as I know, when the demonic forces grow powerful, the Star Palace suppresses them, and when the righteous sects gain strength, they do the same to them, never allowing either side to flourish. Moreover, during each expedition to the Void Heaven Palace, there are invariably some cultivators from both the righteous and demonic factions who perish under mysterious circumstances. It is quite possible that the Star Palace is behind these sinister acts. Although you do not belong to either faction, I advise you to tread carefully. I would hate for a valuable ally to inexplicably meet their end." The Xuan Gu master's tone was frigid, yet the gravity of his words startled Han Li. As night approached, he thought, there will be another chapter tonight. I hope everyone can offer more support. In the fourth volume, Winds Rise from Overseas, Chapter 436, a reunion with Zi Ling, Han Li had no need for deliberation. He was certain that the claims made by the Xuan Gu master were, in all likelihood, grounded in reality. After all, the Star Palace had withstood the test of time in the Chaos Star Sea, employing various strategies to maintain their position. It was improbable that they would be here merely to oversee matters without ulterior motives. With this in mind, Han Li's eyes glimmered with cold light, and although he did not respond to the Xuan Gu master, he immediately heightened his vigilance towards the two white-clad elders. However, in the days that followed, the two elders remained motionless, entrenched in their meditative states, their eyes shut tight and their lips sealed. Thus, in this peculiar atmosphere, 3 days passed. During this time, only 3 or 4 new cultivators arrived, and no nascent soul practitioners made their presence known. Yet, on the morning of the 4th day, an unexpected event transpired. A series of thunderous booms echoed as a white jade door descended without warning, sealing the entire hall. The door appeared shrouded in a hazy white mist, evidently protected by formidable enchantments. In the distance, a resounding crash echoed from the palace gates, suggesting they too were sealed by some unknown force. A flicker of alarm crossed the faces of those gathered in the hall, yet they soon found solace in the calm demeanor of the nascent soul cultivators present. At that moment, 2 elder members of the Star Palace, clad in white, leisurely opened their eyes and stood up. Instantly, the attention of the other cultivators shifted to the pair, with some recognizing their significance, while others wore expressions of confusion. The nascent soul practitioners observed the duo's actions with impassive faces, uttering not a word. The 2 elders proceeded with serene composure toward the front of the hall. However, before they could reach their destination, a subtle tremor rippled through the ground at the far end of the hall, causing several stone slabs to emit a dazzling white light. To the astonishment of the gathered crowd, a small teleportation array, measuring about 10 feet in diameter, materialized before them. Despite the numerous cultivators present, none could discern how this array had appeared, leaving many of the self-styled elites in utter disbelief. The white-clad elders approached the teleportation array with unruffled expressions, bowing slightly to examine it closely. After a moment, they exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Very well, this teleportation array is functioning properly. Beyond this point lies the outer hall of the Void Sky Temple. You all must proceed with caution, one elder declared. With that, the 2 stepped into the array, and in a flash of white light, their forms vanished without a trace. The remaining cultivators exchanged glances, perplexed. Before they could fully process the situation, Wan Tianming, accompanied by the old Taoist and the emaciated elder, swiftly descended the jade pillar and entered the teleportation array without hesitation, disappearing as well. It was only then that the other cultivators reacted, with those nearest rushing to the array in haste. In an instant, the white light of the teleportation array flickered incessantly, and within moments, nearly half of the cultivators in the hall had vanished. Among them was even the enigmatic Xuan Gu, who had taken the lead. Han Li felt a strange glimmer in his eyes as he could not help but glance toward the extreme Ancestor and the others. To his surprise, the extreme Ancestor gazed back at him with profound significance, startling Han Li into diverting his gaze, his heart sinking further into unease. It appeared that the extreme Ancestor was indeed unwilling to let him go. Amidst his frustration, Han Li resolved to rise and advance forward. Observing Han Li's movement, the extreme Ancestor revealed a peculiar, cold smile. The ever-silent Wu Chou, unable to contain his curiosity, finally whispered, "Ancestor, you seem quite invested in that young man. Is there something amiss with him?" "Nothing of consequence. This individual holds significant potential for my purposes. I must leverage his abilities," the extreme Ancestor replied, shaking his head dismissively, as if reluctant to divulge further information. Wu Chou, who had always enjoyed the Ancestor's favor, felt a twinge of confusion at this response. Just then, the scholarly figure, Qing Yi, cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "Shall we not take our leave? There are scarcely any left in the hall." Upon hearing this, Ji Yin paused briefly, casting a cursory glance at the scant few cultivators in the hall, and responded with a faint smile, "Of course. If we do not depart soon, the teleportation array will vanish, and its reappearance will not occur until a month hence." No sooner had he uttered these words than he summoned Wu Chou, transforming into a swirling mass of dark clouds that gently floated down. Qing Yi and the bearded man, witnessing this, leisurely descended from the jade pillar, while the beautiful woman had already taken her leave, seemingly intent on avoiding any entanglement with Ji Yin and his companions. After a wave of dizziness, Han Li found himself atop a desolate little hillock. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was taken aback, for not far from him stood only 2 men and a woman. The other cultivators had vanished without a trace. Among the trio, the female cultivator's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Han Li. It was none other than the purple spirit fairy. Without hesitation, she approached him with a radiant smile, while the male companion who had been with her seemed to have been transported elsewhere, eliciting a wry smile from Han Li, who felt a troublesome situation brewing. The other 2 individuals comprised a gray-clad elder and a masked figure draped in black robes. While the elder appeared benign, The black-robed figure was enveloped in a swirling mist of dark green, unmistakably indicating a practitioner of demonic arts. The two stood apart from one another, seemingly at odds. As the purple spirit fairy approached Han Li, she naturally drew the attention of both men, prompting them to regard Han Li with curiosity. The elder's gaze was amiable, accompanied by a friendly smile directed at Han Li, while the black-robed figure's eyes were cold and devoid of emotion. Han Li met their scrutinizing gazes with an unperturbed expression, revealing nothing unusual. At that moment, the purple spirit fairy had reached Han Li's side and remarked with a light laugh, "I never expected to be teleported alongside Senior Han. It seems I must trouble Elder Han to look after me somewhat. Otherwise, I might struggle to pass this initial trial." As she spoke, her lips formed a slight pout, betraying a hint of embarrassment. Han Li furrowed his brow upon hearing her words, refraining from immediate response, instead inquiring with a tone of concern, "Fairy Zi Ling, your cultivation has advanced significantly, reaching the late foundation establishment stage, a commendable achievement indeed. However, how did you come to this perilous place? After all, even core formation cultivators might find it challenging to ensure their safety within the Void Heavenly Palace." Though Han Li's understanding of the Void Heavenly Palace was limited, it did not hinder his assessment of the potential dangers, leading him to harbor some confusion. In response to Han Li's inquiry, the purple spirit fairy's delicate face revealed a trace of bitterness, and she spoke with a tone of resignation. "I did not wish to come here either. However, as you have observed, I am currently at the false core stage and am about to attempt to form my core. Unfortunately, my aptitude is not exceptional, and the auxiliary pills I can gather are woefully scarce. Thus, I had no choice but to pay a high price to acquire a fragment of the Void Heavenly Map from others, hoping to seek my fortune here. After all, I have heard that the spiritual herbs within the Void Heavenly Palace are abundant. Perhaps I might encounter a few varieties that would greatly aid my core formation. Furthermore, I have already resolved to only attempt to pass this first trial. Do not attempt to breach the second barrier." The expression of the azure spirit fairy dimmed, her brow clouded with despondency. Upon hearing this, Han Li let out a silent sigh, falling into contemplation. Had he not cultivated the 3 transformations of the heavy yuan technique and the great yin method, alongside utilizing numerous spiritual herbs to forcibly enhance his chances of forming the golden core, he would likely find himself in a situation far more hopeless than the azure spirit fairy. Contemplating this, Han Li couldn't help but feel a sense of shared plight with her. Moreover, considering that the thunder bamboo had originated from her hands, and that the Myriad Sound Sect had graciously provided him with a modest supply of spirit stones each year, though meager, he felt a sense of indebtedness towards her. Perhaps it would be prudent to repay this debt at this juncture. With this thought, Han Li's demeanor softened slightly as he spoke in a calm tone. "Since we are now together with you, Azure Taoist, I shall provide some care. However, should I find myself in a perilous situation, I implore you to devise your own escape plan." "Thank you, Elder Han. This is something Azure Spirit is fully aware of, and I would never wish to be a burden," the Azure Spirit Fairy replied, her face lighting up with joy upon Han Li's agreement, radiating a beauty that momentarily left Han Li in a daze. Realizing he had lost his composure, he averted his gaze, feeling a warm flush on his cheeks. Volume 4, Wines Arise Overseas, Chapter 437. The crying soul. Though she was not exceptionally beautiful, her smile from earlier had exuded an enchanting charm, captivating in its variety. This took Han Li by surprise. Were it not for the fact that his great yin method showed no reaction, he might have assumed she had employed some extraordinary seduction technique. Such a realization rendered his previous lapse in judgment rather peculiar. Pondering this, Han Li glanced back at the Azure Spirit Fairy, only to find her returning to her modest demeanor. The captivating brilliance that had once graced her features now vanished without a trace. As Han Li mused over this, an elderly man clad in gray approached him. "I am Gu Li from Tiantai Island. May I inquire the names of the 2 esteemed Taoists?" The elder greeted them with remarkable courtesy, clasping his fists in respect. Setting aside his lingering doubts, Han Li responded with a smile, "I am Han Li, and this is the Azure Spirit Fairy of the Myriad Sound Sect." Upon hearing Han Li's name, the elder maintained his composure, but when he learned of the Myriad Sound Sect and the Azure Spirit Fairy, a look of surprise crossed his face. "I have long heard of the illustrious name of the Azure Spirit Fairy from the Myriad Sound Sect. It is indeed a rare fortune to behold you in person today." Although the elder spoke with admiration, a hint of confusion lingered in his eyes. suggesting that the Azure Spirit Fairy's appearance did not quite align with her renowned reputation, leaving him somewhat taken aback. The Azure Spirit Fairy, recognizing the elder's flattery, merely smiled without comment. However, the elder, not one to be easily deterred, quickly regained his composure and turned to Han Li with a smile. Since we have been brought together, it is a fortuitous bond. Why not join forces to overcome this challenge together? After all, traversing this realm of vengeful spirits is no simple task. It is said that many golden core cultivators have met their demise here, devoured by the multitude of specters, leaving no trace behind. As Gu Li spoke further, his expression grew grave, seemingly indicating that he possessed substantial knowledge about the matters concerning the Void Temple. Upon hearing the mention of the ghostly Wailing Land, Han Li cast his gaze into the distance. Before them, just a few dozen yards away, lay a hazy expanse enveloped in a pallid mist that stretched infinitely. Occasional gusts of chilling wind swept through the fog, accompanied by faint, haunting wails that sent shivers down one's spine. This ghostly mist was held at bay by an ethereal layer of white light near the earthen slope, preventing any intrusion. Otherwise, Han Li and his companions would have been far too preoccupied to strategize calmly, as they would have been besieged by wandering spirits long ago. Observing this, Han Li could not help but glance upwards. The atmosphere remained shrouded in mist, obscuring any view, making it difficult to believe they were within a grand hall. If one were to claim they were in a desolate wilderness, Han Li would find that notion somewhat credible. At that moment, the ethereal fairy Zi Ling, having listened to the elder's words, interjected with evident concern. I have also heard that the first trial, the ghostly Wailing Land, was not particularly difficult to traverse. However, ever since the number of cultivators succumbing to the ghostly fog has increased, it has become perilous. The resentment of those lost cultivators is profound, and upon death, they transform into formidable, vengeful spirits, harboring intense hatred towards us, the intruding cultivators. Encounters with them are invariably fatal. As a result, in recent openings of the Void Temple, a greater number of cultivators have perished at this juncture. Moreover, I have heard that during the last opening of the Void Temple, a team of cultivators encountered a ghost king with heightened consciousness in this ghostly Wailing Land. The entire team was annihilated, with only one individual managing to escape. A ghost king? Han Li stroked his chin, revealing a hint of surprise. Although he was not well versed in the hierarchy of ghostly beings, he understood that a ghost king was on par with late-stage core formation cultivators. Furthermore, with their intellect akin to that of ordinary humans, dealing with them would undoubtedly be exceedingly troublesome. Seeing Han Li deep in thought, Gu Li promptly added, I am aware that the likelihood of encountering a ghost king is slim, yet it would be prudent for us to act in unison. Despite my advanced age, I do not wish to perish within the ghostly fog, becoming akin to those vengeful spirits. The elder's candor was refreshing. Upon hearing these words, Fairy Zi Ling refrained from voicing her thoughts. Being exceptionally astute, she understood that the elder's suggestion to cooperate was not intended for her, a Foundation establishment cultivator, but rather directed towards Han Li. Thus, after her brief interjection, she stood obediently by Han Li's side, choosing to remain silent. After considering the elder's words, Han Li chuckled. He did not respond directly, but instead glanced at the figure clad in black robes before leisurely stating, Has Taoist Gu inquired whether that brother is willing to collaborate with us? Upon hearing Han Li mention the black-robed individual, Gu Li's expression soured instantly. However, after a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly replied, Ahem, let us not speak of that dark practitioner. As soon as I was transported here, I kindly proposed the idea of cooperation, only for him to coldly tell me to scram. If it were not for the elder's temper being somewhat tolerable, he would never allow matters to rest in such a manner. After uttering these words, the old man appeared exceedingly vexed. Han Li, upon hearing this, maintained his composure. Yet a flicker of interest emerged toward the figure cloaked in black. He turned his face, raising his voice to address the practitioner of the demonic path. Pray tell, esteemed friend, do you harbor any desire to join forces with us? Should our trio of golden core cultivators unite, even when faced with ghostly monarchs or similar vile entities, we may yet stand a chance. Han Li's voice, though not loud, rang out with remarkable clarity, surely reaching the ears of the other. However, upon hearing these words, the individual merely cast a cold glance in their direction before indifferently turning away, disregarding Han Li's proposal entirely. Han, my friend, am I mistaken? This person seems utterly oblivious. "It is perhaps best that the three of us proceed together," the elder remarked with a disdainful snort directed at the figure in black, evidently still brooding over the prior affront. Han Li smiled lightly, but before he could respond, the ethereal fairy Zi Ling, beside him, suddenly gasped in surprise. Han Li, taken aback, followed her gaze and beheld the black-cloaked figure striding towards the ghostly mist, seemingly intent on confronting the challenge alone. The three of them were momentarily stunned. Yet soon after, Gu Li sneered with a look of derision. This individual truly seeks his own demise. To dare traverse the ghostly mist alone. He is most likely to meet his end. Han Li ignored the elder's scornful remarks, narrowing his eyes in keen observation of the black-clad figure's every move. He did not believe the individual was courting death, but rather possessed some special means, confident of his ability to pass through alone. The figure in black had reached the boundary where the ghostly mist met the white light. Raising his loose sleeves, a beam of green light shot forth from his cuff, landing before him. It was a diminutive spirit beast that bore a resemblance to a monkey. This little creature stood merely a foot tall, its emerald fur shimmering subtly. Most peculiar was its nose, which was remarkably pronounced, nearly occupying half its visage, lending it an oddly enchanting appearance. Han Li observed with mild astonishment, yet did not react immediately. In contrast, the elder's countenance changed dramatically upon sighting the creature, exclaiming, "A Taihan! He possesses such a spirit beast. No wonder he is so audacious." A hint of fear flickered across the elder's features. Fairy Zi Ling, too, was visibly shaken upon seeing the little monkey. Han Li furrowed his brow and inquired, "Taihan? What manner of strange beast is this? I have not heard of it before." Upon hearing his question, Fairy Zi Ling shook off her astonishment and hurriedly explained, "The Taihan beast is not a creature born of heaven and earth, but rather a peculiar entity refined by a secretive sect of the demonic path, existing between the realms of spirit beast and demonic soul. Though it may seem of little use in everyday circumstances, it possesses an innate ability to absorb souls and devour ghosts. Regardless of how formidable a demon or spirit may be, should it encounter this beast, a mere gentle inhalation from its nose would draw them into its belly. Within a mere moment, they would be refined to nothingness, an extraordinary power indeed." As she spoke, her face radiated envy. However, as she concluded, her tone shifted, and she sighed softly. "But what of it?" Han Li felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with the woman's cryptic demeanor. However, the method of beast sacrifice was an esoteric practice exclusive to a clandestine sect, and the process was notoriously bloody and fraught with difficulty, rendering it a malevolent art that contravened the natural order. It was rumored that the emergence of such a beast would herald chaos in the realm of cultivation. Gu Li gazed at the vanishing figure of the cloaked man, a complex expression gracing his features as he spoke. "The beast's appearance will bring turmoil to the cultivation world?" Upon hearing this, Han Li could not help but scoff. "Even if this beast does not manifest, the starry sea will descend into chaos in due time." "Do you truly believe that the calamity stems from this beast?" Han Li remarked with a hint of disdain. Though Han Li pursued the path of immortality, he held no belief in the concept of destiny. For him, the cultivation of immortality was merely a means to achieve eternal life. Should a celestial being materialize before him, he would undoubtedly be filled with awe. However, to submit unconditionally to such an entity would be an impossibility. The Azure Spirit Fairy and Gu Li were momentarily taken aback by Han Li's candid remarks, their expressions tinged with awkwardness. Yet, Han Li was not alone in his thoughts. Most cultivators regarded the tale of the weeping soul as nothing more than a legend. Typically, few would voice such sentiments as bluntly as Han Li, for discussions surrounding fate and the heavenly path were often approached with caution. At that moment, the cloaked figure had led the weeping soul deep into the ghostly mist, disappearing entirely from view. Han Li surveyed the mist, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Let us proceed. Since someone has graciously cleared a path for us, we shall not stand on ceremony." "What does Brother Han mean?" the elderly Gu inquired, feigning ignorance. In truth, the elder understood Han Li's intent perfectly. Had Han Li declined to join forces, he would have opted to pursue this course as well. However, having just dismissed the cloaked man, it was somewhat unbecoming to now seek to benefit from his assistance in traversing the ghostly mist. Thus, he pretended to be oblivious. Allowing Han Li to voice the proposal first, Han Li regarded the elder with a bemused expression, choosing not to elaborate as he led the way toward the direction in which the cloaked man had vanished. The azure spirit fairy followed without hesitation. Guli, upon witnessing this, hesitated for a moment before blushing and joining them. As the gray-white, ghostly mist sensed the approach of the living, it began to seethe and writhe as if imbued with life, surging toward the trio. Any ordinary mortal ensnared by this mist would swiftly have their essence drained, perishing as a desiccated corpse, their souls becoming one with the mist, forever entangled in the spectral realm. Yet, the three cultivators were no ordinary beings and harbored no fear of such trivial mist. They emanated a radiant light, each invoking their protective arts. Guli raised his hand, summoning a crimson parasol that slowly rotated above him, hovering at a height of about 10 feet. A crimson beam of light enveloped the elder, and as the ghostly mist made contact with this red glow, it emitted a crackling sound, followed by the emergence of eerie blue smoke, which faintly echoed with the wails of the tormented. The other specters, upon witnessing this, dared only to thrash about at the fringes of the crimson light, abstaining from advancing. As though possessed of a certain wisdom, the celestial maiden of purple spirit summoned 4 orb-like artifacts, each the size of a fist, which circled around her, forming a sizable mobile barrier. This barrier, pristine and crystalline in its square form, repelled all ghostly vapors, preventing them from approaching even a fraction closer to the celestial maiden. However, the most peculiar defense was that of Hanli. Aside from emanating a delicate azure glow, he did not employ any artifacts or treasures. Instead, as the ghostly mist drew near, it was dispersed into nothingness by a few inexplicable flashes of lightning. This bizarre spectacle naturally elicited surprise from Guli and the celestial maiden, yet they refrained from inquiring further. Amidst her confusion, the celestial maiden vaguely contemplated the thunder bamboo. Though she remained uncertain, Hanli, seemingly oblivious, continued to forge ahead. This was not an act of heroism, but rather a practical approach, as traversing the fore or rear in this realm suffused with ghostly energy bore little difference. It was more prudent to lead the way and better gauge any lurking dangers. The flashes of lightning were merely the residual sword chi from the azure bamboo honeycloud sword, dispersed across his protective shield. Only the sword shield technique of the azure sword art allowed him to harness a portion of his sword's might without physically deploying a treasure. This method was a recent insight of Hanli. With the exorcising properties of the golden thunder bamboo, these ghostly mists presented little challenge. Of course, Hanli did not unleash the full power of the golden thunder bamboo, rendering the lightning merely a pale white, thus avoiding immediate recognition of its source. Meanwhile, his formidable consciousness, far surpassing that of an ordinary cultivator, was fully unfurled upon entering the mist, vigilant against any potential ambush by malicious spirits. After all, even with their refined perception, the cultivators could discern little in the dense fog. However, the traces left by the figure in the black robe were readily discernible. A path significantly less dense than the surrounding mist was easily identifiable to the naked eye. Hanli and his companions merely needed to follow this trail. It remained unclear whether this was a result of the black-robed figure's technique or the manifestation of the wailing souls, but for Hanli, it was inconsequential, and he was disinclined to ponder further. The more formidable the wails, the more advantageous it was for those who followed. Now, with an impassive demeanor, he surveyed his surroundings while navigating the uneven, damp ground beneath his feet, which bore a distinctly moist quality, suggesting a heavy humidity. Time slipped away unnoticed as they traversed the path, unperturbed by any occurrences. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly followed the black-robed figure deep into the heart of the ghostly mist. As the color of the ghostly mist began to transition from its original grayish hue to a deepening black, Hanli's countenance darkened with the passage of time, his brows knitting in concern. A sudden, crisp crack echoed as he abruptly halted his steps, lowering his gaze to inspect the ground. The ethereal figure of the purple spirit fairy and the elder, intrigued by his pause, drew closer. Hanli squinted slightly before returning to his usual demeanor, shifting 1 foot away from where he stood. Beneath him lay a mere heap of white bones, enveloped in a shimmering layer of azure fabric, hinting at its extraordinary nature. Nearby, fragments of a shattered sword lay scattered, their crystalline quality suggesting a lingering spirit within. It appeared that this was the unfortunate fate of a cultivator ensnared in this place. A flicker of unusual light danced in Hanli's eyes, yet he shook his head in contemplation. Given that this individual had perished many years ago, and the remnants of their treasures still retained some semblance of spirit, It was likely that they had been a practitioner of considerable skill in life. However, in death, even their bones had gone unclaimed, a stark contrast to the glory they once possessed, a truly lamentable fate. This served as a stark reminder that on the path of cultivation, a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences, with endings oftentimes more tragic than those of ordinary lives. The soul of this cultivator had likely melded with the ghostly mist, perhaps transformed into a malevolent spirit, making the prospect of reincarnation exceedingly difficult. As Han Li pondered these thoughts, he inadvertently cast a glance at the other two companions. The purple spirit fairy's complexion paled slightly. Upon meeting Han Li's gaze, she forced a smile. In contrast, the elder's expression grew peculiar. He furrowed his brow, fixating on the azure garment for a prolonged moment, before suddenly flicking his finger, causing a fireball the size of an egg to descend upon the fabric. However, before it could make contact, the flame extinguished in an instant. "Indeed, it is he," the elder murmured, his countenance darkening. "What? Do you know him, Elder Gu?" Han Li inquired, raising an eyebrow as he regarded the bones. The purple spirit fairy, too, displayed a glimmer of curiosity. "This man is none other than the Jade True Man, with whom I have crossed paths on several occasions. He attained the core formation stage long before I did, and this fire-resistant garment he wore was crafted from 100-year-old silkworm's silk, impervious to ordinary flames. It is quite a renowned artifact. I heard he attended the last opening of the Void Heavenly Palace, yet he never returned. It is truly unfortunate that he fell victim here, failing to even pass the first trial." Elder Gu sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, Han Li fell into silent contemplation, but after a while, he posed a question that startled the elder. "How does the cultivation and power of this Jade True Man compare to yours, Elder? Is he significantly more formidable?" Han Li inquired calmly. Elder Gu, perceiving Han Li's underlying intent, stroked his beard thoughtfully before responding with certainty. "Though the Jade True Man and I both share the same foundational cultivation stage, it is said that he was on the brink of breaking through to the mid-core formation stage at that time. His magical prowess must have surpassed mine by a considerable margin. Furthermore, he possessed an exceedingly rare ice attribute spiritual root, practicing ice-based techniques, which I could scarcely hope to rival. As for the magical artifacts, I have not witnessed him engaging in any battles, thus I cannot make a judgment. However, he should not be inferior to me." The old man spoke, his complexion growing increasingly grim. "This implies that there must be a formidable presence nearby. I had always found it peculiar. Despite the presence of that wailing beast leading the way, we had encountered no wandering spirits or lost souls amidst the ghostly mists. Surely, the figure in the black robe could not have cleared the area of all the fiends for us." Han Li remarked with a serious expression. The fourth volume, Winds Rising Overseas, Chapter 439, The Ghost King, 1. The fairy Zi Ling also discerned the implication in Han Li's words, her delicate features paling further. The elder gazed silently at the bones on the ground, lost in thought, his eyes flickering, contemplating something unknown. Meanwhile, Han Li, seemingly unfazed, surveyed his surroundings and calmly continued his analysis. Given that even mid-stage core formation cultivators have perished here, it indicates that this malevolent spirit possesses a truly terrifying level of power. Even if it has not reached the realm of a ghost king, it must be perilously close. I wonder if Miss Zi Ling and Taoist Gu have mentally prepared themselves for the possibility of perishing here. If the two of you wish to turn back now, it would spare you from this perilous venture. However, I am determined to take the risk." Han Li's voice remained composed, yet the two listened in silent exchange of glances. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the resolute fairy Zi Ling finally declared, "Senior Han, if I cannot achieve core formation in this life, and must fall into the realm of ghosts, I shall accept my fate. I will not turn back." Her voice was unwavering, revealing her firm resolve. Han Li could only offer a bitter smile in response, turning to glance at the elder. Gu Li's expression wavered between hope and despair. After a lengthy silence, he finally said with a sense of resignation, "My purpose in coming this time was merely to see if I could obtain some longevity fruits. There was nothing of utmost necessity for me. Given the current peril that lies ahead, it would be wiser for me to retrace my steps. After all, achieving a peaceful dissolution is far preferable to descending into the ghostly realm." Upon finishing his words, the elder displayed a hint of shame. He then clasped his fists toward the two and, without further hesitation, vanished into the mist with a flick of his sleeve. Han Li stood expressionless, watching the direction in which the elder had disappeared, remaining silent for a considerable time. Fairy Zi Ling, however, revealed a look of disappointment. The absence of a core formation cultivator as a companion heightened the dangers within the ghostly fog. Elder Han, should we not take our leave? Fairy Zi Ling glanced around at the ominous, dense mist and forced a smile toward Han Li. Although she had just spoken with such conviction, the uncertainty of whether her choice was right or wrong likely troubled her own heart. Han Li responded with a simple acknowledgement, his gaze drifting down to the skeletal remains. Suddenly, he reached out with one hand, and the fire-warding robe flew into his grasp with a swift motion, which he then calmly stored in his pouch. Upon witnessing this, Fairy Zi Ling displayed a hint of surprise, her lips parting as if to speak, yet after a moment's contemplation, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Han Li's subsequent actions took the woman by surprise. With a flick of his finger, a streak of azure sword light shot forth, creating a deep pit in the ground nearby. He then lightly waved his sleeve, sending the skeletal remains along with the fragments of the magical artifact into the pit, burying them. Observing this, the expression of the Fairy Zi Ling became exceedingly peculiar. Do you find my actions somewhat odd? Han Li suddenly turned to her. Speaking in a tranquil tone, perhaps just a little, Zi Ling hesitated before responding truthfully. At her words, Han Li chuckled softly. The reason I buried it is simply because, as a fellow cultivator, I cannot predict when I might meet a similar fate, left to rot as mere bones. Since I encountered it, I thought it prudent to lend a hand, sparing the remains from being left in the wilderness. I hope that, should I encounter misfortune, I too might meet a kindred spirit to retrieve my bones. As for taking this treasure garment, it is simply because the deceased can no longer make use of it. Leaving it buried would be a pity. I shall consider it a reward for my burial services. Han Li spoke languidly. After hearing his words, the astonishment on Zi Ling's face gradually faded as she fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Han Li took a step forward. Observing this, Zi Ling glanced at the newly buried mound of earth, sighed softly, and followed suit. Zi Ling, how much do you know about the origins of the Void Heaven Palace? Could you share a bit about it? Han Li asked, pausing to walk alongside her in a relaxed manner. Zi Ling, taking in Han Li's composed visage, felt a mix of emotions. The fact that someone in the early stage of foundation establishment could remain so calm in such a perilous place was unexpectedly reassuring, suggesting that he must have some form of support. Upon hearing his inquiry, she momentarily paused before responding obediently. The existence of the Void Heaven Palace in the chaotic star sea is difficult to ascertain. It is said that every 300 years, this palace descends from the heavens to a random corner of the chaotic star sea, often in desolate, uninhabited areas. Within its confines lie numerous treasures, including spiritual herbs, ancient relics, and cultivation methods, making it a secret hall presumably constructed by ancient cultivators for reasons unknown. Consequently, each time it opens, many high-level cultivators flock to seek treasure. However, the palace is laden with intricate traps and formations. The closer one approaches the innermost sanctum, the more precious the discoveries, yet the dangers increase correspondingly. It is said that the true treasures of the Void Heaven Palace reside within the inner sanctum. To reach there, one must pass through 3 major trials. Otherwise, it is a mere daydream. Only those in the nascent soul stage or a fortunate few among ordinary cultivators can safely navigate through these trials, rendering the inner sanctum increasingly mysterious to common practitioners. As Zi Ling spoke in her melodious voice, she observed Han Li's expression. However, she felt a twinge of disappointment as his demeanor remained unchanged, giving her an impression of inscrutability. Within the ethereal palace, even if treasures abound, after numerous openings over the years, there should be but a scant few left, right? Han Li inquired casually. That remains uncertain. However, the palace's openings are limited, and each treasure is concealed with utmost secrecy, making acquisition no simple feat. It is likely that several items still remain. It is said that most cultivators arriving here manage to find 1 or 2, which is considered quite fortunate. There are often those who leave empty-handed, having only gathered some ordinary spiritual herbs. It ultimately depends on one's fortune. Otherwise, the treasures within would have long been swept clean by those in the nascent soul stage. The Fairy Zi Ling said with some uncertainty. Han Li nodded, a flicker of understanding in his expression, and ceased further inquiries, instead quickening his pace slightly. Subsequently, the two followed the trail left by the cloaked figure, walking for what felt like the duration of a meal, yet no unexpected occurrences transpired. This brought a modicum of reassurance to Zi Ling. Perhaps that malevolent spirit had gone to intercept other cultivators, thus absent from this location. This thought ignited a surge of hope within her. However, just as this notion took root in Zi Ling's mind, Han Li furrowed his brow and halted once more. "What is it?" Zi Ling gasped, equally coming to a standstill, a hint of anxiety in her voice. She extended her spiritual sense to probe the vicinity, but found nothing amiss. "That cloaked figure has likely encountered the malevolent spirit and is now engaged in battle," Han Li remarked, his voice laced with a chill. "What shall we do? Should we assist, or take the opportunity to circumvent the conflict?" Zi Ling hesitated, her words tinged with uncertainty. Han Li glanced at her, sensing her inclination towards the latter, wishing to evade the confrontation. This approach was not without merit. Were it not for the ghostly mist surrounding them, he too would have been inclined to make a swift departure. Yet now, Han Li shook his head, exhaling softly before striding forward. Zi Ling, taken aback, paused momentarily. After a brief contemplation, she stamped her delicate foot and hastened to follow. After trailing him for several dozen paces, she began to hear the explosive sounds of spells and a faint, mournful weeping. The sound resembled that of a woman's voice, high-pitched and low, fragmented yet continuous, provoking an unbearable sense of agitation and disquiet within her. Having only caught a glimpse of it, her spirit became unsettled, stirring a desire to flail about uncontrollably. Alarmed, Zi Ling swiftly employed her mental techniques to stabilize her primordial spirit before she dared to wipe the cold sweat from her brow and look up. At that moment, she could no longer discern Han Li's figure. Hesitating, she gritted her teeth, then, with a serious demeanor, slowly advanced. To her surprise, after traversing only a short distance, she unexpectedly spotted Han Li standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. Joy surged within her, and she hurried towards him. Yet, before she could close the distance, the wails of the spirits crescendoed, causing her head to spin and her limbs to flail uncontrollably, leaving her utterly powerless. Pale and trembling with fear, she found herself in a state of panic. There will be another chapter tonight, though it may be slightly delayed. For those who cannot wait, feel free to read it tomorrow. Volume 4, The Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 440. The Ghost King, 2, the haunting ghostly technique, known as the soul-enticing melody, emerged in the mind of the purple spirit fairy without the need for deliberation, sending a chill through her heart. This dark art was a natural gift of higher-level demon ghosts. When unleashed against foes, it could cause those with inferior cultivation to have their blood reverse flow, rendering them uncontrollably dancing in madness. It was indeed a sinister and treacherous technique from the Ghost Island. She had initially mistaken the sounds she began to hear as mere ordinary ghostly wails, leading to her deep regret, as she felt herself being inexorably drawn forward. Dancing uncontrollably to the ghostly cries, terror gripped the purple spirit fairy. At that moment, a man's commanding voice thundered in her ear. Though not loud, it resonated like a clap of thunder, sending a tremor through her very soul, causing her legs to weaken and her body to collapse to the ground. However, to her astonishment, she soon discovered that she had regained control over her body. This revelation eased her mind, and she turned her gaze forward in gratitude, for she clearly recognized that the voice belonged to Han Li. Purple spirit, with your cultivation, as long as you maintain your mental fortitude, you shall not fall prey to this ghostly sound. You have simply let your guard down. Han Li's steady voice echoed in her ears once more. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she softly acknowledged him, and, feeling a bit embarrassed, rose from the ground, determined to maintain her composure as she approached Han Li. Once she reached behind him, she was taken aback to find Han Li standing still, his gaze fixed intently on something ahead. Following his line of sight, her heart tightened at the sight before her. In the distance, the ghostly mist roiled ominously, swirling black fog punctuated by flashes of green and red light, while the deep rumbling and the very sounds that had previously embarrassed her intertwined ominously. A dark-robed demonic cultivator commanded a fiery red peculiar hammer, unleashing countless blue flames as he engaged in a fierce struggle with a blurred black ghostly figure. This ghostly apparition was shrouded in mist and brandished a thumb-sized green orb that emanated a chilling, dark energy, trapping the black-robed man within and gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, the legendary soul-devouring beast was entangled from a distance with two humanoid ghostly creatures, both covered in green fur. These two monsters, while sharing a sharp-headed visage and wielding long white-bone forks, bore an uncanny resemblance to ordinary green-haired zombies. They relentlessly attacked the soul-devouring beast, launching ghostly flames from their bone forks. The soul-devouring beast retaliated, emitting a golden radiance from its nostrils, absorbing the onslaught of ghostly fire without a trace. At first glance, it appeared that the soul-devouring beast was gaining the upper hand, as the green-haired creatures hesitated to approach within 10 feet of it, seemingly fearful of the golden radiance. However, this predicament left the soul-devouring beast ensnared by the two ghostly entities, unable to assist the dark-robed man. Upon witnessing the two green-haired creatures, the purple spirit fairy gasped in horror. "What? Do you recognize these two creatures, purple friend?" Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a stir in his heart, yet he did not turn around as he inquired. "It must be correct, right?" Although it was their first encounter, it indeed resembled exactly what was described in the texts. This was a particularly rare type of zombie, one of the few entities capable of traversing the world under the sun. No wonder they dared to approach despite the intimidating presence of the wailing soul beast. They possessed a corporeal form. And as long as they were not caught in the soul-sucking light from close range, they should be able to entangle the beast. After all, this wailing soul clearly had shallow cultivation, and aside from its soul-sucking divine light, it lacked other supernatural abilities. The purple spirit fairy stepped forward, standing beside Han Li, and explained with a breath as fragrant as orchids. Upon hearing her words, Han Li displayed no outward signs of surprise, yet inwardly he sighed. Though her cultivation was not high, her insight was truly beyond what a wandering cultivator like him could compare to. While he had perused numerous texts in Huangfeng Valley, his previous low cultivation had barred him from accessing many valuable and esoteric materials. As for the books he acquired after arriving in the chaotic Star Sea, they were not systematically organized by a sect, leading to many repetitions and omissions. While this might not be apparent in everyday situations, it became glaringly obvious in critical moments like this. It seemed that if he were to escape this predicament unscathed, it would indeed be necessary to seek out some texts within the Miao Yin Sect system. Surely, they would not refuse a nominal elder such as himself. Just as Han Li was deep in thought, the situation in the arena shifted again. The crimson flying hammer's blue flames were ultimately shrouded by the black sinister energy of the ghostly green pearl, rendering the fire extinguished and the situation precarious. This left the robed figure both astonished and furious. One must understand the extensive preparations he had made for this treasure-seeking expedition. He had believed that with the power of the wailing soul beast, passing through the first trial of the haunted land would be a trivial matter. Thus, he had outright rejected Han Li and the others' invitation. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered such a profoundly skilled malevolent spirit that understood the strategy of dividing and conquering. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse, it had separated him from the wailing soul beast, plunging him into this perilous predicament. Regrettably, his disciples, aside from refining the wailing soul beast and possessing some peculiar esoteric techniques, did not have any remarkable supernatural abilities to confront an adversary head-on. They could only watch helplessly as the demonic fire hammer, resonant with his own spirit, diminished in brilliance and power. The thought of the dreadful consequences of perishing here sent a chill through the robed figure's heart, filling him with panic. At that moment, Han Li arrived nearby. The sudden appearance of Han Li felt like a lifeline to the robed man, bringing him immense joy. However, Han Li's demeanor upon arrival nearly drove the proud figure to the brink of fury. Observing his perilous situation, Han Li showed no inclination to offer assistance. Instead, he coldly watched from a distance as the battle unfolded between him and the malevolent spirit. This ignited a deep resentment within the robed figure, causing him to grind his teeth in frustration. Shortly thereafter, the purple spirit fairy also arrived on the scene. Observing the black-robed figure's desperate struggle, the ethereal Zi Ling was taken aback by Han Li's inaction. Was he, perhaps, reveling in the misfortune of the man clad in black due to his earlier malevolent demeanor? This notion seemed uncharacteristic of Han Li, casting a shadow of doubt in her mind. Moreover, out of gratitude for his recent act of salvation, she refrained from voicing her suspicions outright, instead choosing to silently witness the clash between the black-robed man and the spectral apparition with a gaze laden with complexity. At this moment, the black-robed figure was on the brink of collapse. His flying hammer, ensnared by the malevolent energy emanating from the green orb, had finally succumbed to the consuming magic flames, leaving him ensnared in midair. Meanwhile, the shadowy specter emitted a piercing shriek and transformed into a streak of dark light, hurtling towards the black-robed man's heart. Though obscured by his attire, the man's expression was evidently one of despair as he stood motionless, seemingly resigned to his fate. He understood all too well that despite the protective spells still emanating from his form, they were as fragile as parchment against such a formidable spirit. Without a talisman to defend him, the moment it grasped him, his defenses would shatter, and he would meet his demise. With his flying hammer immobilized and no other artifacts at his disposal, he could only await his fate. At this perilous juncture, Han Li, who had been observing with detached interest, unexpectedly sprang into action. With a swift motion, he raised a hand, sending forth 4 or 5 slender azure blades of sword energy that flew with remarkable speed towards the specter's vital points. Should the specter persist in its assault on the black-robed man, it would undoubtedly claim his life, yet simultaneously risk the destruction of its own core. Realizing the folly of such a trade-off, the specter hesitated, momentarily retracting its form. Its piercing green gaze fixated on Han Li, devoid of any discernible emotion. Witnessing this development, Han Li's eyes shimmered with intensity as he deftly produced a small spiritual beast pouch from his palm. However, rather than immediately utilizing it, he flicked his fingers, launching a dozen similar azure rays toward the 2 green-haired fiends. The cunning spirits, upon perceiving the incoming azure light, deftly evaded, dissipating into wisps of green smoke. Yet, moments later, they re-emerged flanking the dark specter, baring their jagged yellowed teeth in a menacing display as they glared at Han Li. Seizing the opportunity while the specter's attention had shifted, the black-robed man summoned his remaining power in a desperate gamble, successfully retrieving his flying hammer. Elated, he transformed into a streak of red light, soaring towards Han Li. At that critical moment, Han Li's expression turned grave as he shouted, "Be cautious. There are other spirits lurking." The black-robed man paused, momentarily stunned. Yet, before he could comprehend the warning, a nearly invisible gray figure surged forth from the mists. Swiftly appearing before him, the black-robed man had no time to evade, his eyes wide with terror. Volume 4. The Winds Rise Overseas Chapter 441. The Demon King, 3. As the gray shadow was about to pierce through the black-robed figure, a sudden burst of brilliant white light illuminated the space between them. The gray shadow emitted a chilling shriek and retreated in haste, seemingly struck with profound fear by the radiance. The black-robed man, who had narrowly escaped death, momentarily stood in a daze. But soon his expression transformed into one of surprise and joy. Without a second thought, he swiftly fled, ultimately revealing his form beside Han Li amidst a flash of red light. Han Li glanced at the black-robed man, a hint of astonishment in his gaze. He had clearly seen what appeared to be a gigantic bird dart through the white light, which had frightened off the gray shadow. Curiosity began to stir within Han Li. The black-robed man, however, had no pleasant demeanor to offer Han Li. Still shaken from his recent brush with death, he was filled with regret for ignoring the warnings of others and recklessly venturing into the Void Heaven Palace. Yet, upon recalling the life-saving white light, a thought struck him. He hastily rummaged through his robes and produced a weathered copper mirror. Han Li cast a curious sidelong glance at it. The mirror, with its peculiar design, exuded a faint aura. Could it be yet another ancient treasure? As Han Li pondered this, a sudden cracking sound broke the air. The ancient mirror's surface shattered unexpectedly into several pieces, and the spiritual energy it contained vanished without a trace, rendering it utterly worthless. Upon witnessing this, the black-robed man's eyes filled with regret. He sighed, reluctantly placing the broken copper mirror back into his possession. When he raised his head, he met Han Li's gaze and was reminded of his earlier refusal to assist. This thought ignited a flare of irritation within him, prompting him to turn his head away. Han Li was momentarily taken aback by the man's behavior, but soon seemed to understand the situation. Offering an amused smile as he chose to disregard the black-robed man's demeanor and turned his attention to the spectral beings across from him. The purple spirit fairy gazed at the black-robed figure, her expression reflective and contemplative. At that moment, the crying soul beast had already rushed over, climbing onto the black-robed man's shoulder and sitting still, appearing exceedingly obedient. Meanwhile, beside the black shadow, the gray silhouette subtly emerged, accompanied by a series of muffled sounds as several identical fiends sprang forth from the surrounding mist. Han Li instantly recognized these creatures as Wei Wu demons. Typically, the appearance of a single one in the mortal realm would incite considerable turmoil. To his astonishment, a whole group had emerged here, darkening Han Li's expression. These malevolent demons, with their horns and sharp claws, though not as formidable as the two shadows, were not much weaker than cultivators at the late Foundation establishment stage. They now crouched coldly in the vicinity, encircling Han Li and his companions. Realizing that a fierce battle was inevitable, Han Li wasted no time in issuing his commands. You two handle those Wei Wu demons. I will confront the two shadows. Please buy me some time. Han Li's voice resonated with a somber authority. Although the figure cloaked in black harbored deep resentment towards Han Li, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and reluctantly acquiesced to Han Li's command. After all, he acknowledged his inability to confront the two ghostly shadows. The prospect of the adversary willingly engaging was something he fervently desired. No sooner had he spoken than the fierce apparitions revealed their menacing glare. Upon witnessing this, Han Li instinctively summoned the spirit beast pouch in his possession. A multitude of gold-devouring insects transformed into a shimmering tapestry of gold and silver, floating in the air. At this moment, the surrounding demons seemed to receive a signal, simultaneously lunging at the trio with malevolent intent, spewing forth dark, ghostly flames. The black-cloaked figure and the purple spirit maiden promptly unleashed their magical artifacts to intercept the onslaught. Meanwhile, the wailing beast displayed its prowess, extending its luminous aura to ensnare a nearby demon, devouring it whole. However, this feat was as far as it could go, for the two green-haired night fiends once again wielded their bone forks, ensnaring it. Han Li, on the other hand, paid no heed to the rampaging demons, transforming instead into a streak of azure light, propelling himself toward the two ghostly figures in the distance. The gold-devouring insects buzzed fervently, trailing closely behind. Upon noticing Han Li's advance, one of the figures, with its black eye flashing a green glimmer, opened its mouth to expel a luminous green orb, hurling it directly at Han Li's azure form. The gray figure flickered and vanished from sight. Han Li furrowed his brow, choosing not to approach. Instead, he halted midway, his expression impassive. With a flick of his finger, two azure bamboo becloud swords shot forth, intertwining in a dazzling display. Simultaneously, the gold-devouring insects responded to his mental command, dispersing and hovering around him, ceasing their erratic flight. With a resounding crash, the two green beams intertwined with the orb, which quickly emanated a torrent of profound, chilling energy, enveloping the two flying swords and sealing them within. A glint of cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes as he formed a sword technique with his hands. Instantly, the two swords expanded several-fold, transforming into colossal azure serpents that thrashed and twisted, breaking free from the binding dark energy and retaliating fiercely against the green ghostly orb. Witnessing this, the opposing ghostly figure, once characterized by an icy demeanor, revealed a flicker of surprise. It was well known that this green ghostly orb, originally an ordinary protective treasure of a fallen cultivator, had been meticulously refined over centuries of exposure to profound Yin energy, rendering it extraordinarily formidable. The emitted chilling energy was specifically designed to incapacitate magical artifacts. Once ensnared, escape would prove virtually impossible. Yet, inexplicably, Han Li's swords displayed no fear of the entangling energy, the azure serpents effortlessly tearing apart the profound Yin essence, rendering it powerless to approach the swords themselves. This unexpected turn of events instilled a sense of trepidation in the sentient ghostly figure. In its hundreds of years of spiritual awareness, it had never encountered such a phenomenon. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly raised his ghostly claw and pointed at the green orb in the air. The ghostly orb radiated an intense brilliance, rebounding several feet before spinning in the air. And suddenly, after a shudder, it transformed into a formidable black demon tiger. This tiger was immensely large, its eyes gleaming like bells, and as it roared, it exhaled a stream of dark emerald phosphorescence, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. What astonished onlookers the most was that this giant tiger appeared to be a true, corporeal entity. Unlike the ethereal projection of the azure dragon formed by Han Li's flying sword. An artifact spirit? Han Li, taken aback, involuntarily narrowed his eyes. An artifact spirit is a rare phenomenon where a magical treasure, since its inception, possesses the singular opportunity to seal the essence of a demonic beast or ghost within itself. This enables the artifact to harness these essences during combat, augmenting its potency and allowing it to take on the form and abilities of the spirit in its prime. It can be considered a shortcut to significantly enhance the artifact's power. However, for reasons unknown, regardless of the success of the sealing process, each artifact can only encapsulate an artifact's spirit once from its forging until its eventual destruction. Should it fail, the opportunity to possess an artifact's spirit is lost forever, as the artifact will no longer accept any further essences during a second sealing attempt. This limitation instills a sense of gravity among many cultivators. Typically, they would only perform this sealing ritual when they have identified a suitable target and feel confident of success, rather than hastily seeking to enhance their artifact's power. During the previous incident in the blood-red Forbidden Land, Nangong Wan had taken the essence of the Ink Dragon, presumably with the intention of sealing an artifact spirit. After all, although the Ink Dragon was still relatively young, it belonged to the esteemed lineage of dragons, making it exceedingly rare. Thus, Nangong Wan was elated upon acquiring it. Meanwhile, Han Li had eradicated numerous demonic beasts of various ranks in the chaotic sea of stars, but had yet to encounter a single spirit dragon, which left him quite vexed, as he had long desired to utilize a dragon as an artifact spirit. However, the success rate for sealing an artifact spirit is notoriously unpredictable, devoid of any discernible pattern. One certainty remains: the more potent the essence intended for sealing, the lower the likelihood of success. Conversely, a spirit of inadequate strength would not significantly enhance the artifact's power, resulting in most cultivators ultimately possessing artifacts devoid of spirits. This is often due to either the absence of a suitable target or the overwhelming strength of the spirit leading to failure. Consequently, Han Li was taken aback upon discovering that this ghostly orb harbored an artifact spirit. Regaining his composure, he licked his somewhat parched lips and directed 2 azure bamboo cloud swords to transform into 2 azure dragons, charging towards the demon tiger with intent to engage. His flying swords lacked any artifact spirit. They were merely simple magical treasures taking form, possessing no genuine dragon-like abilities. Nevertheless, Han Li was determined to test the power of this demon tiger's artifact spirit. Chapter 442, The Ghost King. 4. Upon witnessing the azure dragons formed by the azure bamboo cloud swords rushing towards it, the black giant tiger's eyes glimmered with ferocity. With a low growl, it opened its massive maw, releasing a series of black orbs the size of human heads, launching them towards the azure dragons. The ethereal forms of 2 azure dragons fiercely tore apart the several luminous orbs before them with both claws and fangs. However, as the 7th and 8th orbs approached, they could no longer withstand the onslaught. With a mournful cry, the dragon's shadow was shattered by the impact of the orbs, revealing the true form of the flying swords. The 2 swords were sent tumbling over a dozen paces away, flipping several times in the process. Simultaneously, the azure light above them diminished significantly, suggesting that their spiritual essence had suffered some degree of injury. Upon witnessing this, Han Li felt a pang of regret in his heart and hastily pointed a finger, causing the 2 swords to transform into azure beams and return to him for recuperation. With his other hand, he summoned 4 more identical azure swords, which flashed away to slash at the gigantic tiger. The ghostly figure standing behind the tiger, upon observing this turn of events, became noticeably restless. Taking a deep breath, an ear-piercing shriek erupted forth. Upon hearing this sound, the demon tiger immediately lowered its head, twisting its neck as its 2 forepaws dug deep into the ground. Then, a surprising scene unfolded. A prominent bulge formed on one side of the tiger's head, and with a flash of black light, another slightly smaller tiger head suddenly emerged, transforming it into a 2-headed monstrosity. As the second head appeared, the demonic aura emanating from the tiger surged dramatically, causing Han Li's brow to furrow in concern. At that moment, the tiger's spirit, unceremoniously, opened both of its massive mouths simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of densely packed black orbs that surged menacingly toward Han Li. Not daring to be negligent, Han Li swiftly executed a hand gesture, causing the 4 flying swords mid-flight to shudder violently and split into 8. Following this, their brilliance intensified, and the 8 swords converged into a single massive azure sword, measuring several paces in length. Han Li gazed at this sword, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth, and a pure essence of true energy transformed into a misty azure radiance, which he expelled onto the broad blade of the giant sword. Instantly, The giant sword emitted a long, resonant chime, its light radiating forth as it transformed into a lengthy azure streak, slicing forcefully toward the oncoming black orbs, faintly resonating with the sound of wind and thunder. The collision of the azure and black luminescence resulted in a spectacular explosion, scattering fragments and producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds, a truly staggering display. The azure giant sword, like a relentless force, sliced through numerous orbs with astonishing valor. Yet, the black orbs continued to multiply, pouring forth in a relentless stream from the two tiger heads, showing no signs of abating, as if they were inexhaustible. This situation caused Han Li's expression to darken, leaving him somewhat taken aback. While contemplating whether to employ other spells to vanquish his adversary or to summon more flying swords, he suddenly sensed a slight disturbance in the air behind him, followed by the eerie, almost imperceptible appearance of the strange gray shadow. Aside from its pair of blood-red eyes, it exuded no other peculiar aura. Han Li seemed entirely oblivious to the anomaly behind him. The gray shadow glanced at the myriad of flying insects surrounding Han Li, its eyes flashing red several times, before it leapt forward, transforming into a slender gray streak aimed stealthily at Han Li's back, intent on shattering his golden core. As for those insects, they were of no concern to it. The cultivation technique it practiced excelled in transformation and concealment. At that moment, its entire being had morphed into an incorporeal form, rendering it impervious to the detection of any insects. Moreover, even if discovered, it possessed the confidence to ensure that Han Li would not have the chance to react before meeting a gruesome demise beneath its razor-sharp claws. The technique employed by this phantom was indeed exceedingly bizarre. The gray silk that shot toward Han Li emitted not a single sound and was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, it had already positioned itself behind Han Li, while the golden and silver beetles that had been suspended in midair suddenly surged forth, enveloping the gray light in a cacophony of buzzing. The gray shadow was taken aback. Before it could react, numerous golden and silver beetles had already obstructed its path and charged toward it. Instantly, the gray light plunged into the cloud of insects, becoming entirely covered by them, transforming into a dazzling spectacle of gold and silver. In a fit of rage and astonishment, the gray shadow attempted to shake off the insects that clung to it, but to no avail. Soon, it was overwhelmed by an unsettling sensation coursing through its entire being. Momentarily taken aback, it lowered its gaze to inspect the situation. The blood-red light in its ghostly eyes flickered wildly, revealing its terror. These minuscule beetles, which it had deemed insignificant, were relentlessly gnawing at its ethereal form. Although the act of tearing was arduous, they were indeed consuming it bit by bit, managing to disregard its incorporeal essence. In a state of panic, the gray shadow began to undergo continuous transformations. One moment it morphed into a dense black fog, the next it took on the guise of a scaled demon. Yet, regardless of its transformations, the swarm of beetles remained steadfastly affixed to its true form, rendering it incapable of escape. In a mere moment, its ghostly body had been significantly depleted by thousands of these monstrous insects. At that instant, Han Li finally turned his head, casting a cold glance at the gray shadow. Without uttering a single word, he waved his hands, summoning 2 more spirit beast bags into the air. Another 2 swarms of golden and silver insects buzzed into existence above, subsequently transforming into 2 colossal arrows that descended, joining in the fray. The gray ghostly figure, now gripped by terror, emitted a deafening shriek, calling for assistance from the distant black shadow. Upon hearing this cry, the black figure revealed a hint of anxiety. It glanced at the colossal tiger spirit still locked in a stalemate with the azure giant sword, momentarily displaying hesitation. However, as the green light in its eyes dimmed, it abruptly transformed into a thick cloud of dark mist and lunged toward the 2-headed demon tiger. The black tiger let out a pained roar, standing upright in agony. Its hind legs thickened and expanded, while its front legs shrank and became slender. Then, as one of the tiger heads blurred in appearance, a furry human face emerged, enveloped in dense black energy. The other tiger head remained unchanged, yet its eyes were filled with a savage fury. Han Li inhaled sharply, whispering the name of this spell. At first glance, it seemed akin to a possession technique, similar in nature to attaching itself to a living being. Yet, in reality, its effects were worlds apart. Without further ado, the technique of possession not only fails to enhance one's strength, but upon embodying another, one can only manifest a fraction of their original prowess. It serves merely as a convenient spell for remote manipulation. After its application, there are minimal repercussions. In contrast, the art of spirit possession bears significant differences. This technique cannot be cast upon fellow cultivators. It is solely applicable when a practitioner embarks on an endeavor with a creature of lesser intelligence. Moreover, upon possession, not only does the practitioner's cultivation multiply exponentially by amalgamating with the possessed being's power, but once this secret art is invoked, a life and death pact is established between the two parties. Should one soul meet its demise, the other shall inevitably follow into oblivion. Yet, the most astonishing aspect of this spirit possession technique is that it culminates in the creation of an entirely new entity, endowed with its own consciousness and memories, distinctly separate from that of the practitioner. Initially, the duration of this possession is fleeting, but as the technique is employed repeatedly, the length of time extends, allowing this new entity to gradually seize dominion. Eventually, the process becomes irrevocable. Ironically, this half-human, half-demon creature, birthed with extraordinary strength, suffers from a lamentably brief lifespan. The remarkable power it acquires exacts a tremendous toll on its longevity, often leading to its demise shortly after achieving independence. Additionally, though the truth remains uncertain, there are whispers that cultivators of the spirit possession technique may find their souls eternally cast into an abyss post-mortem, unable to traverse the cycle of reincarnation. This notion terrifies practitioners within the realm of cultivation. Fortunately, the knowledge of this esoteric art is scarce, and those who are aware tend to refrain from its practice. Otherwise, they risk a significant reduction in their lifespan or the transformation into a half-human, half-demon monstrosity. The visage of the spectral figure fused with the colossal tiger aligns perfectly with the legendary spirit possession technique. Yet, this secret art should logically be within the purview of conventional cultivators. It is unheard of for demons or spirits to engage in such practices, particularly when astonishingly directed at their own tool spirit. Han Li, typically inscrutable, could not suppress his expression of suspicion. Concurrently, a heightened sense of vigilance surged within him. As the year draws to a close, family matters have increased, occasionally causing delays in chapter releases. I hope for your understanding. However, there shall be another chapter tonight. Volume 4, Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 443. The Ghost King, 5. Although startled by the opponent's bizarre transformation, Han Li swiftly cast a glance behind him, revealing a faint smirk upon his face. The gray spectral figure behind him had been devoured to a significant extent, now reduced to a mere third of its original size. Barely clinging to life, if allowed to escape at this moment, it would undoubtedly be gravely weakened and incapable of rejoining the fray. The devouring gold insect truly lives up to its ranking among rare insects. It not only consumes spiritual energy, but also feasts upon spectral entities with equal ferocity, showcasing its formidable nature, despite appearing to devour at a somewhat slower pace. As Han Li pondered these matters, the tiger creature across from him, after a moment of bewilderment, displayed a look of astonished realization akin to awakening from a profound dream. It gazed intently at Han Li, then cast a glance at the ghostly figure behind him, before finally regarding its own corporeal form, unleashing an exceedingly unpleasant cackle that reverberated through the air. The laughter, initially faint, crescendoed into a thunderous roar, unrelenting and seemingly infinite, causing the surrounding ghostly mist to churn violently. At first, Han Li remained indifferent, merely observing the actions of the spectral beast with a cold gaze. However, as moments passed, a pallor crept upon his visage, revealing a countenance laden with gravity. The creature's laughter, far from diminishing as anticipated, grew increasingly robust and resonant. Even while employing the great transformation technique to fortify his spirit, he felt a disorienting sensation akin to traversing a desolate wilderness amidst a cacophony of thunderous echoes. A sense of foreboding washed over him as, in a moment of vigilance, he recalled something vital, causing his expression to alter dramatically. He swiftly turned his head, a chill seizing his heart. To his dismay, the gray specter behind him had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the myriad of gold-devouring insects lay scattered on the ground, their wings fluttering weakly, devoid of the earlier vigor they had displayed. In a fit of frustration, Han Li hastily summoned several spirit beast bags, swiftly gathering the barely alive insects into them. With great effort, he endured the deafening laughter, lifting his gaze toward another battleground. To his astonishment, he found solace in the sight before him. The purple spirit fairy and the cloaked figure were engaged in a fierce struggle with the malevolent spirits. Although the black-robed individual, stripped of his magical artifacts, was significantly more powerful than these fiends, he lacked a decisive advantage due to the nature of his techniques. As for the purple spirit fairy, she had ensconced herself within a luminous rectangular stone, merely seeking to preserve her own safety. Their demeanor suggested they remained entirely unaffected by the grotesque laughter, which piqued Han Li's curiosity. Upon reflection, he deduced the underlying reason. Clearly, the two-headed monster had confined the potency of its ghastly laughter to a limited vicinity, thus exhibiting such astonishing power. Even the gold-devouring insects, which were typically resistant to magical artifacts, could not withstand it, plummeting from the spectral figure. This was partly due to the insects not having fully undergone their evolution, highlighting the formidable nature of the laughter. Were it not for the extraordinary effects of the great transformation technique in calming his spirit, he feared he might have succumbed to the disarming effects of that cacophony. The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became, as Han Li concluded that the creature before him, even if not yet at the nascent soul stage, was undoubtedly more formidable than cultivators at the late stage of core formation. Could this be what they referred to as a ghost king? Doubt flickered in his mind. At that moment, the creature across from him, noticing Han Li standing unwavering amidst the cacophony, finally ceased its laughter, its four eerie eyes fixated upon him. Han Li felt an unsettling discomfort under its gaze, yet he narrowed his eyes, defiantly returning its stare. At that moment, from behind the monstrous figure across the way, a fragmented gray specter leapt forth, darting unhesitatingly to stand before the two-headed beast. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. What could it mean for this specter, now in such a state, to return instead of fleeing far away? Just as Han Li pondered this perplexity, an unexpected event unfolded. The two-headed tiger demon's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light, and it swiftly grasped the gray specter. Then, with a massive maw of its black tiger head, it effortlessly devoured the shadow in a matter of moments. Han Li stared in astonishment at this scene, his heart racing with surprise. However, the events that followed swiftly unraveled his doubts. The creature let out several thunderous roars, and with a bulging motion from its neck, another gray tiger head emerged from the side of its human-faced skull. This new tiger head, bearing a human visage, revealed the countenance of an unremarkable woman. Han Li paused briefly, only to regain his composure. At the moment of its emergence, the gray tiger head's eyes remained tightly shut, its complexion pale as though grievously injured. But soon enough, it opened its blood-red eyes, fixating on Han Li with an intensely vengeful glare that sent chills down his spine. Just then, the male face in the center let out a piercing shriek and boldly strode toward Han Li with an air of arrogance. With each step, a flash of dark light enveloped it, causing its form to swell considerably. After a mere dozen strides, the creature had grown several times larger, towering like a 2- or 3-story building, leaving Han Li visibly shaken. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li waved his hands, summoning over 100 giant ape puppets around him. Subsequently, these colossal apes extended their arms, unleashing a dense array of slender light pillars that filled the air. Han Li then pointed at the azure giant, sword hovering above, which joined the barrage of light pillars, transforming into a long, dazzling arc aimed at cleaving the tiger demon into pieces with an awe-inspiring momentum. In response, the three-headed monstrosity displayed a flicker of surprise on the central human face, but soon broke into a chilling sneer. The left and right heads simultaneously opened their mouths. One released the black orbs of light previously encountered, while the other expelled a misty gray ghostly flame, shooting forth in a tempest. The ghostly fire and light spheres intertwined, forming a formidable barrier that staunchly resisted the onslaught of light pillars. Even when a few stray attacks struck the creature's massive form, they merely sparked a few glimmers of light, leaving no significant effect. Han Li furrowed his brows, his eyes flashing with cold determination, and abruptly formed a sword seal. The azure arc of light emanated an even more blinding radiance, its speed surging suddenly. In the blink of an eye, shielded by the multitude of giant ape puppets, it shattered the blockade of ghostly flames and light spheres, charging forward with unstoppable force. As it circled around the creature's waist, the brilliance flickered once more, ready to ensnare the beast in a lethal grip. However, Han Li found himself utterly astonished. For at that moment, the three heads of the creature simultaneously emitted a horrifying roar. As the two tiger claws, resembling large fans, moved with an imperceptible speed to Han Li's naked eye, they swiftly bent down and seized the enormous sword with bare hands. Those furry claws appeared utterly unperturbed by the sword's razor-sharp brilliance. Observing the massive blade thrashing helplessly within the creature's colossal grasp, Han Li could hardly believe his eyes. Although the Qingzhou Fengyun sword had not been refined for long, rendering its power somewhat limited, the mere act of grasping it with one's hands was astonishing. Could it be that the creature's claws had been imbued with magical properties? Such peculiar thoughts crossed Han Li's mind. The monster, having successfully restrained Han Li's flying sword, revealed a sinister expression across all three of its heads. The central head grinned wickedly before unleashing a thick stream of dark, shadowy energy that began to corrode the struggling flying sword's azure brilliance. Witnessing this, Han Li felt a sudden chill in his heart. This three-headed creature was striking with lethal intent, its cultivation unfathomable. Continuing to entangle himself with it would surely lead to his demise. He needed to take a risk and resolve the matter swiftly. With this thought, Han Li glanced back at another battleground, where the figure in black and Zi Ling were wholly engrossed in their own fierce battle against the demonic entities. Oblivious to his plight, seizing this moment, a glimmer of determination flashed in Han Li's eyes as he slowly turned back. The creature's two heads continued their relentless assault on his puppet giant ape, while the central head desperately spewed forth black mist in an attempt to taint his Qingzhou Fengyun sword. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Han Li. After silently cursing the creature for courting death, he decisively formed a peculiar sword gesture with both hands and pointed fiercely at the flying sword. As Han Li gestured into the void, the sword, which had been struggling in the grip of the three-headed tiger demon, ceased its trembling but began to shimmer with an erratic green radiance. The tiger demon, taken aback by this unexpected turn, was unable to react before dozens of slender, pale golden arcs of lightning erupted from the broad surface of the sword. These arcs traveled with incredible swiftness, instantly attaching themselves to the demon's furry hands and spreading across its massive body, forming a golden net of light that enveloped the creature. Upon witnessing this, all three heads of the monster displayed expressions of horror. Yet, before it could take any action, the electric net surrounding it detonated upon Han Li's utterance of a swift incantation. A searing, blinding white light engulfed the colossal form, rendering it entirely obscured from view. Even the combatants in the distance, Zi Ling and the figure in black, paused in astonishment to glance at the spectacle, while their adversaries, the Wei Wu ghosts and two ghostly night demons, momentarily faltered before fleeing in panic. Zi Ling and her companion were taken aback, and after a brief hesitation, they could only watch as their foes vanished into the ghostly mist. Only that wailing beast seized the opportunity. With a powerful grunt, it expelled a burst of radiant light, ensnaring an evil spirit that had attempted to flee before it. The white light lingered for but a brief moment before it dimmed, returning to normalcy. The tiger demon, however, remained rooted in place, its three heads frozen in expressions of terror, a tableau of fear that showed no signs of change. Then, a gust of chilling wind swept through, and the creature's massive form disintegrated into a cloud of ashes, vanishing without a trace. Only the colossal sword and a fist-sized tricolor orb floated in the air, the orb shimmering with intertwining hues of gray, black, and green. Han Li exhaled deeply, beckoning with his hand. The azure sword emitted a low hum before dispersing into 8 flying swords that shot back towards him. However, 4 of them transformed into mere illusions mid-flight, while the other 4 obediently entered Han Li's body, succumbing to a deep slumber. This surge of electrical energy had thoroughly consumed their previously amassed protective divine lightning, necessitating a prolonged period of recuperation. Han Li cast a glance at the enigmatic orb, his figure flickering before he stood before it. He focused intently on the object, contemplating deeply. After a moment, a flash of sternness crossed his face. With a swift motion, he summoned another azure flying sword into his grasp. In a brilliant display, Han Li unhesitatingly struck down fiercely. With a resounding crash, the orb shattered into 2 halves, releasing 3 streams of dark mist that attempted to flee in sheer terror. Yet, with a flick of his finger, Han Li propelled 3 small fireballs, which, upon impact, emitted muffled cries as the flames consumed the dark mists entirely. These malevolent spirits were exceedingly cunning, choosing to hide their main souls within a magical artifact, hoping to lure him into a trap. Had he succumbed to their deception, he would have undoubtedly faced a fierce battle for possession. Nevertheless, the fact that the combined tiger demon was vanquished by the divine lightning of the flying swords was something Han Li had anticipated. After all, with the formidable reputation of the Golden Thunder Bamboo and its unique ability to counter demons and malevolent forces, it was indeed inconceivable that 4 flying swords, unleashing their full electrical might, would fail to eradicate a mere evil spirit. It was precisely because of this ultimate weapon as his backbone that he had maintained an extraordinary composure and confidence upon entering the ghostly fog. Even when confronted with the amalgamation of ghost and demon, though he found it exceedingly bizarre, he remained unhurried and collected. Naturally, due to the presence of the dark-robed figure and the purple spirit fairy, he initially intended to eliminate the adversary without resorting to the divine lightning. However, he was caught off guard by the unexpectedly formidable nature of the combined tiger demon, which foolishly attempted to seize his azure bamboo, be-cloud sword with its hands. Faced with such a splendid opportunity to unleash the divine lightning, he would not let it slip by. Indeed, he triumphed in a single stroke, completely erasing this creature, which was no weaker than a late-stage core formation cultivator, from existence. Han Li gazed down at the orb, now in 2 fragments, shook his head slightly, and turned to walk towards the direction of the purple spirit fairy. The figure cloaked in black gazed upon the scene with an expression of astonishment. Although he had not been able to closely observe the conflict involving Han Li, he had caught glimpses of the demonist's subsequent spirit attachment, transformation, and fusion, which left him utterly astounded. In that moment, he resolved that should Han Li display any signs of weakness, he would promptly make his escape. The 3-headed demon tiger appeared overwhelmingly formidable. However, to his disbelief, after a dazzling flash of white light, the creature was effortlessly vanquished. This left him incredulous. Could it be that this individual possessed a legendary artifact capable of reversing fate? Otherwise, as a mere early-stage core formation cultivator, he could scarcely believe Han Li could annihilate such a powerful demon. Yet, if that were the case, forging an alliance with him would provide a significant advantage within the Void Heaven Palace. After all, apart from those ancient beings of the nascent soul stage, he could not fathom anyone else managing to destroy such a formidable demon without sustaining any injuries. Contemplating this, the shock in the eyes of the cloaked figure gradually dissipated, replaced by a complex gaze directed at Han Li. As for the celestial maiden Zi Ling, although equally astonished, she had already surmised that Han Li was no ordinary core formation cultivator and soon regained her composure, approaching him with a radiant smile. "Senior Han, your powers are truly remarkable. You have effortlessly eliminated such a formidable demon. It seems to be a stroke of fortune to be able to associate with you," she exclaimed gracefully. "Effortless? I assure you, it was anything but," Han Li responded, walking over and calmly refuting her statement. "Senior is far too modest." Zi Ling replied with a smile, clearly perceiving Han Li's comments as disingenuous. "May I inquire what that brilliant white light you used earlier was? It exhibited such tremendous power." The cloaked figure interjected for the first time, her voice deep and hoarse, which was somewhat unsettling to hear. Upon hearing this unpleasant voice, a flicker of intrigue sparkled in Han Li's eyes as he turned to the cloaked figure and suddenly chuckled. "You are a female cultivator, are you not? There is no need for pretense in your voice. Both Zi Ling and I have already discerned your true identity." His smile faded slightly as he spoke with nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Zi Ling stifled a playful smile. The cloaked figure was momentarily taken aback, but then appeared flustered. After a brief pause, she switched to a soft, feminine tone. "Since you two have already seen through my guise, there is no need for further concealment. It is merely for convenience in public." After speaking, the cloaked woman hesitated for a moment before slowly removing her black hood, revealing an astonishingly beautiful face. Her skin was as flawless as snow, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Adorned with a golden hairpin, she exuded an air of mysterious allure that made her appear strikingly proud and elegant. Upon witnessing the enchanting visage of the cloaked female cultivator, even Zi Ling, another woman, could not help but be captivated. However, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, prompting her to cast a surreptitious glance at Han Li. The sight that met her eyes stirred a sense of discomfort within her heart. As Han Li gazed intently at the exquisite visage of the woman clad in black robes, a peculiar and indescribable expression flickered in his eyes. A faint blush rose upon the smooth, jade-like face of the woman, who felt a mix of pride and annoyance. Coldly, she remarked, "Have you finished staring, friend? Is there something amiss with my appearance?" Upon uttering these words, her countenance darkened slightly. Despite the reprimand, Han Li did not exhibit anger. Instead, he maintained his gaze, letting out a deep sigh before suddenly displaying a mysterious smile, scrutinizing her from head to toe with evident interest. This reaction not only caused the woman to raise an eyebrow, her face clouded with frost, but also stirred unease in the heart of the ethereal purple spirit fairy, who began to suspect that Han Li might be harboring ulterior motives. However, upon reflection, she realized there was nothing inherently inappropriate about his interest. Due to inherent limitations in innate talent, the number of female cultivators capable of reaching the golden core stage was significantly fewer than their male counterparts. Thus, most high-level dual cultivation partners typically featured a male cultivator at the golden core stage and a female at the foundation establishment stage. Consequently, the efficacy of dual cultivation for male practitioners was somewhat diminished. The rare female cultivators who achieved the golden core stage naturally attracted the admiration of many men who fancied themselves their equals. Therefore, Han Li's interest in a breathtakingly beautiful and remarkably skilled woman like the one before him seemed quite justifiable. In the fourth volume, Winds Rise from Overseas, Chapter 445, titled Yuan Yao, Han Li, while witnessing the evident ire of the beautiful woman in black robes, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, "I truly did not expect that in a mere century, Miss Yuan has entered the golden core stage. How delightful! Miss Yuan, you have mistaken me. My surname is Ruan." The woman in black retorted, her initial embarrassment swiftly replaced with alarm as she denied his claim. This unexpected turn of events took Han Li by surprise, prompting him to scrutinize her shifting gaze. At that moment, the beautiful woman's complexion paled slightly, her hand resting on the storage pouch at her side. Her eyes wide open and brimming with hostility. The atmosphere grew tense. All this stemmed from Han Li's seemingly innocuous address of Miss Yuan. Han Li maintained his smile, though a sense of confusion settled within him. For the purple spirit fairy, the unfolding situation was equally surprising. Without hesitation, she instinctively took a step closer to Han Li, clearly indicating her allegiance. Given their respective strengths and familiarity, Han Li was her obvious choice. It seemed there was a misunderstanding at play. "I presume that Miss Yuan does not recall our previous encounter. After all, we merely crossed paths many years ago," Han Li stated leisurely, his expression unchanged. "Over a century ago? A fleeting encounter?" Upon hearing this, the black-robed beauty's demeanor softened slightly, though wariness still lingered in her beautiful eyes, now interlaced with hints of confusion. The atmosphere eased considerably. However, after the enigmatic woman in the black robe scrutinized Han Li for a moment, she expressed her skepticism, saying, "I find your face rather unfamiliar. I truly cannot recall where I might have encountered you. Could it be that you are attempting to deceive me?" Upon uttering these words, a glimmer of cold light flickered in her eyes, subtly revealing a hint of animosity. Han Li felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Miss Yuan, did you not visit the Tiandu market on Kuaishing Island over a century ago?" He chose to forego further circumlocution and posed the question directly. "Indeed, I have visited the Tiandu street on Kuaishing Island several times. Is it possible that we met there?" The woman in black was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief recollection, she nodded slightly. Her gaze roamed over Han Li's face, revealing a contemplative expression. At that moment, it seemed she recalled something. "Yes. At that time, you were accompanied by another friend, a certain Miss Yin. We happened to cross paths just outside the market while I was with Master Chu." As she mentioned Chu Han, Han Li discreetly glanced at the enigmatic Zi Ling fairy, aware that she was privy to the fact that Chu Han was a manifestation of himself. Indeed, upon hearing Han Li refer to Chu Han as his master, a knowing smile danced on Zi Ling fairy's lips. Although she was unaware of the specifics of that encounter, it was easy for her to deduce that Han Li must have engaged in a clever ruse. Amusement bubbled within her. Nevertheless, she would not casually reveal this matter. The mention of Chu Han had piqued her curiosity. She had long wondered why Han Li did not keep this manifestation close, as it would undoubtedly serve as a significant asset. Now that you mention it, I do feel a flicker of familiarity. Were you not the one standing at the entrance of Tiandu Street, alongside that late-stage foundation establishment elder, Master Chu? The woman in black blinked her beautiful eyes a few times before suddenly realizing. A look of incredulity spread across her face. Han Li chuckled softly. It seemed that Miss Yuan had finally recalled the incident, and it appeared that his impression at that time had been rather mediocre. How amusing. Han Li laughed heartily. Upon hearing his light-hearted remark, the woman in black felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Yet, recognizing that Han Li was not the person she initially presumed, she relaxed completely and, feeling slightly embarrassed, said, "I hope you do not take offense, Han Daoist. It was simply that your presence at that time was quite memorable." However, Han Li interjected with a hearty laugh. "Is it that my cultivation and appearance are so unremarkable that they fail to captivate your esteemed eyes?" As he spoke, his demeanor was unperturbed, revealing no trace of displeasure. "You flatter me." The woman in black felt a sense of relief at Han Li's composed demeanor. After all, the current Han Li possessed considerable power, and she was somewhat apprehensive that he might still harbor resentment regarding their previous encounter. Given her diminished magical treasures, she was even less inclined to offend him. With this thought in mind, she smiled charmingly and continued, "I must also congratulate you. After more than a century apart, have you not ascended from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage? Your magical prowess is truly profound, capable of vanquishing even the ghostly kings." Hearing her somewhat conciliatory remarks, Han Li shook his head internally. After all, it was not as if he had advanced from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage. He had already attained foundation establishment at that time. Had it not been for the cultivation of the 3 transformations of the primordial essence, it would have been utterly improbable to reach the core formation stage. Yet, this woman, indeed, has genuinely ascended from the Qi refinement stage to her current realm. When he recognized the identity of the woman in the black robe, he was taken aback. If she were not endowed with exceptional talent, she must have encountered some extraordinary fortune over the past century. Otherwise, an ordinary cultivator could never have advanced so swiftly. Han Li could not help but speculate inwardly. Although he had scrutinized her carefully moments ago, as a fellow at the early core formation stage, he was unable to discern the nature of her spiritual roots, as her internal power obstructed his spiritual perception. Han Li smiled faintly, poised to speak further, when the elegant and slightly furrowed brow of the fairy Zi Ling interrupted, "Esteemed friends, we should make our way forward. This place is not suitable for lingering. Should any formidable specters emerge, it could lead to trouble." Upon hearing this, Han Li chuckled in agreement. The woman in the black robe, Yuan Yao, voiced no objections. Consequently, the 3 of them oriented themselves and departed from the ominous fog. They found themselves in a garden-like locale, surrounded not only by patches of nameless exotic flora, but also by 7 or 8 intricately carved jade pavilions, within which 2 to 3 dozen cultivators were either standing or seated in sparse clusters. Most of these cultivators appeared pale or stained with blood, as if they had endured fierce battles to arrive here, yet their faces bore unmistakable expressions of exhilaration. Some even huddled together, whispering in hushed tones. The extreme Ancestor and several other nascent soul cultivators were present, situated within 2 jade pavilions, deep in meditation. Meanwhile, the 2 elder members of the Star Palace remained seated on a vacant patch of ground between the 2 groups, their expressions impassive, resembling lifeless statues. Surrounding the garden, over 100 yards away, was an encroaching tide of pitch-black, ghostly mist, enveloping the area and creating the illusion of 2 disparate worlds. Suddenly, a section of the ghostly mist parted, and a young male cultivator emerged leisurely. Clad in a striking green robe, he bore an unblemished appearance, his demeanor remarkably calm, as though he had not encountered any conflict on his journey to this place. This peculiar sight astonished the nearby cultivators, who regarded him with a mixture of intrigue and apprehension. At that moment, the extreme Ancestor opened his eyes, casting a fleeting glance at the young cultivator, only to be momentarily overtaken by disappointment before once again closing his eyelids. He seemed utterly indifferent to the newcomer. Conversely, upon spotting the extreme Ancestor, the young cultivator's face briefly flickered with a hint of resentment, quickly returning to its neutral state as he strode forward. Rather than joining the others in the pavilion, he sought a secluded corner, standing with his hands clasped behind his back while casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze over the other cultivators. Noticing the absence of Han Li, the young man's delicate features furrowed slightly before swiftly returning to an expressionless demeanor. However, at that moment, unbeknownst to others, a deep male voice suddenly resonated in the mind of this young cultivator. "What's the matter? Is your companion not present? Perhaps he has been devoured by other fierce spirits." "It seems this individual you sought is not all that impressive." The voice spoke languidly. Silence. Do not speak so freely within my mind. Bear in mind that there are numerous nascent soul cultivators here. Should one or two with exceptional divine senses hear you, it could spell disaster, the young cultivator thought irritably, responding sharply with his consciousness. Humph. And if they discover us, what of it? With our combined strength, we can merely return to the ghostly mist. In direct confrontation, we are no match for the nascent soul cultivators. However, who can escape with the finesse of our ghostly path techniques? The deep voice retorted defiantly. What do you understand? At least 3 or 4 of the nascent soul cultivators here possess treasures and unique abilities that can restrain our ghostly techniques. If you seek to perish, do not drag me down with you. Otherwise, do not blame me for breaking my word and extinguishing you now, the young cultivator, who was none other than the Xuan Gu elder, admonished coldly. Dear Xuan Gu, while let anger take hold, I shall refrain from further words. However, you must not renege on your promise to seek a suitable physical form for me. Otherwise, why would I willingly entrust a fragment of my essence to you and accompany you into the ghostly mist? The voice seemed to show a hint of trepidation at Xuan Gu's wrath, but could not resist reminding him of the matter most concerning. Rest assured, since I require your assistance to deal with that treacherous disciple of extreme Yin, it is indeed more convenient to act once I have secured a physical form. Moreover, we share a common plight as practitioners of the ghostly path, and I shall honor my commitments, the Xuan Gu elder replied coldly. With such words from you, I feel reassured. With that, the deep voice faded from the Xuan Gu elder's mind, allowing him to exhale softly. He then leaned against a small tree and entered a state of feigned slumber. Time passed gradually, and the number of cultivators emerging from the ghostly mist increased, their appearances becoming increasingly disheveled. Some displayed clear signs of significant vitality depletion, likely requiring years of tranquil cultivation to restore their former prowess. Nevertheless, despite their condition, joy was unmistakably etched on their faces. After all, having passed through the ghostly mist, they could at least obtain some rare spiritual herbs from the outside world. As the number of cultivators gathered reached around 60 or 70, the emergence of new arrivals suddenly dwindled. It was not until after half a day that a few individuals trickled out, including the young cultivator who had initially accompanied the Zi Ling fairy. However, he was disheveled, pallid, and appeared to have suffered greatly. Upon entering this place, he hurriedly searched for signs of the Zi Ling fairy, his face betraying a look of anxiety and a restless demeanor. At this moment, both the extreme Yin ancestor and the Xuan Gu master began to feel a sense of unease due to the absence of Han Li. The Xuan Gu master, although somewhat anxious, managed to maintain a facade of calmness. In contrast, the extreme Yin ancestor struggled to contain his agitation, frequently opening his eyes to cast a sinister glance into the surrounding ghostly mist, only to reluctantly close them again. Given his typically somber disposition, such visible distress was uncharacteristic. However, the peculiar item in Han Li's possession was pivotal to his quest for treasure, leaving him in a state of indecision. Most of those nearby failed to notice his behavior, but an elderly scholar seated close by observed it and lightly cleared his throat, inquiring slowly, "Friend Wu, is there someone among the unarrived that troubles your mind?" Upon uttering these words, the elder fixed his gaze on the extreme Yin ancestor, his expression tinged with skepticism. "Not so much a person of concern, merely a peculiar young individual I once encountered," the extreme Yin ancestor replied, his tone returning to normal. "A curious young fellow, indeed. You must introduce him to me when the time comes. I have always taken pleasure in nurturing promising talents," the scholarly elder remarked, his eyes glinting with intrigue, yet his smile betraying no warmth. "That old fox. His suspicion knows no bounds." The extreme Yin ancestor inwardly cursed, yet he could only acquiesce with a forced agreement. The continued absence of Han Li exacerbated his anxiety, compelling him to set aside any schemes of intrigue and instead close his eyes once more, forcibly entering a meditative state. Simultaneously, in a distant corner, the Xuan Gu master heard the resonant voice once more echoing in his mind. "Xuan Gu, has your promised aid not yet arrived? Could it be that he has been devoured by that malevolent spirit? Such an ally seems rather weak." The tone of the voice carried a hint of malevolence. Sighing, Xuan Gu understood that given the nature of the speaker, silencing him was unlikely. He could not genuinely eliminate the voice, as it still served a significant purpose for him. Thus far, no one had cast him any strange looks, indicating that a brief exchange of words might not provoke any consequences. With this in mind, Xuan Gu begrudgingly replied, This individual is rather enigmatic. Despite his youth and initial stage of core formation, he would not fall prey to any malevolent spirit. Should you encounter him, you would likely find yourself either fleeing in terror or facing utter destruction. Do not underestimate him. Initial stage of core formation? Xuan Gu, you surely underestimate me. Such a practitioner could be easily drained of their essence with a mere word, the resonant voice retorted incredulously. Have you not suffered at the hands of my demon-slaying arrow crafted from golden thunder bamboo? Do you possess a means to contend with a golden thunder bamboo, sword of the same material? Xuan Gu scoffed. A golden thunder bamboo sword? Surely you jest. The soul segment of golden thunder bamboo has already been fashioned into that demon-slaying arrow. How could there possibly be another magical artifact of golden thunder bamboo? The resonant voice fell silent for a moment, only to be followed by a cascade of doubt. Haha, truth or falsehood, you shall discern in due course. However, do not claim I did not forewarn you. This individual possesses not only the golden thunder bamboo treasure, but also several formidable techniques. Otherwise, with my esteemed reputation, why would I condescend to ally with an ordinary core formation cultivator? Having uttered these words, Xuan Gu no longer engaged with the other party, closing his eyes to cultivate in silence, disregarding all distractions. The deep voice, recognizing the cue, ceased its inquiries, perhaps contemplating the veracity of Xuan Gu's assertions. After several hours had passed, as Xuan Gu began to exhibit signs of impatience, suspecting that Han Li might have encountered genuine peril, a swirling mist on one side began to roil. Suddenly, the thick fog parted, revealing three figures emerging side by side, none other than Han Li and the two fair maidens, Zi Ling and Yuan Yao. The enchanting Yuan Yao, however, remained shrouded in a black robe, concealing her exquisite beauty. Upon witnessing such a gathering, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, yet he swiftly made his way toward an unoccupied area without hesitation. Zi Ling and Yuan Yao exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively intending to follow suit. At that moment, a figure darted forward, a young man clad in a blue robe, his demeanor graceful and charming. He approached Zi Ling with eager concern, exclaiming, "How splendid! Zi Ling, you are unharmed. I have been quite worried about you." He stepped closer, intent on scrutinizing her for any signs of injury, his expression radiating genuine concern. "Li, I am perfectly fine," Zi Ling replied, momentarily halting her steps, managing a forced smile that flickered between joy and disquiet. Yuan Yao, with a knowing glance at the pair, gracefully drifted away, following Han Li. As Han Li found a secluded spot to stand alone, he turned to find Yuan Yao had followed him, which took him by surprise. However, he quickly furrowed his brow and remarked, "Miss Yuan, we have already distanced ourselves from the ghostly fog. What further matters compel you to accompany me?" Although Han Li found her beauty striking and felt a slight stirring of interest, he had no intention of joining forces with outsiders at this juncture, and thus delivered his words with an unmistakable chill. Yuan Yao, unfazed by his brusque demeanor, sighed softly and replied, "Brother Han, please do not take offense. Accompanying a fellow cultivator is but a necessity for me. You must understand that my treasure was severely depleted during my battle with the Ghost King, rendering me unable to utilize it. The dangers within this Void Sky Palace are numerous, and I know only you, Brother Han. This is my only course of action. Surely, you would not wish to witness Yuan Yao perish here." As she spoke, the black-robed maiden's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression one of sorrow, which caused Han Li's brows to furrow even deeper. "Miss Yuan, since you have revealed such sentiments, I must inquire further into certain matters. I am not a paragon of virtue, nor do I possess a heart overflowing with compassion. I would prefer not to be unwittingly exploited. Brother Han, feel free to ask whatever you wish. As long as it does not delve into personal matters, Yuan Yao shall ensure your inquiries are met to your satisfaction." The young woman's irritation simmered beneath her calm facade, sensing Han Li's lack of tender regard. Yet, she indeed had certain matters to attend to on this journey. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded gently in response. "My inquiry is quite simple. What specific objectives does you, Taoist Yuan, have for this expedition? How far do you intend to proceed? Furthermore, what underlying circumstances contributed to your initial alarm upon our meeting? Is there some significant trouble that you are entangled in? I have no desire to become embroiled in any disputes." Han Li, with his hands clasped behind his back, fixed his gaze upon her and inquired leisurely, his eyes not wavering in the slightest. Upon hearing the first two questions from Han Li, The woman's expression remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated them. However, when confronted with the final question, she paused, revealing a hint of panic, and with a forced smile, replied, "Your words are quite amusing, Taoist friend. What significant troubles could I possibly attract? My initial fright was merely due to since Miss Yuan does not intend to speak the truth, there is no need to continue. I have no interest in disingenuous words." Han Li interjected before she could finish, dismissively waving his hand. Seeing Han Li's unyielding demeanor, Yuan Yao's eyes finally flashed with anger. With a firm stamp of her delicate foot, she sulkily departed. Watching her retreating figure, Han Li exhibited no sign of disturbance. However, he soon cast a glance at the distant figure of the purple spirit fairy, who appeared calm as she conversed with a young male cultivator. Noticing Han Li's gaze, she offered him a light smile before turning back to whisper to the young man. At this moment, Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he withdrew his gaze. Yet, before he could ponder further, the voice of the Xuan Gu master echoed in his ears. "Your actions seem rather sluggish. I had thought you would struggle even to pass a mere ghostly mist. Have you encountered a ghost king?" Upon hearing this, Han Li turned to observe the distant ghostly mist and replied coolly, "I did encounter a formidable ghost on the way, but I dealt with it swiftly. However, I later encountered a large group of soul-harvesting spirits, which required considerable effort to evade." Soul-harvesting spirits? The Xuan Gu master's voice revealed a note of surprise. "What, senior? Do you practice the ghostly path and fear such beings?" Han Li inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor but with a hint of probing. How could this master fear such entities? "I am merely curious how the three of you managed to escape this ordeal," the Xuan Gu master responded, sidestepping the direct question. Han Li smirked inwardly, yet maintained a nonchalant tone as he replied, "There is not much to say. Merely a stroke of luck allowed me to narrowly escape this trial." Upon hearing this, it was evident that the Xuan Gu master inwardly cursed Han Li as a clever fox, but after a brief silence, he felt compelled to continue the conversation. "Very well. Since you are unwilling to share, I have no interest in pursuing further inquiries. When we next teleport, we shall act in unison. I will guide you to seize the Nine Chuing San. Afterward, you must lend me your strength to eradicate the extreme traitor." "Not a problem. As long as you can truly deliver the Nine Chuing San into my hands, I am willing to take the risk," Han Li responded decisively, without the slightest hesitation. It seemed he had long since made up his mind regarding this matter. The succinct and decisive response from the Xuan Gu master brought him considerable satisfaction. Thus, he chuckled lightly and fell silent. However, unbeknownst to him, a hint of derision crept onto Han Li's lips as he gazed into the distance, his eyes occasionally flashing with a cold glimmer. Suddenly, Han Li sensed that someone was observing him, prompting him to casually glance aside. To his dismay, he found himself under the watchful gaze of the extreme Ancestor, whose eyes gleamed with a trace of delight. Han Li expressionlessly turned his face back, his demeanor instantly shifting to a bitter smile. It appeared that even his desire to avoid a confrontation with the extreme Ancestor was futile. The other party seemed intent on persistently pursuing him. He could only wonder why he had become the object of this individual's fixation. Nevertheless, the extreme Ancestor seemed to harbor his own reservations. Otherwise, he would have exerted control over Han Li in the hall rather than exercising restraint until now. Frustrated, Han Li settled onto a patch of grass, adopting a meditative posture. Having expended considerable mana in the ghostly mist, he naturally sought to restore his optimal state to face the impending tribulations. The black-robed woman, Yuan Yao, stood at a distance, her gaze lingering on Han Li with a mixture of resentment and solitude. Although the purple spirit fairy, under the attentive concern of the male cultivator, smiled and engaged in conversation, her eyes inadvertently strayed towards Han Li, suggesting she harbored some unspoken thoughts. Han Li, however, remained oblivious to the actions of the two women, focusing solely on his breathing exercises. Time flew by swiftly, and as an entire day passed, many began to grow impatient. At the center of the encircled jade pavilions, a blinding white light erupted from a barren stone slab, capturing the attention of all the cultivators present. Drawing from their previous experiences, the onlookers exhibited no signs of surprise. Indeed, after the white light dissipated, a teleportation array appeared on the ground, identical in shape and size to the one before. Once again, the two white-clad elders from the Star Palace approached leisurely. Conducting a brief inspection before the kind-faced elder addressed the crowd, This teleportation array is the sole pathway to the next trial of the ice and fire road. Before entering the second stage, you will have some time to gather spirit herbs and fruits as a reward for completing the first stage. Should you find the next trial too perilous, you may return to this location and await your fate. In a month's time, a teleportation array will appear to directly return you to the hall, allowing you to depart at your leisure. However, whether you choose to face the second trial or remain content here, you will have only a single day to harvest the spirit medicine. Should you linger beyond this time out of greed, you will find yourself permanently trapped within. To my knowledge, no cultivator has ever re-emerged after being confined within during past openings of the Void Sky Hall. The reasons for their disappearance remain a mystery to this day. Therefore, I urge you not to harbor any delusions of fortune by deliberately remaining inside. The elder's voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the venue, ensuring that every cultivator heard him clearly. Among these individuals, some were aware of the situation yet appeared distracted, while others, oblivious, displayed expressions of astonishment. Once the elder finished speaking, he and another law elder stepped onto the teleportation array, vanishing from sight. This time, the other cultivators hesitated no longer and surged forward. After all, time was limited. The longer they had to search for spiritual treasures, the greater the likelihood of success. After receiving a casual glance from the mysterious figure, Han Li blended into the crowd and hastily teleported away. However, at the very moment of departure, he sensed the piercing gaze of the extreme Ancestor, which filled him with unease and ignited a fierce flame within him. His expression turned exceptionally grim as the white light erupted. Ultimately, knowing that others harbored ill intentions, yet finding himself powerless against them stirred a long-buried ferocity within Han Li. Once the radiance subsided, Han Li instinctively stepped out of the teleportation array and took a few strides before surveying his surroundings. The scene before him left him utterly dumbfounded. A cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, boundless emerald meadows, and distant majestic mountains, accompanied by the fragrant scent of blooming flora, filled the air. This was no celestial palace. It was undeniably a picturesque locale on solid ground. Han Li stood in stunned silence for an extended period. At that moment, the enigmatic figure emerged slowly from the teleportation array. Noticing Han Li's astonishment, he could not help but smirk and remarked, "What is the matter? Surprised? When I first arrived here, I was no less astonished than you. However, this is no mere illusion. It is a genuine realm that exists. It appears to be a secluded place far from the outside world, abundant in spiritual energy and an indescribable freshness." After speaking, he inhaled deeply, savoring the air. This must be a small space created by ancient, formidable cultivators of the wild era. Unfortunately, we, the descendants, have been unable to replicate their astonishing feats. The figure sighed, a hint of yearning for the ancients flickering in his eyes. To carve out the heavens and the earth alone. Hearing this, Han Li exhibited a look of disbelief, struggling to accept it. Perhaps sensing Han Li's thoughts, the figure calmly continued, "What is so remarkable about that? The powers of ancient cultivators far exceed our imagination and cannot be compared. Yet, it remains a mystery why these ancient practitioners vanished without a trace during a certain period. From then on, our cultivation world began to decline." Han Li refrained from disputing further, his gaze falling upon a narrow path before him. The trail was overgrown with unfamiliar wild grasses, appearing somewhat indistinct as it meandered into the unknown distance. For him, the astonishing powers of ancient cultivators and the enigma of their disappearance held no relevance to his present situation. It was imperative to address the matters at hand before concerning himself with the ancient practitioners. At the commencement of the week, I hope everyone will generously cast their recommendations for this book. May it once again grace the front page of the recommendation list. Volume 4. The Winds Rise from Overseas Chapter 448. The little stone mountain. After swiftly traversing several hundred miles along this narrow path, one would encounter a gorge ensconced with prohibitive barriers. This gorge, though not wide, is exceedingly long, presenting two entirely distinct realms on either side. Within, there are two passages, the Xianjing Path and the Lava Route. One exudes a bone-chilling cold, wherein a moment of carelessness could result in being encased in ice. The other radiates unbearable heat, with the risk of being reduced to ashes. Only upon reaching the gorge's end can one locate the teleportation array to exit, thus completing the second trial of the ice and fire path. Before entering the gorge, as those two celestial beings had mentioned, Every participant is granted a day's time to seek various heavenly herbs here. What one may discover is contingent upon individual fortune, remarked the Xuan Gu elder. Upon hearing this, Han Li moved his lips as if to inquire further, yet the Xuan Gu elder, sensing something, ceased his discourse. The teleportation array behind them shimmered with white light once more, as individuals continued to appear in succession. The newly arrived cultivators scarcely glanced at Han Li and the Xuan Gu elder, their faces alight with excitement as they transformed into streaks of light, darting towards the distant mountains, embodying the same fervor for treasure as their predecessors. Observing their departing figures, the Xuan Gu elder furrowed his brow, hesitated momentarily, and then declared, "We should also depart. Otherwise, if Zi Ling and the others emerge, it may lead to complications." Without waiting for Han Li's response, he transformed into a wisp of shadow and soared into the sky. Han Li maintained his composure, uttering nary a word, and followed suit, becoming a streak of azure light. Not long after Han Li and the Xuan Gu elder had vacated the area, Zi Ling, Wan Tianming, and a host of other Yuaning cultivators materialized in succession. Naturally, as representatives of both righteous and demonic paths, they stood divided, led by the burly figure of the demonic faction and Wan Tianming from the righteous side. Upon Ji Yin's emergence, he quickly scanned the surroundings but, upon failing to spot Han Li, felt a tinge of disappointment, though his visage betrayed none of it. He even maintained a jovial demeanor, engaging in quiet conversation with the scholarly elder. However, the enchanting woman, Wen Fu, cast a glance at the assembly and coldly interjected, "I shall go gather spiritual herbs, and will return to the pavilion afterward. You may contend amongst yourselves as you wish, but do not involve me." With that, she elegantly transformed into a brilliant flash of silver light and surged into the void, leaving both factions in a state of mutual bewilderment. Wan Tianming exchanged several grave glances with the demonic figures before murmuring a few words to Tian Wuzi and others. Subsequently, the trio ascended into the air simultaneously, merging into a radiant tricolor mist and hastily darting in a unified direction. The remaining elders of the demonic faction stared at one another in astonishment, uncertain whether to pursue or to carry on with their own endeavors, caught somewhat off guard. Yet, before they could react, the righteous cultivators had already vanished from sight. Upon witnessing this, the extreme ancestor's eyes flickered with a peculiar glint. After clearing his throat, he smiled and said, "Brother Qing, brother man, I must depart to gather a few spirit herbs for alchemy, so I bid you farewell for now. We shall meet again at the mouth of the canyon." With these words, the extreme ancestor swept his sleeve, releasing a thick plume of black mist that enveloped the ugly figure beside him. A gust of sinister wind arose, and he vanished without a trace. Brother man, observing this scene, felt a subtle change in his demeanor, his expression darkening. The elderly figure in the green robe furrowed his brow, revealing a contemplative look. This fellow, Extreme Yin, has fled rather swiftly. It seems his evasion techniques have become increasingly exquisite. Brother Qing, if you have no pressing matters, would you accompany me to gather some longevity fruits? Your assistance would significantly enhance my chances against the mountain demon guarding the spirit tree. You would receive your share in return. Given your age, this fruit could greatly extend your lifespan. The scholarly elder, Qing Yi, was momentarily taken aback by the proposition. However, after a brief contemplation, he responded with a hint of embarrassment, "Brother man, I sincerely apologize. I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot accompany you on this venture. Let us reconvene at the canyon entrance." With a courteous bow, the elder departed swiftly. Brother man's countenance darkened ominously. "Humph. Do they truly believe that I require their assistance to acquire the longevity fruits? Once we reach the inner sanctum, they shall witness my prowess." He muttered to himself, then stomped his foot, ascending into the sky, where a flash of yellow light enveloped him before he vanished. Meanwhile, Han Li had been flying for over 2 hours, accompanied by the shadowy cloud formed by the Xuan Gu figure. The landscape beneath him had transformed from the expansive plains to a vast array of undulating mountains, rising and falling magnificently. "How much farther to the location you mentioned? I fear that if we continue flying like this, we might reach the end of this space." Han Li, encased in a swirling azure sword light, could no longer contain his impatience. A cold laugh emanated from the shadowy cloud ahead, followed by the Xuan Gu figure's unceremonious reply. "Do you think treasures like the 9-curved spirit ginseng are found within easy reach? If that were the case, it would not be yours or mine to claim. Young man, If you desire such substantial rewards, you must cultivate a degree of patience. Though Han Li felt a flash of cold ire at the reprimanding tone, he refrained from retorting. After all, the true age and experience of this old monster afforded him the right to speak in such a manner. While he harbored some discontent, he chose not to voice any futile complaints. However, after flying straight for so long without nearing their destination, unease began to creep into Han Li's heart. He couldn't help but exercise greater caution against the old demon, wary of any potential treachery. Their alliance was hardly dependable, and Han Li was not convinced that the other party had flown this far into the space without reason in the past, in search of the elusive spiritual herbs. The mountains that soared around them brimmed with abundant spiritual energy, surely promising some discoveries, particularly among the peaks. Han Li could distinctly sense the thick waves of spiritual aura even from his aerial vantage point. Such spiritually rich mountains must harbor exceedingly rare herbs. Han Li found it hard to believe that the other party had merely overlooked them in their haste, perhaps sensing Han Li's skepticism or perhaps due to his silence. The Xuan Gu master conveyed a note of hesitation. I have traversed this space twice before. The 9-curved spirit ginseng was fortuitously discovered during my first visit. At that time, I was pursuing a spiritual bird, which propelled me to fly this far. Otherwise, this ginseng would not have had the chance to manifest. Given its immense value, it is nearly akin to celestial treasures, and such a rarity would hardly be found in this place. I suspect that this spirit ginseng may have emerged from the fortuitous convergence of the vast spiritual energy in this semi-closed space over the years. A phenomenon unforeseen by the ancient cultivators. It seems you are fortunate indeed. As the Xuan Gu master concluded, a rare hint of envy and regret colored his tone. Is that so? Han Li listened, still harboring doubts and maintaining his vigilance, yet feeling somewhat reassured. After a considerable duration of flight, the ominous clouds came to a halt, and they remained suspended in the air. We have arrived. This is the place. However, do not rush down. The 9-curved spirit ginseng possesses an acute sense of awareness. If it detects any anomaly, it will burrow into the rocks and vanish. It is wise to deliberate before making a move. We wouldn't want to return empty-handed. The Xuan Gu master gazed intently below, his eyes flickering with intensity as he spoke at a measured pace. Are you certain this is the right location, senior? Is this truly where the spiritual entity resides? Han Li surveyed the scene below, revealing a look of incredulity. Beneath them was an unremarkable small rocky hill, barren of any vegetation and possessing a pitifully scarce supply of spiritual energy. Compared to the towering mountains nearby, it was nothing short of a stark contrast. Han Li found it hard to believe that such a desolate hill could be the dwelling place of the 9-curved spirit ginseng. Are you quite astonished? Before I laid eyes on the ginseng, I was equally taken aback. Yet, it indeed lurks somewhere within this mountain. The Xuan Gu master's ominous demeanor gradually dissipated, revealing his form as he regarded Han Li with a knowing, enigmatic smile. With the Xuan Gu master's assertion, Han Li chose to remain silent, simply observing the actions below with a discerning gaze. The Xuan Gu master, unperturbed by Han Li's presence, focused intently downward, his eyes suddenly emanating a crimson glow that startled Han Li. Tonight, another chapter awaits. I hope everyone will cast more votes of recommendation to support this book. Thank you all in advance. Amidst the crimson illumination, the Xuan Gu master's terrifyingly red eyes rotated a few times before the radiance gradually waned. Indeed, the 9-curved spirit ginseng remains here, its lingering ethereal energy faintly visible upon the surface of the stone mountain. Once his eyes returned to their usual hue, Xuan Gu spoke calmly. Upon hearing the old demon's words, Han Li felt a stir within and infused his gaze with spiritual energy, intently scrutinizing the small mountain. However, the outcome left him greatly disappointed, as he discerned nothing extraordinary upon its summit. Xuan Gu, noticing the flicker of azure light in Han Li's eyes, understood his intentions and, with a dismissive smile, remarked coldly, "Do not harbor delusions of perceiving the ethereal energy of the 9-curved spirit ginseng. Only cultivators with exceptionally potent consciousness can achieve such a feat at the very least. One must have attained the nascent soul stage to possess this capability. Although I have shifted my cultivation to the ghost path, my former formidable consciousness remains entirely intact." There was an undertone of contempt in Xuan Gu's words. Han Li maintained a stoic expression, yet, spurred by the unintentional reminder from his companion, The great transformation technique within him began to flow gradually. Moments later, a flicker of joy sparked in Han Li's heart, for his eyes finally captured a wisp of azure mist upon the stone mountain, erratically scattered and faint to the utmost degree. Fortuitously, prior to my arrival, I had already conceived the notion of discreetly seizing this 9-curved spirit ginseng. Thus, I prepared certain unique items on a small island I passed. Now, I shall lay a trap for the ginseng, enticing it to leap into my grasp with ease. Unbeknownst to Han Li, Xuan Gu, who could also perceive the ethereal energy, spoke nonchalantly while gazing at the stone mountain below. He then reached into his storage bag and retrieved a resplendent object, cradling it in his palm. "What is this?" Han Li asked, momentarily taken aback. It was a golden sphere, the size of a chicken egg, emanating a faint luminescence, seemingly crafted through a particular process of refinement. Noticing Han Li's confusion, Xuan Gu let out a cold chuckle and abruptly grasped the sphere, whereupon a flash of dark light enveloped his hand. A slender golden thread erupted from the sphere, extending ever longer as it rapidly intertwined before Xuan Gu, deftly weaving itself into a small golden net, no larger than a palm, yet exquisitely crafted and shimmering brightly. Only pure gold could ensnare the 9-curved spirit ginseng. It could effortlessly evade all other treasures and artifacts. Take this item with care when the time comes. Use it to capture the ginseng should it attempt to flee, Xuan Gu instructed Han Li with solemnity. Upon hearing these words, Han Li raised an eyebrow, contemplated for a moment, and without further ado, beckoned the golden net. With a swift whoosh, the net flew into Han Li's hand, which he promptly placed into his storage bag without a glance back. Observing this, Xuan Gu's face betrayed a hint of a smile as he flipped his palm and produced 4 small, earth-yellow flags. The runes upon these flags were layered and shimmered with a hidden radiance. At the sight of these small flags, Han Li, given his current proficiency in formations, was initially taken aback. However, after a moment of contemplation, disbelief crossed his features. "What? Does my old brother Han recognize these flags as well?" Xuan Gu inquired. Surprised by Han Li's reaction, Han Li did not respond immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the small flags for a while longer before raising his head with a solemn expression and saying, "Could this possibly be the array tools of the 4 symbols, Xuan Wu formation? Apart from this ancient array, I truly cannot conceive of any other flags capable of forming a substantial earth attribute formation solely with these 4 small flags. To my surprise, you are well versed in the art of formations. It seems I have indeed chosen the right person to assist me. Indeed, these are the array flags I crafted during my journey, the 4 symbols Xuan Wu formation. Only this formation can restrain the earth and stones within several dozen feet, solidifying them like iron to trap the 9 curves spiritual ginseng. Since you comprehend the path of formations, I shall entrust this array to you to arrange while I investigate the specific whereabouts of the ginseng." A flicker of surprise flashed across Xuan Gu's face, but he quickly returned to his composure and continued. He then handed the 4 yellow flags to Han Li with great openness, transforming himself into a wisp of shadowy cloud. Silently soaring toward the small mountain, Han Li glanced at the array flags in his hand, and then at the retreating figure of the old demon, a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes. After licking his lips, he let out a cold laugh and flew off toward another location below. At this moment, a deep male voice echoed from within the departing Xuan Gu. "Xuan Gu, what does it mean to hand the array flags to the other party? I did not perceive that your relationship with him was so profound. Are you perhaps harboring some ulterior motive?" It seemed that this man was quite familiar with Xuan Gu. "What do you mean?" "By allowing this Han fellow to personally arrange the flags, he will be at ease entering the formation to capture the ginseng. Meanwhile, I shall seize this opportunity to eliminate him," Xuan Gu suddenly said ominously, his voice chillingly cold. "Eliminate him now? I must not have heard correctly. I assumed we would at least wait until after dealing with Zi Ling before making a move against him." The deep-voiced man expressed his surprise. "Not an option. This Han fellow is exceedingly cunning. Given time, I fear that the longer we wait, the more complications may arise. Furthermore, he undoubtedly has his own schemes. I cannot guarantee I can control him. Should he suddenly betray me to that traitor Zi Ling, it would be disastrous. Although the likelihood of such a betrayal is minimal, I, Xuan Gu, will not take any further risks. After experiencing betrayal once, I have sworn never to trust anyone again," Xuan Gu stated coldly. "And you never intended to hand over the 9 curves spiritual ginseng to him from the start?" The man lazily continued. Indeed, I have invested so much effort into this spiritual object. How could I willingly part with it? Even if this ginseng does not significantly enhance our cultivation, possessing it allows us to exchange it for what we desire. It remains exceedingly valuable. Moreover, this individual possesses the golden thunder bamboo artifact, which will inevitably become a formidable foe for our demonic kind. It is better to eliminate him sooner rather than later. By the way, what do you think of this Han fellow's physical form? Xuan Gu's expression darkened, but then he abruptly shifted the conversation, asking this unexpected question. The man was taken aback for a moment, but soon became extremely excited. You wish to assist me in seizing this person's body. That is splendid. But what about Zi Ling? Do you not intend to confront him? He inquired hesitantly. The extreme Yin great art is one I personally imparted, Xuan Gu replied. The martial arts technique has long contained a flaw that could lead to his demise. When the moment arrives, as long as he is isolated, the two of us, with our corporeal forms, shall join forces to ensure his end. Xuan Gu spoke with great confidence. This should have been done long ago. However, did you intend to eliminate that lad surnamed Han from the very beginning? If so, it is quite cunning of you to seek an alliance with him. The man expressed his admiration for Xuan Gu's cunning. Your words flatter me. Before encountering you, I genuinely wished to ally with him against the forces of extreme darkness. After all, even with my knowledge of the flaw in the traitor's technique, having more allies increases our chances of success. Yet now that I have met you, an old acquaintance, there is no need for him. It is better to eliminate him early and prevent future troubles. Xuan Gu replied nonchalantly. You truly excel at theatrics. Your anxious demeanor at the Jade Pavilion led me to believe you desperately needed his assistance. I never anticipated you had already harbored murderous intent. The man sighed, his tone tinged with complexity. My anxiety was real, but not out of fear that he could not aid me in vengeance. Rather, I feared that his golden thunder bamboo flying sword might fall into the hands of others. That would be equally detrimental to us specters of the dark path. Xuan Gu scoffed, knowing the opponent possesses the golden thunder bamboo treasure, yet still daring to act so recklessly. Do you truly feel confident? The man fell silent for a moment, concern evident in his voice. This matter directly pertains to him, thus he needed to inquire further. At this moment, Xuan Gu hovered low over the stone mountain, continuously circling. The original plan was to capture the 9 curves spiritual ginseng, and then use the 4 symbols black tortoise formation to trap him inside, while he attempted to capture the ginseng with a golden net. However, I never anticipated that he would also be proficient in certain formations. Immediately, I decided to hand over those formation flags to him. Consequently, my plan became even more flawless. Xuan Gu revealed a mysterious smile, speaking with deeper implications. Did you tamper with those formation flags? The man began to understand, enlightenment dawning upon him. Haha, you will find out in due time. For now, we must locate the 9 curves spiritual ginseng. Otherwise, that lad will surely not fall for our ruse. Xuan Gu skillfully sidestepped the main issue. The man let out a slight snort, appearing somewhat displeased. Speaking of which, the method of cultivating this spectral art was imparted to me by you. I intended to use this technique to search for the ginseng, but after being harmed by the traitor, it ultimately became my lifeline. Xuan Gu's eyes glinted with cold light. It cannot be considered a true impartation. It was merely a matter of mutual necessity. The man responded with a hint of nostalgia. Volume 4, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 450, Manifestation. Dear readers, Happy New Year. Enough of this idle chatter. Assist me in locating the 9 curves spiritual ginseng, and then we can eliminate that lad, granting you your corporeal form. Xuan Gu's voice turned cold, interrupting. No problem. With our combined spirit-seeking techniques, finding a single ginseng will be as effortless as a breeze. The man scoffed. Then let us proceed. With these words, Xuan Gu's expression darkened as he flicked his sleeve downward. 2 slender streams of black mist swiftly emerged from the cuffs, vanishing into the ground upon contact, leaving no trace behind. Simultaneously, beneath Xuan Gu's feet, an extraordinarily faint green light flickered and disappeared in an instant. Xuan Gu himself floated in the low air, with his head bowed and eyes closed, remaining utterly still. Meanwhile, in a clearing near the stone mountain, Han Li toyed with a yellow formation flag in his hand, his expression unperturbed, yet his gaze flickering with indecision, as if pondering a matter that brought forth a hint of hesitation in his brows. Suddenly, he raised his hand, releasing a beam of yellow light. As the small flag was firmly planted into the ground, Though there was nothing overtly amiss with the formation flag, did you truly believe I would be without any precautions? Han Li murmured to himself, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, he rummaged through his storage pouch, producing over a dozen remarkably similar yellow flags, imbued with an intense, earthy spirit energy. A peculiar expression crossed Han Li's face as he gazed at the shimmering flags. Not long after, Xuan Gu's expression shifted, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Two streams of black mist and a beam of green light surged from the ground, swiftly entering Xuan Gu's body. Found it. That nine-curved spiritual ginseng truly knows how to conceal itself, having nestled within a crevice of a massive stone. If not for a meticulous search, it would indeed be challenging to uncover, the robust voice within Xuan Gu's mind remarked with a hint of pride. Good, as long as it is found. Now, let me see if that young man has properly arranged the flags and fallen into the trap. You must be cautious. Do not reveal yourself carelessly, lest you be discovered by the opponent, Xuan Gu solemnly advised. Rest assured, the transformation technique I employ is undetectable unless one possesses the divine sense of a nascent soul stage cultivator. However, should you fail to subdue the opponent later, do not expect my assistance. His golden thunder bamboo is indeed my nemesis without a corporeal spirit. I do not wish to be obliterated by the exorcising divine thunder. The man warned ominously. Humph. I require no assistance to deal with a mere nascent cultivator. I possess ample confidence that I can handle this individual on my own. Furthermore, you need not fear the exorcising divine thunder, for during our previous confrontation, those golden thunder bamboo flying swords had only recently been unleashed. The remaining divine thunder within the artifacts should have been exhausted during the passage through the ghost fog. His current golden thunder bamboo flying swords pose no threat. However, the swarm of golden and silver beetles he unleashed during our battle did instill a sense of caution within me. Given my experience, I find it odd that I remain unaware of the nature of these insects. They must be rather formidable compared to the ordinary, Xuan Gu remarked with a calm demeanor. Oh, without the exorcising divine thunder, this individual poses little threat. At that time, I shall decide whether to intervene based on the circumstances, the man replied, his tone lightening. After hearing this, Xuan Gu merely curled the corner of his mouth slightly and fell silent. Although he possessed a fragment of the opponent's life essence, he understood that it was insufficient for complete control over the adversary. The opponent has been immersed in the realm of spirits for many years, possessing skills and soul control that surpass his own. It is possible that even if he were to inflict substantial damage, the other party could easily break free from his grasp. He is reluctant to apply excessive pressure. Xuan Gu glanced around and transformed into a cloud of shadows, soaring toward Han Li's location. Moments later, he found Han Li and descended. Although the ground here was relatively flat, it was overgrown with wild grass, and a sparse grove of trees stood in the background. Is everything prepared? Xuan Gu inquired nonchalantly as he materialized before Han Li. Of course, it's right over there, Han Li replied, leaning against a large tree, lazily gesturing backward. Xuan Gu focused his gaze and indeed observed significant fluctuations of earth spirit energy emanating from the woods behind Han Li. A sense of joy filled Xuan Gu's heart. However, he subsequently retrieved a jade box from his storage bag and opened it in Han Li's presence. What is this? As soon as the box was opened, a foul stench assaulted the senses. Han Li instinctively straightened up, holding his breath, and took a few cautious steps back, his expression wary as he regarded Xuan Gu. Do not be alarmed. This is the excrement of a musk deer. Though it appears repugnant, it possesses a tremendous allure for the Nine Xuan San. Once placed within the formation, the avatar of the Nine Xuan San will undoubtedly come seeking it. At that point, we can easily subdue this avatar and excavate the essence of the Ling San without fear of its escape. Xuan Gu cast a sidelong glance at Han Li, maintaining his impassive demeanor as he spoke. Musk deer excrement? Upon hearing this, Han Li examined the jade box in Xuan Gu's hand. He could now see clearly that it contained a block-sized object, approximately the size of his thumb, pale yellow in color. The overpowering odor emanated from this very item. Han Li couldn't help but feel astonished. He was well aware of the musk deer, a peculiar spirit beast raised by cultivators, characterized by its fiery red horns that exude a unique fragrance, renowned for soothing the mind and spirit, making it a favorite among practitioners. However, he was taken aback by the fact that such a spirit beast's excrement could be so foul, while the likes of the Nine Xuan San would be attracted to it. This left Han Li somewhat speechless. Nonetheless, Noticing Xuan Gu's expressionless face, he managed a smile and said, "Then I kindly ask you, esteemed senior, to place this item within the formation. I shall check the stability of the formation flags to ensure everything is secure. I will remain here to capture the avatar, while I leave the extraction of the true essence of the Nine Chinsan to you." After saying this, Han Li clasped his fists and walked back into the woods behind him, vanishing from sight in a moment with some unknown method. Xuan Gu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the woods filled with Earth's spirit energy, and furrowed his brow in contemplation. However, after a brief twitch at the corner of his mouth, he raised his hand. A serpent formed of black mist darted toward the jade box and, with precision, placed it firmly on the ground in the heart of the woods before swiftly returning. After completing this task, Han Li's figure was still nowhere to be seen, causing a fleeting shadow of concern to cross Xuan Gu's face. Yet, without uttering a word, he took to the skies and departed. The very manipulations he performed on the formation flags instilled a sense of trepidation within him. The mocking voice of a robust man echoed suddenly in Xuan Gu's mind. "Exercise caution, and you shall not err gravely. I shall first test the formation to ascertain whether it has indeed been arranged with the flags I provided. Although it is highly improbable that the opponent possesses flags of the Earth attribute, I am not inclined to take unnecessary risks." Xuan Gu remarked nonchalantly. "If only you had exhibited such prudence from the outset, you would not have found yourself in this predicament," the man observed with a tsk of his tongue. "It seems that the significant loss you suffered previously was not in vain, dear Xuan Gu." Xuan Gu, unable to discern whether the man was offering praise or ridicule, felt a wave of frustration wash over him, prompting him to disregard the man's comments. Subsequently, Xuan Gu levitated in the air, halting momentarily. With his right hand, he spread his fingers, producing another yellow formation flag in his palm. This flag, resembling the four he had entrusted to Han Li, was of a smaller, more delicate design. Xuan Gu regarded the small flag with solemnity, giving it a gentle shake. Instantly, the flag emitted a faint yellow glow, spinning gracefully in Xuan Gu's hand before pointing directly toward the grove below. Observing this, Xuan Gu let out a long sigh, a sly smile creeping across his face. He then stowed the small flag away, glanced in the direction of the grand formation, and hastened toward a certain location on the small rocky mountain. At that moment, Han Li finally emerged from the depths of the grove. Watching Xuan Gu's retreating figure, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, his form became indistinct, vanishing suddenly from sight, leaving only a whisper of the breeze and withered grass in his wake. Time passed gradually, and the jade box on the ground began to emanate an increasingly foul odor, causing Han Li, who had been lurking nearby in a large tree, to furrow his brows tightly, forcing himself to hold his breath. As time wore on, anxiety began to rise within Han Li. The time he could afford to remain here was truly limited. If the Nine Curves spiritual ginseng did not show itself soon, he would have no choice but to abandon this endeavor and return. As Han Li pondered this, his expression shifted. His consciousness detected a small entity intruding into the grove, eliciting a surge of excitement within him. He immediately cloaked his presence, fixating his gaze unwaveringly on the location of the jade box. In a flash of yellow light, a peculiar wild rabbit materialized on the grass outside the formation. This rabbit was entirely snow white, its blood-red eyes darting about incessantly, displaying an overtly timid demeanor. Despite this, the rabbit's pink nose continued to sniff in the direction of the jade box, its face occasionally betraying an almost human-like ecstasy in response to the odor. What was repugnant to Han Li appeared to be a source of great enjoyment for this small creature. Haha, wishing everyone a happy new year. There will be another chapter tonight, though it may be a bit late. You can always read it tomorrow. Chapter 451, The Turning Tide Without Question. This little creature was undoubtedly the embodiment of the Nine Curves spiritual ginseng. Han Li watched the white rabbit with eager anticipation. As the grand array operated at full capacity, the ethereal essence emanating from the white rabbit was astonishingly radiant. Truly, it was a remarkable creation of nature. Han Li, deeply moved yet resolute, had already formed a precise incantation in his hands, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the white rabbit. The creature, stationed outside the array, sniffed the air for a moment before circling the jade box several times with its fiery red eyes. Clearly, it was not content merely to observe from a distance and seemed intent on devising some cunning plan. Observing the rabbit's remarkable intelligence, Han Li grew increasingly cautious. a hint of tension flickering across his features. After all, the nine-curved spirit ginseng was known for its mastery of escape techniques. A moment's carelessness could render all his efforts futile. After circling the perimeter of the array, the little creature's long ears twitched incessantly, as if sensing something unusual in the surrounding spiritual energy, yet it hesitated to step into the formation. Han Li felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that the spirit ginseng had discerned the trap and would refrain from entering the array. He contemplated whether to summon the golden net immediately to capture this entity by force, though he felt woefully uncertain about his chances. Just as Han Li wavered in his decision, the white rabbit suddenly flickered, leaping several times before vanishing into the nearby underbrush. Witnessing this, Han Li stood frozen in shock. However, at that moment, from another patch of grass, a white shadow darted forth. The rabbit, leaving afterimages in its wake, shot towards the jade box, swiftly seized the item within, and without hesitation, turned to bolt away. Though momentarily taken aback by the creature's rapid actions, Han Li quickly regained his composure. He could not allow it to escape after executing such a trivial ruse. In an instant, a beam of yellow light surged down from the tree, striking precisely along the rabbit's intended path back. Startled, the rabbit twisted midair, altering its trajectory toward another direction. Yet, it was too late. A square-shaped yellow barrier suddenly rose around them, sealing the area securely. The rabbit collided with the luminous barrier, bouncing back to the ground. After rolling several times, it regained its footing, panic evident in its eyes. However, the rabbit soon shimmered with white light, transforming into a fist-sized orb of multicolored brilliance, and burrowed towards the ground. Yet, as the yellow light flashed, the orb barely penetrated the soil before being repelled back to the surface. Now truly alarmed, the multicolored orb flitted about within the barrier like a headless fly, yet, without exception, it was thwarted at every turn. At that moment, a golden light shot down from the tree, enveloping the orb just as it leaped once more into the air, catching it unawares. In an instant, Han Li materialized on the ground, the golden light soaring into his hand, revealing the golden net that Xuan Gu had entrusted to him. The white rabbit, now revealed within the net, struggled desperately, its form wavering between clarity and obscurity, growing larger and smaller in vain, yet all efforts were futile. As the golden net transformed in size, it ensnared the object within with unwavering firmness. Observing this scene, Han Li smiled with delight. He drew the golden net closer, scrutinizing the white rabbit within, and without hesitation, secured the net at his waist. He then settled into a cross-legged position at the center of the formation. Showing no intention of halting the array, Han Li now intended to patiently await the extraction of the essence of the Nine Tisan by the mysterious figure before they reconvened. However, prior to that, he retrieved the ancient treasure of the flower basket from his storage pouch and positioned it before him with solemnity. He then released two jinsheng from the spirit beast bags, allowing them to hover above his head, forming a magnificent display of gold and silver. With this elaborate arrangement, Han Li hoped to subtly prompt the mysterious figure to act favorably. Ideally, he wished to avoid any confrontation and receive the Minsan without conflict. He understood that only by demonstrating his formidable strength could the alliance between them endure. Of course, should the other party harbor any murderous intent, he would not hesitate to strike first, regardless of the efficacy of the Nine San in aiding the formation of the primordial infant. It was a prize he was determined to secure. After all, the renown of this spiritual herb was immense. Even if it proved ineffective for his purposes, it surely possessed other extraordinary properties. Lost in thought, Han Li instinctively opened his eyes and cast a glance at the 9's avatar, the white rabbit at his waist. To his astonishment, the creature had lost its previous vigor, appearing utterly listless and drained. Realizing that its essence had undoubtedly been extracted by the mysterious figure, he immediately directed his gaze to the high skies beyond the forest. After a brief interlude, the shadowy cloud that embodied the mysterious figure finally descended, hovering above the formation without dispersing, remaining silent in the air. Han Li stood up with an expressionless demeanor, fixated on the cloud, his lips sealed. After a prolonged silence, a chilling voice emanated from within the cloud. "What is the meaning of your demeanor?" As if facing a formidable enemy. The voice of the mysterious figure was icy and piercing. "Nothing of significance. I merely fear that my low cultivation level may provoke the elder's wrath," Han Li replied calmly. "Humph. You are overly suspicious. If I had no intention of giving you the spiritual item, why would I have gone to such lengths to bring you here? Do not forget, I still require your assistance in dealing with that traitor. The mysterious figure's voice hinted at suppressed fury. Perhaps the elder is unaware of the saying. This moment is not the same as the last. While you may have needed my aid upon entering the Xin, it seems you now have other allies, Han Li retorted, his gaze radiating a cold glint akin to a blade. What do you mean by that? The voice from the cloud grew colder, revealing a hint of astonishment. There is no need for further pretense, elder. Please summon your other companion. I witnessed the earlier transformation as you searched for the Rinzan. There is no need to hide any longer. Han Li furrowed his brows slightly, expressing some impatience as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, the shadowy figure of Xuan Gu fell into silence. However, it was not long before a deep voice, unfamiliar yet commanding, resonated from the clouds. Youngster, how did you unearth my presence? I refuse to believe you could penetrate my transformation techniques. The owner of the voice inquired bluntly. I have no interest in answering questions posed by strangers. I merely wish to ask you once more, Xuan Gu. Do you truly desire a battle that would lead to our mutual destruction, thereby benefiting that extreme entity? Han Li remarked, a mocking expression gracing his features. Mutual destruction. You certainly overestimate yourself. Though eliminating you may require some effort, such a cost is one I am more than willing to bear. Upon finishing his words, a sudden burst of yellow light shot forth from the shadowy clouds, striking the protective barrier of the formation. The barrier's hue changed abruptly from yellow to a fiery crimson, the center becoming intensely heated, akin to a massive furnace. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Li's demeanor remained unchanged. He merely sighed softly and with a single hand raised, cast a cyan spell upon the barrier. Instantly, the yellow and red colors fluctuated several times before reverting to their original hue, rendering the previous scorching heat a mere illusion. What have you done to my formation flag? A voice of astonishment emerged from the clouds. Done? If anyone has manipulated anything, it would be you. Han Li had no intention of providing an answer. Very well. How well are you utilizing my golden silk ball? Xuan Gu's tone shifted to a cold, mocking one. What? Could it be that you? Han Li's expression changed dramatically. Suddenly recalling something, he attempted to remove the golden silk net from his waist and cast it away. Yet, as soon as Xuan Gu's words fell, the net flickered and transformed into an inky black hue. It then morphed into a thin veil of black mist, swiftly enveloping Han Li, tightening around him instantly. The rabbit trapped within showed no signs of struggle, seemingly rendered unconscious. Suddenly ensnared, even Han Li's usually calm demeanor faltered. Youngster, how does the taste of the soul silk feel? Can you still muster a shred of your inner energy? The voice from the shadowy clouds echoed with triumphant laughter. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a surge of alarm and hastily attempted to summon his energy, only to have his complexion turn ashen. From the 1st to the 7th of the month, double votes are available. Those wishing to support this book should do so during this period. Additionally, I hope everyone can lend a hand in helping the author gain more recommendation votes for the rankings. Han Li felt as if his internal energy had solidified, entirely inaccessible. Clearly, the enigmatic soul silk had bound his true essence. A wave of dread washed over him as he focused intently on the black threads. The lines were densely intertwined around him, glossy and black, exuding a faint aura of energy, unmistakably sinister in nature. Han Li's skin involuntarily twitched. When he initially obtained the golden net, he had entertained doubts about whether the opposing party had tampered with it. However, after meticulous examination on several occasions, he had found no anomalies. He was not equipped with any other pure gold artifacts, thus he had no choice but to resolutely use this item. However, once he successfully ensnared the spirit's avatar with the golden net, he temporarily cast aside his doubts. Little did he expect that, upon turning against the opponent, he would be ambushed with this very object, rendering him momentarily unable to utilize his spiritual energy. Yet, the pallor on Han Li's face only lingered for a brief moment before he regained his composure. He quickly recalled that there was a protective formation outside, and for the time being, his adversary would be powerless against him. This provided him ample opportunity to devise a means to break free from the binding. With this thought, Han Li let out a cold chuckle and was about to summon the swarm of gold-devouring insects above him when a faint sound of a puff echoed from behind. The sound was so subtle that had it not been for Han Li's already heightened perception, which permeated the entire formation, he might have overlooked this anomaly. A chill ran down Han Li's spine as he instinctively spun around. Simultaneously, he emitted a sharp cry, and the swarm of gold-devouring insects surged forth, overwhelming the area behind him. A thunderous crash resonated from the rear, causing Han Li's expression to darken. He beheld the swarm of insects valiantly attempting to block a bizarre figure cloaked in emerald green, which was fiercely resisting their onslaught. Although the figure's features were obscured and shrouded in a ghostly aura, its hands transformed into two gigantic green serpents that danced wildly, swatting away the encroaching insects and preventing them from nearing even a step. The swarm was momentarily rendered ineffective. What astonished Han Li even further was that the protective barrier behind him remained intact. How had this ghostly figure managed to infiltrate his rear without triggering the formation's defenses? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he heard a voice filled with outrage emanating from the green figure. What are these ghastly insects that can even consume my incorporeal body? This is utterly preposterous. The voice was unmistakably that of the unfamiliar man from earlier, now exhibiting a rather agitated demeanor. Han Li then noticed that although the green serpents had flung the gold-devouring insects away, they had still managed to bite into the serpents upon contact, devouring specks of green light, which explained the adversary's fury. It was perplexing how this individual had stealthily approached from behind, launching a surprise attack after previously conversing from the clouds. Han Li found himself bewildered by this question, but it flitted through his mind and was quickly dismissed. Now was not the time for contemplation. He had no intention of engaging in dialogue with his opponent, and the shrill cries from his mouth rang out once more. Instantly, a small portion of the gold-devouring insects broke away from the fray and flew towards him, rapidly covering his body and voraciously tearing at the black threads. The loss of his spiritual power forced Han Li to rely on his voice to command the insects. He had to extricate himself before the opponent devised a countermeasure against the gold-devouring swarm. After all, he vividly remembered the incident where the insects were severely weakened by a ghostly roar amidst the mist. He was fearful that his adversary might employ a similar tactic. That would be disastrous. At that moment, the surrounding barrier seemed to be struck by some heavy object, flickering with yellow light before the wall began to tremble. Upon witnessing this, Han Li coldly turned his gaze back. It was the ethereal bone in midair that, in response to the movements of the green apparition, launched an assault at that moment. Enormous black orbs, each roughly the diameter of a zhong, shot forth from the ominous clouds, striking fiercely against the protective barrier. It appeared that the ward would not endure for much longer. A flicker of unusual light danced in Han Li's eyes, and he chose to disregard the situation behind him. He focused on the frenzied green shadow, obstructed by the voracious golden insects a mere 10 zhong away, his lips pressed tightly together, his expression devoid of emotion. In that brief moment, the strands of shadowy souls surrounding him had already been partially severed by the relentless bites of the flying insects. Han Li sensed his true essence stirring within him, a hint of joy flickering across his face. As long as his magical power could be restored, numerous tactics would be at his disposal. However, just then, the green apparition emitted a low roar, its form suddenly twisting and transforming into a rapidly spinning colossal top, plunging into the swarm of insects ahead and propelling itself several zhong further, drawing closer to Han Li. Thousands of voracious golden insects surged forward in succession. Although most were swiftly flung aside by the gigantic top, a small fraction clung tenaciously to it, drastically reducing its speed. The rest of the flying insects, observing this, wasted no time in overwhelming it. Moments later, the green shadow was entirely covered by the multitude of voracious golden insects, rendering it immobile, on the verge of repeating the gruesome fate it had witnessed amidst the ghostly mist. Yet, Han Li was taken aback. Instead of feeling pleased at the apparent self-destruction of the green specter, a sense of unease washed over him. Events unfolding below soon confirmed his foreboding. The green apparition, now fully enshrouded by the voracious golden insects, expanded dramatically within a mere breath, transforming into a bulging orb radiating a dazzling green light. This is bad, Han Li thought, instinctively attempting to summon back the voracious golden insects. But before he could utter a word, a deafening explosion erupted as the orb burst apart. An icy, malevolent aura immediately engulfed all the flying insects within its vicinity. Following this, from the center of the explosion, where the green light shone most brilliantly, a faint green thread darted out, swiftly piercing through the remnants of black silk binding Han Li. Your body has been claimed by me. The voice echoed with manic laughter as the green thread abruptly transformed into a grotesque, several-foot-tall demonic visage, lunging towards him. Observing this scene from above, the ethereal bone displayed a hint of a smile, halting its attacks. Although the protective barrier was on the brink of collapse with just a few more strikes, Han Li's gaze remained icy as he stared at the demonic head charging towards him. Yet, as it closed in to a mere zhang away, a flicker of fierce malevolence flashed in his eyes, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his being. This ferocity was so tangible that even the approaching demonic head momentarily hesitated. In a sudden motion, Han Li opened his mouth wide, unleashing a massive arc of golden lightning that erupted forth, piercing through the demonic face that was unable to evade at such close range. With a mournful wail, the ghostly figure was swiftly transformed into a swirl of green vapor by the golden arc. In a state of shock and fury, it let out a desperate scream and attempted to flee. Yet, at that moment, Han Li was resolute in not allowing its escape so easily. Instantly, a flurry of pale golden electric arcs erupted around him, and the black lines on his body disintegrated completely in that fleeting instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he shifted his form, leaving behind several indistinct afterimages, and pursued the green mist with remarkable speed. Expressionless, he raised his hand, and with a fierce grasp forward, pale golden electric arcs suddenly manifested at his fingertips, causing the green vapor to dissipate instantly. In his hand, a jade-green crystal bead emerged, pulsating with an eerie luminescence, almost as if it were alive. Han Li regarded it coldly for a brief moment before closing his fingers around it without reservation. With a sharp crack, the crystal shattered into a fine powder under the onslaught of the electric arcs. Capable of wielding the exorcising thunder with impunity, Han Li found that even a ghostly king-level entity like the Green Shadow could be vanquished in an instant without a corporeal form. The ease of the task surprised even him. Nonetheless, Han Li lifted his gaze to the figure of Xuan Gu hovering above, his expression unwavering as he proclaimed, "Hand over the 9 Xingsan, and I shall consider this matter forgotten and continue our collaboration. Otherwise, it will be your demise or mine." His voice was calm, yet the underlying chill rendered Xuan Gu's countenance exceedingly grim. Good, good, good." Xuan Gu stared intently at Han Li, and after a prolonged silence, he unexpectedly uttered the 3 words. This prompted Han Li to narrow his eyes, fixating on his counterpart with unwavering intensity. Since he could not seize the opportunity, even if his abilities were lacking, he would naturally align himself with the victor. "You shall receive the 9 Xingsan." With that, Xuan Gu withdrew the surrounding shadows, revealing his form. He then raised a hand, sending a golden box hurtling through the air towards Han Li. Though a chapter awaited in the evening, it would be updated later. In essence, readers could revisit it tomorrow morning. As the 4th volume, Winds Rise from Overseas, reached its 453rd chapter, Han Li's face remained devoid of expression as he allowed the box to strike the protective barrier and bounce away, landing outside the formation. Showing no intention of disabling the restrictions, he merely observed the golden box with a cautious gaze, uttering not a single word. "Are you afraid that this box is still composed of ghostly threads?" Xuan Gu inquired, his voice steady. "Rest assured, that old ghost has perished. Only by joining forces can we eliminate the extreme Yin. I will not turn against you again. Moreover, your collection of golden thunder bamboo treasures exceeds my expectations. They will undoubtedly prove invaluable against the extreme Yin. I would never sever my own arm." With his hands clasped behind his back, Xuan Gu gazed calmly at Han Li within the protective barrier. However, Han Li, upon hearing these words, did not deign to glance at Xuan Gu. To him, the fact that the other had plotted against him once indicated that he could certainly do so again for other unknown reasons. Regardless of how persuasive or reasonable the words spoken, he remained vigilant and cautious. Upon contemplating this, Han Li raised one hand, and a slender, pale golden arc of electricity shot forth, striking the lid of the golden box. With a crackling spark, the box shuddered momentarily, yet no remarkable change occurred. Witnessing this, Han Li exhaled a sigh of relief. If the box were indeed some malevolent artifact, it surely could not have evaded the purifying strike of the exorcising divine thunder. Subsequently, he confidently gestured towards the box, causing it to leap from the ground and soar towards him. Simultaneously, the surrounding light barrier flickered briefly before returning to its original state. Seizing this opportunity, the golden box traversed the protective barrier and landed in Han Li's hand. The Xuan Gu remained motionless under Han Li's vigilant perception. offering him a modicum of reassurance as he lowered his gaze to the golden box in his palm. Yet, as he scrutinized the object, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and he did not immediately lift the lid, seemingly lost in contemplation. The Xuan Gu, observing Han Li's cautious demeanor, merely scoffed before leisurely surveying the surroundings, showing no signs of urgency. Han Li glanced at the spirit ginseng's rabbit form, which lay unmoving on the ground, appearing to be in a state of unconsciousness. After a brief moment of reflection, he decisively extended 2 fingers and gently flicked the lid of the golden box. Instantly, a surge of azure light erupted between the lid and his fingers, and to his astonishment, the lid opened of its own accord, revealing the contents within. Han Li focused intently, and a modest object came into view. It measured about half a foot in length, its surface a desiccated yellow, wrinkled as if it were an ordinary root of an ancient tree. Han Li was rendered speechless. The only notable feature was a remarkably beautiful silver flower blooming at the apex of the object, emitting a faint glow and a subtle fragrance that invigorated Han Li's senses. As doubt lingered in Han Li's mind regarding whether this object was indeed the 9 curves spirit ginseng or merely a trick by the Xuan Gu with some unknown item, the rabbit, which had previously lain motionless on the grass, suddenly sprang up and transformed into a burst of white light, hurtling towards the root in the golden box. Han Li was initially taken aback, but soon felt a surge of joy. The fervent attachment of the rabbit, the incarnation of the 9 curves spirit ginseng, to this object indicated its authenticity, alleviating his concerns. However, Han Li could not afford to let the incarnation merge with its true form without intervention. Unceremoniously, he bent and flicked his fingers, unleashing a streak of azure sword light that struck the rabbit's head, sending it tumbling backward. Yet, undeterred by the setback, the little creature, upon seeing its true form so close, desperately leapt forward again, embodying an unwavering determination. At this point, Han Li's patience waned. He immediately released a bolt of electricity, which decisively incapacitated the rabbit, leaving its dark fur sprawled on the ground, truly dazed. Subsequently, Han Li grasped the rabbit in the air, inspected it for a moment, and then cast it into the golden box. As a result, when the white rabbit touched the essence of the 9 ginseng, a flash of white light instantly seeped into it. Han Li promptly closed the lid and placed a small restriction upon it, ensuring that it could not escape. After completing these actions, Han Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Xuan Gu had yet to show any intention of making a move, which somewhat eased Han Li's mind, though it also heightened his vigilance. He then calmly inquired, "Senior, do you truly trust me with the 9 ginseng without fearing that I might flee with it?" "Flee? Do you believe that possessing this herb alone, without the recipe for its refinement, would allow you to harness its power?" Xuan Gu replied, retracting his gaze and addressing Han Li with an unhurried tone. Upon hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brow, intending to speak further. But Xuan Gu interjected with a cold smirk, "You have already been ensnared by the forces of extreme Yin. Even if you were to flee to the ends of the earth, you could not escape its pursuit. It would be wise to cooperate with me. Otherwise, even if you manage to escape the void heavenly palace with the spirit herb, your future will be bleak." Ensnared? Han Li's expression shifted, though he quickly regained his composure. With his formidable spiritual awareness, he could hardly believe that he had been manipulated without his knowledge. Xuan Gu, sensing Han Li's disbelief, smirked slightly, about to present evidence, when suddenly his demeanor changed, and he turned sharply to gaze into the distance. This left Han Li feeling perplexed, yet his heart raced with alarm, suspecting that the old demon was plotting something again. To his astonishment, Xuan Gu quickly returned and uttered a phrase that sent Han Li into a state of anxiety. "The forces of extreme Yin are approaching, likely in search of you. Take care of yourself. I shall hide for now." With that, Xuan Gu transformed into a wisp of shadow and vanished without a trace. Han Li stood there, dumbfounded. Just as he began to question the veracity of Xuan Gu's words, a rumble echoed from the horizon, followed by a dense mass of dark clouds sweeping ominously toward him. The direction of the approaching storm was unmistakably aimed at him. Han Li's heart sank. This dark cloud embodied the formidable aura of the great Yin technique. It was highly probable that the master of extreme Yin was indeed coming for him. Had he truly fallen victim to a cunning scheme without realizing it? After all, why would the master of extreme Yin venture to such a remote location, unerringly targeting him? Simultaneously, Han Li found himself cursing Xuan Gu. Hadn't he always claimed he would join forces with Han Li against the master of extreme Yin? Now, when the enemy had come alone. Xuan Gu had fled with such alacrity, leaving Han Li to face this peril alone. This left Han Li immensely frustrated. At this juncture, there was no time for evasion. It seemed he had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. As Han Li barely had time to gather his formation, the vast dark cloud loomed overhead, abruptly halting above the treetops. Now, Han Li had no alternative but to tense his heart and silently observe the ominous cloud. Believing that the other party would never strike him down upon their first meeting, he sought to uncover the true reason why the master of extreme relentlessly pursued him. This had troubled him for quite some time, yet he had not discerned the cause, leaving him exceedingly vexed. With this thought, Han Li's mind regained its composure as he gazed at the ominous clouds above, patiently awaiting the other's words. However, Han Li could not have anticipated that from within the dark clouds, a cold, disdainful snort would precede a jet-black beam of light, as swift as lightning, shooting forth to strike the protective barrier of the formation. In an instant, a flash of yellow light erupted, accompanied by a resounding crack. As the barrier failed to withstand even a single blow, shattering with a crisp finality. Witnessing the unimpeded black beam of light barreling towards him, Han Li's complexion turned as pale as death. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly evaded to a location several dozen feet away, his expression a mixture of shock and rage. Without further delay, he waved his hands, summoning dozens of towering puppet gorillas that materialized around him, standing resolutely before him. Simultaneously, several spirit beast bags spun around, unleashing their contents to hover gently before him. Han Li's gaze turned frigid. Although he was acutely aware of his slim chances of victory, should the other truly wish to end his life in this moment, he was prepared to fight back with all his might. He would not resign himself to despair. As the true essence within him simultaneously locked onto 9 azure bamboo be-cloud swords, they stirred restlessly. Volume 4, Winds Rise Across the Seas. Chapter 454. Attraction. As if perceiving Han Li's hostility and wariness etched across his face, the immense clouds above began to whirl rapidly, contracting swiftly towards their center, causing a tumult of dark energy to surge forth. Han Li's heart quivered, ready to command his puppets to launch an assault, when a chilling voice reached his ears. "Child, refrain from making any reckless moves. He is merely trying to intimidate you. He does not harbor any true intent to kill. First, let us ascertain the purpose of this wayward disciple's visit." The voice of Xuan Gu startled Han Li, but he soon grasped the meaning behind it and regained his composure. He suppressed the urge to act impulsively and, with measured dignity, inquired, "Esteemed master of extreme, what guidance do you seek from this junior?" His voice was low and calm. "To remain so composed in the face of my attack suggests you possess considerable audacity," came the master of extreme Yin's response. Ambiguous in its tone, whether praise or derision remained unclear. Should a Yuanian cultivator like yourself truly wish to extinguish this junior, what difference would it make whether I displayed boldness or cowardice? Han Li replied, unconsciously furrowing his brow, yet maintaining an expression of serenity. Knowing that Xuan Gu had not strayed far, but was concealed nearby, he felt somewhat reassured. Should he and this elder, who was aware of the weaknesses of the extreme great method, join forces, they might indeed contend against the adversary. Of course, this was contingent upon Xuan Gu actually intervening during his confrontation with the master of extreme, a certainty he could not yet grasp. Hence, he had no intention of provoking the other. At that moment, the dark clouds above finally coalesced into a singular mass. After a few flickers, with a soft thud, the mist dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man and a short, unattractive youth, none other than the Grandmaster of Extreme and the ugly Wu Chou. "You are Han Li, a wandering cultivator from Tianxing City, am I correct?" The middle-aged man inquired, his interest piqued as he regarded Han Li. "Indeed, I am Han Li. It appears you are quite well informed," Han Li replied, a wry smile hinting at his lips, tinged with helplessness. "Do not fret, I am not here to cause trouble, nor do I seek to hold you accountable for the incident with the Miao Yin Sect. My earlier attack was merely a reaction to the obstruction posed by that formation." The Grandmaster of Extreme remarked with an indifferent smile. "Obstruction? Is that not merely an attempt to intimidate me with your formidable power?" Han Li mused inwardly. Yet he maintained a veneer of respect as he asked, "What brings you here, esteemed senior?" Though he understood the question was anticipated, Han Li feigned ignorance, asking nonetheless. Upon hearing Han Li's inquiry, the Grandmaster of Extreme chuckled, scrutinizing Han Li from head to toe, causing an unsettling sensation to stir within Han Li. Do you recognize this? The Grandmaster of Extreme Yin suddenly flipped his hand, revealing a small, white object, his expression turning serious. Before Han Li could discern what it was, the object was deftly tossed in his direction. Han Li's expression shifted to one of curiosity. As the object approached, he flicked his sleeve, allowing it to be enveloped within, then cautiously brought it before his eyes. The item was small and incomplete, yet Han Li immediately recognized it. A fragment of pristine silk spun by the blood jade spider. Taken aback, he wondered why the Grandmaster possessed such a thing. However, after a brief moment of reflection, he recalled that during the skirmish with the hidden Xia sect, he had utilized the blood jade spider to fend off the demonic corpse blocking his path. It must have been acquired at that time. What could the Grandmaster's inquiry about this item signify? Han Li's expression shifted, a multitude of suspicions flooding his mind. Yet, the Grandmaster would not grant him the luxury of contemplation. After a moment's deliberation, Han Li responded candidly, "I am indeed familiar with it. This is the web spun by my spirit beast. Have you come for this reason, Senior?" A look of skepticism adorned Han Li's face, suggesting he was still somewhat disbelieving. However, upon hearing his words, the Grandmaster's countenance brightened with a smile. "Excellent. I have come to meet your spirit beast. Please release it so that I may observe it." The Grandmaster of Extreme Yin expressed, his voice surprisingly gentle, tinged with excitement. Yet, Han Li's heart swelled with apprehension. In the Grandmaster's smile, he detected a fleeting glimmer of concealed greed, a sentiment that vanished almost instantly. For a cultivator at the nascent soul stage to exhibit such an expression towards his blood jade spider was undeniably ominous. Despite the growing unease within him, Han Li found himself caught in the Grandmaster's gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he could only muster a reluctant agreement. Perhaps it is best to delay for a while, Han Li thought, his mood darkening. He then raised a hand and gently tapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist. A beam of white light shot forth from the pouch, landing before Han Li. As the brilliance subsided, a white spider, the size of a grinding wheel, materialized before him, glaring menacingly at its surroundings. Upon the emergence of the blood jade spider, the Extreme Yin Patriarch's eyes immediately glistened with fervor, as if beholding an extraordinarily precious treasure. His expression blooming with delight. "Wonderful. It is indeed the blood jade spider," he exclaimed, laughing heartily after a brief moment. The reverberations of his mirth caused the air around to buzz ominously, prompting Han Li to change his demeanor. The profound cultivation of a nascent soul stage practitioner was truly unfathomable. However, Han Li quickly donned an expression of caution, aware that the conversation was about to delve into more serious matters. Yet, before Han Li could anticipate the Patriarch's words, a voice filled with anxiety echoed in his ears. "How did you come to possess the blood jade spider? Why did you not inform me of its existence from the outset?" The voice of Xuan Gu was laden with regret and anger. "Why should I disclose such a possession to you?" Han Li retorted inwardly, irritation bubbling within him. Nevertheless, he swiftly regained his composure, reflecting that if Xuan Gu was so visibly affected, the blood jade spider must indeed harbor significant secrets. He pondered the implications of this discovery for his current situation, questioning whether it would prove advantageous or detrimental. As Han Li was lost in thought, Xuan Gu's voice urgently resounded once more. "The Extreme Yin trader will certainly invite you to the inner hall. You must go without hesitation. I shall follow discreetly to assist you." Perhaps sensing that his tone was somewhat inappropriate, Xuan Gu's voice softened considerably, yet he remained earnest in his admonition. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt an even greater unease. An unsettling notion crept over him that he might be ensnared in a great whirlpool due to the blood jade spider, with the potential for catastrophic consequences if he were not careful. Just as Han Li was grappling with his apprehensions, the Extreme Yin Patriarch finally spoke, uttering words that Xuan Gu had anticipated. "Han Li, do you wish to visit the inner hall? I can safely escort you in and out." The Patriarch spoke with an amiable demeanor, his words dripping with irresistible temptation. The mention of the inner hall startled Han Li considerably. It was an exceedingly perilous place for practitioners at the core formation stage. Although the treasures within were immensely valuable, Han Li had been well aware of the dangers from the very beginning and had never entertained the thought of entering. Having just acquired the 9 curves spirit ginseng, which would greatly assist him in his cultivation, he had even less desire to take such risks. As for the Patriarch's claim of safely guiding him in and out, and Xuan Gu's urging for him to comply. He scoffed at the idea and had no intention of acquiescing. He had but one life to lose. With this thought in mind, Han Li contemplated briefly before forcing a smile and declining. The inner hall is far too daunting for a junior like me. I would be content merely to explore the first 2 trials. I shall forego the inner hall. I lack such fortune. Upon hearing this, the extreme Yin patriarch's expression darkened, revealing a glint of menace in his gaze. Beside him, Wu Chou, his expression twisted in anger, suddenly bellowed, Han Li, our ancestor has chosen not to pursue the grievances from that day, and is now generously offering to escort you to the inner hall. How dare you hesitate? Do you hold our extreme Yin island in contempt? The extreme Yin patriarch did not intervene in Wu Chou's harsh words, merely casting a displeased glance in his direction. Han Li fell silent, for he could hear Xuan Gu urging him to comply. Yet, Han Li was resolute in his refusal. I will not go. Although I am unaware of what the island master desires in the inner hall, I suspect it is not merely to grant me a fleeting glimpse. During this time, I would rather seek treasures in a safer location. Han Li replied with an indifferent demeanor. Humph. Do you think the decision to go or not lies with you? Should you refuse, I shall eliminate you on the spot. Do you truly believe that the words of those 2 old men from the Star Palace deter us from taking action? Wu Chou's beady eyes gleamed with malice. It was perplexing. Although Wu Chou played the villain at the behest of the extreme Yin patriarch to pressure Han Li, he genuinely harbored a disdain for him, an instinctual aversion. Devoid of reason, Han Li, likewise, held no favorable impression of Wu Chou. Upon hearing his words, he merely cast a cold glance before addressing the extreme Yin patriarch. While I do not comprehend the significance of my spirit beast to you, I am acutely aware that if its master perishes, others cannot claim it. Furthermore, I could command the blood jade spider to self-destruct in a dire situation, a scenario I assume you would prefer to avoid. His words carried a subtle threat, causing the middle-aged man across from him to change color, revealing a hint of surprise. Han Li understood that Wu Chou was merely a bully, with the true authority resting with the extreme Yin patriarch. Thus, he had no intention of becoming entangled in further conflict with Wu Chou. However, this action provoked Wu Chou's ire, and as a sinister expression flickered across his face, he opened his mouth to hurl further insults at Han Li, only to be halted by a gesture from the extreme Yin patriarch. Very well, I admire a bold junior. Since I wish to borrow your blood jade spider, I shall ensure your journey is not in vain. Once we reach the inner hall, I will, just as the extreme Yin patriarch was about to promise some condition. His expression darkened, and he abruptly ceased speaking. He slowly turned his head, his gaze fixated on a certain direction, his eyes flashing with menace. Who dares eavesdrop? Step forth. The patriarch's voice was sharp, laced with murderous intent, indicating his extreme anger. Han Li's heart raced with alarm. He instinctively feared that Xuan Gu had been discovered. His mind raced, contemplating how to navigate this unexpected situation. Yet, an elderly voice broke through his thoughts, leaving Han Li astonished. Why such anger, Brother Wu? I merely stumbled upon this by chance. I have no intention of engaging in conflict. A shimmering azure radiance flickered, and in the vastness several dozen zhang away, an elderly man clad in scholarly robes appeared unexpectedly, gazing with a smile at the extreme Yin patriarch and others. It was none other than the familiar Qingyi, the scholarly recluse. Qing, you have been following me. The extreme Yin patriarch exclaimed, his murderous intent momentarily faltering upon recognizing the man, who then questioned him with an expression of deep displeasure. What following? I merely wandered about, and from afar I noticed my friend Wu and this young brother engaged in conversation, so I came over to greet you. I had no idea it would cause such displeasure. The elderly scholar chuckled awkwardly, offering a nonchalant explanation. Disregarding the elder's words, the extreme Yin patriarch, whose complexion had turned pale, gazed down at the blood jade spider, murmuring in astonishment, "This is indeed the blood jade spider, a rare spiritual beast. According to analyses from previous cultivators, this creature seems to be one of the best spiritual beasts for acquiring the Void Heaven Cauldron, with a success rate far surpassing that of your fire python and Wan Tianming's golden silkworm." Qingyi nodded sagely. Wandering about, you say? Then why the need for stealth? The extreme Yin patriarch's anger flared at the elder's brazen excuse. Observing the latter's admiring glance at the blood jade spider, his expression darkened further as he contemplated the secret he had long sought to conceal. This must be the junior whom Brother Wu has been concerned about. I, too, delight in nurturing courageous young individuals. What do you think? Are you interested in joining my ranks? I have yet to take on a disciple, the scholarly elder remarked, his gaze shifting from the blood jade spider to Han Li, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Uttering a phrase that turned the extreme Yin patriarch's face ashen and left Han Li bewildered. Take me as a disciple? Han Li blinked, uncertain whether to feel elated or to wear a bitter smile. Frenching, what does this mean? The extreme Yin patriarch's expression turned frigid, tendrils of dark energy emanating from him as he glared at the elder, enunciating each word with palpable tension. Haha, merely a jest. Brother Jing need not be so anxious. If I were to truly accept this young brother, you might very well find yourself at odds with me. However, if the wild bearded one were to learn of the presence of a blood jade spider here, I wonder if he would entertain similar thoughts? The elder chuckled lightly, a strange light flashing in his eyes as he spoke casually. Qing Yi's words eased the extreme Yin patriarch's demeanor somewhat. Yet the mention of the wild bearded one filled him with dread. The extreme Yin patriarch had initially intended to keep the blood jade spider concealed, inciting others to drive away the righteous cultivators from the inner hall or, ideally, to let both sides suffer mutual destruction. He planned to feign failure in acquiring the treasure with his fire python, while secretly aiding Han Li in extracting the treasure with the blood jade spider. This way, he would claim the Void Heaven Cauldron entirely for himself. As for the earlier promise of sharing with others, he had completely cast it aside, harboring no intention to fulfill it. Little did he expect that his meticulously crafted scheme would be disrupted by this cunning old fox before him. Eliminating this adversary posed considerable uncertainty, and even if he felt assured, he would refrain from acting hastily. After all, there are still the righteous cultivators, such as Wan Tianming, to contend with, so our forces must not be overly weakened. The moment the elder mentioned the bearded brute, a subtle twitch crossed the muscles of the extreme Yin patriarch's face. He had once borne witness to the formidable prowess of the bearded brute's heavenly demon technique. And even now, as the celestial corpse fire had reached a minor completion, he held little confidence in his ability to contend with this individual. Should the other party truly employ a similar pretext to take the young man before them as a disciple and then claim the lion's share of the treasures, he would find himself utterly powerless to respond. Unless, of course, the extreme Yin patriarch was starkly realistic. Upon realizing the impossibility of safeguarding the secret of the blood jade spider, he promptly began to contemplate how to avoid incurring significant losses during the treasure hunt. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to the elder with an unusual expression, faintly discerning the intent behind the elder's words. Seeing this expression on the extreme Yin patriarch's face, the scholar in robes offered a faint smile, then subtly motioned his lips to convey a message. The extreme Yin patriarch's countenance shifted between uncertainty and clarity. So what do you think of this suggestion? The elder's transmission was brief, quickly returning to normal speech. Fine. I agree. The extreme Yin patriarch replied almost without thought, his face darkening as he spoke. Excellent. That's the spirit. Now, let us consider who among us would be more suitable to accept this individual as a disciple, the elder said, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. He should be allowed to choose his own master. That seems fairer. After a moment of contemplation, the extreme Yin patriarch articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the elder appeared momentarily taken aback, a look of curiosity crossing his features. After a brief consideration, he nodded in acquiescence. The extreme Yin patriarch, witnessing this, displayed an uncommon smile. He then turned to Han Li, who was on the ground, and spoke in a measured tone. You must have overheard our discussion. Your blood jade spider is a crucial item for our treasure hunt, and we shall not let it slip through our fingers. Should you think that, as its master, I would refrain from harming you, you are gravely mistaken. Know that I possess a rather convenient method for refining spirit corpses. If necessary, I would simply kill the blood jade spider and transform it into a demon corpse. However, such an act would considerably diminish its cultivation, and I would only resort to it as a last resort. If you fear that the outcome may be unfavorable to you, both of us are willing to accept you as a disciple, and then we would be like family. Should we succeed in obtaining the treasures, you would receive your share as well. You strike me as an intelligent individual. You should understand how to choose wisely. The extreme Yin patriarch subtly interwove threats and temptations into his lengthy discourse, causing Han Li, who had felt increasingly unsettled since the appearance of the scholar in robes, to show a flicker of interest. Yet, internally, Han Li lamented his misfortune. From the moment the azure-robed elder had appeared, he sensed that the situation had worsened. Initially, He had harbored a glimmer of hope that the two formidable figures might clash, providing him an opportunity to slip away amidst the chaos. However, he did not anticipate their cunning. Within mere moments of dialogue, they had reached some form of agreement. Now, even if the mysterious bone were to emerge to assist him, it would likely amount to nothing. The threats made using the blood jade spider seemed to have lost their potency. Even if the spider were to self-destruct, it is likely that the opponent would seize the opportunity to subdue it first. If there remains even a glimmer of hope, one would not provoke a nascent soul cultivator to choose such a perilous path. It appears that refusing is no longer a viable option. In the fourth volume, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 456, Hanli was about to speak when he suddenly heard the voice of Master Qing Yi whispering in his ear. Hanli, I have never taken on a disciple in my lifetime, and my time is drawing near. If you are willing to join my sect, all my treasures, including my teachings and magical artifacts, will naturally be yours to inherit. Such an opportunity is rare and cannot be encountered everywhere. The voice of Master Qing Yi was laced with temptation. Hanli, despite knowing that there was likely much embellishment in the old man's words, felt a stir of emotion within. However, before he could ponder further, the deep voice of the extreme Yin patriarch resonated in his other ear. Listen, boy, no matter what conditions the old man has offered you, I must caution you. This old creature is a solitary cultivator with nothing but a desolate island to his name. Even if he promises you everything, you will not gain any substantial benefit. In contrast, my extreme Yin island boasts numerous cultivators and immense power. As my direct disciple, the authority you would wield on the island is beyond your imagination. Be it beautiful female cultivators or rare alchemical materials, I can grant you your choice. I have noticed your closeness with the lovely Zi Ling of the Miao Yin Sect. Do you harbor any thoughts toward her? That can also be arranged. Simply become my disciple, and I can bring her to Extreme Yin Island as your dual cultivation partner. Surely this would satisfy you. The Extreme Yin Patriarch was quite straightforward, laying out a multitude of conditions that caused Hanli to swallow back the words he had nearly spoken. Yet, this was not the end. The voice of Xuan Gu also interjected. Han, you must become my rebellious disciple. Only then can we seek an opportune moment to eliminate him. Do not forget, I alone possess the formula for refining the nine Qingsan into a pill. It would be wise to heed my advice. Otherwise, the threat behind Xuan Gu's words became unmistakable. Hanli rolled his eyes in exasperation. Each of these three figures harbored their own ulterior motives, and he found himself caught precariously in the middle. If he were to choose a master, it would naturally be the scholarly elder. Although this elder offered little of material value, at least there would be no entanglements, granting him a measure of peace, free from the myriad of disputes. As for the promises of pills, beauties, and techniques from the extreme Yin Patriarch, Hanli regarded them with skepticism. The offer of Zi Ling only left him speechless. However, with the arrival of Xuan Gu's transmission, Hanli was compelled to deliberate carefully. The culmination of his aspirations was to condense his nascent soul, which, while it seemed a distant goal, the formula was something he must obtain. Contemplating this, Hanli closed his mouth, bowed his head, and began to ponder the intricate web of advantages and disadvantages that lay before him. After a brief moment, Hanli's expression shifted several times before he finally raised his head and uttered a response that left the elder in the green robe disappointed. While bringing immense joy to the Grandmaster of Extreme Yin, I have long heard of the esteemed reputation of Extreme Yin Island, and I humbly request that Senior Wu guide me in the future. Excellent, Hanli. I shall take you as my registered disciple at this moment, and we shall hold the formal apprenticeship ceremony upon your return to Extreme Yin Island. This Xian Yin ring is a relic from a set of ancient treasures I acquired in my youth. Every direct disciple under my tutelage possesses one. It serves both as a token of trust and a protective artifact. Take good care of it. The Grandmaster, understanding the importance of seizing the moment, promptly removed a black-gray ring from his finger and tossed it to Hanli. Surprised, Hanli caught it and examined it closely. The ring was similar in size to an ordinary ring, yet it was adorned with ancient, mottled engravings of mysterious runes that subtly emitted a bluish light, revealing its extraordinary nature. Hanli felt a surge of joy, but the mocking voice of Xuan Gu echoed in his ears. The Xian Yin ring? This rebellious disciple truly seeks to erase all traces of my existence. It is merely the Yin Yang ring, an ancient treasure I bestowed upon him. And yet he has even altered its name. Humph. Do not rejoice too soon. While this Yin ring does possess protective and offensive capabilities, it is countered by the Yang ring he bears. When the time comes for him to wield it against his adversaries, he shall only be courting his own doom. Han Li, hearing these words, displayed no outward signs of distress, maintaining a respectful demeanor as he expressed his gratitude to the Grandmaster. However, internally, he could not help but sigh deeply. Being in the presence of such a cunning figure as the Grandmaster of Extreme Yin required utmost vigilance. For one misstep could lead to dire consequences. He now placed his hopes on Xuan Gu, praying that a means to bring about the Grandmaster's downfall truly existed. Otherwise, would he indeed have to join Extreme Yin Island and obediently serve as a disciple to this formidable elder? Furthermore, even if he genuinely desired to be a worthy disciple, there was no guarantee that the Grandmaster would accept him wholeheartedly. The possibility of the elder turning against him at a moment's notice remained a distinct uncertainty. Han Li could not afford to rely on this powerful figure alone. His path now consisted of taking each step cautiously, for he was acutely aware of his own limitations and strength. Although he had long understood the ruthless nature of the cultivation world, he had not felt such powerlessness since his ascension to the core formation stage. Previous brushings with danger, though perilous, had always left him with a fighting chance. Now, however, facing any Yuanying stage cultivator from the Void Heaven Palace would only lead to his demise. This left him questioning whether he truly was a harbinger of misfortune. It was merely out of curiosity that he sought to follow Xuan Gu in unraveling the secrets of the fragmented map. Yet he found himself inexplicably thrust into the midst of Yuanying stage cultivators, now marked for their scrutiny. As he brooded over these thoughts, frustration simmered within him. Yet he had to feign exhilaration. Observing Han Li secure the Xuan Yin ring and maintain a respectful demeanor, the Grandmaster of Extreme Yin was exceedingly pleased. After conferring briefly with the elder beside him, he motioned for Han Li to accompany him as they set off on their journey homeward. As the day drew to a close, a sense of urgency enveloped Han Li. If they did not hasten to the Grand Canyon, they might never traverse the perilous ice-fire path. Thus, after stowing away the blood jade spider, Han Li and his companions soared into the sky, heading towards the horizon. During their flight, the esteemed master of Extreme Yin engaged Han Li in conversation, kindly correcting some of his misconceptions regarding cultivation, from which Han Li derived considerable benefit. He could not help but exclaim inwardly how starkly different it was to receive guidance on the path of cultivation compared to navigating it alone. However, witnessing this exchange, Wu Chao's countenance betrayed a hint of resentment, despite his attempts to mask it. Han Li, perceptive to the palpable hostility, chose to feign ignorance and remained unperturbed. The quartet flew with remarkable speed, arriving at the base of a towering mountain that loomed thousands of feet high after just a few hours. This mountain was steep and formidable, composed entirely of dark, jagged stones. Its summit appeared to have been cleaved in two by some divine force. A fissure extending down to the very foundation of the mountain, creating a natural gorge. More intriguingly, the midpoint of this split radiated a striking dichotomy of red and blue lights, each hue enveloping one half of the mountain, rendering it a sight both mesmerizing and otherworldly. At the entrance of the gorge below, over 30 cultivators, clad in an array of garments, sat in solemn silence, their expressions heavy with anticipation. Master Extreme Yin and his companions gradually descended into the throng. A fleeting glance revealed that the striking woman in black, Yuan Yao, was among the crowd. However, upon noticing Han Li mingling with the formidable cultivators of the Yuanying stage, her face registered shock, and she hastily averted her gaze, seemingly unwilling to meet his eyes. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. Without further ado, he averted his gaze and directed his attention elsewhere. Among the assembled cultivators, he did not spot the ethereal fairy Zi Ling or the young male cultivator, indicating their likely decision to forego the ice-fire path and return from whence they came. Although the seated cultivators bore solemn expressions, they exuded an air of composure and distinction, most possessing a cultivation level far surpassing Han Li's. Even if they did not reach the late core formation stage, the majority were at least in the mid-core formation stage. Only 6 or 7 cultivators, like Han Li and Yuan Yao, were in the early stages of core formation. Yet, these individuals appeared remarkably self-assured, undisturbed by their surroundings. After surveying the scene, Han Li's brow furrowed slightly. Noting the absence of the other Yuanying cultivators, it seemed that Master Extreme Yin and his group had indeed arrived the earliest. As he pondered this, Master Extreme Yin selected a favorable spot and settled into a cross-legged position. Wu Chou automatically took a seat beside him. Han Li, come and rest by my side for a while, Master Extreme Yin beckoned, assuming a demeanor of a benevolent teacher. Although Han Li was reluctant to approach this enigmatic figure, he could do little but comply under the weight of the elder's gaze, stepping forward to sit beside him. Volume 4, Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 457. The Heavenly Demon Technique. As Han Li settled down, the distant sky resonated with the sound of piercing wind, heralding the arrival of 3 Yuanying stage cultivators, including one Tianming, descending from above. Casting a glance at Xuan Gu and Qing Yi, they exchanged sardonic smiles before congregating in another area, engaging in hushed whispers about some clandestine matter. Noticing this scene, the Extreme Yin Patriarch could not help but let out a light snort, subsequently closing his eyes to meditate. Han Li, however, was unable to emulate the Extreme Yin's calm demeanor. His gaze was fixed intently in a particular direction, seemingly observing something. Yet, to the discerning eye, it was evident that his focus was scattered, reflecting a preoccupied state of mind. As mealtime progressed, 5 or 6 more cultivators arrived in succession, including 2 white-robed elders from the Star Palace, who appeared nonchalant as they reached this location. The only Yuanying stage cultivator yet to arrive was the burly man. After waiting for another half an hour, the absence of the burly man became increasingly conspicuous, and Wan Tianming and the others cast peculiar glances toward Extreme Yin. Nevertheless, Extreme Yin and the scholar in robes maintained their composure. Han Li, positioned closer to them, discreetly discerned a flicker of anxiety lurking beneath their placid expressions. Clearly, the absence of the burly man had left these 2 demonic old-timers aware of their vulnerability against the righteous cultivators, causing them to grow uneasy. As time elapsed, the Extreme Yin Patriarch and his companion could no longer feign calmness. Their expressions turned grim as they frequently glanced upward. Although the space seemed to exist in perpetual daylight, Han Li calculated that nearly a full day had passed. Could it be that the burly man, the foremost expert of the demonic path in the Void Sky Palace, had encountered some misfortune? Han Li too began to harbor doubts. If such a situation were to arise, it would be uncertain whether it would bode well or ill for him, just as Han Li and the others found it increasingly difficult to remain at ease. And as the righteous cultivators' gazes grew more ominous, a piercing howl that could shatter stone reverberated from beyond the skies. This howl rose like an immense wave, crescendoing in intensity, leaving all seated cultivators aghast. Upon hearing this sound, the Extreme Yin Patriarch and the scholar in robes simultaneously displayed expressions of relief, exchanging knowing glances. The scholar in blue robes chuckled softly and remarked, "It seems the burly man's spirits are high. He must have made some unexpected gains." Humph. What unexpected delight could occur here? Perhaps he merely succeeded in harvesting the longevity fruit with ease, retorted the Extreme Yin Patriarch dismissively. The scholar in robes smiled faintly, poised to respond when a golden orb of light suddenly burst forth from the distant horizon, soaring towards them like a meteor from the heavens. Arriving above the gathered cultivators in the blink of an eye, the elder fell silent immediately. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Han Li's eyes as he regarded the figure within the luminous sphere, awakening a sense of trepidation within him. Indeed, he was not alone. Other cultivators encountering the might of the heavenly demon technique for the first time also exhibited expressions of shock. In the radiant embrace of a golden aura, the figure of the barbarian was undeniably eerie, evoking a sense of dread akin to that of a demonic deity. At that moment, he exuded a fierce golden shimmer, revealing his bare limbs and face adorned with a multitude of golden scales, each the size of a coin. These scales gleamed as if forged from pure gold, emanating a chilling brilliance that suggested their impenetrable strength, seemingly indestructible. Is this the legendary treading the heavens demonic art? It truly appears formidable. The grim figure of Wu Chou, positioned beside the ancient one of Extreme Yin, gasped in astonishment, momentarily stunned by the barbarian's presence. "Humph, merely a tortoiseshell," retorted the ancient one of Extreme Yin, casting a disapproving glance at Wu Chou. Mastery of the profound Yin great art has reached its pinnacle and is by no means inferior to the treading the heavens demonic art. This remark abruptly reminded Wu Chou of his grandfather's long-standing enmity with the barbarian. To praise the latter would surely be an affront to the ancient one. Instantly, he wore an awkward expression, repeatedly affirming his agreement, lest he provoke further displeasure. Meanwhile, the barbarian surveyed the assembly with a condescending gaze. swiftly spotting the Ancient One and his companions, and descended without hesitation. A resounding crash echoed as he landed, causing the ground nearby to tremble slightly. The barbarian stood beside the Ancient One and his party, and the scales upon his body rapidly receded, the golden glow dimming and ultimately vanishing. Clearly, Brother Man has amassed considerable gains this time. Otherwise, his spirits would not be so elevated, remarked the elderly scholar in a Confucian robe with a smile. Before the barbarian had the chance to speak, "Indeed, I have had some success. I dispatched an ice toad near the longevity fruit tree, and its inner core is immensely beneficial to my treading the heavens demonic art," the barbarian replied, seemingly still caught in the excitement of his triumph. This revelation took the Ancient One and others by surprise, leaving them momentarily uncertain of the veracity of his claim as they exchanged glances. "Then I must congratulate you, Brother Man. If the treading the heavens demonic art can advance further, you will surely possess the strength to contend with the dual saints and the six paths," said Qingtian. The scholar, recovering first from his astonishment and offering a smile. The Ancient One of Extreme, also maintained a composed demeanor, uttering a few words of congratulations. Upon hearing this, the barbarian chuckled, but as he prepared to speak again, his gaze suddenly fixated on Han Li. A peculiar expression flickered across his face, followed by an explosive surge of overwhelming presence. Han Li, caught in the line of fire, felt an immediate constriction, as if his limbs were burdened by an immense weight, rendering him immobile. To his astonishment, under the barbarian's scrutinizing gaze, he experienced a chilling sensation, as if his very essence was being laid bare. Pale-faced, Han Li instinctively activated the Great De Yin decision, fortifying his spirit. Gradually, color returned to his cheeks, and he sensed his body regaining its normalcy. "Ah!" The barbarian expressed surprise, but soon his face lit up with delight. Just as he was about to act again, the Ancient One of Extreme swiftly positioned himself before Han Li. "Brother Man, what is your intent? Why unleash such overwhelming force against my junior disciple?" After Zi Ling neutralized the imposing presence of the bearded man, he inquired with an unflinching demeanor, "My young disciple?" The bearded man, initially taken aback, soon darkened his expression. "Zi Ling, are you deliberately mocking me? Apart from that ugly lad, when did another disciple appear in the Shutian Hall?" He disdainfully swept a glance at the unattractive figure, his demeanor suggesting a readiness to engage in conflict at the slightest provocation. My dear brother man, you misunderstand. This young friend Han Li has only just become a disciple under the esteemed Wu today. It's perfectly normal for you to be unaware of this matter." The scholar in the Confucian robe interjected with a hasty explanation. Han Li's presence was of utmost significance, and any errors were to be avoided at all costs. "Zi Ling, you are taking on disciples here? I must be hearing things." Despite the elder's clarification, the bearded man still expressed his astonishment, scrutinizing Han Li twice. Although he was merely a nominal disciple and the formal apprenticeship ceremony had yet to occur, young Han was indeed now affiliated with Zi Ling Island. "I hope you will show mercy, my brother man." Zi Ling, the master, remarked with a subtle smile directed at the bearded man. The bearded man blinked, gazing intently at Zi Ling and the scholar for a moment before turning his attention back to Han Li, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Good, very good. You have indeed chosen an excellent disciple. Not to mention anything else, his spiritual awareness is several times superior to that of your grandson. With careful nurturing, he has great potential." "Haha, indeed great potential." The bearded man spoke with a grin, the final words carrying a weight of deeper meaning. Zi Ling and the scholar exchanged puzzled glances, both bewildered by the implications of his statement. "What do you mean by that, my brother man?" Zi Ling inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. "Oh, it means nothing. Your nominal disciple is commendable. Would you consider letting him go? I believe this lad might be more suited to cultivate my Tuatian demon technique." The bearded man replied nonchalantly. "My brother man, you jest. Young Han has only just joined Zi Yin's fold. How could he be transferred so casually? Surely, you are merely speaking in jest." Upon hearing the bearded man's suggestion, Zi Ling and the elder were taken aback. The scholar hastily took over the conversation. If unwilling, then so be it. If I were to take on a disciple, I would find it quite troublesome. However, dear friend Qing, why are you so flustered? Is there something about this lad that cannot be disclosed?" The bearded man scoffed, stroking his beard, his voice suddenly turning cold. At the utterance of these words, the elder's expression shifted, though he quickly regained his composure and cast a glance at Zi Ling. Seeing this, Ji Yin's demeanor also altered slightly, yet after a moment of silence, he calmly replied, "Since my brother harbors doubts, Wu shall not conceal the truth. My young disciple is indeed of great utility for our treasure acquisition within the inner hall. Should he have offended you in any way, I implore you to show restraint." As Ji Yin spoke, Han Li felt immensely frustrated. When had he ever offended this bearded man? In fact, it was the latter who had forcibly taken the jade pillar from him in the Great Hall, leaving Han Li with a lingering resentment towards the old demon. Certainly, these thoughts were ones that Han Li dared only to entertain within the confines of his own mind, never uttering them aloud. Offend? I scarcely know this fellow. What offense could there be? I merely scrutinized his techniques and found them rather intriguing. Thus I sought to test them. Yet, what utility could a core formation cultivator hold within the inner sanctum? Surely, you are not attempting to deceive me with falsehoods. The bearded man waved his hand dismissively, speaking lazily. Upon hearing this, Ji Yin furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before signaling toward the scholar in robes. The scholar, upon witnessing this, offered a faint smile and subtly communicated a message to the bearded man. Initially, the bearded man displayed a hint of disdain at the pair's furtive demeanor, but after listening intently to the elder's whispered words, his expression shifted abruptly, revealing surprise as he gazed at Han Li. Subsequently, he too employed a voice transmission technique to inquire further from the elder, and upon receiving a revelation, his countenance darkened. "Ji Yin, I wondered how you unexpectedly took on an apprentice. It appears he possesses some merit." "Humph, you certainly have an astute plan." The bearded man squinted, directing a gaze as sharp as a blade towards the solemn Ji Yin. "There is no need for anger, my friend. Should you find yourself in a similar predicament, you would likely resort to the same methods. Moreover, since we have openly discussed this matter, it is not our intent to hoard the spoils. This endeavor to acquire the treasure will indeed require your assistance, my good fellow," Ji Yin replied with composure. "That is indeed the truth. Without my intervention, I fear that Wan Tianming and his band of hypocrites would not even allow you the opportunity to seek the treasure. However, let us be clear. In the event that we do secure the treasure, how do you intend to distribute it?" After a moment's contemplation, the bearded man spoke with a slightly softened demeanor. "How about we divide it into 4 shares? Including young friend Han. Each person would receive 1 portion," suggested the scholar, as if he had anticipated this very issue, nodding earnestly. Yet, upon hearing this, the bearded man turned hostile. "Chini, do you think I am so easily deceived? To propose a 4-way split is laughable. When the time comes, you will handle Wan Tianming, while we will all receive equal shares," he retorted, his face rife with mockery. "Do not be vexed, my friend. Ahem. It appears that my proposal was indeed ill-conceived. What distribution do you deem appropriate?" The elder, undeterred by the mockery, inquired with a cheerful demeanor. "I will not question how much you take, but I must claim half of the treasure. After all, Wan Tianming alone poses a formidable challenge to you two. To contend with him, taking half is hardly excessive," the bearded man replied, his expression stern. His demand did not elicit surprise from Ji Yin or the elder. Clearly, they had anticipated such a bold request. "Half. Your appetite is truly insatiable, my friend. Let us not forget that without the assistance of my young apprentice, our chances of successfully acquiring the treasure are dismally low. Surely, my disciple deserves a larger share," Ji Yin stated with calm determination. "Humph. Does a mere core formation cultivator merit sharing the treasure with us?" The bearded man dismissed Han Li with a glance devoid of regard. Hearing this, Han Li's expression flickered momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. If he were merely a wandering practitioner, he would certainly lack the qualifications to partake in the treasures contained within the void heaven cauldron. However, having become my disciple of extreme Yin, he rightfully deserves his share. The extreme Yin master exhibited no inclination to retreat this time. Upon hearing this, the burly man's expression briefly darkened, and just as he was about to voice another objection, an elder nearby interjected with a conciliatory proposal. "Let us settle this matter. Instead of further contention, why not divide the treasure into 5 portions, with brother man receiving 2 shares, while the remaining 3 can be allocated to the others? This should be fair enough." Upon hearing this suggestion, the burly man paused, stroked his beard, and fell silent. The extreme Yin master then immediately expressed his acceptance of the terms. "I can agree to this condition, but I wonder how brother man feels about it," he said, casting a serious gaze at the burly man. "Very well. Although I am not entirely satisfied, it is certainly better than the previous proposal," The burly man replied with a frown, somewhat reluctantly. He had discerned that the extreme master had formed an alliance with the elder, and this proposal was likely their bottom line. As such, he could not afford to be overly aggressive. Meanwhile, as the sinister figures of the demon sect began to divide the treasures yet to be claimed, Wan Tianming and his companions were discreetly deliberating their own plans for acquiring the treasure. Master Wan, what are the odds of retrieving that void heaven cauldron with your golden silkworm? Many esteemed predecessors have attempted to acquire this treasure in the past, yet none have succeeded. We may merely be indulging in a futile endeavor. The Taoist Tian Wuzi inquired with a hint of concern. Have no fear. Initially, my golden silkworm alone had limited chances. However, did we not previously discover the sky blue flower? If, during the treasure retrieval, I sacrifice the golden silkworm and administer this substance, we will at least possess a 3- or 4-fold chance of success. That probability is already quite promising. Wan Tianming replied calmly. I understand this principle, yet I still feel a sense of unease regarding the matter. I am embarrassed to admit that my cultivation is insufficient, and my state of mind requires further refinement. Tian Wuzi confessed with some embarrassment. Indeed, such treasures as the void heaven cauldron would equally stir the hearts of the two ancient beings, the twin saints of the celestial stars. This is merely human nature. We are practitioners, not truly detached deities. Wan Tianming chuckled lightly. However, Master Wan, have you noticed those demons whispering among themselves? It seemed they were on the verge of an internal dispute earlier, yet now they appear to be laughing casually. Surely, this group of demon practitioners harbors some cunning scheme? Questioned the elder resembling a farmer. Upon hearing this, Wan Tianming cast a distant glance at the demon practitioners who had just completed their division of spoils, and offered a cold chuckle. While the techniques of the demon practitioners are formidable, they often lead to a distortion of character, resulting in inconsistent behavior. This is nothing to be alarmed about. However, I would rather forfeit the void heaven cauldron than allow it to fall into the hands of the demon sect. After all, the extreme master's peculiar fire python is also among the potential beasts capable of claiming this treasure. Wan Tianming's expression turned grave. Master Wan speaks truly. Should the demon sect acquire this object, their malevolent flames would undoubtedly surge even higher. At this moment, the group from the Star Palace finds themselves at their weakest. We must not allow the demonic path to usurp the position of the Star Palace and dominate the chaotic Star Sea, Tian Wuzi asserted, nodding repeatedly. Wan Tianming was exceedingly pleased. Just as he was about to speak further, a sudden surge of red and blue light erupted from the direction of the giant mountain. The mountainside near the entrance of the canyon trembled violently, splitting open 2 narrow passages that seemingly led directly into the depths of the canyon. At the entrances of these passages, 2 stone tablets emerged, each standing about 3 to 4 feet tall, one inscribed with mystic crystal path and the other with lava route, along with several ancient characters. Immediately, some nearby cultivators rushed forward. However, as they approached the entrance of the lava route, a wave of scorching wind hit them, inducing a dizzying sensation and an immediate thirst. In contrast, an icy chill emanated from the mystic crystal path, accompanied by the faint sound of howling winds, instilling a sense of dread in those who gazed upon it. Hanli, let us proceed. We shall regroup at the end of the ice and fire path. Which passage do you wish to take? The extreme Ancestor inquired with great concern for Hanli. Though I cannot personally guide you through, I can provide you with 1 or 2 treasures to keep you warm. Hanli, having heard the mention of the ice and fire path from the purple spirit fairy while traversing the ghost mist, understood that stepping into the passage would immediately transport individuals to various designated locations within the Great Canyon. The likelihood of being transported alongside others was slim. Hence the words of caution from the others. Let us take the lava route. I happen to possess a fire-repelling garment that may prove useful, Hanli replied thoughtfully. Very well, keep this item safe. With your cultivation level, you should have no issue passing through with it, the extreme Ancestor said without hesitation, retrieving a blue jade pendant from his storage pouch and handing it to Hanli. Who would have thought? Extreme, the notoriously frugal, has shown some generosity this time. Is this not your prized white rhinoceros pendant? The burly man remarked with a wry smile upon witnessing the exchange. My disciple's cultivation is still nascent. As his master, I must take extra care of him. While this white rhinoceros pendant is indeed valuable, I intend to take the mystic crystal path, and this item holds little use for me. I recall that you, my friend, also possess a frost pearl, Why not lend it to my disciple as well? Surely, you do not wish for any mishaps to befall him before he reaches the inner hall. The extreme Ancestor responded, his demeanor surprisingly calm. Humph. Until the void heaven cauldron is retrieved, I will not allow him to perish easily. This frost pearl was obtained from slaying a frost carp years ago. Young man, consider yourself fortunate, the burly man declared, producing a milky white, smooth orb about the size of a thumb and tossing it to Han Li. Han Li felt a surge of joy upon receiving the item, expressing his gratitude. He understood that the generous gifts from these two were entirely due to the blood jade spider. Yet he was grateful for the assurance that he could navigate the lava route safely. Although the ice pearl and the white rhinoceros pendant both shimmer with a luminous white glow, upon grasping the pearl, a chilling sensation coursed through Han Li's body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He hurriedly stored it away in his spatial pouch. This sensation was markedly different from the cool touch of the white rhinoceros pendant, indicating that the pearl was indeed superior. The scholarly elder, witnessing this scene, chuckled softly and swiftly entered the path of the mystic crystal. The other cultivators, seeing this, also proceeded into the canyon through their pre-selected routes. In the span of mere moments, the number of practitioners at the entrance had dwindled significantly. Han Li, you should enter the canyon first. We shall meet at the teleportation array at the end in a few days. The extreme Ancestor said with a warm demeanor as he cast a glance at Han Li. Naturally, Han Li had no objections. After acknowledging, he made his way toward the passage marked by the vertically positioned lava stone tablet. However, before stepping in, he maintained a composed expression while casting a wary glance around. A sense of unease crept into his heart. The Xuan Gu old demon had yet to reveal himself. Had he suddenly changed his mind and slipped away unnoticed? Han Li couldn't help but entertain troubling thoughts. After all, human intentions are inscrutable. It was entirely possible that upon witnessing the might of extreme Yin, Xuan Gu had reconsidered his stance. Yet, should such a scenario unfold, Han Li would not hesitate to reveal the old demon's secrets as leverage to safeguard his own life. A fierce light flickered in Han Li's eyes as he contemplated this. Perhaps this thought triggered a response from someone. Just as Han Li was consumed by his resentful musings, Xuan Gu's calm voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Do not look around aimlessly. I am currently concealed nearby, merely choosing not to show myself. Take care of yourself. After you traverse the ice-fire path, I shall contact you. With that, Xuan Gu's voice faded once more. Despite his initial surprise, Han Li felt a wave of relief wash over him and boldly stepped into the passage. A series of hot winds greeted him as he entered, making Han Li feel as though he was standing beside a blazing furnace. He furrowed his brow and focused his gaze ahead. The passageway appeared to be about 2 zhang high, not particularly imposing, yet the glaring red light emanating from the depths instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Han Li licked his somewhat parched lips, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he advanced step by step. With each stride, he sensed the surrounding air grow increasingly warmer. After traversing 20 or 30 steps, he found himself unable to proceed any further. The oppressive heat, coupled with the occasional gusts of hot wind, caused a faint sting on his skin. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li decided to conjure a layer of water attribute protection around himself. The azure glow enveloped him, significantly alleviating the scorching sensation. Subsequently, he tapped his spatial pouch with one hand, and a green light shot forth, landing in his grasp. It was the fire-repelling garment. Without a second thought, he donned the garment beneath his robes. Instantly, a refreshing coolness radiated from the garment, invigorating Han Li as he continued to advance. After a few more steps, a sudden brilliance illuminated his path, revealing a wall of crimson light blocking his way. Han Li cast only a few glances at the luminous barrier before plunging headlong into it. As he heard footsteps approaching from behind, it became evident that other cultivators had entered the vicinity. He had little interest in encountering them. After a dizzying surge of radiant crimson light, the previously dissipated heat surged forth like a vengeful beast, causing the blue glow of his water attribute barrier to flicker precariously, threatening to collapse. Still recovering from his dizziness, Han Li was startled and quickly channeled his spiritual energy to stabilize the barrier once more, regaining his composure as he surveyed his surroundings. The landscape was awash in fiery hues, crimson rocks, ochre earth, vegetation glowing with a red luminescence, and a deep, blurry sky, all radiating the essence of flames. Encased within the barrier and donning the fire-resistant attire, Han Li could still distinctly sense the suffocating heat that felt as if the very air were ablaze. Taking a deep breath, his expression darkened. In such extreme temperatures, remaining for just 3 to 5 hours without employing any treasures would surely prove effortless for him. However, according to the words of the Purple Spirit Fairy, all cultivators in this second trial of the ice and fire path were unable to soar into the air and could only advance step by step on foot. Consequently, those who were transported further away would have to endure sleepless days and nights to reach the end of the canyon. This was not merely a matter of cultivation level. It also depended significantly on the effectiveness of their cold and fire-resistant treasures. Moreover, the harsh environment was not the only challenge faced by the cultivators. The innate ice and flame spirits congregating in the canyon posed the greatest obstacle to their safe passage. Each time, nearly half of the cultivators attempting this trial met their demise at the hands of these spirits. Additionally, ambushes from those with ulterior motives, who sought to steal treasures, were a recurrent scene along the ice and fire path. After all, the closer one approached the end of the teleportation array in the canyon, the more likely they were to encounter other cultivators. Those who seized another's cold and fire-resistant treasures would significantly enhance their own chances of survival. It was inevitable that some cultivators, nearing their limits, would show no mercy in their actions. Han Li stood still, not rushing into action. Instead, he squinted as he observed his surroundings, analyzing the information at hand and pondering his next move. After a lengthy pause, he finally stirred, retrieving the white rhinoceros pendant from within his robes and fastening it to his waist, then retracting the blue barrier. The pendant's white light enveloped him, replacing the blue glow. He realized that every ounce of spiritual energy was precious. Meditating here would be nothing short of suicidal. Raising his gaze to the sky and barely distinguishing the hazy red sun to ascertain his direction, Han Li set forth without hesitation. Ahead lay nothing but heaps of rubble and towering, straight, peculiar trees. There was no discernible path. He could only proceed slowly and cautiously. After traversing a short distance through the sweltering air, he was obstructed by a patch of wild grass emanating an eerie red glow. Observing the strange flora, Han Li's brows furrowed in concern. Suddenly, a blue water sphere shot forth from his hand, striking the ground amidst the grass. As the blue light touched the grass and trees, it emitted a crackling sound before transforming into a wispy white vapor. Han Li's expression shifted slightly. Casting a glance to either side of the grassy expanse, he found himself surrounded by this peculiar wild grass, with no alternative paths in sight. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and tentatively stepped forward, taking a few strides. The instant his feet sank into the thicket of wild grass, Han Li finally grasped the terrors of the lava path. What he had assumed were mere blades of grass were, in fact, searingly hot. Crimson swords, exceedingly sharp and imbued with a fiery energy that caused him considerable discomfort. Although protected by the white rhinoceros pendant and the fire-repelling garment, the sharp stings radiating from below his thighs made each step feel laborious. Having traversed only a few paces, he was compelled to activate his water attribute shield once more, enveloping himself completely in protection. Though this rapid expenditure of magical energy was taxing, it allowed Han Li to dart through the thickets with remarkable swiftness. Reluctantly, he unleashed the misty shadow steps, and a shimmering blue specter emerged, darting amidst the blinding red light, before eventually shrinking into a diminutive black dot and fading into the distance. Bu Su, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator with earth and fire attributes, had achieved his current prowess in a mere 300 years of cultivation, earning him significant renown across several maritime regions. Many locals regarded him as one of the most promising candidates for ascension to the nascent soul stage in the chaotic star sea over the past century. Bu Su reveled in the awe and admiration cast upon him by others. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own circumstances. Were it not for a fortuitous discovery of an ancient Yuan Dan within the belly of a fourth-tier demon beast during his travels, which saved him over 100 years of arduous training, he might still be languishing in the foundation establishment stage. This remarkable elixir had granted him a taste of the ancient spiritual herb sweetness, leading him to set his sights on the upcoming expedition to the Void Heaven Palace. Seizing the opportunity to procure a fire dragon worm at a high price while others were distracted, he planned to brave the inner sanctum, using this creature to acquire the legendary treasure, the Void Heaven Cauldron. With the myriad treasures contained within and the fabled heaven-mending pill, he believed that his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage would be all but assured. Volume 4, Winds rise over seas. Chapter 458. The path of life and death upon entering the Void Heaven Palace and witnessing the gathering of numerous nascent soul cultivators. Busu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him utterly chilled. The presence of these nascent soul practitioners was undoubtedly drawn by the treasures of the inner sanctum, with the Void Heaven Cauldron being of paramount importance. Although a handful of nascent soul cultivators had visited the palace previously, this time, the presence of 8 such beings filled him with a sense of despair. Nonetheless, having come this far, he was unwilling to return empty-handed. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he successfully navigated through the ghostly mists and entered the treacherous lava path. To speak candidly, if there was any lingering trepidation regarding the ghost mist and the exquisite illusions of the subsequent realm, he bore none towards the path of fire and ice, never once doubting his ability to traverse this trial. For he practiced the renowned Xuan Gu of the Chaos Star Sea, a formidable fire technique that ranks among the top 10 in its category. With the genuine fire of Taiyang, he had reduced countless adversaries to ashes, casting them into the boundless abyss. Thus, he approached the path of fire with unwavering confidence, perceiving it as a mere trifle. However, after years of cultivation, he was not so arrogant as to attempt the molten path unprepared. He had equipped himself with 2 fire-resistant artifacts. It was not for lack of desire to procure more, but rather that purchasing the fire dragon worm had nearly depleted his resources. Possessing the Taiyang Ju, he believed that with the aid of these 2 artifacts, traversing the molten path would pose no significant challenge. Yet, the current state of Busu was one of deep regret. Shortly upon entering this place, he discovered that while the Taiyang Ju indeed possessed remarkable efficacy against fire, he would need to maintain it at full power to avoid being scorched into a desiccated husk by the surrounding intense heat. This was a far cry from his initial assumption that a mere trickle of spiritual energy would suffice to mitigate the harsh environment. Outside, a mere 10% of the Taiyang Ju would allow him to evade the direct searing of mundane flames. Clearly, the high temperatures emitted by the molten path differed significantly from ordinary fire, likely due to some restrictive force that countered fire-type techniques. The efficacy of his 2 fire-resistant artifacts was regrettably limited in this bizarre environment, inducing a growing sense of panic within Busu, who had already traversed several hours. Given the rate of spiritual energy consumption, despite clutching a spirit stone in each hand to continuously replenish his energy, he could only sustain this for another half-day at most before being reduced to ashes. Naturally, Busu wished not to succumb to such a fate. As he anxiously sprinted forward, he cast frantic glances around him, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any figures. This quashed any thoughts he might have had about slaying other cultivators to seize fire-resistant treasures. The more he raced ahead, the more intense his despair became. After a relentless quarter of an hour, Busu finally halted, his expression fraught with anxiety. Although bolstered by techniques like lightness skill, at this pace, reaching the end of the canyon seemed utterly hopeless. Furthermore, should he continue, even if he encountered other cultivators, his dwindling spiritual energy would leave him severely incapacitated. At that point, he would be unable to vanquish others. They might well turn on him upon seeing his weakness. Busu paced restlessly, akin to an ant upon a hot skillet, as various thoughts surged within him, striving to formulate an escape route. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the deep crimson sky, his countenance shifting between hope and despair. A fleeting glimmer of resolve crossed his face, and with a flash of golden light, he began to levitate slowly into the air. In this process, he remained utterly still, his eyes unblinking, a visage marked by caution. When he ascended to a height of 2 or 3 zhang above the ground, everything seemed to be in order, which brought an expression of sheer ecstasy to his face. At this altitude, he could indeed cast his spell of flight, and with the execution of the technique, reaching the far end of the canyon would be but a fleeting moment away. Suppressing the overwhelming joy of unexpected survival within him, he swiftly formed a series of intricate hand seals, transforming his form into a radiant flash of yellow light that vanished from sight. A thunderous roar erupted. Just as he soared a dozen zhang into the air, a silver bolt of lightning descended from the crimson sky, striking him directly. A shrill cry escaped his lips as his body disintegrated into fine ash, vanishing without a trace. 2 items fell from the sky, landing silently amidst the nearby grass. In a certain part of the lava path, a striking woman in her 30s, adorned in a shimmering blue veil, gazed pensively at the molten river before her. A square stone pillar, approximately a foot wide, was the only passage across the scorching red river that barred her path. Observing the searing flow of lava, the woman furrowed her brows in concern. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously stepped onto the glowing stone pillar. The instant her delicate foot touched the pillar, a flicker of pain crossed her exquisite features. Clearly, the heat emanating from the stone was extraordinary. Despite the veil's protection, she still felt the searing heat acutely. Nevertheless, this resolute woman gritted her teeth and gingerly advanced along the pillar, her demeanor tinged with vigilance. Initially, her progress was smooth, allowing her to traverse a significant portion unscathed. However, as she neared the center of the pillar bridge, a deep, rumbling sound echoed from afar. Startled, she lifted her gaze upstream along the river, only to be met with a visage of sheer terror as her face drained of color. A ferocious whirlwind surged down the river, coalescing into a shadowy dragon that, with claws bared, swiftly approached the base of the pillar, enveloping the airborne woman in its embrace. A piercing cry of despair rang out, and her figure vanished without a trace. Moments later, a glimmer of blue light flickered beneath the lava below the pillar, quickly disappearing into the depths. In another part of the crystal path, near an icy mountain, a middle-aged man and an elder stood back to back, combating a dozen translucent beasts. Radiant red and white hues erupted around them, but soon, the sounds of battle subsided. The beasts lingered for but a moment before scattering, leaving behind only two incomplete carcasses. Meanwhile, in another section of the crystal path, the ancient one of extreme Yin strolled leisurely across a sheet of ice, his body shimmering with dark light, exuding not a trace of cold. Occasionally, crystalline beasts emerged from beneath the ice, attempting to ambush him. Yet, with a mere flicker of black light, he effortlessly cleaved them in two. Unfazed, he continued on his journey. 2 days later, atop a small crimson hill on the lava path, Han Li stood in a daze, peering ahead with an expression of uncertainty. On that day, after swiftly traversing the expansive grassland with the application of the elusive Miao Yin step, he reverted to a normal pace. After all, the exertion of the Miao Yin step was quite taxing on his physique. Even with his resilient body post-core formation, he could not sustain such exertion for an extended duration. Naturally, this was a stark contrast to the time he spent during his foundation establishment. Subsequently, he navigated a perilous stretch of lava marsh. Those seemingly solid grounds were, in fact, treacherous pits of lava. Even someone as stalwart as Han Li emerged from this ordeal drenched in cold sweat. Had he not summoned the frost pearl of the barbarian with the unkempt beard in advance, he would have been severely scalded had he fallen into one of those pits. Even if he escaped with his life, he would likely have suffered grievous burns. Later, as he traversed a bizarre forest, he was fixated upon by 2 or 3 flame spirits, which required considerable effort from Han Li to evade safely. However, none of these challenges could compare to the astonishing sight that lay before him now. An endless expanse of black desert unfolded in front of him. Indeed, the grains of sand were black, and the dunes were shrouded in the same eerie hue. This peculiar sight naturally instilled a sense of unease in Han Li, rendering him hesitant to venture forth. Detouring was certainly not an option. The sheer vastness of the black desert was daunting. Should he choose to circumvent it, he would lose at least 2 additional days. Based on the experiences of previous cultivators, passage through this realm was mandated within 5 days. Otherwise, the teleportation array would irrevocably close, sealing the fate of those trapped within. Han Li estimated that he had only reached the midpoint of the canyon. A 2-day delay could indeed jeopardize his timing. He was reluctant to take such a risk, for who could predict what sinister entities might await beyond the Black Desert? With his brow furrowed, Han Li scrutinized the ominous landscape, pondering the bizarre dangers that lurked therein. Just then, a flicker of determination crossed his features, without a backward glance. He vanished from his location, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, faint sounds emanated from behind him. Not long after, a male cultivator emerged slowly from the opposite side of the small hill. Appearing to be in his 40s, his complexion was sallow. This was the same male cultivator who had exhibited great trepidation in the presence of the extreme Yin patriarch within the Grand Hall. At this moment, he donned a uniquely shaped green conical hat and cradled a white jade bowl in his hands, emanating an unusual chill even in such oppressive heat. Upon reaching the summit, he surveyed the surroundings with a wary expression, as if searching for something. Observing the emptiness around him only heightened his caution. Recently, when he had glanced at the small hill from a distance, he thought he had caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure moving atop it. Now, standing here, that figure was nowhere to be found, which naturally heightened his vigilance exponentially. After a cold glance around the vicinity, he silently plunged 2 fingers into the jade bowl. With a swift pull, a beam of white light shot forth from the bowl, forming an arc that spiraled above his head. The yellow-faced man, with a single hand, executed a hand gesture and softly murmured an incantation. With a soft pop, the white light trembled and then exploded, scattering like celestial flowers into myriad twinkling stars, enveloping the area within several dozen yards. Where the white light landed, layers of frost began to crystallize on the crimson ground, yet no unusual occurrences manifested in the surroundings. Observing this, a flicker of doubt crossed the man's face. After pondering for a moment, he dismissed the notion that he may have been mistaken and shifted his serious gaze toward the black desert. This place truly possessed an aura of the uncanny. The man murmured softly, contemplating the eerie black desert, his thoughts tinged with hesitation. However, after a brief moment of consideration, he flicked his sleeve, sending forth a streak of red light that landed on the ground. As the radiance subsided, a small creature resembling a fiery red fox materialized in its place. The man flicked his fingers, releasing a green pill that the small creature eagerly swallowed, its expression one of delight. The yellow-faced cultivator pointed imperiously toward the black desert, instructing the creature. With a powerful push of its limbs, the small beast transformed into a streak of red light and dashed down the mountain, moving with astonishing speed. In a short span of time, this fox-like creature ventured deep into the black desert, making a wide detour with a yellow dragon and returning unscathed. No anomalies occurred. It seemed that aside from its color, the black desert bore no difference from an ordinary desert. The yellow-faced man displayed an expression of astonishment, clearly taken aback by this unexpected outcome. He had prepared himself for the possibility of this red fox creature being obliterated. After all, it was merely a common first-level spirit beast, possessing only agility and an exceptional sense of smell. He would not mourn its loss. Frowning deeply, he intently observed the creature as it darted back and forth in the desert for several laps before whistling to summon the red fox back, allowing it to return to his sleeve. Subsequently, the man gazed at the black desert with an uncertain expression, falling into silence. Yet this time, his hesitation lasted but a moment before he cautiously descended the small mountain, approaching the black desert. Unbeknownst to him, just as he stepped down the mountain, Han Li's figure reappeared at the summit after a ripple in the air. Earlier, while the yellow-faced man had conducted a broad search with his spells, Han Li, employing an unnamed technique to conceal his presence along with the Luo Yin steps, had effortlessly evaded his detection, leaving not a trace. Han Li was confident that even against a mid-stage core formation cultivator, should he close in and unleash the 9 azure bamboo cloud sword simultaneously, he could undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow, erasing his opponent entirely. This left Han Li in a state of hesitation, pondering whether to strike down his adversary immediately and seize the 2 evidently valuable treasures, or to allow the opponent to scout the path ahead first. After the other party sent a small beast to explore the black desert without yielding any results, Han Li entirely relinquished the notion of attacking. The unknown is the most perilous. It is better to have this individual forge a path for him. He had no confidence that the black desert harbored no dangers. Moreover, with his possession of the white rhinoceros pendant and the ice pearl, he was sufficiently equipped to ward off fire without needing the opponent's fire-warding treasures. The yellow-faced man, entirely oblivious to Han Li's silent approach from behind, finally stepped onto the black grains of sand, entering the eerie black desert. With each step, 1 zhang, 2 zhang. His expression grew increasingly tense as he delved deeper into the desert. He had already cast a layer of green protective shield with his hat, safeguarding himself from the elements. However, after advancing several hundred zhang into the desert without encountering any issues, the man's expression relaxed somewhat, granting him a sense of relief. Logically, having ventured this deep into the area, any potential danger should have manifested by now. Meanwhile, Han Li observed the diminishing figure of the man ahead, an expression of astonishment dawning on his face. Could it be that he had truly misjudged the situation, and this black desert was merely intimidating in appearance? Lacking any real threat, had he known this earlier, it would have been wiser to have acted swiftly to resolve the matter and claim those 2 treasures. A twinge of regret stirred within Han Li. Just then, a sudden disturbance arose in the distance. As the yellow-faced cultivator took a step, one high and one low, the nearby black grains of sand inexplicably began to levitate. They floated in the air, encircling the man and emanating a dark, eerie glow, rendering the scene extraordinarily uncanny. The man, being experienced, immediately raised the jade bowl in his hand towards the sky, unleashing a torrent of white light from the bowl, adding another layer of protection beyond his green shield. At that moment, the black grains of sand transformed into countless winged black insects, surging toward the man with a terrifying onslaught. The man let out a furious roar as the white light intensified, and numerous palm-sized ice shields appeared around him, swiftly rotating to form a white whirlwind that enveloped him. At this juncture, he discerned the true nature of these insects, dark-winged flying ants. However, their sheer numbers were alarming, amounting to tens of thousands. The yellow-faced man's mind raced as he desperately recalled the species of flying ants and their potential weaknesses. But before he could formulate a plan, the black torrent collided with the whirlwind of ice shields. A cacophony of cracking sounds erupted as all the flying ants were repelled, flung several zhang away. Witnessing this, the man felt a wave of relief wash over him, a hint of joy lighting up his face. Yet, mere moments later, his smile froze. For those black flying ants, after tumbling through the air, resumed their flight, displaying no signs of injury. Panic began to grip him. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, releasing a gray flying dagger that transformed into a stunning arc, cleaving fiercely towards the swarm of flying ants. As the dagger shot forth, a cacophony of buzzing erupted from nearly 10,000 ants, surging forward in a frenzied assault. Despite the wild slashes of the gray light, the ants emerged unscathed, swiftly enveloping the dagger and trapping it within their ranks. The yellow-faced man, struck with alarm, attempted to retract his artifact, but it was too late. The gray light amidst the swarm flickered before being engulfed by a tide of black. Blood erupted from his mouth, draining the color from his face. The fall of the artifact, linked to his very essence, left him gravely weakened. Without further hesitation, he urged the white whirlwind to propel him back along the path he had traversed, believing that escape from the black desert might still be feasible. Yet, astonishingly, the black ants, after consuming the remnants of the dagger, halted their pursuit and executed a bewildering maneuver. They swiftly coalesced, and with a flash of dark luminescence, transformed into a spear several yards in length. With a piercing shriek, the spear hurtled through the air like a bolt of wrath. Panic surged within the yellow-faced man as he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, intensifying the surrounding whirlwind. The obsidian spear plunged into the white tempest with a resounding crash, piercing through with alarming speed, its sharp tip and elongated shaft streaked with vivid crimson. As the tempest abruptly ceased, the yellow-faced man was revealed, standing stock still, his ice shield and green barrier utterly obliterated. A gaping, fist-sized transparent hole marred his chest, surrounded by charred, blackened flesh, as though seared by some infernal flame. He glanced down in disbelief, his hand instinctively brushing over the wound, astonishment etched across his features. At that moment, the dark spear crackled and once again morphed into a horde of black ants, surging towards him without mercy, overwhelming him and swiftly engulfing his form. After a few pitiful cries, silence fell. Moments later, the swarm ascended into the air, returning to their original position, blending seamlessly with the surrounding grains of sand. The spot where the man had fallen was now barren, entirely devoured by the ants. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by Han Li, who stood at a distance atop the mountain, his heart racing with shock, yet an odd expression crossed his face. Iron fire ants. It must be them. I never anticipated encountering such spiritual insects here, he murmured to himself in a voice barely audible. When these flying ants first appeared, he had not recognized the origin of these dark creatures. However, it was only when they showed no fear of the yellow-faced monk's flying dagger artifact attack and ultimately coalesced into a spear that he recognized them as iron fire ants. After all, the flying ant-like spiritual insects are not uncommon in the realm of cultivation, and their appearances are almost indistinguishable. Most individuals, unless they are cultivators specifically trained in insect control techniques, find it difficult to discern their differences. Yet, in reality, the capabilities and terrifying nature of various flying ant species are as disparate as heaven and earth. A swarm of weaker flying ants can be effortlessly swept away by a chi refining stage cultivator wielding an ordinary artifact. More formidable flying ants elicit furrowed brows and retreat from even the golden core stage cultivators. This particular spiritual insect, ranked 37th on the strange insect list, is among the most formidable of flying ants. Aside from the legendary Tianjing ant, which holds the 9th position, the iron fire ant is arguably the most fearsome. These species of flying ants are impervious to blades and firearms, and they exhibit a remarkable resilience against most magical attacks. Only mid-tier water and ice attribute spells, along with a few spells of other attributes, can inflict harm upon them. Their defensive power is nearly as grotesque as that of the devouring gold insect, and they surpass the latter when it comes to withstanding direct attacks from artifacts. While they lack the grotesque ability of the devouring gold insect to consume spiritual energy, they compensate with the terrifying capabilities of spewing black flames and the ability to morph collectively. With these abilities, a swarm of iron fire ants can, to some extent, be likened to a fire attribute artifact that can change shape at will. Their fearsome offensive prowess renders ordinary defensive artifacts and spells utterly incapable of withstanding their full-force assault. The tragic demise of the yellow-faced man is hardly an injustice. Although iron fire ants do not belong to the extinct category of spiritual insects like the devouring gold insect, they are still exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. Even when sighted, it is typically only a few hundred or 1,000 ants at most. This rarity is due to the exceedingly harsh environment in which iron fire ants thrive, requiring not only searing volcanic terrain but also a substantial presence of copper and iron ores for survival. If they stray from such an environment, the iron fire ants quickly weaken, and their unique abilities will degrade, rendering them scarcely distinguishable from ordinary flying ants. If that were the only limitation, many cultivators would still seek to command these ants, as creating a similar environment or searching for one to nurture them would be trivial compared to the allure of the iron fire ants. However, a fatal restriction of these flying ants leads to the disappointment of any cultivators who wish to exploit them. Whether wild or domesticated, iron fire ants cannot recognize a master. Whenever someone attempts to control them through various master recognition rituals, the iron fire ants will invariably self-destruct, without exception. This shattered the dreams of numerous cultivators. As for the specific reasons behind this phenomenon, opinions vary widely. Some assert that it is due to the fierce nature of these flying ants, who refuse to be manipulated, while others attribute it to the physical constitution of the iron fire ants, among other theories. Certainly, information regarding iron fire ants is scarce, both in the southern regions and the chaotic Star Sea. For nearly a millennium, encounters with the iron fire ant have become exceedingly rare, and the size of their colonies has dwindled significantly, rendering them nearly extinct. At this moment, Hanli gazed at the black desert, lost in thought about the information regarding the iron fire ants. It seemed that these creatures served as a natural trap within the desolate expanse. Although the exact number of swarms like the one he had just encountered remained uncertain, the fact that the yellow-faced cultivator had stumbled upon a colony merely hundreds of feet into the desert suggested that the ant populations in the Black Desert were undoubtedly substantial. There might even exist colossal swarms numbering in the tens of thousands. Contemplating this, Hanli felt a chill run down his spine. He hastily scanned the several storage bags on his person with his divine sense. He possessed a dozen mid-tier ice and water talismans, which should suffice to fend off 2 or 3 swarms of iron fire ants of that size. However, relying solely on these talismans to traverse the entirety of the desert was nothing short of folly. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the spirit beast bags containing the devouring gold insects, a thought stirred within him. He wondered whether employing the devouring gold insects against the iron fire ants would yield remarkable results. After all, the ranking of the devouring gold insects surpassed that of the iron fire ants, and their numbers were plentiful. Observing the color of the iron fire ants' exoskeletons, it was evident that they had not evolved to the legendary black gold stage. They were likely in a semi-mature state, akin to his devouring gold insects. Thus, it seemed entirely plausible to experiment with the devouring gold insects. Once this notion took root in Han Li's mind, it surged uncontrollably. He struggled to maintain his composure, pondered the plan once more, and, finding no faults, resolved to test it against the aforementioned swarm of iron fire ants. Even if the devouring gold insects proved ineffective, He still had those mid-tier talismans as a means of self-preservation to retreat from the desert unharmed. With a steely expression, Han Li swiftly descended from the mountain peak, heading directly towards the Black Desert. Moments later, he arrived at the edge of the desert and halted his steps. He scrutinized the black sand particles beneath him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Suddenly, he bent down and scooped up a handful of black sand, bringing it close to his eyes for a meticulous examination. After a brief moment, Han Li let out a cold snort. With a flash of yellow light, he clenched his fingers tightly, then gradually released them. To his surprise, the majority of the sand grains flattened out, with very few crushed under his grip. What he had thought to be the Black Desert was, in fact, comprised of iron-rich mineral grains. A hint of self-deprecation played on the corners of Han Li's mouth as he muttered to himself. It was astonishing that such iron mineral grains could be spread across such an expansive desert landscape. The former master of the Void Heaven Palace truly possessed remarkable foresight. After a moment of reflection, Han Li felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. As he tossed the remnants of sand aside and stood upright, a sudden frown creased his brow. He gently tapped the spirit artifact at his waist, summoning a white protective barrier around himself. Earlier, in an effort to evade the yellow-faced cultivator, he had been compelled to deactivate the fire-repelling effect of his jade pendant and had relied solely on his cultivation to endure thus far. Now, as he approached the Black Desert, the scorching heat wave enveloping him caused a dizzying sensation, startling Han Li, who swiftly reactivated the spirit artifact. At this moment, it was not the time to conserve magical energy. Han Li, without further hesitation, cautiously approached the swarm of iron fire ants. Traversing this Black Desert proved to be an excruciating ordeal. The scorching grains of sand beneath his feet and the seemingly burning air surrounding him created an unbearable atmosphere. Even with the combined use of the spirit sense and the fire-repelling garment, he still felt a suffocating sensation, as if the heat was even more intense than the molten pathway he had traversed the previous day. After covering a mere 30-odd zhong, Han Li sighed and reached into his storage bag, retrieving a smooth, radiant pearl. Without a moment's delay, he infused it with a portion of his spiritual power. A flash of white light erupted, and a wave of chilling air radiated from within the pearl. Instantly, the temperature around him dropped significantly, refreshing his spirit and prompting him to quicken his pace. Using the spirit sense in conjunction with the ice pearl greatly increased his magical energy consumption. Thus, he needed to traverse this desert as swiftly as possible. When Han Li was still 50 or 60 zhong away from the swarm of iron fire ants, he halted and scrutinized the area. After a brief moment, he shook his head lightly. The dormant iron fire ants were nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding black sand. Even when he employed his spiritual sense to probe the vicinity, discerning their presence remained a challenge. The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the ant swarm were faint, as if they were naturally endowed with a remarkably advanced concealment technique. It appeared that attempting to use his spiritual sense to safely navigate around the swarm was futile. He would have to resort to the golden-eating worms instead. With a serious expression, Han Li waved his hands, causing several spirit beast bags to rise into the air. Floating gracefully, he then made a series of hand seals, simultaneously opening the mouths of the bags. Countless golden-eating worms surged forth, transforming into a swirling cloud of gold and silver in the sky, dazzling in their brilliance. With newfound confidence, Han Li glanced at the shimmering cloud of worms and pointed toward a nearby location, softly uttering a command. In terms of sheer numbers, the golden-eating worms far surpassed the iron fire ants. With a resounding hum, the radiant cloud swiftly advanced forward, spreading over the ground like a vast canopy. However, before they could descend, the black cloud of insects suddenly surged upwards to meet the army of golden-eating worms. In the brief moment they collided, a sudden burst of black radiance erupted between the two swarms, and large plumes of dark flames shot forth from the ant horde, ruthlessly engulfing the golden-eating worms. Clearly, the ant swarm was aware of the dreadful nature of the golden-eating worms and preemptively activated their fire-resisting abilities. If it had been any other type of insect, they would have suffered catastrophic losses from such bizarre flames. However, the golden-eating worms seemed unfazed, devouring the black flames with ease, and then surged toward the ant swarm with a resonant hum. The two torrents of color clashed violently, intertwining and tearing at each other, producing an ear-piercing shriek. Countless insect carcasses plummeted from the sky, the majority being black, with the golden and silver ones being exceedingly rare. In that instant of contact, The golden eating worms gained a decisive advantage. Moments later, the tide of battle shifted, and the prospect of annihilating the enemy loomed large. The iron fire ants sensed the impending doom. The remaining few emitted faint sounds before suddenly converging into a dark arrow. Swift as the wind, they surged forth, attempting to escape the clutches of the devouring golden insects. At that critical juncture, a dazzling beam of azure sword light descended from the heavens, striking the arrow's shaft in a fleeting moment. The arrow quivered, its speed markedly diminished. This brief delay allowed the swarm of golden insects to swarm in, ensnaring the arrow with unyielding force. In the blink of an eye, the dark mass was engulfed by a sea of silver and gold. When the swarm gradually dispersed, the arrow had vanished without a trace. It was then that Hanli approached leisurely. He surveyed the lifeless corpses of the insects on the ground, stroked his chin, and fell into a contemplative silence. The fallen golden insects numbered only a few hundred, a loss that he deemed insignificant. It appeared that the golden insects indeed possessed a slight edge over the iron fire ants, and their sheer numbers had played a decisive role in the conflict. After all, with tenfold the quantity of iron fire ants, they naturally had the advantage. After reflecting for a moment, a look of ease crossed Han Li's face. It seemed that traversing the black desert with the golden insects would pose no problem. He glanced once more at the scattered insect carcasses, and after a flicker of unusual light in his eyes, he emitted a low whistle. A cloud of golden and silver insects descended from the sky with a whoosh, consuming the remains on the ground as effortlessly as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, before obediently flying back into the spirit beast pouch that Han Li had summoned once more. Collecting several pouches, he cast his gaze toward the depths of the black desert and proceeded without hesitation. A day later, deep within the desert, Han Li stood motionless, his expression impassive as he gazed at the heavens. Above him unfolded the largest battle of insects since his entrance into the desert, with hundreds of thousands of golden insects and iron fire ants fiercely clashing in the low sky not far ahead. Insect corpses rained down like droplets of rain, forming a thin layer on the ground, a sight both shocking and grim. A fleeting shadow of severity crossed Han Li's brow. Although merely a day had passed, he had already lost nearly 10,000 golden insects. With each stretch of his journey, he invariably encountered swarms of iron fire ants, their numbers fluctuating from 2,000 or 3,000 to over 10,000. The colossal horde he faced this time comprised around 50 to 60,000. It was estimated that after this battle, he would suffer further losses of 7,000 to 8,000 golden insects. No wonder Han Li felt a pang of regret. The rehatching of the golden insects was a lengthy process, leaving uncertainty about when the swarm could be replenished. After another cup of tea's worth of time, the black ant horde finally retreated. Apart from a few thousand that managed to escape, the rest had become the sumptuous feast for the golden insects, devoured entirely. Han Li, indifferent to pursuing the fleeing iron fire ants, exhaled a breath of energy onto the ice crystal above him, enhancing the frigid aura and revitalizing his spirit as he continued on his path. According to his estimation, he had now reached the central region of the desert, which explained the encounter with such a vast swarm of flying ants. He needed to hasten his journey. Otherwise, merely sustaining the magical energy consumption of 2 fire-repelling treasures would prove to be an arduous task. However, after walking only 20 or 30 miles, Han Li's expression suddenly changed, and he squinted to gaze toward the right. Moments later, a hint of confusion crossed his face as he altered his direction and headed toward a particular sand dune. Upon standing atop the dune, he unconsciously furrowed his brow. For, within his line of sight, another swarm of iron fire ants had appeared. This group was not numerous, but it comprised nearly 10,000 individuals. They were relentlessly attacking a pale blue sphere of light, which was swaying precariously, flickering uncertainly, with human figures darting within, a clear indication of desperate struggle. Han Li observed this scene with a cold, expressionless demeanor. At that moment, the iron fire ants transformed into a sharp long sword, wreathed in black flames, striking fiercely at the sphere of light. Just as Han Li believed the individual within would surely perish, a seemingly inconspicuous emerald green projectile shot forth from the sphere. Upon impact with the black sword, it erupted into a fist-sized, deep green spark, igniting fiercely. The portion of the long sword engulfed by the flames rapidly disintegrated, causing nearly 100 iron fire ants to tumble down. Han Li was taken aback. What extraordinary treasure was that emerald green projectile, capable of such formidable power? Even the iron fire ants, naturally endowed with fire attributes, could not withstand the onslaught of the green flames. Truly astonishing. It appeared that the treasures within the realm of cultivation were indeed countless. He had been too sheltered and uninformed. The emergence of the green flames seemed to further provoke the swarm of flying ants. They scattered once more, launching a frenzied assault on the sphere of light, refusing to yield an inch. For the cultivator within the sphere, it seemed that the projectiles were dwindling. After dispersing the transformed iron fire ants, no second shot followed, and the individual continued to struggle desperately. However, it appeared that he had noticed Han Li's presence, gradually shifting toward the sand dune where Han Li stood, inch by inch, under the relentless assault of the iron fire ants. After observing for a few moments in a daze, Han Li turned to continue on his way, choosing to disregard the individual. He had no intention of coveting the other's treasures, nor any interest in employing his gold-devouring insect to rescue a stranger. In this bizarre desert, the value of his gold-devouring insect surpassed that of ordinary treasures, and he was unwilling to suffer further losses unnecessarily. Yet, just as he had taken a couple of steps, a somewhat familiar, hoarse voice emerged from the sphere. Taoist Han, wait. I am Yuan Yao. Please, I beseech you to lend your hand in rescue. I assure you I will express my gratitude afterward. Her voice was filled with anxiety and alarm. Upon hearing the name Yuan Yao, Han Li's form momentarily froze. After a brief hesitation, he gradually turned back. What a small world it was. He had encountered this woman, whom he could barely consider an acquaintance, on such an expansive molten path, truly beyond his comprehension. Since she was, in a sense, a half-acquaintance, Han Li could not be so heartless as to ignore her plight entirely. Moreover, after some contemplation not long ago, he had indeed intended to discreetly seek this woman for a matter of significance. Now, it seemed fortuitous that he could achieve two objectives at once. Glancing at the considerably dimmed light sphere, he pondered briefly before reaching for the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Countless gold-eating insects surged forth, staging a dramatic spectacle of a swarm battle right before Yuan Yao's eyes. The female cultivator within the light sphere was left utterly astonished. With merely a cost of over 1,000 of the gold-eating insects, the swarm of iron fire ants was effortlessly annihilated. This left her in such shock that she was rendered speechless for quite some time. It was only when Han Li calmly retrieved the gold-eating insects that she regained her senses, hastily dispelling her protective blue light sphere. Yuan Yao's complexion had paled due to excessive expenditure of her magical energy, rendering her somewhat fragile, yet undeniably enchanting. The original black robe had long been discarded, replaced with a thin, form-fitting garment that accentuated her graceful figure, and she was now glistening with fragrant sweat, exuding an alluring aroma, filled with irresistible temptation. Upon seeing her, Han was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Thank you, Taoist Han, for your timely rescue. I am truly grateful. Yuan Yao said sweetly after giving a courteous bow. I have some urgent matters to attend to at home today, which has caused this delay. I can only offer this chapter tonight, and I sincerely apologize. As the year draws to a close, myriad chaotic affairs arise. There's no way to avoid them. Haha, such is life. I hope everyone enjoys a good night's sleep. Volume 4, Winds Rise from Overseas, Chapter 462, Soul Calling Pearl. It was merely a trivial act, Han Li stated calmly as he glanced at the woman. Now that you have escaped danger, I shall take my leave. He turned to depart, showing no sign of hesitation. This action caused Yuan Yao, still shaken from her earlier fright, to lose her composure, urgently exclaiming, Brother Han, what do you mean? I have yet to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. The delicate appearance she displayed while saying this evoked a sense of deep sympathy. However, Han Li did not look back, only allowing a cold response to escape. There is no need for further thanks. I can only assist momentarily. I cannot offer lifelong support. Miss Yuan, take care of yourself. With that statement, he swiftly walked over Tianzhong away, his movements remarkably brisk. Upon hearing his reply, Yuan Yao's already pale visage turned even more frantic. Given her current state, she could hardly muster the strength to withstand not only any further encounters with iron fire ants, but even the searing heat. She could not afford to relinquish the lifeline that Han Li represented. Thus, she called after him in a soft voice several times. But Han Li appeared oblivious as he continued to distance himself. Seeing that her pleas seemed ineffective against his unyielding heart, anxiety crept onto her face, and she reluctantly uttered the words Han Li had anticipated. Wait, If you are willing to offer protection on the journey ahead, I am prepared to bestow upon you a precious treasure, ensuring that your expenditure of magical energy is not in vain," she stated, biting her silver teeth. "A precious treasure?" At this, Han Li paused, seemingly wavering. "I possess several Qing fire thunderbolts. I am willing to offer them all to you." The woman noticed that Han Li seemed to display a hint of interest, and not daring to be remiss, she spoke again. "Is it that peculiar green projectile from earlier? It is indeed quite extraordinary." Han Li slowly turned around, a playful expression gracing his face. Having rescued her, he naturally did not intend to abandon her without further thought. Moreover, his reasons for saving her were laced with ulterior motives. His earlier retreat was merely a strategic maneuver. Now that she was actively seeking his assistance, his objectives had been fulfilled. What followed would be a bold demand, and he presumed she would have little choice but to acquiesce. It was evident that the stunning beauty, Yuan Yao, understood this as well. However, whether out of gratitude for Han Li's earlier act of salvation or the desire to continue receiving his protection in the future, she found herself with no other options and could only helplessly continue to explain. The Qinghua Lei is a secret fire thunder crafted by the demonic Qingyang sect. Each one requires a significant amount of rare materials and an extensive amount of time to forge. Its power rivals that of the Yuan Yang fire wielded by cultivators at the nascent soul stage. I currently possess 3, and I shall offer them all to you, my friend." With a composed demeanor, she extended a delicate hand, revealing 3 crystalline, warm green projectiles resting gently in her palm. At this moment, Han Li returned at a leisurely pace, casting a glance at the 3 projectiles before nonchalantly stating, "These Qinghua Lei can indeed be considered treasures. However, I would not take risks solely for their sake. Carrying an additional burden here would at least double my expenditure of mana. Would you, my friend, be so reckless?" There was an undercurrent of sarcasm in Han Li's words. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao's expression shifted subtly, her face fluctuating between various emotions for a time before she suddenly broke into a charming smile. "Han, do reveal your conditions. I do not wish to beat around the bush any longer. Do you perhaps expect me to offer myself in return?" As she uttered these words, Yuan Yao swayed her waist, her voluptuous figure subtly accentuated, her bright eyes filled with a captivating allure, exuding a myriad of enchanting qualities. Han Li was taken aback by her stunning appearance, yet his gaze narrowed as he unabashedly scrutinized her curvaceous form. His unabashed stare caused a blush to bloom on the beautiful woman's cheeks, yet her mesmerizing eyes shone even brighter, as if captivating the very depths of one's soul. With Miss Yuan's exquisite beauty employing such charms, it certainly evokes a different response. Yet, it holds no utility for me. It would be wiser for you to conserve your remaining mana for self-preservation," Han Li remarked, stroking his chin with a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. "Humph. What a brutish man, utterly devoid of romance, completely oblivious to the beauty of a woman." The facade of the beautiful woman shattered, her seductive demeanor replaced by exasperation as she exclaimed, "Miss Yuan, do not speak so. Were we not in this perilous place, should you entice me, I would undoubtedly not refuse. However, given the current circumstances, Han Li replied with a grin that lacked sincerity. "How naive you are. If it were not for the present situation, do you think I would desire your embrace?" Yuan Yao retorted, her almond-shaped eyes widening in indignation, glaring at Han Li with resentment. "It appears I have indeed saved the wrong person," Han Li mused. "Given this, I have no desire for you, Taoist Yuan, to offer yourself, nor do I wish for any expression of gratitude for saving my life. I shall take my leave now." Han Li appeared to deliberately provoke the young woman, cupping his fists to indicate his intention to depart. "Brother Han, please do not be angry. It is my fault," Yuan Yao implored. "What must I do for you to assist me in traversing this lava path? Please, do not hesitate to say. I assure you, I shall comply without fail. Can you not consider our acquaintance from over a century ago, having faced the ghost mist together, and lend a hand to this humble girl? As for treasures, aside from these few Qinghua thunderstones, I truly have nothing else of value to offer." Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan Yao's tone softened immediately, and she adopted a pitiful demeanor. Although Han Li maintained a seemingly amused expression, he felt a twinge of surprise within. This Yuan Yao was indeed adept at adapting, showcasing a remarkable range of emotions. The feeble and pleading appearance she now presented was in stark contrast to her earlier seductive allure and the cold, haughty impression she had given him at first, each evoking different feelings within him, which was rather peculiar. It seemed this female practitioner had made extraordinary progress over the past century, advancing from the qi refinement stage to the core formation stage. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Han Li wore a contemplative expression. Yuan Yao's bright eyes were fixated on him, revealing a glimmer of anticipation. After a moment, he finally raised his gaze and, with apparent reluctance, spoke. Since you have mentioned our brief encounter from over a century ago, it would indeed seem cold-hearted of me not to protect a fellow Taoist. However, I have always adhered to the principle of not working for free. If you truly wish to accompany me out of this lava path, might you consider parting with that Taihan beast? After traversing such a long route, Han Li finally articulated his desire, the very thought he had harbored from the outset. With this peculiar beast in his possession, he would gain greater confidence in his collaboration with the ancient spirit known as Xuan Gu. Moreover, in the long run, the potential of the Taihan beast was not to be underestimated. You wish for the Taihan? Yuan Yao's eyes widened in disbelief upon grasping Han Li's words. Is that not acceptable? Han Li's expression darkened, his tone growing slightly frosty. If I give you the Taihan, will you lead me out of the lava path? Yuan Yao inquired, her gaze lingering on Han Li, her demeanor growing somewhat odd. Indeed, Han Li furrowed his brow, affirming his response. He sensed that her reaction was somewhat peculiar. Very well, it is settled then. The Taihan beast is yours. Almost simultaneously with Han Li's affirmation, she swiftly removed a spirit beast pouch from her waist and unhesitatingly handed it to him, showing no sign of hesitation whatsoever. This scene caused Han Li to blink, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. No matter how he viewed it, he felt as though the other party was almost eager to part with the Taihan beast. Did it possess some hidden danger? After pondering briefly, Han Li maintained his composure and accepted the pouch. A quick sweep with his spiritual sense revealed the Taihan beast was nestled within, peacefully slumbering. Han Li nodded, securing the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Just as he was about to speak again, before him, Yuan Yao opened her mouth and expelled a dark gray orb, which fell into her palm. This was the Ming Hun Zhu, an artifact for controlling the crying soul beast. By refining it in the manner of ordinary treasures, one could bind the beast to their will forever. I have not possessed this creature for long, and have yet to fully refine it. Now, you simply need to erase the traces of my consciousness from it, Yuan Yao explained with a gentle smile, handing it to Han Li. Han Li examined the Ming Hun Zhu, his gaze shifting slightly, yet he refrained from reaching out to accept it. He was already aware of this orb. During his passage through the ghost mist, he had avoided this woman and inquired about the crying soul beast with Zi Ling. The matter of the Ming Hun Zhu had been among those conversations. He later discerned that she struggled to command the beast effectively, realizing she had not successfully refined the orb, which sparked his interest in capturing the creature. However, now she tossed the orb at him as if it were a curse, her eyes betraying a hint of delight, leaving Han Li filled with suspicion, causing him to hesitate in accepting it. Yuan Yao observed his reaction, her eyes glimmering like autumn waters, and chuckled lightly. What's this, Brother Han? Have you lost interest in this item? Or are you perhaps concerned that my Ming Hun Zhu is a counterfeit? Her words carried a subtle hint of mockery. Han Li did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the orb for a moment before saying, Is it genuine? I can discern the aura of the restless souls upon it, but my knowledge of the crying soul beast is rather limited. I wonder if refining this orb could pose any harm to myself? As he spoke, he maintained his gaze fixed on Yuan Yao's beautiful eyes. Unfounded fears. How could there be any issues? If there were truly a problem, why would I personally attempt to refine this orb? There may be slight discomfort during the process, but as long as you endure it, all will be well. Yuan Yao replied, her expression remaining composed as she spoke lightly. Discomfort? Han Li frowned, studying her for a while before glancing back at the orb. He sensed that her words contained some falsehood, yet he could not discern any immediate abnormalities. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to accept the orb for now and would investigate it further later. If it proved harmful, he could simply refrain from refining it. After all, possessing the orb would still allow him to command the crying soul beast. With this decision made, he carefully placed the orb into his storage pouch. Let us proceed. During our journey along this molten path, I shall do my utmost to ensure Miss Yuan's safety. However, I must speak frankly. Should we encounter dangers that even I cannot contend with, I advise you to seek your own escape. Han Li said calmly after securing the Ming Hun Zhu. He then pointed at the icy orb hovering above them, causing a chilling aura to envelop both of them. This is only natural. If we were to face such circumstances, Yuan Yao would accept her fate. However, I trust in Brother Han's golden and silver beetles. The likelihood of such a scenario occurring is rather slim. The enchanting woman wrinkled her nose and then smiled, her expression blossoming like a flower, utterly captivating. Confronted with such beauty, Han Li indulged in a few discreet glances before silently turning away. Observing this, Yuan Yao smiled and gracefully moved closer, walking alongside Han Li with an air of intimacy. As she drew nearer to him, the chilling aura emanating from the ice pearl intensified, prompting her to seek greater comfort. It must be said that the current ice and fire path is indeed peculiar. How could a black desert emerge, along with such formidable swarms of flying ants that fearlessly withstand magical attacks and spew forth black flames in intricate combinations? Had I not fortuitously possessed some azure fire thunder, I might not have endured long enough to reunite with Brother Han. Even so, I lost a piece of defensive ancient treasure to them. As Yuan Yao walked leisurely, her lips moved in quiet complaint, clearly unaware of the origins of the iron fire ants. Had the black desert never appeared before? The inquiry from the woman startled Han Li, leading him to ask in a deeper tone. He too sensed that the presence of such powerful spiritual insects in this location seemed somewhat amiss. Aside from those cultivators with unique abilities and certain potent treasures, even those at the late stage of the core formation could find their safety in the black desert uncertain. No, this black desert is a first on the lava path. Previously, cultivators who traversed this route faced only extreme temperatures and various hazardous terrains, encountering perhaps a few fiery beasts at most. Such bizarre flying ants had never manifested. Had the existence of such a formidable ant swarm been known, it is likely that very few cultivators would dare to brave the lava path. Most would likely retreat after encountering the ghost mist. No cultivator would gamble with their own life. Yuan Yao appeared to possess considerable knowledge, responding without hesitation. Yet, a look of confusion also graced her delicate features. Thus, it seems the ice and fire path is somewhat abnormal. A flicker of contemplation crossed Han Li's eyes as he murmured, "Absolutely abnormal. Someone must have tampered with it." Within a grove of blood-red ice pillars in the realm of the Xuangjing path, the scholar with the Confucian robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward while uttering similar sentiments. Surrounding him, countless azure lights swirled and danced about his form, while outside, a dark mass comprised of hundreds of silver creatures loomed. These diminutive beasts bore a striking resemblance to mice, their fur shimmering with silver, and each possessed a short, exquisite silver horn atop their heads, appearing dainty and elegant. They encircled the elder, transforming into streaks of silver light, relentlessly striking him with their horns, producing a thunderous cacophony that was astonishingly impressive. Yet, the azure lights before the elder remained utterly unperturbed, unaffected by the chaotic onslaught of silver flashes. Seeking death, the scholar in the Confucian robe seemed irked by the incessant noise of these peculiar mice. Lowering his gaze once more, his face grew cold as he swept his large sleeves outward, causing the azure lights to erupt in a brilliant explosion, illuminating the surrounding area for dozens of yards and rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Moments later, the azure glow began to fade. The ground lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of silver-white creatures, each one pierced by a multitude of azure needles, glimmering with a ghostly blue light. Qing Yi, the recluse, remained unfazed, clearly having anticipated such an outcome. He cast a cold glance at the ground before extending a frail right hand, gently beckoning towards the void. The needles on the ground converged like a flowing river, transforming back into azure rays that vanished into his body. Silverlight mice. How could such a wretched creature appear in the second phase? The elder's expression darkened as he pondered, standing still in contemplation. Since the Xianjing path has summoned the silverlight mice, it seems the lava road will not remain unchanged either. That lad surnamed Han is likely in for a world of trouble. Qing Yi huffed in frustration, muttering anxiously to himself. Subsequently, he sighed heavily, his form swaying slightly before he vanished from sight. Amidst the towering crimson ice pillars, the ground was left littered with silver creature corpses, creating an eerie atmosphere. In a lightless corner of the canyon, two voices conversed leisurely in the darkness. Was it a bit too hasty to utilize the iron fire ants and silverlight mice this time? Although we have manipulated circumstances in past treasure hunts, we managed to keep it discreet. However, the emergence of the Black Desert and Blood Ice Forest is rather blatant. Wouldn't you agree? Aside from a few who have not traversed these regions, Most of the core formation cultivators from both the righteous and demonic paths are likely to perish here. When faced with the likes of Wan Tianming and the barbarian bearded man, it will be impossible to deceive them any longer, one voice expressed with concern. Deceive? Do you truly believe the righteous and demonic factions were unaware of the machinations at the Shutian Palace? They have long been aware, but previously, our Star Palace was powerful enough that they feigned ignorance. They also know we can only manipulate minor restrictions within the Shutian Palace, posing no significant threat. Each treasure hunt merely resulted in a few more core formation cultivators from the righteous and demonic paths perishing. The second voice replied coolly, "The Black Desert and Bloodlight Forest are the most formidable restrictions I can control. Even so, I still feel it is somewhat regrettable to have utilized them. After all, they were painstakingly mastered by our former Star Palace Lord." The first voice lamented wistfully, "Not regrettable in the slightest. Currently, rumors abound outside. And with both sovereigns entering a critical period of seclusion, we are unable to make contact. The chaos in the Star Sea has left even our inner disciples of the Star Palace feeling unsettled. The affairs within the palace now rest solely on the shoulders of a few old-timers like us. However, both the righteous and demonic factions are stirring restlessly, making it increasingly difficult for us to maintain control. While we do not fear facing either faction alone, we dread the possibility of them joining forces, which would spell disaster. At this juncture, our only recourse is to adopt a firm stance to forcibly weaken the strength of both factions, instilling doubt and confusion regarding our true situation. After all, the Star Palace has ruled the Star Sea for many years. They cannot be without reservations. If we can buy some time, the two sovereigns will eventually emerge from their seclusion. When that time comes, even if they do join forces, we will have little to fear. After all, even the madwoman of the myriad paths and the 6 realms of the holy demon island must retreat 3 paces in the face of our sovereign's primordial magnetic divine light. The activation of the iron fire ants and silver light mice restrictions was a matter of necessity. Aside from these 2 prohibitions, no other measures possess the capability to inflict such devastating harm upon a core formation cultivator, failing to deliver the requisite warning effect and demonstrating our unwavering stance. As for the concern that the other party might seize this opportunity to create trouble, such apprehension is entirely unfounded. Observing their posturing, it is highly likely that they are once again after the Void Heaven Cauldron. It is not their own disciples who face peril, and thus they are unlikely to act rashly. At most, they will harbor silent resentment. Inhan coldly articulated a lengthy discourse. Upon hearing this, the first voice sighed softly and fell silent, seemingly in agreement with the other's judgment. Tonight, there will be another chapter, so please bear with us. Volume 4. The Winds Rise Overseas Chapter 464. Crystal Refinement. This marks the umpteenth swarm of flying ants we have encountered since setting forth. Han Li gazed at the insect carcasses on the ground and inquired slowly. The 7th swarm. Although we have faced these ant swarms with increasing frequency, thankfully, we have yet to encounter a massive horde of over 10,000. Yuan Yao, standing beside Han Li, replied obediently. It has now been half a day since the 2 of them embarked on their journey together. Upon hearing her words, Han Li furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as if he were preoccupied with troubling thoughts. After some contemplation, he gestured to the gluttonous golden insects that had devoured the carcasses on the ground. Summoning them, all the flying insects transformed into resplendent clouds and returned to the spirit beast pouch suspended in midair. Han Li collected the pouch with an unhurried demeanor. "What is it? Fellow Taoist, your countenance seems rather displeased. We have traversed the most perilous section of the desert. The remaining path should be considerably safer." Yuan Yao observed Han Li's expression and, with a blink of her beautiful eyes, inquired with confusion. "Safe? Do you truly believe so?" Han Li shot a glance at Yuan Yao, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied. "Is there danger ahead?" Yuan Yao furrowed her brow inadvertently, questioning with skepticism. "As for the dangers that may lie ahead, I am uncertain. However, one thing I can affirm is that there has been no presence of an ant queen among the swarms we have encountered thus far. Either the entire desert hosts only a single ant queen, or we have been fortunate enough not to encounter any super swarms containing an ant queen. It is wise to remain vigilant on the road ahead. If we traverse another half day without incident, then we may truly deem it safe." Han Li's expression remained indifferent. "Perhaps you are being overly cautious. These flying ants are formidable, and perhaps there is no ant queen at all." Yuan Yao's face initially blanched, but after a moment, she forced a smile, pretending to be unbothered. Let us hope that is the case. Han Li chose not to argue further, fully aware that the iron fire ants indeed possess ant queens. Although the individual strength of an ant queen may be average, their intelligence is said to be astonishingly high. Encountering one would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Influenced by their prior conversation, the two of them traveled for over 2 hours without uttering another word. However, a more curious occurrence transpired. They encountered not a single ant swarm along this stretch of their journey. At this moment, Yuan Yao herself became aware of the peculiarities surrounding her, her countenance subtly revealing a hint of unease. However, when the two inadvertently ascended a towering sand dune and gazed ahead, they were left astounded. Yuan Yao's face was one of sheer astonishment. Her crimson lips moved several times. Yet no words escaped her mouth. Han Li maintained a slightly more composed demeanor, yet his expression mirrored a similar astonishment. Before them, on the sandy expanse, stood a solitary colossal crystal pillar, towering approximately 20 to 30 zhang. This pillar emanated an icy chill, shimmering with a faint white light, within which was ensconced a similarly towering black giant. This giant was grotesquely hideous, its eyes bulging in fury, crowned with a gleaming bald head, motionless within the crystal. It was exceedingly eerie. After gazing intently for a moment, Han Li's eyes swept across the nearby sandy terrain. The ground was pockmarked, riddled with holes of varying sizes, as if it had endured a fierce battle. A flicker of intrigue illuminated Han Li's gaze as he redirected his attention to the giant. However, upon noticing one of the giant's eyes, he could not help but let out a soft exclamation. "What did you discover, Taoist Han?" Yuan Yao, hearing Han Li's voice, finally regained her composure and inquired. Han Li offered a slight smile, refraining from answering her question, instead narrowing his eyes and extending his spiritual sense outward. After confirming that no one else lurked nearby, he descended the sand dune, striding boldly toward the crystal pillar. Humph. Observing Han Li's deliberately enigmatic demeanor, Yuan Yao's irritation surfaced. Yet she had no choice but to follow. After all, once she stepped outside Han Li's protective range, she would have to expend her own energy to withstand the heat. Flying ants. As they approached within a mere 10 zhang of the crystal pillar, Yuan Yao's lips parted in astonishment. At this distance, she finally discerned the true visage of the giant. It was composed of countless black flying ants. From afar, it was sufficiently lifelike to deceive the eye, leaving one in disbelief. Nevertheless, these iron fire ants remained utterly still within the crystal, their state of life or death unknown. At this juncture, Han Li halted his steps, contemplating the crystal pillar before him. Since these flying ants are presumably deceased, we should take our leave. Let us not waste time here, Yuan Yao suggested after surveying the scene. How can you be so certain they are dead? They might still be alive. Han Li responded, a hint of confusion in his tone. Alive? How could that be possible? Yuan Yao cast a dubious glance at Han Li, struggling to believe his words. Are you not aware of the renowned ancient treasure, the Xianhuang mirror, from the Wan Sect? Any living being illuminated by this treasure will immediately have their soul scattered, and a crystal pillar will manifest around them. Within a few days, the body within the crystal will dissolve into nothingness. I have not heard of it, Han Li replied candidly, causing Yuan Yao to widen her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Left momentarily speechless. If that is the case, then these insects must have been eradicated by that one Tianming. After circling the colossal crystal pillar several times, Han Li mused thoughtfully. Who else could it be but him? What intentions do you harbor? These crystals, aside from gradually dissolving over time, are generally impervious to destruction by magical artifacts. Otherwise, the Xuanhuang mirror would not have acquired such a formidable reputation. Yuan Yao cast a sidelong glance at Han Li, as if discerning his thoughts, and chuckled softly. Upon hearing her words, Han Li merely met her gaze with calmness. He reached for his waist, summoning forth all his spirit beast bags, and a vast cloud of golden devouring insects abruptly manifested in the air. Without hesitation, Han Li pointed at the crystal pillar, and instantly, the silvery golden cloud of insects descended, swiftly enveloping the top of the pillar in a dense mass, impenetrable to wind or rain. Do you truly wish to pursue the remnants of these flying ants? Yuan Yao began, but her voice faltered abruptly. This was because the giant encased within the white crystal pillar was rapidly diminishing in size before her very eyes. In the blink of an eye, the giant's head vanished completely. Yuan Yao's mouth fell agape, unable to close for a considerable time. In her astonished gaze, the golden devouring insects consumed the entire crystal pillar along with the giant it contained, leaving behind only a small, egg-sized crystalline orb on the ground, shimmering with an enigmatic black light. Upon seeing this object, Han Li's face broke into a faint smile as he stepped forward and retrieved it. This item, known as refined crystal, is a rare material that the Iron Fire Ant Queen regurgitates after feasting on or daily. Although he was aware that very few cultivators possessed knowledge of it, Han Li had come across references to it in an ancient text, uncertain of its veracity. It was only upon encountering the Iron Fire Ant Queen, which served as the giant's eye, that he recalled this information and was moved to test his luck. Astonishingly, he had indeed obtained such a piece of refined crystal. This material is the finest auxiliary resource for enhancing magical artifacts. When incorporated into any artifact, it not only significantly amplifies its power, but also fortifies the artifact's integrity to an unimaginable degree, making it exceedingly difficult to sever or destroy. It remains unclear whether Wan Tianming was entirely unaware of this material or had simply overlooked it in the moment, thus inadvertently benefiting Han Li. Now, if he could spare some time to reforge the green bamboo B-Cloud sword, it would undoubtedly elevate the power of this set of artifacts to a new level. Yuan Yao, evidently unfamiliar with the refined crystal, recognized the joy on Han Li's face and understood that it must be something of great value. However, she wisely refrained from inquiring further. Without exchanging another word, the two set off on their journey. They arrived at an exceedingly rudimentary stone hall, measuring approximately 50 to 60 zhang in area and standing about 7 to 8 zhang in height. In addition to a teleportation array situated within, each of the four sides boasted a massive stone door several zhang tall. At present, all doors were tightly sealed, rendering the space akin to a grand prison cell. Within the stone hall, a multitude of various stone tables and benches were arranged, each distinct from the other, numbering in the dozens. Seated upon these stone benches were a sparse handful of cultivators, each exhibiting a range of expressions. In the presence of the Grand Master of Extreme Yin, the venerable scholar clad in Confucian robes, and the formidable Wan Tianming, all seated before the gathering, the remaining practitioners appeared to be at the peak of their cultivation. Yet not a single one exhibited any signs of weakness. At this moment, however, their expressions were all grim, devoid of the inclination to exchange words. The atmosphere within the stone hall was suffused with an oppressive tension. The Grand Master of Extreme Yin, in particular, bore a countenance that was dark as thunder, his gaze fixed intently upon the central teleportation array, with a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. In the fourth volume, Winds Rise from Overseas, Chapter 465, Treasures of the Loft, these individuals were among the first to emerge from the ice and fire path. The Black Desert and Blood Ice Forest posed no threat to the Grand Master and other nascent soul cultivators. However, for those at the late stage of Golden Core, their escape had required considerable effort. As for those of even lesser cultivation, their fates were dire indeed. Thus, only these few remained present. Both the Grand Master of Extreme Yin and the Scholar Qing harbored deep concerns for Han Li's safety. Should Han Li perish upon the lava path, the Blood Jade Spider would undoubtedly share the same fate, rendering their earlier hopes utterly in vain, particularly for the Grand Master of Extreme Yin, whose vested interests were the greatest. His mood was even more dismal than that of the Scholar Qing. Wan Tianming, though somewhat composed, wore an expression of coldness, silently contemplating his long and slender hands. These three nascent soul cultivators were acutely aware of the anomalies associated with the ice and fire path, which were undoubtedly linked to the yet-to-appear elder of the Star Palace. As they simultaneously harbored resentment, their hearts swelled with trepidation. They pondered the intentions behind the Star Palace's actions. Did they truly intend to sever ties and lay bare their enmity within the confines of the Void Heaven Hall? In this peculiar atmosphere, time passed incrementally. The likes of the wild bearded man, Tian Wuzi, the old farmer, and Wu Chou, along with Xuan Gu, were sequentially teleported into the stone hall. Their faces bore expressions of misfortune or gritted teeth, evidently cursing the individuals from the Star Palace in their hearts regarding this upheaval. At this juncture, only half a day remained until the closure of the ice and fire path. Observing that Han Li had yet to make an appearance, the Grand Master of Extreme Yin, who had briefly softened due to Wu Chou's successful passage, found his demeanor once more darkening. Wu Chao's ability to traverse the ice and fire path was thanks to a protective ancient treasure he had been granted beforehand, allowing him to emerge unscathed. He held little hope that Han Li possessed a treasure of similar caliber for his own protection. Surely, Qing Yi and the wild bearded man shared in this regret. After all, given their status, they possessed several formidable ancient treasures. Had they lent these to Han Li, his safety would have been assured. Contemplating this, the Grand Master of Extreme Yin cast a frustrated glance at the elder and the wild bearded man. The venerable scholar was intently studying the teleportation array, his expression fluctuating as if he were deep in thought. Meanwhile, the wild bearded man gazed upwards at the ceiling of the hall, his chin moving slightly as he murmured to himself, clearly harboring his own thoughts. As the Grand Master of Extreme Yin's frustration grew, he attempted to regain a semblance of composure to confront the reality of their situation. Without the blood jade spider, what course of action should they take next? At this moment, Xuan Gu sat cross-legged at a stone table, his eyes half closed as if he had entered a meditative state. The absence of Han Li was both unexpected and, in some ways, entirely to be anticipated. In his heart, Han Li's true strength was perceived to be at most comparable to that of a cultivator in the late stage of the Foundation establishment. Whether he could traverse the altered ice and fire path was truly a 50-50 proposition. However, without Han Li's assistance, he feared that confronting that extreme entity alone would be beyond his capabilities. The question of whether to take action within the void heavenly palace began to waver in Xuan Gu's mind. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek a more opportune moment, allowing for better preparation, thus increasing the chances of success. With a tinge of helplessness, Xuan Gu silently chastised the two elders from the Star Palace once more. As for Wan Tianming and the other righteous cultivators, they too were burdened with grievances. Their plans, which originally relied on the strength of Foundation establishment cultivators, now required significant alterations, just when the atmosphere within the stone hall was rife with turmoil and ulterior motives. The two elders clad in white from the Star Palace unexpectedly appeared within the teleportation array. Instantly, numerous unfriendly gazes converged upon them. Ahem. It appears that a reckless fellow inadvertently triggered some formidable restrictions while traversing the ice and fire path, resulting in a significant upheaval within the canyon. We searched diligently, but regrettably found no means of resolution. It is likely that our cultivation world has suffered considerable losses this time, hasn't it? We shall accept our share of the blame for this incident, and after the void heavenly palace, we will indeed return to face the two sovereigns and reflect in solitude for over 100 years to atone for our negligence. The elder with a kind visage disregarded the cold glares of the crowd, surveying the surroundings and lamenting as if genuinely distressed. Upon hearing these words, cultivators from both the righteous and demonic paths cursed him internally for his shamelessness. A few light words seemed intended to absolve the situation, as if the Star Palace bore no responsibility whatsoever. However, events unfolded precisely as the two had anticipated. Despite the hall's occupants casting cold glances at them, none dared to step forward and confront the elders. The rugged bearded man and Wan Tianming, along with other ancient Yuaning cultivators, shot them a few fierce glares before returning to their own affairs. It appeared that the reputation of the Star Palace was still not to be trifled with. After exchanging a knowing glance and sharing a smile, the two white-clad elders found a corner to sit down and closed their eyes to recuperate. Just as the onlookers felt a sense of discontent yet hesitated to take the initiative, the teleportation array flickered with white light, revealing two figures, Han Li and the enchanting beauty, Yuan Yao. However, Yuan Yao had once again donned her black robe, rendering her gender indiscernible, seemingly wary of certain individuals within the stone hall. Han Li. The extreme Yin ancestor's eyes lit up upon Han Li's appearance, and with a beaming smile, he beckoned Han Li to approach immediately. The rugged bearded man and the scholar Qing Yi also displayed expressions of delight, exchanging glances before unceremoniously moving toward the extreme Yin ancestor. Han Li sighed inwardly, spoke a few words to Yuan Yao, and then, mustering his spirit, made his way toward the extreme Yin ancestor. Fortunately, he was aware that these demonic old-timers would not act against him prior to the treasure acquisition, thus maintaining a calm demeanor. As Han Li entered the grand hall, his gaze swiftly fell upon Xuan Gu, which instilled a deeper sense of calm within him. The extreme Yin patriarch summoned Han Li over, engaging in cordial pleasantries. Embodying the archetype of a benevolent teacher, he inquired briefly about the circumstances encountered on the lava path. Han Li, understanding the implications, refrained from elaborating, offering only vague responses to deflect the inquiry. It was evident that the patriarch did not genuinely seek detailed information on the matter. Indeed, he did not press further, instead offering commendations to Han Li. Beside them, the elderly scholar in the Confucian robe watched Han Li with a smile, occasionally interjecting with remarks, seemingly exhibiting an equal concern for him. In contrast, the bearded figure maintained a detached demeanor, observing silently from the sidelines without posing any questions. However, when Han Li intended to return the ice pearl, the figure generously waved his hand, signifying it as a gift to Han Li. Evidently, having traversed the ice and fire path, Han Li was increasingly regarded with esteem by these venerable beings. Nevertheless, the presence of Wu Chou, who grew ever more hostile towards him, cast a shadow. His glances were imbued with a chilling malice. The extreme Yin patriarch appeared to sense this tension, casting several admonishing glances at Wu Chou before murmuring a few words. Wu Chou promptly lowered his head, and when he lifted it again, his expression had returned to normalcy. As Han Li navigated the conversation with the venerable figures, he pondered whether he should reach out to Xuan Gu to ascertain if there were any concrete plans in place, or if they were merely responding to circumstances as they unfolded. As Han Li juggled these thoughts, the last moments slipped away. When the designated time arrived, the teleportation array in the center of the stone hall abruptly vanished. Only a handful of cultivators remained in this space. Concurrently, with a resounding rumble, the stone doors embedded in the surrounding walls began to rise, revealing a series of profound azure stone passages, the destinations of which remained a mystery. Among these 4 passages, 3 led to distinct pavilions, each containing treasures, medicinal elixirs, and ancient techniques left behind by primordial cultivators. However, each item was bound by restrictions and seals, allowing any individual only a single opportunity to claim one treasure. Once acquired, the individual would be instantaneously transported to the next enigmatic realm. The final passage, however, led directly to the next trial. Those who ventured within would only have themselves to blame for their misfortune, having wasted their journey. The peculiar restrictions meant that once one entered a passage, they could not retrace their steps. For those who wished to avoid the challenges of the mystifying realm, it sufficed to remain in the stone hall for a duration, after which they would be automatically expelled from the void heaven hall. The benevolent elder in white, upon witnessing the emergence of the passages, remained seated, slowly elucidating the situation. However, the others merely cast him a cursory glance, choosing to disregard his words. The elder from the Star Palace, unperturbed by the indifference, maintained his composure, offering a faint smile before closing his eyes once more. In this 4th volume, amidst the winds rising from overseas, the 466th chapter, Treasure Light Pavilion, unfolds the reality that none of the cultivators present were inclined to embrace the risk of departing empty-handed. Thus, not long after this person spoke, someone immediately strode forward, silently making their way towards one of the azure stone passages. Moments later, the figure vanished without a sound into the corridor, with one taking the lead. Others soon followed suit. After witnessing Wan Tianming and his companions each selecting their respective passages, the sinister old fiends, including Zi Ling, exchanged cold glances and refrained from rushing in. Zi Ling, casting a furtive glance at the 2 white-robed elders who remained seated, hesitated briefly before suddenly yanking a lustrous bracelet from his person. The chain, adorned with 4 oval beads, each the size of a thumb, emanated a faint azure glow. This was a Bodhi bead, renowned for its remarkable ability to stabilize the mind and soothe the soul. With these 4 beads in possession, the perils of the wondrous illusion would multiply immensely, yet it could ensure one's mental clarity. After uttering these words, Zi Ling solemnly presented the bracelet to Han Li. Han Li's heart leapt with joy as he accepted it without demur, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He had long heard tales of the Bodhi bead's renown. It was said that possessing even one could significantly diminish the disturbances of the heart's demons during cultivation, making it an exceedingly rare treasure. That Zi Ling would extravagantly string together 4 into a bracelet for his own benefit was utterly astonishing to Han Li. Observing Zi Yin's pained reluctance, Han Li surmised that even if he felt embarrassed to reclaim it after passing the trial, it would undoubtedly be retrieved once its value diminished. However, within the halls of the Void Sky Palace, everyone harbored their own ulterior motives, and even Zi Ling, a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, appeared to be calculating in secret. Han Li harbored deep suspicions regarding whether this ostensible master would emerge alive from the Void Sky Palace. In Ji Yin's presence, Han Li donned the bracelet upon his wrist and scrutinized it anew. The Bodhi beads bore an uncanny quality, resembling neither wood nor gold, exuding a subtle fragrance reminiscent of sandalwood, which invigorated the mind and spirit. Truly extraordinary. Logically, possessing these beads should suffice, yet for added security, Han Li resolved to keep this item close. This is my Qingming Needle Talisman, a treasure of considerable potency, far surpassing ordinary artifacts. Carry it for your protection. The scholarly elder remarked as he produced a cerulean talisman, smiling as he handed it to Han Li. The Qingming Needle Talisman? Han Li was momentarily taken aback, only to be swept up in excitement. This was a talisman of a nascent soul cultivator, incomparable to those mundane ones. Though the exorcising divine thunder of the Qingzhu Fengyun sword was formidable, it could not be used recklessly. With this talisman, his safety was assured to a greater extent. Han Li graciously accepted it, offering several respectful thanks in return. At that moment, the burly man, without a word, tossed a dark inner armor adorned with silvery scales, its weight palpable. Such generosity from brother man. Bestowing this exotic treasure, the imperial scale armor, for my junior's protection, on behalf of my disciple, I express my utmost gratitude. Ji Yin exclaimed, visibly moved, a fleeting glint of greed flashing across his face as he spoke hastily. This precious armor was of some utility to me over a century ago. However, now that my heavenly support technique has reached its zenith, I shall temporarily entrust this item to the lad for the sake of his survival. I hope it does not disappoint me in due time. Otherwise, the rugged man cast a cold glance at Han Li, his visage twisted in a menacing expression. Upon hearing these words, Han Li's demeanor subtly shifted. When Ji Yin learned that this armor was merely on loan, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed his face, only to vanish as quickly as it came, replaced by a smile as he said, "Excellent. With these few treasures to safeguard him, my young disciple should be able to extricate himself from any unforeseen peril. Let us proceed to retrieve the treasures. The opening of this passage is time-sensitive." Upon hearing this, the rugged man and the elder had no objections. Yet they made no move to advance, instead exchanging knowing glances with Han Li. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but then a wry smile graced his lips. It seemed these individuals were still wary of him retreating at the last moment, insisting on watching him step forward first. Thus, with a serene smile, Han Li casually selected a passage and ventured inside. Ji Yin and the others then exchanged glances and chose 3 other paths to enter. Do you not find the actions of the demonic sect rather peculiar? When only the 2 white-robed elders remained within the stone hall, the emotionless, cold-faced elder slowly spoke. His voice carried an icy chill. Though these old fiends employed methods to obstruct our probing, their demeanor clearly indicates a significant regard for that early-stage core formation lad. Moreover, they bestowed several protective items upon him, the benevolent elder remarked, furrowing his brow in agreement. After their exchange, silence enveloped them once more. What is your perspective? The cold-faced elder inquired gravely. Given the evident interest from the demonic sect, it must surely pertain to some form of benefit. The only treasure here that could entice them is the void heaven cauldron within the inner sanctum. That core formation lad may indeed prove invaluable to their quest for treasures, replied the other, somewhat hesitantly. Had Han Li been present to overhear their conversation, he would have been rendered speechless. These 2 were undoubtedly wily old foxes, having deduced the truth of the matter with just a few words. One could not help but admire their acumen. To seek the void heaven cauldron? These individuals truly possess an audacity to dream. Aside from a few species of spiritual beasts long extinct in the chaotic star sea, such aspirations are sheer folly. If it were otherwise, the previous generations of sovereigns would have secured this artifact long ago, leaving no room for their disdainful remarks. This matter is far from clear. Perhaps these individuals have indeed stumbled upon some ancient relic. Should a determined individual be willing to invest ample time and effort, there exists a glimmer of hope. After all, there had been instances in the past where a cultivator nearly retrieved the void heaven cauldron, although ultimately, they barely managed to lift the lid slightly and snatched only a celestial restoration pill before being ambushed and forced to flee. As for the golden silkworm of Wan Tianming, I believe there is not a complete absence of possibility. Given this, to err on the side of caution, it would be prudent to follow discreetly. It is preferable not to retrieve it. If they truly manage to procure this treasure, We must ensure that the celestial restoration pill does not fall into the hands of others. Thus, it must be so. Han Li remained oblivious to the fact that he had drawn the attention of two law-enforcing elders from the Star Palace. At this moment, he was astonished as he ascended a winding staircase of azure stone, step by step, his face awash with surprise. Shortly after entering a randomly chosen passage, he encountered an unending series of azure stone stairs, and after what felt like an entire meal's duration, there were still no signs of an end. Curiosity ignited within Han Li. Could this loft truly be constructed at such an elevated location? With this question lingering in his mind, he steadied himself and ascended the steps leisurely. After climbing approximately 100 zhong, Han Li finally glimpsed a flicker of light, prompting him to quicken his pace. Indeed, upon rounding a corner, a modest square exit appeared before him. Gazing through the exit, the scene outside stirred Han Li's emotions, urging him to stride forward. The dim yellow sky, shrouded in gray mist, devoid of blue heavens and crimson sun, presented a realm cloaked in obscurity. This was an unfathomable, cylindrical expanse of immense proportions. At first glance, it seemed exceedingly narrow, surrounded by dense fog that obscured any view. The area, roughly 1,000 zhong in circumference, allowed Han Li a complete view of his surroundings. He stood at a window formed by the misty barrier. Before him lay a white jade bridge, spanning several tens of zhong, seemingly suspended in the air. This bridge was exquisitely crafted, adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings. One end connected to the square exit, while the other led to a four-cornered pavilion floating at the center of this vast space. The pavilion stood over 30 zhong tall, comprising 2 tiers, entirely constructed from beautiful jade, shimmering in the void like a celestial palace. Above the entrance of the pavilion hung a golden plaque, roughly a foot in size, inscribed with 3 ancient characters, Treasure Light Pavilion. Han Li refrained from hastily stepping onto the bridge and instead scrutinized the pavilion. Though modest in size, it emanated an astonishing aura of spiritual energy, enveloped in a faint white glow, suggesting the presence of formidable protective formations. At last, Han Li took action. He slowly stepped onto the jade bridge, advancing towards the Treasure Light Pavilion with deliberate care. Upon reaching the bridge's midpoint, he couldn't help but tilt his head, casting a glance downward. It resembled a bottomless abyss, with only vague shadows of darkness discernible, invoking an overwhelming chill within him. Despite his inherent boldness, the sight below left him feeling unsteady, as if caught in a dizzying whirl. Enduring the discomfort for a moment longer, he ultimately averted his gaze, realizing that even his formidable spiritual sense could not penetrate such profound depths. Without further hesitation, Han Li continued directly towards the pavilion. As he approached, its grandeur became evident. At least 3 to 4 times the size of an ordinary structure. The entrance was a semicircular archway, towering 2 zhong high, enveloped by a layer of yellow light that sealed the arch. Upon reaching the threshold, Han Li examined the luminous barrier. With a slight tilt of his head, Han Li contemplated for a moment. A flash of azure light flickered in his hand, and a sword beam approximately a foot long appeared. He gently tapped the sword light with his finger, causing it to pierce effortlessly through the shimmering barrier, creating ripples without any obstruction. This unexpected occurrence surprised Han Li. Yet he promptly retracted the azure sword light and extended his arm through the barrier as well. It felt somewhat cool, as if enveloped in a liquid embrace. Without further hesitation, he propelled himself forward, vanishing beyond the luminous curtain. Upon passage through the archway, Han Li found himself momentarily dazed within the chamber. Before him stood rows of circular jade platforms, each approximately 10 feet high, crafted from exquisite white jade and densely scattered across the expanse. Glimmers of light danced upon the stone surfaces, with variously colored semicircular domes inverted atop them, seemingly containing objects within. Han Li's gaze narrowed slightly, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. The sight of the inscription Treasure Pavilion led him to conjecture that he had stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune, as this edifice likely concealed ancient treasures. However, the pavilion appeared desolate, devoid of inhabitants. It seemed that those who had traversed this passage had either already selected their treasures and been transported away or had ascended to the second floor. Contemplating this, Han Li scrutinized the jade platforms and indeed noted that some lacked the semicircular domes, appearing entirely vacant. As for the staircase leading to the second level, Han Li found himself perplexed, as he could discern no such structure after surveying his surroundings. Driven by curiosity, he searched repeatedly, ultimately focusing on a particularly unique jade platform situated at the rear of the first floor. Isolated and flat, it was adorned with intricate, arcane runes. After observing it for a few moments, Hanli deduced, based on his understanding of formations, that it was an unusually shaped rudimentary teleportation array. After contemplating it briefly, he redirected his gaze, meandering along the rows of jade platforms to examine the ancient treasures displayed. As he inspected each item, Han Li's brows furrowed in discontent. The treasures appeared disappointingly mundane. After scanning merely dozens of platforms, he lost all interest, standing there with his arms crossed, a look of puzzlement etched upon his face. The items upon these platforms hardly lived up to the name of ancient treasures. Each was either a spear or a halberd of archaic design. Though they shimmered with varied hues of precious energy, Han Li recognized that these objects were akin to the flying swords and daggers wielded by modern cultivators. Lacking any remarkable powers, of course, he could not dismiss their utility entirely. Yet, having acquired treasures like the azure bamboo cloud sword, he found such artifacts beneath his notice. He yearned for ancient treasures imbued with unique capabilities, akin to the flower basket. Despite these thoughts, wary of overlooking anything, Han Li steeled himself to inspect every jade platform thoroughly. Ultimately, he sighed, abandoning hesitation as he approached the teleportation array. He believed that the second floor should possess some distinct differences. After installing several spirit stones onto the teleportation array, Han Li was enveloped in a burst of white light and arrived at a new location. Is this the second floor of the Treasure Light Pavilion? Han Li squinted his eyes, gazing intently ahead, his lips pressed tightly together. The space here was modest. Aside from a large spherical light shield not far in front of him, the surroundings were empty and devoid of any other objects. This light shield, towering over 10 zhang, emitted a gentle azure glow, hovering about a zhang above the ground, and was strikingly conspicuous at the center of the second floor. Within it floated dozens of ancient treasures, each with unique forms, including scrolls, jade tablets, round bowls, and black banners, with not a single duplicate among them. Seeing this, Han Li's heart swelled with joy, realizing he had indeed come to the right place. However, considering that these items were so openly displayed, if they were easy to collect, they would have long been claimed by the earlier cultivators, leaving no chance for him. With this thought, Han Li clasped his hands behind his back and slowly approached the spherical light shield, circling it 3 or 4 times before coming to a halt. He opened his mouth, and a small azure sword, merely an inch long, shot forth from his lips. After swirling around above his head a few times, it transformed into a streak of azure light, darting straight towards the base of the light shield. With a soft thud, a bright blue light flickered at the point of contact, yet the azure light rebounded back, proving ineffective. Witnessing this, Han Li felt not anger but delight. The more this occurred, the more it indicated the immense value of the treasures within the spherical shield. With an expression of excitement, Han Li opened his mouth once more, unleashing a stream of 9 small swords. After a resounding hum overhead, these small swords coalesced into a gigantic sword, shimmering with azure light. With a low roar from Han Li, the colossal sword struck down with tremendous force, mercilessly aimed at the light shield. With a thunderous crash, the moment the giant sword made contact with the shield, it cleaved open a fissure several feet long. Han Li's expression brightened slightly. However, before he could take further action, a sudden surge of powerful energy emanated from within, causing the giant sword to be violently repelled. The fissure flickered with blue light before swiftly closing, returning to its original state. Initially taken aback, Han Li's countenance darkened. He stroked his chin, scrutinizing the spherical light shield once more. Before long, Han Li relaxed his expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. He pointed at the giant sword, which disassembled with a clear ringing sound, reverting back into 9 small swords that flew back into his body. Without hesitation, he reached for his waist, producing a spirit beast pouch filled with gold-devouring insects. A buzzing sound erupted as a cloud of golden and silver insects surged forth from the pouch. With a low hiss, Han Li commanded the swarm to charge upwards. In an instant, they swarmed the bottom of the spherical light shield. Moments later, the swarm gnawed a circular hole approximately 3 to 4 feet wide into the shield's wall. The blue light of the shield flared up, and the circular opening rapidly shrank in a distorted manner, closing at a speed surpassing that of the gold-devouring insect's consumption. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Li promptly transformed into a slender beam of azure light, swiftly darting through the still-parted circular aperture. At that moment, the barrier rejoined seamlessly. As the azure light coalesced, Han Li's form materialized within the protective dome. Glancing around, he beheld several ancient treasures radiating an aura of antiquity. And he too floated gently, a flicker of excitement gracing his visage. However, he was not inclined to linger, hastily attempting to extend his spiritual sense to gauge the potency of these relics. To his dismay, he found his spiritual awareness unable to transcend his corporeal form even by the slightest margin. Thus, he was left to rely solely on intuition and experience to select an item. Resigned, he widened his eyes and scrutinized each artifact in turn. A peculiar blade? Unacceptable. It was clearly an offensive relic, of little interest to him. A token? No. The monstrous visage affixed upon it suggested a function akin to that of the scroll he had previously acquired, likely for commanding spiritual beasts. A small drum? What purpose could it serve? He could discern none, so he dismissed it as well. As he continued to observe, he silently eliminated one artifact after another. Ultimately, Han Li settled upon 3 items. The first was a golden-hued oval mirror, the second comprised 5 interconnected multicolored copper rings, and the last was a wide, dark red cloak. His selections were not made lightly. The golden mirror, as was well known within the realm of cultivation, was likely to possess extraordinary capabilities and formidable power, and Han Li was determined not to let it slip away. The quintet of copper rings, presumably embodying the attributes of the 5 elements, promised an unknown yet potentially significant power. As for the cloak, Han Li lingered on it the longest. Its design was exceptionally peculiar, featuring a dual-layered composition. The inner layer was woven from silver threads, while the exterior was adorned with strange, unidentified feathers. These feathers shimmered with a dark red luminescence within the dome, creating an eerie spectacle. This was Han Li's first encounter with a cloak-like relic, and he was intensely curious about its potential functions. He speculated that this ancient treasure might possess remarkable defensive or stealth capabilities, attributes that were invaluable for survival amidst the formidable adversaries lurking within the inner sanctum. Contemplating the 3 treasures, Han Li's face reflected a dilemma. He could only claim one before the loft's restrictions would inevitably transport him away. A decision was imperative. Logically, the golden mirror seemed the safest choice. He was nearly certain of its immense power, and acquiring it would undoubtedly enhance his strength considerably. The enigmatic copper rings might yield unexpected surprises, their cohesive characteristics and vibrant hues lending an air of mystery. As for the cloak, it held the promise of immediate utility, possibly even saving his life in a moment of peril. Han Li's gaze flitted restlessly among the 3 treasures before him, even though he typically concealed his emotions. The prospect of such easily attainable treasures momentarily left him in a state of hesitation and anxiety. After a considerable time, he took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Following a brief contemplation, a sudden, whimsical idea sparked in his mind, causing his heart to race with excitement. From his understanding of formations and restrictions, he knew that a high-level restriction capable of forcibly displacing a person from one space to another could only be countered by locating the central hub of the restriction or by brute force to break through the entire restricted area. The moment one made contact with the established restriction, they would be involuntarily transported away. Both methods were, of course, impossible for Han Li. Finding the central hub of the restriction would require a master-level formation expert to study and seek it out for years, a notion he deemed unattainable. Resorting to brute force was something he would never consider, as no one had succeeded despite the numerous powerful beings at the nascent soul stage. It would be sheer folly for him, a recently promoted core formation cultivator, to even entertain such thoughts. However, within the insights he had gathered on breaking formations, the genius of formation techniques, Xuan Gu, had postulated a theoretical concept in her writings regarding spatial restrictions. This concept could temporarily render the spatial restriction ineffective against a person. Though fleeting, that brief moment might be sufficient for Han Li to seize another ancient treasure. Yet, achieving this required the cultivator to sever all connection with the energies of the space, which was a formidable task. In her writings, Xuan Gu humorously noted that even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage likely lacked the ability to accomplish such a feat, deeming it merely a fanciful idea. If any cultivator possessed such extraordinary capabilities, they would rely on their strength to break the restriction outright, thus avoiding the complexity of this method. After all, cultivators in this realm could only conceal their presence skillfully enough to evade detection. It was impossible to entirely sever their connection to the spiritual energies of the world. Yet, as Han Li read this passage in the cave, he was immediately reminded of the peculiar ability of the gold-devouring insect to consume the energies of heaven and earth, which inspired him to conduct a small experiment. Remarkably, by utilizing the gold-devouring insects, he succeeded in achieving that brief moment of freedom from the restriction. Initially, Han Li regarded this as a mere jest and did not dwell on it afterward. However, upon reflecting on the incident now, his heart ignited with fervor. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li believed that there was indeed a significant chance of success in this endeavor. If it failed, he would at most secure just one ancient treasure, incurring no real loss. With this thought in mind, Han Li resolved to act without further hesitation. He waved his hands, summoning all the spirit beast bags, releasing tens of thousands of gold-devouring insects, which buzzed around him, forming a massive cloud of insects that swirled in the air. Han Li paid no heed to the insects, but instead reassessed the distances and positions of the three ancient treasures before him. After a moment of internal deliberation, the figure floated lightly towards the dark red cloak. The swarm of golden-devouring insects followed closely behind. As Han Li approached within a distance of 10 feet from the cloak, he sensed a subtle shift in the surrounding spiritual energy, prompting him to halt abruptly, a grave expression overtaking his features. Suddenly, Han Li formed a hand seal, and a melodious sound emanated from his mouth. The swarm of golden-devouring insects surrounding him stirred restlessly, but then surged towards him like arrows, quickly enveloping him in a dense layer, transforming his form into a shimmering silver-gold hue. Yet, amidst the writhing mass of insects, Han Li's melodic chant did not wane. Instead, it grew increasingly piercing. Before long, the insects upon him began to emit a similar low hum, gradually harmonizing with his voice. The cacophony intensified, and the golden-devouring insects opened their mouths, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling in an eerily synchronized manner. At this moment, Han Li ceased his vocalizations, falling into silence. What unfolded next was a scene of incredible astonishment. As the insects crawled over him, with the pitch of the sound oscillating, black dots gradually emerged, flickering erratically, growing larger and larger. Upon contact, several of these dots fused autonomously into a larger black blot, while some of the more substantial black patches coalesced into even grander spheres of darkness. The black masses on Han Li's form spread like blooming ink chrysanthemums, soon enveloping every inch of his being, gradually blossoming forth. Ultimately, as these dark forms continued to merge and expand, they coalesced into a sleek, jet-black armor, encasing Han Li and the golden-devouring insects within, impenetrable to wind and rain. The insect sounds vanished without a trace the moment the armor materialized. Apart from its pitch-black hue, the armor revealed no other colors, rendering it utterly opaque. In that instant, Han Li sprang into action. A peculiar, luminous black hand, swift as lightning, seized the cloak not far away, and in a clumsy twist, he began to drift towards the set of 5-colored copper rings. As Han Li grasped the cloak, a surge of azure light erupted around him, a myriad of radiant beams rushing towards him. However, upon contact with the enigmatic black armor, they were instantly absorbed, vanishing without a trace. Yet, the azure light did not wane. Instead, it surged fiercely, gathering in intensity as it pressed relentlessly against the black armor. The strange armor began to tremble, on the verge of collapse. Han Li felt a surge of urgency, yet his movements remained exceedingly cautious, as if fearing to provoke something. Covering a mere distance of 5 or 6 paces felt akin to traversing an entire hour, but he gradually inched closer to the ancient treasure of the copper rings. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Han Li's equally dark and luminous hand grasped the item, his 5 fingers clenching it firmly. Almost simultaneously, as the copper ring came into his possession, the black armor surrounding him seemed to falter under the relentless pressure of the azure light. With a resounding crash, the armor shattered into myriad fragments, dissipating entirely into nothingness. Before Han Li could react further, a blue light unceremoniously enveloped him. After a dizzying whirl, he vanished without a trace from within the spherical shield of light. Following a brilliant flash of blue, Han Li found himself in a modest stone chamber. After a slight wobble, he regained his balance, straightening up and immediately scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. A wave of relief washed over him upon realizing he was alone. Otherwise, his appearance, infested with insects, would have been rather bizarre. With that thought, Han Li whistled, causing all the gold-devouring insects to take flight, transforming above him into a shimmering aura of gold and silver, suspended in the air. He paid them little mind, hastening his gaze to the two objects in his hands. Although he had scrutinized them multiple times before, the mere act of holding them now stirred an undeniable thrill within him. He gently caressed the two ancient treasures with his fingers. The cloak felt light and slightly warm, while the 5 copper rings were chilling to the touch, akin to ice. After a moment of admiration and play, Han Li turned his attention to the stone chamber itself. It was stark and empty, with only the teleportation array from which he had arrived and a square passage directly ahead, devoid of any other peculiarities, rendering it exceedingly desolate. Oh, a new week has begun. I hope everyone will lend their support through votes and flowers. Hee. Even without flowers, plain water is still welcome. Chapter 469. The enigmatic ancient treasures. It goes without saying that passing through this square passage leads directly to the wondrous illusion. With the great yin art in his possession and the temporary aid of the Brahma pearl bracelet, overcoming this trial would undoubtedly be a trivial matter. With this in mind, Han Li ceased to ponder the passage and instead meticulously examined the two ancient treasures in his grasp. Understanding their functions beforehand was crucial. Otherwise, he would struggle to utilize them effectively when the time came. First, with a flash of blood-red light, the cloak vanished from his hands, leaving only the 5 interconnected copper rings. These rings, about the thickness of a human arm, were adorned with mysterious runes, exuding an aura of intrigue. Han Li grasped one of the rings in one hand, giving his wrist a gentle shake. The rings shimmered with an ever-changing radiance, accompanied by the faint sound of a phoenix's cry. With a glimmer of intensity in his eyes, Han Li lowered his gaze in contemplation, gradually channeling his spiritual energy through his fingers into the copper ring. At that moment, he remained utterly focused, his expression grave. Suddenly, the 5 copper rings vanished from sight. Startled, Han Li instinctively looked up, only to see the rings hovering nearby, flickering in and out of view like phantoms, creating an eerie spectacle. Furrowing his brow, he raised his hand and unleashed a blue spell. The rings immediately whirled around before striking the stone wall. With a series of dull thuds, a flash of white light glimmered across the wall, leaving it unscathed, while the 5 rings rebounded far away. It seems that these copper rings are not intended for direct assault. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he summoned them back above his head with a single gesture, then, without hesitation, unleashed a stream of vital energy towards them. The copper rings suddenly surged, transforming into 5 enormous hoops, radiant with intertwining light and drifting runes that rendered them nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. Such ring-type artifacts are typically not designed for direct offense. They are primarily employed for ensnaring foes or for defensive purposes, a notion Han Li had some understanding of. Casting a glance at the now imposing giant rings, Han Li tilted his head slightly and slowly uttered a word of command. As the sound resonated, the massive rings plummeted with a whoosh, converging to encircle Han Li entirely. The rings began to spin in midair, gaining speed exponentially. In a blur, they formed a multicolored barrier, completely shielding Han Li within. A faint smile graced Han Li's lips. It appeared that these copper rings indeed possessed a defensive capability, though their effectiveness could only be gauged in the heat of battle. With this thought, Han Li flicked his finger, sending a spell towards the barrier. Instantly, the barrier shattered into fragments, reverting back to the form of the giant rings. However, after a violent tremor, several of the copper rings flickered and vanished from sight once more. This time, Han Li, unperturbed, extended a hand. And after a flash of 5-colored light, 5 palm-sized copper rings obediently appeared in his grasp. Han Li gazed at the rings with a contemplative expression, as if pondering something significant. Before long, an obscure incantation escaped his lips, and the 5 rings inexplicably vanished from his hand, only to reappear on his limbs and neck, suddenly constricting with brilliant radiance. Han Li, caught off guard, toppled over like a wooden puppet. Fortunately, he had anticipated this, and with a swift mental command, the rings immediately loosened their grip. Regaining his footing, Han Li rubbed his neck, which had been uncomfortably constricted, his eyes betraying an undeniable excitement. This ancient artifact was indeed a perfect tool for ambush, proving nearly impossible to defend against. Even with his formidable spiritual awareness, he had only sensed something amiss the moment the rings ensnared him, leaving no time for a response. Han Li was confident that even cultivators at the late stage of the Golden Core, or even the nascent Soul Realm, if caught unawares, could easily fall victim to his surprise attack. Of course, how long these 5 rings could restrain an opponent remained uncertain. Nevertheless, the artifact's capabilities far exceeded his initial expectations, filling him with quiet delight. Contentedly, Han Li stowed the copper rings into his storage pouch and retrieved a dark red cloak. Testing this ancient treasure proved far simpler. He donned the cloak and infused it with a measure of spiritual power. The crimson light surged forth, enveloping Han Li in a fervent warmth, while his spiritual energy began to uncontrollably drain into the cloak. Startled, Han Li quickly severed the flow of power, causing the cloak's brilliance to dim and return to its normal state. Han Li was momentarily taken aback as he removed his cloak and examined it once more, his brows furrowing tightly. After a brief pause, he donned the artifact again and cautiously infused it with his spiritual energy. Once more, the same surge of magical power erupted. But with a sense of forewarning, Han Li remained calm, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the peculiarities of the cloak. At that moment, the outer layer of feathers transformed into blood-red long plumes, enveloping the entire garment in a dense crimson glow. After a brief observation, Han Li waved his hands and began to levitate, scanning his surroundings before vanishing into thin air. Yet, the next moment, a muffled explosion reverberated through the air. A burst of blood light erupted from the stone wall on his right, and Han Li was propelled backward, staggering for a moment before nearly collapsing onto the ground. His face was a portrait of astonishment. He had not exerted his full strength, merely employing the most ordinary flying technique. Yet he had collided with the wall, as if teleporting. This left Han Li profoundly shaken. In disbelief, he attempted several different evasion techniques, but each time, without exception, he found himself crashing into the wall, leaving him dizzy and unable to control his trajectory. It seemed that upon donning this artifact, he was confined to this astonishing speed, incapable of slowing down even a fraction. Han Li stood in place, astonished and speechless. This cloak was indeed extraordinarily peculiar. In terms of speed alone, it was undoubtedly a top-tier ancient treasure for preserving one's life. Han Li believed that even a nascent soul cultivator would struggle to catch up with him at such a velocity, granting him a temporary escape. However, the cloak's shortcomings were also considerable, not to mention the staggering consumption of spiritual energy it demanded. The uncontrollable nature akin to a wild horse also left Han Li feeling regretful. Clearly, this cloak was a defective top-tier artifact. Otherwise, it would not have appeared in the outer hall. Nonetheless, it seemed remarkably useful in moments of desperate flight. With a complex mix of emotions, Han Li stored the cloak away, chuckling wryly to himself before sitting cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to cultivate his energy. In that brief span of time, a significant portion of his magical power had been drained by this ancient treasure. He had no intention of simply walking out of the stone chamber unprepared. Han Li's rest lasted for the better part of a day. When he felt that his depleted spiritual energy had been sufficiently replenished, he opened his eyes, gazing at the square passageway with determination before rising to his feet. He touched the bracelet of Bodhi beads on his wrist and circulated the great yin technique within his body before slowly stepping into the passage. Upon entering, Han Li discovered that the square passage was quite short. After navigating a right angle, he emerged into the open air, greeted by a dazzling sight, an outdoor corridor. This corridor was exquisitely ornate and seemingly endless, stretching far beyond his sight. Outside the corridor, fluffy white clouds floated by, accompanied by ethereal melodies, and in the distance, he could faintly discern the outlines of jade pavilions and celestial terraces, resembling a divine realm in the heavens. As Han Li beheld this scene, a faint, sardonic smile appeared at the corners of his lips, and without hesitation, he strode purposefully into the corridor. The moment he set foot in this place, he summoned his magical essence, and, as others had claimed, he discovered that flight was indeed prohibited in this realm, leaving him no choice but to traverse it on foot. Unperturbed by this restriction, Han Li glanced outside the corridor. The ethereal melodies, which had greeted him upon his entrance, seemed to resonate with greater clarity. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, he concentrated on the so-called celestial sounds for a while, until a trace of mockery unconsciously graced his face. With a soft click of his tongue, he leisurely continued his stroll, his pace devoid of urgency. as if he were meandering through his own garden. Yet, the celestial music outside grew increasingly vivid and enchanting, captivating all who heard it. Simultaneously, elegant white cranes began to appear among the clouds, raising their necks and dancing gracefully, drawing the attention of onlookers irresistibly. Having endured several sleepless nights, he felt somewhat unwell, realizing that this would have to suffice for now. It seemed best to retire early. Tomorrow, he would resume his writing. In the fourth volume, Winds Rise from Overseas, Chapter 470, The Illusory Black Palace. Han Li cast a slight sidelong glance before disregarding the distractions and continuing on his path. However, as he ventured further down the corridor, the celestial melodies grew ever more resounding, and the cranes that had been dancing took flight, soaring alongside the corridor, their calls echoing in harmony. Moments later, amidst a cascade of enchanting music, the cranes suddenly transformed into young maidens clad in resplendent palace attire. Each girl appeared to be merely 16 or 17. Yet they possessed extraordinary beauty, radiating youthful vitality as they swayed with graceful, delicate movements, casting flirtatious glances at Han Li. Their bright eyes brimmed with tender affection, as if he were the most cherished object of their desire. At that moment, the music shifted, becoming languid and gentle, infused with the romance of moonlit encounters, awakening deep-seated emotions within the heart. Though Han Li felt a flicker of intrigue, he quickly steeled his heart against the sweet whispers of the maidens, maintaining an expression of stoic indifference. After traversing several dozen paces, the tone of the voices shifted once more, now imbued with sorrow and lamentation. The maidens' gazes transformed. Their movements ceased, their expressions morphing into profound sadness, gazing at Han Li with eyes full of endless longing, as if he had become the heartbreaker they mourned. Such a sight evoked an unexpected surge of empathy within him. How intriguing! Han Li chuckled softly, finding himself captivated by the melancholic expressions of the maidens, relishing the unfolding drama. He understood well that since this exquisite illusion had been positioned after the paths of spectral mist and ice fire, it undoubtedly harbored more than mere trivialities. Other, more formidable methods were surely at play. Indeed, the spectacle did not cause him to linger for even a moment. The celestial melodies began to weave seductive and tantalizing notes, while the maidens outside shimmered with a radiant glow, instantaneously maturing into stunningly voluptuous beauties. The enchanting women, each adorned with a rosy complexion and fiery eyes, engaged in provocative gestures, gradually shedding their diaphanous garments to reveal their bare, delicate forms. Voluptuous curves that exuded an irresistible allure for men. Their crimson lips emitted soft, breathy moans that were far more intoxicating than any celestial melody, stirring the hidden desires within men's hearts. Han Li was momentarily taken aback. However, after a brief flow of the great yin decision in his mind, his expression returned to normal. Even if these illusions were crafted with seductive intent directed at him, he remained indifferent, dismissing such crude phantasms entirely. The movements of the alluring women flanking the corridor became increasingly audacious. Some cast flirtatious glances while pressing their ample bosoms toward Han Li. Others swayed their slender waists while caressing their bodies, and some even embraced one another, publicly indulging in a charade of false grandeur. Han Li, though dazzled and somewhat intrigued, remained composed, his mind shielded by the great yin decision, allowing him to appreciate this rare spectacle. As the women's appearances morphed into various archetypes of beauty, graceful noble women, passionate courtesans, innocent maidens, and aloof chaste wives, each exuded a unique charm and multifaceted grace, as if the world's most exquisite women were paraded before him. A faint smile adorned Han Li's face, yet his gaze remained as frigid as ice, devoid of any inclination towards desire. After an hour of leisurely observation, Han Li reached the end of the corridor, where a black-roofed hall emerged before him, constructed entirely from ebony bricks. Through the grand entrance, an impenetrable darkness loomed within, evoking an eerie sensation. As he beheld the ominous hall, the lascivious sounds and enchanting figures outside abruptly vanished, and the vast expanse of white clouds restored the scene to its initial state upon his entry into the corridor. Han Li exhibited no surprise. Rather, he regarded the black hall with a growing gravity, his footsteps instinctively slowing. Before approaching the dark edifice, a thick scent of blood assailed him. Frowning, he scrutinized the structure once more, realizing that it was not entirely black, but rather a sinister shade of dark crimson. as if the entire hall had been solidified from congealed blood, emanating an aura of malevolence. Standing before the hall with his arms crossed, Han Li pondered deeply. Although he had not sought to understand the intricate details of such exquisite illusions, the appearance of this hall suggested it would undoubtedly challenge one's fears and negative emotions. This realization weighed heavily upon him, for unlike the earlier encounter, he could not remain so composed. He was acutely aware of his own vulnerabilities. He was neither an invincible warrior nor a sage of profound wisdom, merely a clever and cunning mortal. Should he be confronted with an unbearable sight, impulsiveness could cloud his judgment, leading him into perilous territory. It seems that he must rely on the aid of the Bodhi bead to pass this trial. With this thought, Han Li touched the round bead on his wrist, feeling slightly reassured before entering the grand hall. It was dark, utterly dark. The moment Han Li stepped inside, an uncomfortable sensation enveloped him. Uncertain of the type of restrictions set in this place, he widened his eyes, but could only see within a radius of 3 or 4 zhang. His divine sense could not venture forth either. As if that were not enough, the surrounding silence was oppressive, devoid of any sound, instilling a sense of fear. Han Li involuntarily licked his lips and raised his hand, intending to unleash a fireball. However, as soon as the flame flickered to life, it extinguished with a soft pop. Han Li was taken aback, and with a hint of reluctance, he reached into his storage bag for a moonlight stone. Yet, as soon as the stone was drawn forth, its white light flashed briefly before rapidly dimming, losing all luster as if it had transformed into an ordinary rock. It was then that he comprehended the hall's restriction possessed a peculiar ability to absorb all forms of illumination. Resolving to dismiss this realization, he strolled forward at a leisurely pace. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a faint sound of weeping suddenly echoed in his ears, drifting from afar, seemingly that of a young woman. Han Li scoffed, disregarding the sound, and continued along his chosen path. Yet, the sobbing fluctuated, drawing nearer, filled with sorrow and pain, as if it were following him closely. Annoyed by the disturbance, Han Li couldn't help but bellow loudly, causing the ground nearby to tremble slightly. Instantly, the weeping ceased. Satisfied, Han Li quickened his pace, eager to traverse the hall swiftly. However, before he had covered even a few zhang, the weeping began anew, and with it, a white figure materialized not far ahead of him, half kneeling on the ground, appearing like a widow in mourning. The heart-wrenching sound emanated from her lips. Strangely, although the woman knelt at a distance, Han Li could see her clearly. His expression turned icy as he cast a cold glance at the white-clad woman, his steps unceasing as he advanced towards her. He understood well that in such an environment, the more timid one was, the easier it was to be deceived by the illusions within the hall. Avoidance was not a solution. Facing it with composure was the optimal strategy. As he approached, he was only 7 or 8 zhang away from the white-clad woman. Just as he was about to unleash another shout to drive her away, he suddenly felt that her weeping was oddly familiar, as if he had heard it long ago. A shiver ran through him, and he quickly steeled himself against the possibility of falling under her spell. Yet, as he gazed upon her, the woman's figure grew increasingly familiar, and a name danced on the tip of his tongue, though he could not quite grasp who she resembled. Han Li found himself halting, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the figure before him, silent and cold. "Fourth brother." A timid and delicate voice emerged from the young woman. Upon hearing it, Han Li felt a sudden surge of blood rush to his head, prompting him to ask, "Who are you? Could you be my fourth brother? Do you not recognize me? I am your little sister." The woman in white, who had initially kept her head bowed, gently lifted it, revealing an exquisitely sorrowful visage. The familiar features, the delicate nose, and those expressive eyes mirrored his little sister's countenance from the day he stealthily glanced at her before leaving home. Albeit now she exuded an added air of maturity as a woman. Though her health had not yet fully recovered, he promised to write another chapter for everyone that evening. He hoped for more recommendations to support the book, humorously noting that what he needed most was indeed those votes of recommendation. "Little sister?" Han Li gazed at the woman before him, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Her appearance and words unearthed memories he had buried deep within for many years. "Fourth brother, how could I be here? Did I not succumb to a grave illness and pass away many years ago? I am so frightened." The figure, trembling like a delicate bird, stood and approached him, her pallid complexion betraying her fear. A peculiar expression crossed Han Li's face as he observed her. Just as the woman, so reminiscent of his little sister, seemed about to collapse into his embrace. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. With a swift motion, he drew forth a small azure sword, which shot silently from his palm, piercing through the woman's forehead in an instant. With a cry of despair, she transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Even though she had shifted into a form resembling his sister, he pondered how she could possibly recognize him as her fourth brother after so many years apart. He gazed at the direction of the dissipating smoke. A hint of desolation reflected in his countenance as he murmured to himself. Afterward, he raised his wrist to inspect the 4 beads of the Bodhi. Despite his confident words, if not for the sudden warmth of the beads as the specter approached, his lingering hesitation might have prevented his decisive action. In the very moment the sword pierced through her, he felt an involuntary tremor within, for even knowing she was merely an illusion or some other entity, he wished to behold his sister's visage just a moment longer. With a touch of inexplicable sorrow, Han Li continued his solitary journey through the darkness. A day later, before a towering structure resembling a colossal edifice, over a dozen individuals sat motionless at its base. This tower, soaring into the clouds, was constructed entirely from massive azure stones. From a distance, it appeared to consist of 5 tiers, each progressively narrowing, with staggering gaps of at least 100 feet between them. The entrance of the lowest tier stood an impressive 50 to 60 feet high, exuding an overwhelming grandeur. Surrounding the tower was a faintly glowing white barrier enveloping it entirely. Before the towering structure, a multitude of individuals resembled ants, bowing their heads and closing their eyes in contemplation before the luminous veil. At the center of their gathering stood a white teleportation array, quietly established. Among these individuals were the formidable Yin and other practitioners at the nascent soul stage, including the likes of Wan Tianming, alongside Wu Chou, Xuan Gu, and another practitioner at the late Golden Core stage. Notably absent were Han Li, Yuan Yao, and the 2 elders of the Star Palace, along with another late Golden Core practitioner. The elder of extreme Yin maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed. However, a sense of urgency brewed within him. After all, given the typical pace of ordinary cultivators, Han Li ought to have appeared here alongside Wu Chou. An unsettling feeling began to rise in his heart. At that moment, a beam of white light illuminated the array, and a figure materialized within it. The bearded elder and the others opened their eyes simultaneously, only to be met with disappointment as the figure revealed itself to be the masked Yuan Yao. Under the scrutiny of so many nascent soul elders, she felt a pang of anxiety but quickly masked it, stepping out of the array in silence. Coincidentally, as she descended, the teleportation array flickered once more, and Han Li's figure abruptly appeared. The elder of extreme Yin's brows twitched, a fleeting smile crossing his face. While the bearded elder and the scholar exchanged knowing glances, both reflecting relief in their eyes. Upon Han Li's arrival, he was momentarily taken aback to see Yuan Yao before him. After a brief exchange of smiles, he instinctively approached the elder of extreme Yin, bowing respectfully before standing behind him. The elder seemed greatly pleased by Han Li's reverence, nodding in acknowledgement without further comment, clearly refraining from mentioning the return of the Brahma Pearl bracelet. Not only he, but the bearded elder also chose not to demand the treasured armor at that moment. It appeared that, during this interval, all present had collectively chosen to forget the artifacts lent to Han Li. Although Han Li had materialized in their midst, the other cultivators remained seated, displaying no inclination to move, as if awaiting something. It was then that Han Li was astounded by the imposing tower before him, finding it quite different from his previous imaginings. Taking advantage of the moment, he cast a discreet glance at Xuan Gu, who was seated quietly in a rear position, meditating, seemingly oblivious to Han Li's gaze. "Young one, cease your observation. Be wary of my rebellious disciple discovering you. Rest assured, I have meticulously devised a strategy to deal with extreme Yin, a plan that is virtually foolproof. However, this must occur after you utilize the blood jade spider to acquire the treasure. Until then, maintain your composure. Remember, do not communicate with me casually, lest we expose a flaw." Xuan Gu's voice suddenly resonated in Han Li's ear, offering reassurance followed by caution. Han Li listened attentively, his expression unchanged, before calmly diverting his gaze from Xuan Gu. Only after acquiring the treasure will there be an opportunity. What could this mean? Could it be that this ancient fiend has set his sights on the treasures within the void heavenly cauldron? A wave of confusion and unease washed over Han Li. With the imminent opening of the inner hall, he found himself deeply concerned about the consequences following the acquisition of the treasure. Regardless of whether he succeeded in retrieving the Void Heaven Cauldron, his situation appeared rather precarious. As Han Li was lost in anxious contemplation, a cold voice emanated from across the room. The time for the inner hall's opening was drawing near, yet the two individuals from the Star Palace had yet to arrive. It seemed they would not wade through this murky water. "Brother man, what do you think?" Wan Tianming, seated among two other righteous cultivators, opened his bright, sparkling eyes, which glimmered with a faint light, and slowly addressed the bearded man, emanating an astonishing aura. "Haha, what's the rush, old one? Let us wait a little longer. After all, the people from the Star Palace are quite cunning. They might deliberately delay their appearance to incite a conflict between us first." The bearded man replied with a disdainful smile, lazily stroking his chin. Upon hearing this, Wan Tianming displayed a moment of contemplation. However, he soon nodded and closed his eyes once more, seemingly in agreement with the bearded man's words. After waiting for over an hour, a sudden, violent tremor shook the ground. The colossal stone door of the inner hall gradually ascended, revealing the azure stone passage within. From a distance, this passage appeared exceedingly grand and expansive. As the stone doors of the inner hall swung wide open, the teleportation array at its center, which had been shimmering with a soft white light, dimmed to a lackluster glow. Haha, excellent. It seems the folks from the Star Palace truly will not meddle. In that case, Wan Tianming, let us engage in a proper contest. The loser shall be barred from entering the inner hall. What do you say? The bearded man, unexpectedly not waiting for a response, leaped into the air, exposing his white teeth in a fervent display of combativeness. "No, I have changed my mind. I no longer wish to engage in combat with Brother Man." To everyone's surprise, Wan Tianming resolutely declined the bearded man's challenge, his expression firm. "Changed your mind? Are you righteous cultivators planning to yield without a fight, conceding defeat?" The bearded man was taken aback initially, but soon a sinister smile crept across his face as he mocked. "Withdraw? Certainly not. However, it seems somewhat absurd for us to clash over treasures that have yet to be obtained. Instead, why don't we agree to take turns in retrieving the treasure? In the meantime, let us exercise restraint. This way, we avoid needless conflict. After all, our true enemy is the Star Palace, not each other. Despite our confidence, the probability of successfully retrieving the treasure is slim. Thus, this conflict seems unnecessary," Wan Tianming calmly articulated, shaking his head. The bearded man and his companions exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, and began to communicate quietly amongst themselves. Wan Tianming and Tian Wuzi appeared to have already conferred, showing no urgency as they awaited the response from the demonic cultivators. After a while, the bearded man, with a grim expression, spoke. "Your words are pleasant. But how do we determine which side retrieves the treasure first? If we succeed, how can we trust that you won't attempt to seize it? Are we to rely solely on your silver tongue?" At this, Wan Tianming broke into a smile. "Your words are mere nonsense," retorted the extreme Ancestor. "If the treasures are seized by you, we shall undoubtedly resort to forceful reclamation. Conversely, should those treasures fall into our possession, you too may lay claim to them. At that juncture, let us settle our differences based on skill, rather than engage in fruitless conflict now and squander precious time." Wan Tianming chuckled lightly, speaking with unwavering confidence. "Indeed, let us not forget to cast our recommendations," someone interjected. In the fourth volume, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 472, titled Mantis and Sparrowhawk, the extreme Ancestor, momentarily taken aback by the dismissal of his words, felt a flicker of dark energy course through his visage. However, the subsequent remarks from his counterpart quelled his ire, prompting him to confer discreetly with the barbarian bearded one and the scholar Qingyi. "We shall heed your advice and refrain from conflict for now. We will deliberate further post-acquisition of the treasure," the extreme Ancestor finally stated, his tone chilling. "Excellent. This is undoubtedly a sagacious decision on your part. Let us all proceed together," Wan Tianming responded with a light-hearted laugh. He then rose and strode towards the massive azure stone gate, followed closely by Tian Wuzi and an elderly farmer-like figure. "Humph." The barbarian bearded one scoffed at their audacity, a cold snort escaping his nostrils. His gaze fell upon Yuan Yao and a cultivator at the core formation stage, an ominous glint flashing in his eyes. Almost simultaneously, the two individuals sensed the malevolence emanating from the barbarian bearded one, their faces paling as they instinctively transformed into a streak of yellow and a flash of red. Racing towards the stone tower, the barbarian bearded one, witnessing this, let out a sinister laugh. Where do you think you two are going? With a swift motion of his hands, he unleashed two beams of golden light that surged forth, intercepting the fleeing figures. The male cultivator enveloped in yellow emitted a harrowing scream as he plummeted, his form swiftly ensnared by the golden light, which cleaved him into several bloody pieces that scattered upon the ground. Meanwhile, the red light, upon being struck by the golden beam, erupted into a dazzling display of green flames, temporarily dispersing the golden light. Reacting as if spurred on, the red light transformed into a crimson avian creature. Accelerating to several times its previous speed, it broke through the golden barrier and vanished without a trace, reappearing momentarily within the passage of the stone tower before disappearing entirely. How peculiar, remarked the scholarly elder, who, along with the extreme ancestor, had initially dismissed the barbarian bearded one's actions. Their demeanor shifted to one of surprise upon witnessing the escape of the red light from the barbarian's attack. The elder furrowed his brow, muttering softly, "Barbarian bearded one, what is your intent? Why strike innocents?" Xuan Gu queried, his expression darkening as he turned to confront the barbarian. "Why should I care? Killing a few outsiders. What grievance do you have? Do you seek to advocate for them, or do you wish to test the might of my heavenly demon technique?" The barbarian bearded one shot a disdainful glance at the elder, his tone icy. "Enough, Xuan Gu. These individuals are not of our righteous path. Their demise is inconsequential. Let us focus on the greater matter at hand." Wan Tianming admonished without looking back. Upon hearing these words, Xuan Gu could only cast a resentful glance at the bearded man and, with a heavy heart, turned to depart. Soon after, the righteous cultivators crossed the stone gate and entered the inner hall. Brother man excels in slaughter. I too find it bothersome to have one or two mice scurrying about before undertaking significant matters. Two core formation cultivators also sought to infiltrate the inner hall for their own gains. It truly seemed they were courting death. Yet, there appeared to be another individual present. Why did brother man not eliminate him? The Grand Master of Extreme observed the receding figures of Wan Tianming and the others, suddenly clapping his hands with a sinister smile before shifting his gaze to Xuan Gu. Facing this scenario, Xuan Gu remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged, as if the scrutinizing gaze of Extreme were directed at another rather than himself. This individual shares a certain connection with me. He is a descendant of an elder who has bestowed kindness upon me. Thus, I shall not act against him. You two are also forbidden from harboring ill intentions towards him, remarked the bearded man with an impassive demeanor, surprising the others with his unexpected declaration. Since he is a junior related to brother man, neither Qing nor I would dare to act recklessly, came the response. Yet brother man receiving such kindness truly astonishes me. One added with a hint of intrigue. Extreme narrowed his eyes, carefully inspecting Xuan Gu, confirming that he did not recognize this person, and spoke in ambiguous terms. "Haha, do you dare to interrogate me, brother man?" The bearded man's countenance darkened as he glared at the Grand Master of Extreme with a frosty demeanor. "Of course not. I merely inquired out of curiosity. If brother man wishes to avoid this topic, so be it. However, the black-clad woman who just fled may have an impressive background. Exercise caution." Extreme retreated with a chuckle, yet ultimately added a statement laden with significance. "My eyes are not deceiving. Did I not discern that the woman utilized the azure fire thunder of the old demon of the three suns? Ordinary disciples of the Qingyang sect would not possess such a thing, unless you truly believe that such a young lady could have escaped my lethal strike." After a moment of silence, the bearded man spoke, his expression grim. "Haha, perhaps I was being overly inquisitive." Noticing the bearded man's displeasure, Extreme quickly fell silent. "It matters not, even if that woman is indeed connected to the old demon of the three suns. With brother man's cultivation, there is no need for fear. However, we are currently amidst a critical period in the struggle for the Star Palace within the chaotic star sea between the demonic and righteous paths. This old demon possesses considerable power. Although he hails from the demonic path, his nature is ambiguous. It is wise to avoid unwarranted enmity. Let this woman go," interjected an elder in scholarly robes, attempting to mediate the situation. Clearly, the bearded man harbored great trepidation regarding the old demon of the three suns. Nodding absently before falling silent. A series of events had left Han Li, standing behind extreme Yin, in a state of profound complexity, with myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. A core formation cultivator had been dispatched as easily as one would crush an ant before him, while Yuan Yao had somehow managed to escape this calamity. Xuan Gu had established a connection with the formidable bearded man of the Void Heaven Hall. No wonder he remained so composed. Yuan Yao seemed to have some ties to the old demon of the three sons, a figure even the domineering bearded man regarded with trepidation. Han Li's myriad thoughts intertwined, yet he found himself unable to clarify them momentarily. He could only discreetly listen to the conversation among the others, hoping to gather enough information to devise a prudent strategy. Unfortunately, a single, nonchalant remark from the scholarly elder abruptly concluded their discussion. "We should hasten to the inner hall. The righteous ones will soon lose their sensing ability. We cannot afford to let them slip away unnoticed," said Qing Yi, casting a glance at the vast passage beyond the stone door, his brow furrowing in a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, the burly man also glanced towards the stone door, contemplated for a moment, and then silently took his leave. Ji Yin and the elder exchanged a knowing look before following suit with an air of ease. Naturally, Han Li, along with Wu Chou and Xuan Gu, trailed behind them into the stone door. Gradually, their figures faded into the distance within the azure stone passage, eventually disappearing from sight. After a couple of hours, the once dim teleportation array burst forth with a dazzling white light, and soon after, two figures materialized side by side in a blur. They were indeed the two white-robed elders from the Star Palace. At this moment, they cautiously surveyed their surroundings and, upon confirming the absence of anyone nearby, allowed a look of relief to wash over their faces. It appears they have all entered. These old schemers could never fathom that our Star Palace had deciphered the teleportation restrictions here a millennium ago. "We can enter at will," one of them remarked with a subdued chuckle. "Let us proceed with utmost caution. Unless they truly retrieve the void celestial cauldron, we must not act recklessly and expose this secret," the other replied coldly. "Of course." The first elder nodded in agreement. With that, the two transformed into beams of white light and shot into the stone door. Han Li walked closely behind the Grandmaster Ji Yin, and to his discomfort, he found himself side by side with Wu Chou. However, unbeknownst to Han Li, whatever conversation Ji Yin and Wu Chou had exchanged earlier had turned Wu Chou into a picture of enthusiasm as he engaged Han Li in a flurry of chatter, seemingly fearful of neglecting him. It was as though the earlier expressions of envy had been entirely replaced by a different persona. Yet, the more affected Wu Chou became, the heavier Han Li's heart felt. Could it be that the Grandmaster Ji Yin had subtly signaled to Wu Chou to eliminate him after they secured the treasure? This sudden shift in attitude was troubling. Han Li couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. Despite his inner turmoil, Han Li maintained a cordial demeanor, reciprocating Wu Chou's enthusiasm. The insincerity in their exchanges was palpable, even from several meters away, detectable by those around them. Nevertheless, Ji Yin and the burly man remained oblivious, progressing silently as if. Upon entering the inner hall, the three ancient beings had suddenly adopted a demeanor of solemnity, shedding their previous ease. What puzzled Han Li was that since their group had entered this tower, not a single event had transpired, nor had they encountered any restrictions or dangers. Must one truly pass through those stone doors to trigger the prohibitions? Contemplating this, Han Li couldn't help but glance around once more. He chuckled softly. There will be another chapter tonight. Volume 4, The Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 473, The Wolfhead Puppet at Present. Han Li and his companions traverse through a place reminiscent of a labyrinth. The interwoven paths of azure stone, the towering and robust walls, and the peculiar stone doors adorned with strange runes encountered at every crossroads create an atmosphere of mystery. These doors, uniform in size, approximately 10 zhang in length and width, are square in shape and occasionally face south, at times north, while others open east or west, lacking any discernible pattern. Yet, they emanate a faint white glow, indicating the presence of some form of enchantment. Although it is customary to walk a considerable distance before arriving at a crossroads, Han Li estimates that he has already encountered at least 7 or 8 stone doors on this journey alone, not accounting for the intersections along the parallel routes taken by his companions. Thus, the number of stone doors is indeed substantial. Upon reaching another intersection, a stone door stands prominently before the group. Han Li's expression shifts slightly. This door differs from the previous ones, while it bears the same intricate runes and carvings. It lacks any luster, appearing as if its enchantment has been broken. Intrigued, Han Li gazes at it for a moment longer. Junior brother Han. This stone chamber has undoubtedly been pillaged. What is there to see? Remarks Wu Chou with enthusiasm. If it weren't for the fact that each of us can only use the Void Sky residual map to open one stone chamber door, and that upon entering, one cannot exit regardless of whether they succeed in seizing the treasures, I would be tempted to explore one myself. After all, as Foundation Establishment cultivators, we can only hope to acquire treasures from the first level. As for the other layers, entering would be akin to seeking one's own demise. Upon hearing Wu Chou address him as junior brother, Han Li feels a twinge of discomfort, despite having heard it numerous times before. Nevertheless, his composure remains unshaken, and he smiles amiably in response. Then why not choose a door to enter and claim some treasures? Otherwise, it would be a waste of this rare opportunity once we reach the second level or higher. Cough. I share the sentiment. But my ancestor has long instructed me to remain by his side during this treasure hunt. There may be times when my assistance is required. Wu Chou gazes longingly at the stone door, a fleeting glimmer of greed crossing his countenance. Han Li, upon hearing these words, smiles faintly, his gaze merely skimming over the stone door. Yet, the notion that once inside, one could be teleported out after claiming treasures lingers in his mind. Who knows? He might find this method of escape useful in the future. At this moment, the group is about to pass through the intersection and enter the azure stone path ahead. Suddenly, a dull thud reverberates from the opposite side, followed by a series of similar sounds, as if some colossal entity is slowly approaching them. The expressions of the extreme Yin patriarch and the Qing Yi scholar shift, and they halt abruptly, fixating their gaze on the corridor ahead, their eyes reflecting a grave concern. Upon hearing the sound, the burly man chuckled, revealing a glimmer of excitement. Simultaneously, a flash of golden light enveloped him as a layer of resplendent golden scales manifested across his body, indicating the activation of the celestial demon technique. Han Li, observing the peculiar manifestation of this technique up close for the first time, could not help but cast a curious glance at the burly man. However, the burly man, keenly sensing Han Li's scrutiny, turned to him with a sinister grin, his face adorned with small, fragmented scales, rendering his smile utterly terrifying. Han Li's heart skipped a beat. Uncertain of the man's intentions, yet he managed to respond with a strained smile. Fortunately, after grinning, the burly man promptly turned away. The heavy sounds of movement grew increasingly closer, seemingly only 20 to 30 yards away. Yet, the passage ahead remained shrouded in darkness, preventing Han Li from discerning anything. Clearly, there were still some restrictions within the inner hall that limited the spiritual perception of the cultivators. Nonetheless, Han Li noticed a flicker of cold light in the eyes of the ancient beings, suggesting they had perceived something. Before the extreme Yin ancestor and the scholarly elder could act, the burly man let out a low roar and suddenly transformed into a streak of golden light, darting into the passage. Following this, a cacophony of punches and kicks erupted in the distance, accompanied by the sharp sounds of metal clashing, creating an ear-piercing din. Upon witnessing this scene, the extreme Yin ancestor and the scholarly elder exchanged glances filled with surprise. Just as Han Li was engulfed in confusion, a thunderous crash reverberated, followed by a series of crisp shattering sounds, as if something had fragmented. Han Li's heart stirred, as he vaguely grasped the implications. At that moment, silence fell on the opposing side, and then the burly man's raucous laughter echoed, seemingly filled with delight. Let us proceed. There is nothing to worry about now. I almost forgot that we are no longer the cultivators of 300 years ago. The guards of this first layer pose no threat to us. The extreme Yin ancestor appeared to recall something, bursting into a quiet laugh. Indeed, I nearly overlooked this matter as well. When that Qing fellow came last time, he had only recently entered the nascent soul stage, and this creature left a profound impression on us. Fortunately, Brother Man's celestial demon technique is just perfect for dealing with them. Otherwise, we would have to exert much more effort now. The scholarly elder also relaxed, chuckling lightly. Subsequently, the two led the way forward, with Han Li and the ugly man curiously following closely behind. Meanwhile, the previously expressionless Xuan Gu revealed a hint of disdain, leisurely trailing at the back. After traversing a mere 10 yards, Han Li beheld the burly man standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a large pile of glimmering silver objects at his feet. Indeed, this is just the warm-up I needed. This void heavenly hall is finally proving to be intriguing. However, these objects do not seem as formidable as the rumors suggested. The burly man remarked, stretching his neck and addressing the extreme Ancestor and others. Brother man, your celestial demon technique is exceedingly sharp, and employing treasures in such a confined space can be rather troublesome for other cultivators, the scholarly elder said with a broad smile. Upon hearing the flattery in the elder's words, the burly man chuckled and chose not to respond further. His golden scales rapidly faded, and he apathetically took the lead, as if still relishing the earlier skirmish. The two from the extreme exchanged knowing glances, and with the wild bearded man willing to clear the path, they followed him in muted eagerness. As they passed a heap of silver objects, Hanli paused, lowering his gaze for a closer inspection. Mechanized puppets. Indeed, such artifacts. Yet what rank of puppet could withstand a skirmish with a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator without being obliterated? Hanli felt a twinge of astonishment. The ground was strewn with shards of an unknown silver metal, alongside a half-destroyed golden wolf's head, several dull, thick blades, and various other peculiar items. Do not linger. These materials are indeed exceedingly rare, yet they cannot be refined into magical treasures. Many have tried and failed. Xuan Gu spoke softly as he passed by, not glancing back. Hanli, momentarily startled, continued to scrutinize the ground as if he had not heard. His gaze fell upon a verdant gemstone, glimmering and emanating an intensely cold aura, invoking a sense of unease within him. After a brief contemplation, Hanli swiftly gathered these items into his storage pouch and rejoined the group ahead. His reasoning was straightforward. Even if these objects proved useless, studying the design and crafting techniques of the puppets could offer insights into the mastery and characteristics of ancient practitioners' puppet arts. After all, his own puppet sutra culminated in a fourth-tier puppet, merely equivalent to the late Foundation establishment phase. He recalled the massive tiger puppet he had once encountered, which required a mid-tier spirit stone for a single full-force strike. The golden wolf-headed puppets, however, evidently surpassed the strength of early core formation cultivators. Although the wild-bearded man had not employed any powerful magical artifacts during his tussle, appearing somewhat playful, the reverence with which the extreme duo and the scholarly elder regarded them indicated their remarkable nature. Such precious items naturally piqued Han Li's curiosity for deeper understanding. Moreover, given the current circumstances, he realized he had little chance of entering those stone doors to seize any treasures. He was acutely aware that the three nascent soul elders, though leading the way, were monitoring his every move with their consciousness. The notion of stealthily slipping away or suddenly barging through those stone doors was sheer folly. Hanli, true to his character, found it insufferable to leave an opportunity for treasure empty-handed. Thus, he resolved to consider the damaged puppet parts as a consolation for his venture into the inner sanctum. As for the treasures of the void sky cauldron, he was self-aware enough not to harbor any delusions. The update today may be slightly delayed. As the year-end approaches, matters have indeed multiplied. However, rest assured that by tomorrow morning, I shall present 2 chapters. Volume 4, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 474, The Second Layer. Since encountering the first wolf-headed puppet, the group has faced a succession of such encounters. However, under the formidable defensive prowess of the bearded barbarian's heavenly demon technique, the mechanical puppets were utterly obliterated as if they were mere clay, rendering any assistance from the extreme and the scholarly elder unnecessary. Hanli, without a hint of hesitation, meticulously collected the remnants of each destroyed puppet. Such behavior naturally drew the curious gazes of Wu Chou and Xuan Gu for quite some time, while the bearded barbarian and his companions feigned ignorance of Han Li's actions. It was evident that Wan Tianming and his group were not on the same trajectory as Han Li and his companions. Observing the calm demeanor of the extreme and his associates, Han Li surmised that these old demons must have some means of discerning the general movements of their adversaries, which explained their composed demeanor. However, since encountering the puppet sentinels, the extreme and his companions ceased their straightforward progression, opting instead for a more circuitous route. Yet, Han Li found one aspect perplexing. He could not fathom the basis upon which the extreme and his group advanced. Although he perceived all intersections as identical, the 3 elder beings of the nascent soul stage navigated with unwavering confidence, turning left at one junction and right at another without a trace of hesitation, exuding an air of certainty. If it were solely the extreme and the scholarly elder exhibiting such behavior, Han Li would not have been surprised, for they had previously traversed this inner hall, possibly retaining memories of their past journey. However, the bearded barbarian was clearly visiting this place for the first time. Yet he boldly led the way, with the extreme Yin and the elder trailing behind without objection, which left Han Li feeling somewhat bewildered. Thus, Han Li discreetly sought to examine the various intersections for any discrepancies or hidden markers. Yet, after traversing several junctions, he found himself utterly thwarted, expending his efforts in vain. Resignedly, he abandoned his quest for answers. Along the way, the bearded barbarian single-handedly dismantled 7 or 8 wolf-headed puppets, leading the group to a small-scale teleportation array. This array was situated at the very center of a crossroads, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. Ascending from this point would lead to the second level. Han Li wondered what means Wan Tianming and his righteous companions employed to have arrived ahead of them. Upon sighting the teleportation array, the scholarly elder grumbled, though a faint smile betrayed his irritation. Let us proceed. What does it matter if they arrived first? The Void Heaven Cauldron is not so easily obtained. The bearded barbarian remarked dismissively, striding confidently into the teleportation array. Upon witnessing this, Qing Yi the scholar smiled slightly. After the bearded barbarian had disappeared, he and the extreme Yin ancestral master did not immediately follow. Instead, they exchanged a meaningful glance, their gazes settling on Han Li with significant intent. A chill ran down Han Li's spine, and under their scrutiny, he reluctantly stepped into the teleportation array, enveloped by a flash of white light as he was transported away. When Han Li regained his footing and surveyed his surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback. It was the same crossroads, the same bluestone passageway. Had it not been for the bearded barbarian standing confidently in front of him, Han Li would have almost believed he had failed in his teleportation. Just as he was processing this bewilderment, a surge of white light heralded the arrival of the extreme Yin and his companions, who followed suit in rapid succession. What means did this group of righteous cultivators employ to move so swiftly? Now, they have completely vanished. Upon the sudden appearance of the extreme Yin patriarch, he immediately surveyed his surroundings, murmuring with a rather grim expression, "Let it be. The righteous faction has proposed a ridiculous suggestion to withdraw, which struck me as peculiar from the very beginning. It seems they have long plotted against us. However, allowing them to seize the treasures first may be advantageous. After all, merely relying on Wan Tianming's golden silkworm to extract the void celestial cauldron is but a delusion. Should they truly stumble upon the treasures, we can still lay an ambush to seize them later." The scholarly elder, positioned behind the extreme Yin patriarch, interjected with a flash of cold light in his eyes. "Brother Qing makes a valid point. Yet, we must not linger too long. We need to accelerate our pace." The extreme Yin patriarch nodded in agreement, his countenance visibly improving. "Brother man, exercise caution. The serpent guard puppets on this level are rather formidable. Both I and Taoist Wu shall assist you, which will conserve some of our mana and time, preventing those righteous fellows from exploiting any weaknesses when we reach the 5th level." The elder advised solemnly to the bearded man. "Serpent guard puppets? That piques my interest. I shall defer to your judgment," the bearded man replied noncommittally. Thus, the group from the demonic path continued onward without delay. Shortly thereafter, Han Li discerned the distinct differences between the second and first layers. The intersections appeared significantly fewer than in the first layer, with greater distances between them. Moreover, more formidable restrictions and traps had emerged along the way. While these obstacles posed no danger to the likes of Man Huzi or the extreme Yin patriarch, some were undoubtedly lethal to core formation cultivators, causing Han Li, who trailed behind them, to break into a cold sweat. There was no doubt that had he ventured into the second layer of the inner hall alone, confronted by these restrictions and traps, his life would most likely have been forfeited. Upon traversing the 5th intersection of the second layer, Han Li finally encountered the serpent guard puppets the elder had mentioned. The appearance of these puppets was utterly grotesque. They possessed 2 elongated heads resembling serpents, along with 4 arms positioned at the front and back of their bodies, all covered in dark, scaly armor. In their front hands, they wielded 2 azure short spears, while the rear hands grasped glossy black whips, adorned with sharp barbs and exuding a grayish-white aura. Upon spotting Man Huzi and the others, the puppet transformed into a streak of black light, darting forward silently with astonishing speed. Man Huzi let out a wild laugh and activated his heavenly support demonic art to meet the oncoming assault. To Han Li's astonishment, the serpent demon puppet moved with ghostly agility, its azure spears and supple whips displaying a perfect blend of strength and finesse. Although it was subjected to a frenzied barrage of attacks from Manhuzi, who was not employing defensive measures, it managed to protect several vital points, preventing Manhuzi from achieving a decisive victory. The azure spear, crafted from an unknown material, merely deformed upon colliding with Manhuzi's golden hand, astonishingly enduring the blow without breaking in two. A flicker of surprise crossed Manhuzi's face. At this juncture, the Extreme Yin Patriarch and the scholar Qing Yi finally made their move. The Extreme Yin Patriarch unleashed the very corpse fire of Tiandu that Han Li had feared the most. A small cluster of black fireballs manifested from his hand, transforming into a slender black line that shot forth with great speed. The snake demon puppet engaged in a fierce clash with the barbarian Huzi's skyward demon technique, was utterly unable to evade. In an instant, an arm wielding a short spear was engulfed in black flames, disintegrating into nothingness. Meanwhile, the old scholar in a Confucian robe opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of azure light strands that surged forth, fleetingly darting toward the opposite side. These azure strands bizarrely encircled the puppet, followed by a chorus of minute explosions that erupted in rapid succession. The snake demon puppet staggered, losing its balance. A malevolent gleam flickered across barbarian Huzi's face. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his hands forward, and a blinding golden light erupted. With a low roar, he delivered a punch that pierced the puppet's chest, forcibly extracting a gem that shimmered with a green glow. The snake-biting puppet immediately lost its ability to move, teetering and collapsing to the ground. Barbarian Huzi glanced at the lifeless puppet and then at the green gem in his hand. A fleeting look of malice crossed his face as he clenched his fingers, attempting to crush the gem. However, after squeezing his golden fist shut and then reopening it, the gem remained unchanged, still radiating its verdant light. Even the usually brash Huzi was taken aback. It is known that his golden hands, infused with the skyward demon technique, could easily distort or even shatter a gem of lesser hardness, let alone a magical artifact with a hint of sentience. As Huzi's gaze grew somewhat vacant, the old scholar approached with a bemused expression, saying, "Brother Huzi, there is no need for astonishment. These peculiar stones have long been studied by others. Though they are incredibly hard and indestructible, they cannot be refined or melted down, nor can they be incorporated into magical tools, unless those ancient cultivators are reborn. These items are merely for observation. Even sects skilled in puppet crafting are unaware of their potential applications in puppetry. The artifacts of ancient cultivators are indeed quite enigmatic. Young man, since you seem so fond of this trinket, consider it a gift." In an apparent attempt to mask his earlier embarrassment, barbarian Huzi tossed the gem towards Han Li with an air of annoyance. Han Li, momentarily taken aback, instinctively caught the object. However, upon realizing the situation, he silently stowed it away in his storage pouch. He then swept his gaze around, unceremoniously stepping forward to gather the remnants of the snake demon puppet. As he collected the two somewhat misshapen copper spears, he felt a subtle yet intense gaze lingering upon them, though it was quickly concealed. Despite the secrecy of the act, Han Li's heart tightened, recognizing that these spears were likely of considerable value. Yet, he knew that the Extreme Yin Ancestor would not demand them from him at this moment, as he was still focused on acquiring treasures for himself. Nevertheless, this incident might provide the Extreme Yin with an additional motive to act against him in the future. Contemplating this, a wry smile crept across Han Li's otherwise stoic visage. Yet, when he raised his head once more, his expression returned to its usual calm demeanor. Thus, despite the formidable nature of the puppets and restrictions at this level, the trio of nascent soul cultivators successfully traversed it unscathed. They were then conveyed to the third level. Half a day later, in a certain location on the 5th floor of the towering edifice, 3 individuals engaged in hushed discussions. They were none other than Wan Tianming and his fellow righteous cultivators. Not far in front of them loomed a magnificent structure, an imposing stone platform of extraordinary grandeur. This platform measured over 100 feet in length and width, rising to a height of approximately 30 feet. A vast staircase, comprising hundreds of steps, ascended directly to the summit. The entire platform was constructed from what appeared to be ordinary gray stone, enveloped by a white light shield that encompassed both the steps and the platform itself. Intriguingly, within the light shield, a cerulean glow radiated, intensifying as one approached the center of the platform. The luminous brilliance was so overwhelming that it rendered direct gazes impossible, obscuring any discernment of its true nature. Along the edges of the platform, thick frost had formed, its crystalline transparency reflecting light in a manner that rendered the platform strikingly beautiful. How fares your magical energy? If you are ready, let us commence our endeavor. Although we have cleverly evaded those puppet guardians by utilizing the creation device of the heavenly mechanism sect, our time is still limited. After all, the formidable techniques of the barbarian bearded one are quite effective against those puppets. They shall only require extra effort on the 4th level. The others will not delay us for long, Wan Tianming stated solemnly before the platform. Indeed, Brother Wan speaks wisely. Let us proceed to claim the treasure. The Taoist of Tianwu opposite him expressed with evident enthusiasm in his eyes. The gaunt, farmer-like elder merely nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Wan Tianming paid little heed to this, well aware that, despite the elder's taciturn nature, his mastery of the jade Dan technique was quite profound, potentially surpassing even that of the Tianwu Taoist. This individual, though hailing from the righteous path, had dedicated himself to solitary cultivation, resulting in his seemingly aloof demeanor. With a faint smile, Wan Tianming led the two towards the light shield. A dense purple mist flickered briefly, and with a resounding crack, the white light shield was effortlessly torn open by Wan Tianming, creating an entrance nearly 10 feet high. The three swiftly entered in single file. Shortly thereafter, they vanished into the azure light enveloping the platform, while the breach in the light shield reverted to its original state, the staircase returning to tranquility once more. Time elapsed without their emergence from the light shield, yet beneath the platform, the figure of the barbarian bearded one emerged, accompanied by Han Li and his companions, who obediently followed in their wake. At last, we have reached this cursed place. The golden-haired puppet on the 4th level was surprisingly formidable. Had it not been for the combined efforts of the three of us employing our most cherished techniques, we might have been entangled for much longer, the scholar-clad elder remarked, his eyes shimmering as he surveyed the imposing platform before them. Humph, the puppet was manageable enough. It was the restrictions encountered on the 3rd level that proved truly challenging, consuming an inordinate amount of our time. Otherwise, we would have arrived much sooner. The Grand Master of Extreme Yin spoke with a somber expression, his words tinged with a hint of frustration. Why engage in such trivial discourse when we are already here? Let us first ascertain whether Wan Tianming and his companions have ventured in to seize the treasures. The burly man furrowed his brows and spoke bluntly, his face betraying obvious impatience. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed the Grand Master's visage, prompting him to fall silent. Meanwhile, the elderly scholar maintained his composure and chuckled lightly, assuring, "Fear not, my brother man. According to the secret techniques that Brother Wu and I have employed, Wan Tianming and his group indeed entered several hours ago and have yet to emerge. We shall simply wait here, as this staircase is the sole entrance and exit to the Hanli platform. The only one. Is that true? I hope those righteous fellows haven't slipped away through another route while we remain here, waiting foolishly." The burly man cast a sidelong glance at the elder, his skepticism evident. Rest assured, this is beyond dispute. This white luminescent barrier is no ordinary shield. It is the renowned celestial barrier from ancient times. Aside from this specially designated exit at the staircase, there is no other way to pass through in a short span of time. Let us take a moment to recuperate here before we venture in to assess the situation, the elder stated calmly, stroking his beard. Very well. The burly man conceded with a slight nod, settling down cross-legged on a nearby step. The Grand Master and the elderly scholar huddled together to converse in hushed tones. Han Li observed all of this with cold amusement, though his expression remained inscrutable. These old demons might have their wits about them, but Wan Tianming appeared to be a shrewd individual. Their hesitation to enter might very well align with the intentions of the righteous sect. With this thought in mind, he lifted his gaze and scanned the surroundings, only to find Xuan Gu standing alone not far away, gazing thoughtfully at the misty white barrier. Han Li's expression shifted. This presented a prime opportunity for further negotiation. However, he quickly reconsidered. The old devil was now associated with the burly man, diminishing his own value to Xuan Gu. It was likely that this individual, like the Grand Master of Extreme Yin, was also eyeing the blood jade spider for its treasures. Otherwise, why would he choose to strike at the moment after the treasure was claimed? If he approached now, it would only reveal his uncertainty and worsen his predicament. Clearly, any means of escape would require his own ingenuity. With this realization, Han Li's gaze toward Xuan Gu turned icy. Remarkably, Xuan Gu seemed to sense something. Turning to look directly at Han Li, cursing inwardly, Han Li swiftly adopted a serene demeanor and casually walked away in the opposite direction. Xuan Gu fixated on Han Li's retreating figure, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. At that moment, Han Li circled the massive stone platform, leisurely making his way around the exterior of the barrier. The others, confident that a mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivator like Han Li could not possibly escape from this five-tiered area, remained at ease, allowing him the freedom to move nearby. Before long, Han Li stealthily slipped behind the high platform, where a towering wall of azure stone met the barrier. The wall was adorned with carvings of ancient monstrous creatures and enigmatic runes, yet there was nothing particularly unusual about it. Han Li had encountered such walls numerous times in this inner temple and was aware that they were fortified with profound prohibitions. To breach the wall and escape was beyond the capabilities of even the most formidable nascent soul cultivators. Consequently, even though Han Li was acutely aware that what lay beyond the wall was likely the exterior of the inner temple, he found himself at a loss. Frustrated and irked by the ancient cultivators who had constructed this temple as impervious as a tortoise shell, he struck the stone wall with a forceful palm and turned to leave. However, a dull thud echoed as he took 3 or 4 steps, causing him to freeze in place. Slowly turning back, disbelief etched on his face. Had a common cultivator heard that sound, they might have dismissed it and continued on their way, as it seemed rather ordinary. Yet Han Li, hailing from a background steeped in the intricacies of traps and secret chambers, immediately discerned that the blue stone was not solid. He found it hard to believe that in such a place, riddled with profound prohibitions set by ancient cultivators, there existed a hollow chamber. Doubt gnawed at him. Yet he was not one to abandon his pursuit. After a moment's contemplation, he nimbly returned to the wall. Extending 2 fingers, he gently tapped around the blue stones he had struck earlier. Upon striking the 3rd stone, a flicker of realization coursed through him, and his gaze settled upon it. There, intricately carved, was the image of a winged beast with blood-red eyes. Although the craftsmanship was not exquisite, it vividly conveyed the creature's savage, bloodthirsty nature. After a cursory examination of the beast's depiction, Han Li resumed his gentle tapping on the blue stone. Ultimately, he was thrilled to confirm that this stone was indeed hollow, and it seemed to conceal something within. Not rushing into action, Han Li cautiously extended his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. Once assured that the formidable figures like Zi Ling were not monitoring him, he hesitated no longer. A flicker of azure light emanated from his fingertip, and a sword-like gleam, several inches long, materialized. Calmly, he used this sword light to inscribe a circle the size of a fist upon the blue stone, then waved his hand, causing the gleam to vanish. With his other hand, he quickly tapped the circle. Instantly, a hole appeared in the blue stone. Aware that time was of the essence, he thrust his hand inside without a second thought. The space was confined, but after a hasty rummage, he grasped an object. Han Li's expression shifted. The item was slender, rounded, and soft, resembling a stick. However, as he withdrew his arm from the blue stone, he realized it was an ancient, yellowed scroll. Surprised, he was about to unfurl it when his expression suddenly changed. Swiftly, he concealed the scroll within his bosom and, with a flicker of his form, pressed himself against the azure stone wall, meticulously shrouding the exposed aperture, feigning a posture of repose. Just as Han Li completed this maneuver, the ominous voice of the extreme master resonated in his ear. Han Li, return swiftly. We are about to proceed. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Han Li's gaze. Was it not said that a moment of respite was necessary? Had they altered their decision so promptly? Could it be that the 3 ancient fiends had discerned something amiss? Contemplating this, as soon as the extreme yin's consciousness dissipated from the vicinity, he promptly turned, sealing the aperture once more to its original state, before nonchalantly advancing towards the elevated platform. Upon arrival, several elder fiends stood gravely at the steps, gazing intently towards the high platform, while the grotesque pair of Xuan Gu and Wu Chou mirrored their solemnity. Han Li cast a perplexed glance upwards, his expression shifting slightly. The azure radiance upon the platform shimmered in a dazzling array, intermittently reflecting strands of golden light amidst its oscillation. Moreover, the stone platform's perimeter had thickened by several inches in this brief span. It was only due to the isolation provided by the white light barrier that Han Li remained unaware of any peculiar occurrences. Upon Han Li's arrival, The extreme E nodded in acknowledgement and turned to the burly, bearded figure beside him, stating, "Brother man, my disciple has arrived. Let us ascend." He had not anticipated that the golden silkworm of Wan Tianming could indeed disturb the void sky cauldron. Though the circumstances remained unclear, it was prudent to investigate further. The burly man, without uttering a word, leaped upward, responding through action. The extreme Een and others followed closely, ascending the steps. With a resounding crash, the burly man reached the barrier at the steps and, without hesitation, struck it fiercely with his magically empowered fist. As a result, a gaping fissure several zhang wide erupted in the barrier, allowing him to stride boldly inside. The extreme Een and the scholarly elders swiftly maneuvered to envelop Han Li in their midst, compelling him to follow suit. Xuan Gu and Wu Chou were the last to enter the light barrier. What an intense chill. Although Han Li had mentally prepared himself for the cold while still outside the barrier, he still shivered upon entry, hastily unleashing his protective aura to mitigate the biting chill. The burly man, disregarding the intentions of the others, marched directly toward the heart of the vibrant azure light without a glance back. The elder and the extreme Een exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile before hastening their pace to follow. Yet, even amidst this urgency, the extreme Een cast a meaningful glance back at the lagging Han Li, subtly urging him to quicken his pace. Han Li inwardly cursed the extreme Een master. It was not that he lacked the self-awareness to flee. Rather, he intended to linger a bit longer to examine the scroll hidden within his robe. After all, the manner in which it had been placed was rather peculiar, and it could potentially provide insight into his circumstances. However, now that he was being urged by the extreme Een master, the grotesque figure seemed to have been alerted, fixating his vigilant gaze upon Han Li without the slightest intention of shifting. Even Xuan Gu cast him a glance filled with a hint of suspicion. Han Li could only brace himself and quicken his pace. However, after only a few steps, his speed diminished once more. This was not Han Li's intention. Rather, it was the chilling blue light surrounding him that caused this. Despite the protective aura enveloping him, each step he took made him feel increasingly frigid. Within just a few strides, his complexion turned pale, and he hastily sealed his breath, fearing that the biting cold might injure his lungs. The white spirit rhinoceros I gave you not only protects against fire, but also against cold. You need not wait any longer. At that moment, the voice of the extreme Een patriarch echoed in his ears, prompting Han Li to suddenly realize his oversight and quickly retrieve the item, reattaching it to his waist. Indeed, as the white light of the spirit rhinoceros illuminated, warmth flooded the surroundings once more. Now, Han Li had the leisure to observe how the others were contending with the frigid air. The three nascent soul cultivators, including the rugged man, seemed unaffected, relying solely on their protective auras as they continued onward without a care. Xuan Gu, too, had a string of shimmering red beads adorning his neck, which provided him with the same immunity to the cold. As for the grotesque figure who had somehow fallen behind him, he wore a bizarre serpent-patterned armlet that emitted a pink protective shield around him. Han Li's gaze returned to the front, where they had reached the center of the elevated platform. There, a small protruding altar awaited, upon which 7 or 8 clusters of golden light danced vigorously. In the midst of this golden brilliance, a blinding blue light emanated from a gaping hole. Han Li's spirit surged as he focused intently on the scene. Within those golden light clusters, several foot-long emerald giant silkworms were seen, each expelling thick golden threads towards the hole, their bodies swaying as they struggled to pull back. Each movement caused the blue light within the hole to flicker wildly. Beside the altar stood 3 figures, unmistakably Wan Tianming and his companions. The righteous cultivators were evidently aware of the rugged man's arrival, yet they paid no heed to him, fixated instead on the golden light before them, their faces etched with tension. Witnessing this, the rugged man's eyes glinted with coldness. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, unleashing 2 beams of golden light that shot towards the trio. Cold Flood Dragon, Li Turtle, Wan Tianming, and Tian Wuzi called out in unison, their voices icy as they turned towards the oncoming light. Instantly, a commotion erupted above as a green light and a blue light descended, intercepting the golden beams and clashing together with fervor. Upon seeing this, the rugged man was momentarily taken aback. With a wave of his hand, the 2 golden beams returned and transformed into 2 golden daggers that landed in his grasp. The green and blue lights did not pursue. Instead, they spiraled in place, revealing their true forms, a white dragon of considerable size, and a peculiar, translucent giant turtle. As the rugged man recognized the two creatures, his expression shifted dramatically. "The cold flood dragon of the madwoman and the Li turtle of Tian Yuzi," exclaimed the scholarly elder who had approached from behind, equally astonished. No wonder Wan Tianming and his companions exhibited such arrogance. Unexpectedly, they have borrowed the spirit beasts from those two ancient monsters. However, as far as I know, these two elders cherish their spirit beasts immensely and never lend them to others. How did these two fellows manage to acquire them? The extreme patriarch, who also witnessed this scene, remarked in astonishment, his face revealing a trace of anger. Lending is contingent upon the identity of the borrower. Wan Tianming is the madwoman's nephew, while Tian Wuzi is a junior brother of Tian Yuanzai. It is not surprising that they could procure these two spirit beasts. The burly man spoke with a grim expression. This situation has become somewhat troublesome. These two creatures possess considerable powers, and if they fight for their lives, the three of us will not be able to extricate ourselves for a while. Qingyi Zushi expressed his concern, fixating on the white dragon and the giant turtle. "Qingyi, Xianin, what are you holding on to your Qingji bird and Tiandu corpse for? Although they may not be a match for these two beasts, surely they could entangle them for a while. We do not necessarily need to defeat Wan Tianming and the others. We merely need to kill a single golden silkworm," the burly man said with a sinister smile. Upon hearing these words, the scholar in robes and the extreme patriarch exchanged hesitant glances. "Rest assured, I will also let my spirit beast participate in the battle. Collaborating with you two is a hassle." The burly man cast a sidelong glance at the two from extreme displaying a hint of disdain. After hearing this, the scholar and the extreme patriarch relaxed and agreed. Volume 4, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 477, Golden Silkworm and Tianqing Flower. However, before the elder and the extreme patriarch could release their spirit beasts and demon corpses, an unexpected change occurred on the altar. A massive green silkworm within a sphere of light suddenly began to tremble, its golden glow rapidly dimming. Almost simultaneously, the golden thread it held in its mouth snapped with a resounding crack. "This is bad." Wan Tianming and his companions, who were fully engrossed in the treasure-seeking affair, were startled, their expressions drastically changing. Yet before they could take any action, the other golden silkworms exhibited the same condition. After the golden glow diminished, the threads of the other two massive silkworms also broke apart on the spot. At this moment, Wan Tianming's heart sank to the depths. His previously advancing figure froze in place. But that was not the end. Although the threads of the remaining three massive silkworms were still intact, deprived of the support of half their companions, they were suddenly yanked with tremendous force, flying into the gaping hole. Following that, a loud crash resounded as a heavy object hit the ground, causing the entire stone platform to shake violently. The blue light at the cave's entrance immediately dimmed, and the chill in the air lessened significantly. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the righteous faction turned grim. Meanwhile, the extreme and other old demons, who were poised to act, exchanged peculiar glances, their faces equally revealing a fascinating array of emotions. "Ha ha!" The burly man burst into hearty laughter, his yellow beard quivering with delight, exuding a sense of utmost pleasure. At this moment, the extreme and the scholar in robes also regained their composure, displaying expressions of schadenfreude as they grinned toward the righteous trio. Consequently, Wan Tianming's face turned an even deeper shade of iron. In pursuit of the treasure, he exerted immense effort and incurred considerable costs, only to be met with ridicule from those of the demonic path. This ignited a fierce anger within Wan Tianming, which he could no longer suppress. Abruptly, he turned, his gaze icy and menacing, directed at the trio, including the master of the extreme. The smiles of the master and the elder instantly froze. After all, the opponent was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Despite their affiliations with opposing factions, neither of them desired to forge a deep enmity with Wan Tianming. However, the wild-bearded man, though momentarily silenced by the glare, unceremoniously returned the stare. "What? Does the master of the Wan sect wish to engage in a contest with me? I was just about to experience the heavenly net true art, one of the three great techniques of Confucianism," he provocatively remarked, his expression taut. After a chilling exchange of glances with the wild-bearded man, reason gradually returned to Wan Tianming's countenance. "Let us depart." He flicked his sleeve and led the way off the altar, disregarding the remaining golden silkworms. He merely summoned back the white flood dragon that had been confronting the demonic forces. Tian Wuzi's expression was equally grim. After stowing away the massive turtle, he followed closely behind Wan Tianming with a composed demeanor. In contrast, the thin, dark farmer appeared relatively unfazed, save for his cold eyes. As the forces of righteousness and evil brushed past each other, both sides remained on high alert, cautiously observing one another. Fortunately, despite his arrogance, the wild-bearded man refrained from uttering provocative remarks, merely watching with a cold smile as Wan Tianming and his companions gradually receded, eventually vanishing from the protective barrier. I have instructed the azure thorn bird to lie in wait at the entrance. Should the righteous faction return, we will be informed, the elderly Confucian remarked, casting a glance behind. In that case, I shall send 2 heavenly corpse soldiers to lie in ambush at the entrance as well, should they attempt a sudden assault. They can provide a brief defense, the master of extreme Yin said with a sinister smile after a brief pause. Upon hearing this, the scholar Qingyi was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure and said nothing further. Then, he flicked his Confucian sleeves, and a fist-sized azure light shot forth, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, the master of extreme Yin extended his hand and tossed something onto the ground. Instantly, 2 plumes of black smoke erupted, accompanied by an acrid odor, as 2 towering demon corpses materialized before the assembly. Pointing sternly toward the entrance, the master commanded the 2 demon corpses, which promptly contorted and vanished without a trace. This scene reminded Han Li of the eerie emergence of the demon corpses on a previous occasion, causing him to feel a renewed wariness towards these entities. However, when his gaze fell upon the trembling golden silkworms lying on the altar, curiosity drew him closer. Yet, before he could reach them, another figure swiftly approached. Han Li turned to see it was the previously silent Xuan Gu. He felt a twinge of surprise. What is happening? These golden silkworms are indeed rare creatures. Judging by their earlier golden glow, their cultivation must be considerable. It seems strange that Wan Tianming would discard them so carelessly. He mused aloud. They have consumed the heavenly blue flower, came the response. By forcefully utilizing this object, one could significantly elevate their cultivation level, allowing for the lifting of the void heaven cauldron to some extent. However, now that the medicinal properties have faded, these golden silkworms have become utterly useless. Xuan Gu merely inspected the enormous silkworm briefly before responding with an indifferent expression. I remarked that it was impossible to lift the void heaven cauldron with mere golden silkworms. It turns out this was merely a borrowed item. Wan Tianming has indeed suffered a loss this time, akin to a hen that has failed to steal grain. Upon hearing Xuan Gu's words, the hulking figure of man Huzi couldn't help but chuckle heartily. The celestial blue flower. I never anticipated that Wan Tianming would find such a treasure. I had contemplated this method as well, but regrettably, I have not encountered a single celestial blue flower over the years. Yet, it seems that this junior of man's is not without merit. As he is familiar with this flower, one wonders if who has ever heard of this individual's name. The extreme Yin patriarch ambled over with his hands clasped behind his back, but his tone shifted as he gazed intently at Xuan Gu's face, slowly inquiring. I am merely someone who has read a few ancient texts. There is nothing significant about my name. You jest, Senior Wu, Xuan Gu replied with a gentle smile. Is that so? The extreme Yin-s expression remained nonchalant, uncertain if his suspicions had dissipated or if he was wary of man Huzi standing nearby. He chose not to pursue further inquiries. Instead, he turned and approached the large pit, peering down into its depths. The azure light from the depths cast an eerie blue hue upon his face. Han Li stood to the side, observing coldly, feeling a measure of admiration for Xuan Gu's restraint. The fact that he could maintain composure in the presence of extreme Yin and refer to him as a senior was indeed remarkable. It seemed the heart of the old demon Xuan Gu was truly formidable. That said, none here, aside from the unseemly Wu, are easily deceived. Each is a cunning fox, having lived for centuries. As Han Li pondered this, he heard the scholarly elder speak. Since these golden silkworms are of no use, we might as well eliminate them to avoid cluttering the place. After stating this, the elder flipped his palm, summoning a sharp azure orb that floated above his hand, preparing to strike the nearly lifeless giant silkworms. Wait, I find these golden silkworms rather intriguing. Allow me to handle them, if you please. Han Li squinted as he surveyed the 3 enormous silkworms, a sudden thought prompting him to address the elder. You desire these creatures? They are not only devoid of any cultivation, but will not survive much longer. The scholarly elder displayed a hint of surprise and confusion. I have always held a fascination for these peculiar insects. Since they are still alive, I would like to keep them for further study for a while. I hope the senior can accommodate this request, Han Li said with a smile, bowing slightly. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the scholarly elder did not respond immediately, but instead scrutinized him anew, a contemplative expression emerging on his face. This made Han Li feel uneasy, uncertain of the elder's intentions. Ahem. In my youth, I too was a loose cultivator and am well aware that those in the core formation stage among loose cultivators are not on par with their counterparts from established sects. Indeed, it can be rather challenging. Since you, young friend Han, wish to keep these useless creatures, then by all means, take them. The scholarly elder shook his head, expressing a tinge of nostalgia. Clearly, he had misinterpreted the situation. Upon hearing this, Han Li could only roll his eyes internally, yet he maintained a facade of awkward gratitude, repeatedly expressing his thanks. He then produced an empty beast pouch and collected the 3 golden silkworms within it. Observing their appearance, it was evident that they had been stripped of their original master-s consciousness by Wan Tianming upon being discarded. Thus, they offered no resistance as Han Li placed them into the pouch. Han Li, cease your trivial pursuits. Quickly release that blood jade spider. I wish to ascertain its level as a spirit beast. We must ensure success in one attempt with the cooperation of my fire python. Zi Ling called from the cave entrance, a fervent gleam flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brow and approached. Both Chini and the bearded man exchanged knowing glances towards Han Li. Rest assured, as long as you can retrieve the Void Heaven Cauldron, I shall not shortchange you. Zi Ling assured Han Li with a benevolent expression, anxious that he might not exert himself fully. Yet, upon hearing these words, an inexplicable chill crept up Han Li's spine. Volume 4. The Winds Rise Over Seas. Chapter 478. Acquiring the treasure. Han Li, concealing his unease, took a few steps to the cave's edge and peered inside. To his astonishment, the depth of the cave was not as unfathomably deep as he had imagined. It measured merely 20 or 30 zhang. With his golden core stage cultivation, he was able to discern a flickering blue flame burning fiercely at the cave's bottom, with some dark objects intermittently glimmering within it. This must be the renowned Void Heaven Cauldron. However, as he leaned further in, he was met with an unearthly chill that struck him to the bone. Were it not for the spirit sense that mitigated much of the cold, he would undoubtedly have been frozen by the frigid air rushing towards him. Although the blue light was evidently a flame, it emanated an extraordinary coldness. Han Li was profoundly astonished. Yet, after only a few moments of gazing at the blue flame, a wave of dizziness swept over him, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze and stand upright. What do you think? That is the Qian blue ice flame, a fire of utmost yin and chill, not to mention golden core cultivators. Even us seasoned Yuanying practitioners would not dare to come into contact with it. A mere brush with this cold flame could easily refine a Yuanying into nothingness. It is said that this fire does not belong to our realm. One wonders how those ancient cultivators managed to find it. Zi Ling, standing beside Han Li, spoke slowly, fixated on the cave. Even a Yuanying could be refined? Han Li gasped upon hearing this. However, he quickly regained his composure. If that were the case, the Void Heaven Cauldron would have been taken long ago, rather than remaining here. Although the Qian blue ice flame poses a significant threat to us cultivators, there are still certain materials it cannot destroy, such as the golden threads spun by the golden silkworms, the silk of the blood jade spider, and my 2 fire pythons, among other unique entities. Now, summon your blood jade spider. Let us examine it closely once more, Zi Ling commanded imperiously. Under the gaze of the elder with a wild beard and the ominous atmosphere surrounding them, Han Li refrained from any further unnecessary delays. With a swift motion, he pressed a hand against the spirit beast pouch at his waist. A beam of white light shot forth from the pouch, spiraling gracefully before landing before the onlookers. As the radiance diminished, the not overly large form of the blood jade spider materialized. Upon encountering so many living beings, its fangs clicked ominously, its eyes seemingly brimming with hostility. However, the wild beard and the others paid little heed to its demeanor, gazing upon the spirit beast as if it were a precious treasure. Behold, this blood jade spider is quite substantial. It appears to be at the pinnacle of a level 4 beast, on the verge of breaking into level 5. Our hopes of acquiring a treasure are indeed promising, the wild beard remarked, his expression shifting with surprise as the spider emerged. Hee. In terms of power, my disciple's blood jade spider may not compare to certain exotic beasts of the wilderness. Yet, when it comes to obtaining the void sky cauldron, this spirit beast is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Extreme Een remarked, his eyes alight with excitement as he fixed his gaze upon the blood jade spider. What you say is true. Moreover, this spider's level surpasses that of those mere level 2 golden silkworms. Even if it were just this one, it would outmatch their entire group. The scholarly elder spoke with evident delight. After all, the prospect of acquiring a treasure now seemed less like chasing shadows. Let us commence at once. Delay may lead to unforeseen complications. Hanli, instruct your spider to unleash its web and envelop the void sky cauldron. I will also direct 2 fire pythons to assist the blood jade spider. Without hesitation, Extreme Een commanded Hanli, showing no signs of politeness now that the spider seemed stable. Understood. Though reluctant, Hanli could only acquiesce verbally. You too, move to the base of the altar. When the void sky cauldron's accompanying azure blue eyes flame approaches the cave's entrance, your cultivation will be inadequate to withstand it. As for my disciple Hanli, I shall trouble Brother Qing to ensure his safety. After issuing cold instructions to Wu Chou and Xuan Gu, Extreme Een turned to the elder Qing Yi with a smile. Indeed, for the sake of the celestial restoration pill within the void sky cauldron, I shall ensure that young friend Han encounters no mishap. The elder replied with a hearty laugh. Wu Chou and Xuan Gu obediently descended from the altar, retreating a few steps before taking their stance once more. Casting a glance at the predatory elder demons, Han Li sighed inwardly and issued a command to the blood jade spider. Instantly, a milky white web shot forth, transforming into a beam of light as it soared into the cave. At this juncture, he could only take one step at a time, hoping that after acquiring the treasure, Extreme Een would be too embarrassed in front of the other elder demons to sever ties immediately, granting him a moment to breathe. Thus, when Xuan Gu intervened against Extreme Een, he might find an opportunity amidst the chaos. As for whether the void sky cauldron could be retrieved, Hanli paid it no heed, for he understood well that regardless of success or failure in treasure acquisition, his circumstances would remain unchanged. Just as Hanli solidified his strategy in his mind, Extreme Een stepped forward to face him, producing a dark spirit beast pouch from within his robes. With the pouch held downward, he gave it a gentle shake. With a sudden flash of crimson light, 2 enormous fire-red giant pythons, each measuring around 4 to 5 zhang in length, materialized on the ground. These peculiar serpents were adorned with scales resembling fiery red phosphorescent chips, and a circle of strange runic patterns was imprinted at a point just beneath their heads. Their eyes glowed fiercely, as if flames burned within. After coiling and stretching on the ground, the 2 pythons swiftly raised their sleeves, revealing fingers that flicked forth 2 black pills. With a quick toss of their heads, the pythons adeptly swallowed the pills whole. Unceremoniously, the figure of Zi Ling pointed towards a large opening. The 2 fire pythons, upon receiving the command, lazily slithered towards the entrance. Observing this, Zi Ling's expression turned solemn as he formed an intricate hand gesture, murmuring an obscure incantation as if invoking some secret technique. An astonishing scene unfolded. Under the influence of the spell, the python scales shifted to a dark crimson hue, and they began to shake their heads and tails with renewed vigor. With a resounding thud, the pythons drove their tails forcefully into the ground near the entrance, piercing deep as if they were blades. Subsequently, their front halves surged forward, elongating as if devoid of bones, and plunged into the depths of the chasm. Yet their tails remained firmly anchored at the entrance, appearing as 2 slender black-red ropes. To Han Li's astonishment, the 2 ropes twisted slightly. Seeing this, the Master Zi Ling's face revealed a glimmer of joy, and he urgently called out to Han Li, clenching his fists. It is done. They have latched onto the void sky cauldron. Quickly, compel your spider to pull with all its might. Though the fire pythons have consumed my pills, they cannot endure long in the icy flames of Qianluan. Our success hinges on this very moment. As Zi Ling spoke, a hint of ferocity flickered in his expression. Han Li, noticing this, scoffed internally. Success in obtaining the treasure could very well cost him his life, and failure was something he would almost prefer. He begrudgingly grumbled to himself, but nonetheless steeled his resolve, urging the blood jade spider to begin pulling backward. For he was acutely aware that the burly man and the scholarly elder beside him were closely observing his every move. and any attempt to feign effort would surely not escape the discerning eyes of those cunning old foxes. At Han Li's reluctant command, the translucent white strands tightened immediately, and the blood jade spider began to slowly move backward. Simultaneously, the two black-red ropes on the opposite side of the opening began to twist and retract. A deep rumble resonated, and the entire platform began to tremble. The blue light within the chasm flickered chaotically, dazzling Han Li's eyes and compelling him to glance away momentarily. Yet, the blood jade spider remained undeterred, straining to pull back with all its strength. "Good, the void sky cauldron is already shaking," murmured the scholar Qing Yi, his face etched with tension. It was evident that the cauldron was exceedingly heavy, even with the combined efforts of the blood jade spider and the two fire pythons. It merely swayed back and forth at the bottom of the chasm, showing no signs of being lifted. The Grand Master of Extreme Yin displayed no signs of panic. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he exhaled 2 jets of dark essence, which swiftly enveloped the 2 fire pythons. He then turned to Man Huzi and urgently instructed, "My brother, please empower the blood jade spider with the frenzied technique. My disciple lacks the requisite mana to execute this spell. Rest assured, I shall take care of it." Man Huzi replied, seemingly anticipating this request without surprise. He then focused intently on the blood jade spider, his lips moving subtly, and a faint crimson glow began to emanate from his mouth. "After several sleepless nights, I find myself rather fatigued. Let us retire early, tonight. There shall be but this single chapter. I, too, must endeavor to sleep a bit earlier." Volume 4. The Winds Rise Overseas Chapter 479. The Return with a thunderous exclamation, "Pa!" Man Huzi unleashed a stream of blood-red light from his mouth, striking the blood jade spider. Upon contact, the light erupted violently, enveloping the creature in a cloud of crimson mist that materialized around it. The blood jade spider emitted a hissing sound, appearing restless and agitated, as if provoked. Witnessing this scene, Han Li inwardly seethed with anger. The very name of the frenzied technique implied it bore some latent dangers associated with demonic arts. These old sorcerers had not discussed this matter with him. Yet they applied the technique without hesitation, showing no regard for the consequences it might have on the blood jade spider. Clearly, they had never considered him a core formation cultivator, worthy of respect. Even though he had anticipated such treatment, Han Li's expression darkened upon experiencing it firsthand. At this moment, the crimson mist had been nearly entirely absorbed by the blood jade spider. The creature's originally translucent form transformed entirely into a vivid crimson hue, resembling a colossal scarlet gemstone. This transformation reminded Han Li of the blood jade spider's rampage within the underground caverns of Tiannan, where it had also turned a brilliant red, indicating its state of furious rage. Concerned, Han Li sent a thread of thought to the spider, sensing its frenzied and volatile disposition, as if it were on the verge of losing its sanity. Alarmed, he intended to forcibly calm the blood jade spider when Man Huzi suddenly bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Quickly command your blood jade spider to pull back. The frenzied technique has a time limit." Han Li felt a surge of irritation at these words, yet he had no choice but to allow the blood jade spider to continue exerting its strength. Fortunately, despite succumbing to frenzy, the spider remained obedient to its master's commands. With a flicker of crimson light in its emerald eyes, several of its sharp legs began to grasp and tug at the taut threads, gradually pulling them back. A more intense tremor erupted than before, accompanied by a series of deep rumblings echoing from within the cave. Observing this, Man Huzi and the others simultaneously wore expressions of delight. Suddenly, a blinding blue light erupted from the cavern, shooting upwards to a height exceeding 10 zhang above the altar. Han Li felt a chill wash over him, quickly followed by a warmth. A brilliant azure barrier enveloped him, and in a moment of surprise, he realized it was the scholar in the robe who had magnified the protective aura surrounding him several-fold. "Be cautious. When the void heaven cauldron is lifted, it will unleash a chilling surge far more formidable than before. Many unsuspecting treasure seekers have suffered greatly from such unforeseen events in the past," the elderly man murmured solemnly. Although his words seemed directed at Han Li, he did not cast a glance in his direction, fixating instead on the cave entrance with unwavering intensity. The scholar, Qing Yi, appeared remarkably tense at this moment. Han Li was taken aback by the revelation. Had many others attempted to manipulate this cauldron before? If so, how had they all failed? Despite these pressing questions, Han Li understood that this was not the time for inquiries. He turned his attention back to the scene unfolding at the altar. It was evident that the void heaven cauldron was exceedingly heavy, and even the combined might of several spirit beasts resulted only in minimal movement and contraction. The blue light emanating from the cave entrance grew increasingly radiant. At this moment, not only Zi Ling and his companions, but even the figures of Wu Chou and Xuan Gu beneath the altar remained transfixed, their eyes fixed upon the spectacle. Wu Chou gripped his hands tightly, his face a mask of excitement and greed, while Xuan Gu's expression revealed a complex mixture of anticipation and hesitation. As the void heaven cauldron was gradually drawn upwards, save for the sound of straining from the altar, all present held their breath, intently observing the cave entrance. Han Li, however, did not direct his gaze there, but instead watched his blood jade spider with growing concern. Regardless of the cauldron's allure, it was unlikely to fall into his possession. The blood jade spider was the result of his diligent cultivation. In his focused observation, Han Li was unexpectedly struck by the sight of the originally milky white spider silk, reflecting a faint blue radiance. Though exceedingly subtle and nearly imperceptible, it was unmistakably different from the typical hue of the silk. Just as he contemplated this anomaly, a faint sound, akin to tearing, echoed from behind the crowd. Although it was not loud, the silence that enveloped the high platform made it particularly noticeable. Startled at first, Han Li soon felt a surge of delight and quickly turned to investigate. The sound, unmistakably, was that of the protective barrier being violently breached, and it emanated from the stone steps of the platform. Zi Ling and the others, of course, were also alerted to the noise. The burly man immediately paled, cursing loudly before slapping his spirit beast pouch at his waist. A flash of yellow light shot forth, revealing a spirit beast resembling a leopard, its body several times the size of an ordinary leopard, adorned with yellow spots, and possessing a third eye on its forehead that shimmered with a golden glow. The elderly figure in the Confucian robe turned around, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, and spoke in a chilling tone. "It is Wan Tianming and his companions who have arrived. My Qingji bird and my friend Wu's 2 demon corpses have already been annihilated. They indeed do not trust us to seize the treasure and have returned to eliminate us." He urged, "We must delay as long as possible. Although the Su Tian Ding has been extracted to a considerable extent, the gravitational pull within the cave grows stronger the deeper we go. It is not feasible to extract it from the cave in a short time." The extreme Yin Patriarch's demeanor was frosty, yet he displayed no signs of panic. The return of the righteous cultivators seemed to have been anticipated by him long ago. Just as Brother Wu has said, the elder, aware of the impending battle, responded decisively. With a flourish of his sleeves, a multitude of azure light spheres surged forth, revealing over 100 Qingji birds, each the size of sparrows. These spirit birds, no larger than a fist but armed with sharp beaks and steel feathers, floated silently above the elder's head, projecting an imposing presence. On the other side, the extreme Yin Patriarch also formed seals with his hands, enveloped in a dark, inky mist. As this demonic aura dispersed, 14 or 15 armored green demon corpses materialized around him. The wild bearded man cast a cold glance at the two, uttering not a word. Below, Wu Chou anxiously stepped closer to the altar, a hint of unease evident on his face. Xuan Gu remained stationary, his eyes darting thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Han Li observed Xuan Gu's actions, furrowing his brow momentarily before resuming his usual demeanor. In the distance, several streaks of light shot forth with incredible speed, swiftly arriving before the altar. As the radiant glow receded, Wan Tianming and the other righteous cultivators appeared before everyone. "Good, very good," Wan Tianming calmly remarked as he surveyed the blood jade spider, dragging the Su Tian Ding atop the altar and the flickering blue glow of the cave's entrance. The demonic cultivators exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed by the meaning behind his words. "Good? I am certainly well. However, if you had not come, I would have felt even better," the wild bearded man retorted bluntly, narrowing his eyes. "I did not wish to make this journey. Yet who could have anticipated that this young friend possesses the long-lost blood jade spider? How could I simply walk away?" Wan Tianming replied nonchalantly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he moved his lips, emitting a peculiar low hum. The wild bearded man and his companions were momentarily taken aback, unsure of the trickery at play. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted from the stone ground where Wan Tianming stood, and a blue creature, the size of a mouse, leapt onto his arm with lightning speed. At that moment, The leader of the Yuan Fa sect regarded the wild, bearded man and his companions with a mocking smile. Remaining silent, the fossil beast. Upon seeing the creature, Qing Yi exclaimed involuntarily, naming the small beast. Hee, had I not left this beast to monitor you all in advance? How could I have arrived so timely? This fossil beast may lack other abilities, but once it burrows into the stone to conceal itself, even with your profound powers, discovering it immediately would be impossible. It seems my contingency plan has indeed proven effective. Now, Wan Tianming presented two options to several individuals. One was to allow us to slay the blood jade spider, permitting the void heaven cauldron to continue its slumber within the cave. The other was to share this treasure equally between us. As the master of this sect would never permit you, the demonic faction, to monopolize the riches contained within the cauldron. With a leisurely stroke of the fossil beast on his arm, Wan Tianming circled his gaze back to the blood void spider before he spoke. At that moment, he seemed to possess an air of confidence, unperturbed by the potential defiance from the likes of the barbarian bearded man and his associates. Share equally with you. Upon hearing this, the extremely shadowy figure's face contorted slightly, as if tempted by the proposition. For him, as long as he could claim a portion of Hanli, who was nominally his disciple, the division of the treasure would surely yield him a substantial share. However, before he could ponder the feasibility of this notion further, the barbarian bearded man, standing at the forefront, threw his head back and laughed boisterously. Share the void heaven cauldron? Wan Tianming, you are dreaming. If you wish to wrest food from my grasp, you must first see if your claws are sharp enough. With that proclamation, the barbarian bearded man issued a command without hesitation. The massive leopard that had been crouching before him suddenly rose, letting out a low growl. Its third beastly eye opened wide, emitting a beam of earthy yellow light that hurtled towards Wan Tianming. Beast, you seek death. Wan Tianming could not help but shout in anger. He had not anticipated that the barbarian bearded man would dismiss his proposal so readily and take action. For, regardless of the circumstances, he had the assistance of the cold flood dragon and the leaving turtle, giving his side a slight advantage in strength. This unexpected turn of events left Wan Tianming somewhat flustered as he unleashed a beam of purple light, which met the yellow light head-on, intercepting it. However, the moment the purple and yellow lights clashed, the yellow radiance erupted violently. With a clang, the purple light vanished without a trace, and instead, a white object plummeted from the air. Before anyone could discern what it was, the object shattered upon impact. As onlookers focused their gaze, they realized it was merely a common piece of shattered stone. Most spectators were momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Wan Tianming's expression shifted multiple times, his eyes narrowing in disbelief as he exclaimed, "The anomalous transformation technique. Your three-eyed leopard is a mutated spirit beast." Upon hearing the term mutated spirit beast, both the righteous and demonic factions present displayed expressions of shock. Mutated spirit beasts and the savage aberrations sounded remarkably similar, yet they were fundamentally different. Savage aberrations referred to rare spirit beasts from ancient times that, over the passage of time, altered their habits and appearance for various reasons, resulting in a new population that possessed certain characteristics of ancient spirit beasts but was entirely distinct. Such spirit beasts were exceedingly rare and difficult to find. In contrast, mutated spirit beasts were unique in their own right. Each one underwent an unpredictable transformation during their advancement, resulting in a significant alteration of their abilities. This mutation, while possessing both advantages and disadvantages, harbors some abilities that are remarkably unique and formidable, capable of achieving feats beyond the reach of ordinary spells. One such notable ability is the power to transmute most magical artifacts and treasures into stone. This capability is indeed razor-sharp. There was a cultivator in the core formation stage who, utilizing this mutant beast's extraordinary gift, effortlessly annihilated 3 or 4 fellow cultivators of the same level, sending ripples through the entire chaotic star sea. Consequently, the cultivation world collectively referred to the bizarre abilities of mutated spirit beasts as the art of mutation, distinguishing it from conventional spells. The three-eyed leopard, belonging to the rugged figure, originally emanated fire attribute attacks from its third eye. However, it now unleashed a beam that could directly transform unknown magical artifacts or treasures into stone, a phenomenon that surely arose post-mutation. This revelation left the onlookers momentarily astounded. It is well known that the emergence of mutated spirit beasts is an exceedingly rare occurrence. only manifesting in high-tier spirit beasts of level 4 and above. Since the recognition of spirit beast mutations, only a handful of renowned mutated spirit beasts have been documented in the chaotic star sea, with only a small fraction possessing truly advantageous capabilities. Thus, the rarity of mutated spirit beasts becomes increasingly pronounced. The last appearance of such a creature occurred over 1,000 years ago, leading cultivators who nurture spirit beasts to abandon any fantasies of witnessing a mutation during their ascension. Now, both factions of the demonic path fixated on the three-eyed leopard, their expressions revealing a spectrum of emotions. At this moment, Wan Tianming comprehended why the rugged figure had unapologetically dismissed the request for an equitable division of treasures. This was his leverage. Merely the presence of this mutated three-eyed leopard might suffice to neutralize the existence of his own cold flood dragon and Li Gui. Realizing this, Wan Tianming's demeanor grew solemn as he cast a glance towards Zi Ling and the scholarly elder. The expressions on their faces reflected surprise and delight, evidently abandoning any thoughts of sharing the Shutianding. Wan Tianming's conjecture was accurate. Upon learning that the rugged figure's three-eyed leopard was a mutated spirit beast, Master Zi Ling naturally discarded any notions of concession. As a formidable figure of the demonic path, he was no gentle soul. If he could monopolize such a treasure, he would be unwilling to share it with the righteous faction. After exchanging a meaningful glance with the scholarly elder, he no longer hesitated. His form spun rapidly, unleashing an abundance of profound black energy that enveloped him, while the several heavenly corpse minions by his side twisted their forms, vanishing without a trace in the black light. The scholarly elder then whispered to Han Li, advising him to step back a little to safeguard his own life, indicating that he would not be able to contribute to this conflict. After conveying this message, the elder's flock of azure thorn birds seemed to receive some signal, emitting a piercing cry before transforming into azure arrows that surged towards the righteous cultivators. The elder himself waved his sleeve, shooting forth countless azure threads that densely followed the flock, propelling towards the adversaries with great speed. Upon encountering the practitioners of the demonic path, who took the initiative to strike first, Wan Tianming reciprocated without hesitation. Although the mutated spirit beast of the bearded brute posed a certain challenge, he was not genuinely intimidated. After all, no matter how formidable the mutated spirit beast might be, it remained merely a beast. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that the transmutation technique which turned objects to stone would be ineffectual against cultivators themselves. As long as he exercised caution to avoid having his magical treasures struck by that yellow light, he could indeed contend with this spirit beast. With this thought in mind, Wan Tianming let out a cold snort and uttered two terse words, "Attack." Following this command, he summoned the white cold flood dragon and clapped his hands together in front of his chest. Instantly, violet flames erupted around him, transforming him into a figure of blazing purple fire as he soared into the air, charging towards the bearded brute. Beside him, Tian Wuzi swiftly summoned the turtle and, without hesitation, struck the shell with force. Immediately, the giant turtle's small green eyes flashed with fierce light, and its mouth slowly opened, unleashing a torrential wave of icy air that surged forth, crashing towards the incoming azure flock of birds. The azure thorn birds, not to be outdone, opened their sharp beaks, shooting forth slender streams of azure flame, which rapidly coalesced into a colossal azure fire column, intermingling with the white icy air. The clash of azure fire and white mist erupted in a dazzling display, seemingly unable to determine a victor at that moment. The wiry old man, resembling a farmer, displayed a far more peculiar style of engagement. Expressionless, he suddenly flipped his palm, and a droplet-like green willow branch appeared between his fingers. With a slight wave of this branch, countless green phantoms shot out from his form, transforming the immediate vicinity into a lush expanse, akin to a verdant sea. Yet, amidst the greenery, two beams of black light flashed, revealing three iron-armored demon corpses. The myriad green threads surrounding them sprang to life, swiftly ensnaring the demon corpses that were originally immensely powerful. Despite their might, they found themselves utterly restrained by the seemingly delicate green threads, resulting in frantic roars of distress from the two beasts. Upon witnessing this scene, the extreme Ancestor's countenance darkened as he transformed into a massive cloud of black, hurtling towards the fray with great speed. Each of his heavenly corpses was painstakingly crafted, and he was unwilling to allow them to be easily destroyed. Moreover, Since the adversary was clearly employing what attribute techniques, his heavenly corpse fire would be particularly effective against them. As the battle between the ancient practitioner at the nascent soul stage unfolded, Han Li instinctively retreated a further 10 steps. Although he understood that even retreating over 100 steps would ultimately be futile, he felt an innate urge to distance himself. Should the righteous faction entertain any malevolent thoughts and sacrifice the void heaven cauldron, they would undoubtedly seek to obliterate him, the master of the blood jade spider. He could not be certain that the bearded brute and others would arrive in time to rescue him. After all, the 100 high platform was still a confined space that could be traversed in an instant. At this moment, with the extreme Yin entangled by an equally formidable nascent soul practitioner, it was indeed an opportune moment for Xuan Gu to launch a covert attack. Uncertain of the intentions of the old demon, Han Li pondered whether he might prioritize avenging his own deep-seated grievances even at the cost of benefiting the righteous path. With this thought, he glanced at the expressionless Xuan Gu, who was observing the fierce battle below the altar, revealing no discernible emotions, making it impossible to fathom his thoughts. Cunning old fox, Han Li silently muttered in frustration. As a new week dawned, he hoped for continued support from everyone. Thank you in advance. Volume 4, Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 481. The treasure of transformation. Han Li found himself perplexed by Xuan Gu's mindset. His gaze shifted to the nearby blood jade spider, which now radiated an increasingly brilliant red light. Though its body quivered slightly, it continued to contract its silken threads. The milky white silk shimmered with a ghostly blue luminescence, flickering ominously and evoking an eerie sensation. However, as the blue light approached the red glow surrounding the blood jade spider, it erupted into specks of white light, immediately repelled from the spider's core. Unable to come within half an inch, Han Li furrowed his brow. It was evident that this strange light was closely tied to the Qianlan ice flame. No wonder those ancient beings refrained from assisting in seizing the treasure from the spirit beast. They must have harbored considerable trepidation towards these blue lights. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a thunderous roar erupted from above, accompanied by the boisterous laughter of the burly man. His attention was once again drawn to the fray. At that moment, the burly man's form swelled to an immense size of 3 to 4 zhang. His upper garments had vanished, revealing a chest covered in dense scales that gleamed like golden armor, dazzling to behold. More peculiarly, several swirling silver light bands danced around his colossal body. These ethereal bands, elusive and unpredictable, effectively barred the approach of the purple fire dragon conjured by Wan Tianming's Tian Luo technique, always positioned perfectly to obstruct the roaring purple flames. Although the burly man claimed to be the foremost among the practitioners of the Tian demon technique in the chaotic star sea, he would never be foolish enough to withstand Wan Tianming's true flames with this technique. Additionally, he donned a pair of dark, ominous iron gauntlets, adorned with fearsome spikes. As he swung these gauntlets, a gigantic golden hand emerged with each strike, forcefully propelling the enormous purple sword back several zhang. Meanwhile, Wan Tianming, manipulating the gigantic sword in midair, wore a fierce expression as he summoned 2 purple fire dragons to soar above. Seeking to exploit the vulnerabilities of the silver light bands and ensnare the formidable burly man. On the other side, Tian Wuzi and Qing Yizhu sure clearly valued their own safety, keeping their distance. One continuously summoned the Qing thorn bird and his own magical treasures to assault the other, while the other relied on a defensive turtle and a gleaming white short ruler, rendering their defenses impenetrable. Their confrontation was neither heated nor cold, resembling a friendly spar more than a fierce battle. The most intense clash, it seemed, was between the extreme Yin patriarch and the emaciated old man. Within the expansive arena of their fierce confrontation, the haunting cries of ghosts intertwined with the phoenix's song, as green shadows and dark mists surged and coalesced into a colossal vortex. Occasionally, one could glimpse a few spectral figures of the celestial demons flickering outside, or observe robust green vines erupting from the whirlpool, dancing wildly as if engaged in a most intense struggle. Meanwhile, the highly regarded mutated three-eyed spiritual leopard was entangled in a relentless pursuit with the white cold flood dragon, the latter evidently at a disadvantage. Driven to soar erratically in the sky by the aberrant yellow light emitted by the three-eyed leopard, its icy white breath, upon contact with the yellow light, instantly transformed into fragments of ordinary stone, rendering it utterly incapable of approaching the leopard. Nevertheless, it managed to cling to the mutated three-eyed leopard, preventing it from targeting the three righteous practitioners. Judging by the situation, the cold flood dragon could still hold out a little longer. Observing this spectacle, Hanli felt a peculiar sensation arise within him. The battle between these individuals was indeed tumultuous, with magical treasures soaring and secret arts being unleashed. Yet, it did not convey the urgency of a life-and-death struggle, but rather resembled a contest of skill. Could it be that the conflicts among nascent soul cultivators unfolded in such a manner? Hanli pondered quietly. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he cast another glance at Xuan Gu. The impassive visage of Xuan Gu now bore a hint of a cold smile. However, upon sensing Han Li's gaze, his expression hardened, swiftly reverting to a mask of indifference. Han Li felt a shiver run through him, as if he had grasped an elusive insight. Yet, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the void heaven cauldron at the cave's entrance erupted with a violent explosion, followed by a cacophony of harsh friction. Startled, Han Li quickly turned to face the cave entrance, adopting a cautious stance of vigilance. He beheld the blue light on the altar quivering, followed by the sound of a dragon's roar, as a fiery light shot forth from the cave. This light spiraled rapidly above the altar, transforming into a two-headed flame giant wolf, which hovered in midair, its entire form ablaze with fierce flames. Upon noticing the gathered crowd, the wolf, with a powerful leap, attempted to flee. Both the righteous and demonic factions, momentarily taken aback by this development, ceased their conflict. The nearest scholarly elder, in a moment of urgency, slapped his own crown, causing a hand of azure light to shoot forth from his head, rushing towards the fire wolf. Such a treasure was rightfully theirs. Upon witnessing this scene, Wan Tianming, filled with anxiety, let out a loud shout. With a swift turn, he created two identical clones. The purple flames on both his avatars surged, and two violet rainbows merged into one as they pursued the large hand. The burly, bearded man and others quickly realized the situation and unleashed their own powers, directing their light towards the same target. A kaleidoscope of colors converged towards a singular focal point. Others were evidently a step behind Qing Yi and Wan Tianming, particularly the initial large hand, which surged with incredible speed. Just as it appeared that the azure hand would surely seize the fire wolf, the creature simultaneously swung both of its heads, and red and yellow light shields materialized around its body. With a powerful grasp of the azure hand, it unexpectedly failed to achieve its purpose. Bouncing back with a muffled thud, the scholarly elder, initially taken aback, soon expressed delight on his countenance. As the azure light surged, the hand struck down once more, only for the violet rainbow to swiftly pursue it. Just as it seemed the azure hand would succeed, the violet rainbow shifted its target, transforming into a purple fire dragon that lunged fiercely at the hand. Observing this turn of events, the elder controlling the hand erupted in curses, denouncing Wan Tianming as despicable. Although the ethereal hand, conjured through a division of consciousness, was indeed convenient and powerful, he would never dare to withstand an assault from the fire dragon born of the true art of Tianluo. After all, even if he were to obtain this treasure, it would surely inflict significant damage upon his divided spirit. He would never make such a foolish trade. Reluctantly, the azure hand abruptly halted its descent, redirecting to confront the purple fire dragon. The explosion of azure light and purple flames ensued. In that fleeting moment of delay, the rugged bearded men and Tian Wuzi arrived on the scene. Surrounding the fire wolf, they simultaneously attacked their respective adversaries. This new offensive was far more ferocious and malevolent than before. A plethora of secret techniques and methods emerged, entangling the combatants in such a way that none could spare attention for the fire wolf. The fire wolf, displaying a remarkable instinct, seemed to comprehend the threat posed by the several formidable Yuanying stage beings, and suddenly plunged downward, fleeing towards the location of Xuan Gu and Han Li. Han Li, momentarily stunned, had pieced together the situation. The two-headed fire wolf was undoubtedly a transformation of a treasure from the void celestial cauldron. Yet, he pondered how it managed to escape before the treasure was even extracted. Though the nature of this treasure and its powers remained a mystery, its sentience and ability to withstand a strike from the azure hand while autonomously moving indicated its extraordinary rarity. Now, this treasure was charging directly toward them. The jade stage cultivators. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li hastily patted his storage pouch, summoning a plume of white vapor that suddenly appeared in his hand. Grasping at the white mist with one hand an ancient and ornate flower basket materialized. However, before he could cast his spell, two massive serpents of black mist shot forth from a distance, swiftly coiling around the fire wolf, wrapping tightly around it in several circles. Han Li cursed under his breath, turning to see the smug expression on the face of the ugly figure performing a hand seal, with the black serpents evidently conjured by his profound Yin technique. A hint of frustration crossed Han Li's face as he contemplated whether he should make a move to seize this treasure, given that it had not yet been claimed by the other. However, he feared that angering the protective Grandmaster of Extreme Yin would result in immediate repercussions after the treasure was obtained, leading to significant trouble. A potential loss outweighed the gain. As Han Li's thoughts raced through various considerations, the Xuan Gu beside him took action without reservation. A glint of cold light flickered in Xuan Gu's eyes as he silently opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of green light. In an instant, a brilliant green light surged forth, transforming into a vast emerald web that ensnared both the black python and the fire wolf within its grasp. Alas, the pre-festival period has been overwhelmingly busy, and I sincerely apologize for only now managing to compose a chapter. I assure you, I have exerted my utmost effort. The recent updates may be somewhat irregular, but I promise not to leave you all without content. Whether there will be 1 or 2 updates in a day depends solely on the availability of time. This is something I cannot foresee, as certain matters are beyond my control. For tonight, there shall be but this one update. Please retire early and have a restful night. Volume 4. Winds Rise Overseas Chapter 482. The contest for ancient treasures. Do you dare to compete with this young master for treasures? Wu Chou, taken aback by the unexpectedly vocal Xuan Gu, could not contain his fury as he bellowed, his countenance revealing his anger. What nonsense! Is that treasure forged in your family's furnace? If you can seize it, why can't I? Xuan Gu retorted coldly, casting an unyielding glance at Wu Chou, offering no courtesy in his scorn. Upon hearing this, Wu Chou's anger morphed into embarrassment, and though his face twisted with malice, he seemed to recall something, refraining from further retorts. Instead, he hastily channeled his magic, causing the black python to constrict even tighter. It appeared that Wu Chou understood well that Xuan Gu had the formidable support of the fearsome barbarian, the extreme Yin patriarch, and thus would not be intimidated by his attempts to dominate through sheer force. With a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth, Xuan Gu gestured lightly towards the green web. The verdant glow intensified, the green threads thickening by threefold, and the entire net tightened. Although the fire wolf was subjected to the combined magical pressures of Wu Chou and Xuan Gu, the protective barrier around it, despite being compressed, became even more radiant and resilient. The fire wolf remained unharmed, glaring defiantly at the two adversaries, resulting in a stalemate. The powerful figures in the sky, representing both righteous and demonic factions, were evidently taken aback. This treasure had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of Han Li and his companions. The righteous cultivators, including Wan Tianming, were immediately alarmed, eager to extricate themselves in order to seize the treasure. However, the barbarian and the extreme Yin patriarch remained composed. Regardless of the circumstances, it was their people who were currently collecting the treasure. They were undoubtedly pleased to entangle the righteous practitioners, allowing Wu Chou and Xuan Gu to safely secure the prize. Moreover, both believed that the individual associated with them had a greater chance of acquiring the treasure. The extreme Yin patriarch knew that Wu Chou possessed multiple treasures he had gifted, and given that the extreme Yin technique was among the most esteemed of demonic arts, he felt that Wu Chou was far more likely to secure the treasure than Xuan Gu, who appeared to be merely at the nascent stage of the golden core. As for the barbarian, with an understanding of Xuan Gu's true capabilities, he was even more confident in Xuan Gu's prospects. Seeing the unfolding scene, Qing Yi, the recluse, displayed a fleeting look of regret. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to entangle the nearby Tianwu Zi, preventing him from escaping. Consequently, the only one left unoccupied near the altar was Han Li. Yet, Han Li did not perceive any advantage in idleness. Rather, he was drenched in cold sweat. Having previously seized the ancient treasure without a second thought, he now recalled a rather ominous realization upon witnessing Xuan Gu's attempt to claim the treasure. The ancient treasure of the flower basket was obtained only after he vanquished the grotesque guardian of the Xian bone. To present it in such a manner would be tantamount to openly declaring to the Grandmaster of Extreme Yin that the Xian bone had been released at his behest. This thought sent a chill through Han Li's heart, overshadowing any desire he might have had to acquire the treasure. His mind was a tumult of conflicting thoughts, desperately striving to devise a strategy against extreme Yin. However, after a brief pause, Han Li was taken aback. He clearly sensed that extreme Yin's gaze had merely flicked over the flower basket before swiftly averting. There was not the slightest hint of unusual emotion. Nothing had transpired. It was then that Han Li was filled with a mix of joy and astonishment. The flower basket was evidently not a gift from the Grandmaster of Extreme Yin to the grotesque man, and he seemed utterly unaware of the latter's possession of such a treasure. Finally, Han Li felt a sense of relief. His conjecture had indeed been correct. The grotesque man had departed from the island guarding the Xian bone for an extended period solely due to having learned of the flower basket's existence. Although he had subsequently employed his means to successfully acquire the treasure, it had allowed Han Li and his companions to dismantle the great formation that imprisoned the Xian bone. This had provoked the grotesque man's extreme fury, leading him to rage uncontrollably. Yet ultimately, he met his demise beneath Han Li's Qingzhu Fengyun sword, and the freshly acquired ancient treasure became Han Li's spoils of war. Regaining his composure, Han Li glanced at the Xian bone, who was currently locked in a struggle with the ugly one over the fire wolf, and could not help but muse. Fortune seems to favor you, old demon. Should Extreme Yin truly discover this matter, I would ensure you are dragged down with me. Do not presume you can remain unscathed. Just as one might ponder whether to commend Han Li for his good fortune or to consider the Xian bone lucky. A deep rumble of thunder echoed from the cave entrance. This time, the experienced Yuanying stage cultivators immediately slowed their movements, exchanging glances. Yet, before long, one of them made a swift motion, and 6 figures simultaneously appeared directly above the cave entrance. At this moment, the void sky cauldron was perilously close to the mouth of the cave. Although these individuals were Yuanying stage cultivators, they exerted their full power to counter the bizarre chill emanating from the cave entrance, deploying one defensive treasure after another, their bodies aglow with an array of strange lights. They eyed each other warily, caught in a tense interplay between righteousness and malevolence. The Grandmaster of Extreme Yin, meanwhile, was filled with frustration. According to his original plan, he intended to expel the righteous cultivators before retrieving the void sky cauldron along with its treasures, subsequently dividing them according to their agreed shares. However, he had never anticipated that, as the void sky cauldron approached the cave entrance, the treasures within would suddenly flee on their own. Who would ultimately seize these treasures would depend solely on one's capabilities. After all, no matter who possessed these ancient treasures, they could never be relinquished to another. Thus, the original agreement for the division of the treasures was rendered utterly void. In a fit of anger, Extreme Yin's eyes darted about, contemplating what means he could employ to acquire more treasures. Yet, as this thought took shape, an ear-splitting sound of friction arose, followed by 2 sharp whizzes, as yellow and white beams of light shot forth from the azure flames within the cave. With the treasures so near, the 6 individuals almost simultaneously reached out towards the beams of light closest to them, employing secret techniques in a frantic bid to seize them. As Wan Tianming coincidentally aligned with the Extreme Yin, the elderly scholar in robes also cast his gaze upon the yellow light. Consequently, Wan Tianming conjured a purple fire dragon with a flick of his hand, aiming it towards the yellow light. Simultaneously, a peculiar expression flickered across his face as he opened his mouth to unleash 2 lustrous purple orbs towards the opposition. Upon witnessing these seemingly inconspicuous spheres, Extreme Yin recoiled in horror as if confronted by venomous serpents. The 2 were compelled to evade the orbs rather than confront them directly with their magical artifacts, their figures hastily retreating. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the purple fire dragon devoured the yellow light in one swift bite, subsequently retracting after a slight shake of its head. With an expression of exhilaration, Wan Tianming cradled the yellow light in his hands. Rubbing it together, he revealed the original form of the ancient treasure, a square jade pendant, adorned with shimmering runes and pulsating with spiritual energy, unmistakably a remarkable artifact. The 2 purple orbs, having traveled several feet before emitting faint explosions, vanished without a trace. Witnessing this spectacle, Extreme Yin and the scholarly elder cast a glance at Wan Tianming, who was now toying with the jade pendant, their faces paling ominously. What a despicable tactic employed by the esteemed sect leader Wan, to resort to such underhanded means, utilizing false thunder to deceive us. Extreme Yin spat out each word with clenched teeth. The elderly scholar's complexion mirrored blood, his cold gaze fixated on Wan Tianming. In response, Wan Tianming let out a derisive laugh, retorting, "It is truly disheartening that two renowned practitioners like yourselves are unable to discern the authenticity of the heavenly thunder. How can you dare to label me as despicable before this sect leader? Are you not aware that I would never utilize such a precious artifact unless my life were in peril? After all, the divine thunder, which can only be cultivated at the cost of one's own magical essence, is not something I would squander so frivolously. Of course, if both of you truly wish to witness this thunder orb, I would be gracious enough to oblige." With that, Wan Tianming gently clasped his hands together. A flash of purple light enveloped the space, and the jade pendant disappeared. In its place, he held another identical purple orb. Extreme Yin and the elder exchanged glances, their expressions darkening with uncertainty. Meanwhile, the burly figure nearby had, through the formidable defense of the heavenly demeanor, withstood an assault from the emaciated elder and Tian Wuzi. Seizing a gleaming white ancient coin that appeared rather peculiar, Extreme Yin's expression soured further upon this revelation. Just then, the elder beside him gasped in surprise. Following his gaze, Extreme Yin also beheld the source of his astonishment. For there, near the altar, Han Li was meticulously examining a yellow and red jade rui, intricately carved with lifelike wolf heads at both ends. This was indeed the ancient treasure transformed from the dual-headed fire wolf. Nearby, Wu Chou and Xuan Gu exchanged glances with expressions of resignation, their faces tinged with frustration. A flicker of doubt crossed Extreme Yin's eyes as he fell silent. Yet internally, he was profoundly astonished. This ancient treasure had not fallen into the hands of Wu Chou and Xuan Gu, but rather into the grasp of Han Li, who had initially shown no inclination to engage. This turn of events was truly unexpected for the extreme darkness. In Volume 4, Winds Rise from Overseas, Chapter 483, titled Frozen, Han Li, holding the rui in his grasp, felt a surge of joy and immense relief. Just as Ji Yin, Wan Tianming, and others faced off against one another, the fire wolf, ensnared by the combined efforts of Wu Chou and Xuan Gu, executed an astonishing maneuver that left the two in shock. With a low growl, both of its heads twisted inward, and after a swift roll, transformed into a massive silver-furred wolf with a single horn. Without hesitation, the creature lowered its head, unleashing a blinding beam of silver light from the tip of its horn. Though small, measuring merely half a foot, the projectile emitted a piercing sound upon release, striking the black python and creating a significant gash, before ultimately exploding against the green net. The nature of the silver projectile was enigmatic. Upon contact, the green net underwent a dramatic transformation, quickly morphing into a grayish-white mist that vanished without a trace. Wu Chou and Xuan Gu were taken aback by this development. In haste, Wu Chou formed a series of hand seals and pointed, sending forth a beam of black light to the rapidly dissipating black python. The gaping wound shimmered with a spectral glow, slowly healing, while the giant python's form solidified once more. Xuan Gu, momentarily startled, fixated his gaze on the silver wolf, as if a realization dawned upon him. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he solemnly opened his mouth and expelled a small, verdant dagger. This dagger, mere inches in size and devoid of a handle, displayed an unpredictable blade aura, indicating it was far from ordinary. Han Li's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but gaze intently at this artifact. If his instincts were correct, this dagger was unmistakably transformed from the golden thunder bamboo arrow. It was merely obscured by a spell to disguise its true nature. Could it be that Xuan Gu had lost his senses? Ji Yin was hovering above, yet he dared to wield this artifact in plain sight. This very treasure had been employed against him in the past. Though the illusionary spell was indeed masterful, Han Li, having cultivated his own innate treasure from the golden thunder bamboo, would have been oblivious to its peculiarities had it not been for that. Nonetheless, it was still a perilous gamble. Was it possible that this silver wolf possessed some extraordinary trait that compelled the old demon to risk everything to seize it? Han Li's thoughts spiraled into confusion. In that fleeting moment, the silver wolf within the protective barrier suddenly shrank in size, transforming into a diminutive creature only about a foot long. Then, with a flash of silver light, it darted through the partially closed gash in the black python, escaping its grasp. Xuan Gu, witnessing this, immediately flicked the dagger, unleashing a green beam that struck head-on. With a loud collision, Both the silver wolf and the dagger were sent flying in opposite directions. Remarkably, the silver wolf appeared unharmed, its body resilient. Coincidentally, as the silver wolf flew backward, it hurtled directly toward Han Li. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Han Li cast aside all hesitation and instinctively summoned the flower basket toward the silver wolf. To ensure the artifact could contain the wolf, Han Li pressed his right hand against his storage pouch, from which 5 interconnected copper rings shot forth. A breath of azure energy enveloped them, and after a flash of brilliance, the copper rings vanished from sight. Almost instantaneously, a clear chiming sound resonated. The silver wolf, having just halted its movement, was unable to flee in time. Copper rings, which had just vanished, materialized on its limbs and head. After a few flashes of light, they tightened simultaneously. The silver wolf plummeted from the air like a bird struck by an arrow. The ancient treasure, resembling a bouquet of white mist, had already soared to envelop it, and with a sharp whistle, it returned to Han Li's hand, transforming back into a flower basket. Witnessing this scene, Xuan Gu, who had just stowed away a green dagger, and Wu Chou, who was about to pull out a black silk handkerchief, were momentarily stunned, their faces reflecting disbelief. However, Wu Chou quickly adopted an expression of frantic exasperation. This situation was utterly bizarre. He had assumed that acquiring an unclaimed treasure would be a simple task, especially with the power of the Xuan Yin Great Method. Yet, he had not anticipated Xuan Gu's prior attempt to seize it. When he realized this treasure was not easily obtained, just as he was about to retrieve another artifact, the silver wolf was effortlessly claimed by Han Li, leaving Wu Chou feeling utterly humiliated, filled with both anger and urgency. After a brief moment of astonishment, Xuan Gu displayed a peculiar expression. Although he quickly masked it with nonchalance, Han Li discerned a hint of vexation in his eyes. Moreover, the old demon cast a few more glances at the copper rings on the silver wolf, seemingly puzzled. Han Li had no time to ponder Xuan Gu's odd behavior. Upon the flower basket's return, he eagerly peered inside. The copper rings appeared to be the wolf's bane, binding it immovably, rendering it completely unable to stir. The white mist within the basket enveloped the wolf entirely, leaving only its delicate head exposed, presenting a pitiable sight. Han Li chuckled softly and, without hesitation, extended his hand to gently caress the wolf's head. Soon after, a surge of azure light enveloped the silver wolf. Moments later, its form began to fade, ultimately transforming into a phantom, revealing a jade ruby. As Han Li held the jade ruby in his hands, delighting in its exquisite beauty, the scholarly elder and Zi Ling, having just witnessed Wan Tianming's failure to seize the treasure, were taken aback by the spectacle before them. Zi Ling frowned slightly, but faced with the formidable Wan Tianming, he could not afford to dwell on this matter. Furthermore, with the treasure in Han Li's possession, there seemed to be no immediate cause for concern. After all, such a spirit-conjuring ancient artifact was not something a mere junior could casually claim. It would eventually be returned to him in due course. Resolving this matter in his mind, Zi Ling redirected his focus onto Wan Tianming. The Tian Luo Thunder Pearl was one of the few artifacts capable of directly harming an immortal's nascent soul. Thus, he had to muster all his energy to contend with his opponent. Unfortunately, at that moment, it was clear that they could not afford to act recklessly, as the platform within the protective barrier began to tremble once more. This time, the tremors were even more intense and alarming, as if the very ground were about to collapse. Simultaneously, a dazzling blue flame finally emerged from the cave entrance. Though it was a mere flicker, the instant this flame appeared, it blossomed into a magnificent blue flower, radiating outward from the entrance and swiftly expanding to envelop the entire platform above. As the sound of crackling erupted, a layer of eerie blue frost rapidly thickened and spread across the ground. Han Li was taken aback and instinctively soared into the air. Xuan Gu's movements were equally swift, almost rising into the sky simultaneously with Han Li. Only Wu Chou hesitated briefly, but in that fleeting moment of indecision, the blue ice swiftly encased his entire body, creeping up from his feet. The sinister aura entwined around him offered no protection whatsoever. Panic-stricken, Wu Chou desperately attempted to take flight, yet his feet were firmly frozen to the stone platform, leaving him no chance to escape the icy grasp. With a terrified cry, he watched as the blue frost advanced to his calves, then to his thighs. In the sky, Han Li and Xuan Gu exchanged a glance, both reflecting shock in their eyes. Just as Wu Chou was on the verge of being entirely encased in the bizarre blue ice. A slender black beam of light descended from above, fleetingly striking him. Instantly, black flames erupted, causing the blue ice to dissipate and melt away, releasing swirling clouds of blue smoke. Elated, Wucho hurriedly ascended into the air, his expression one of sheer relief. At that moment, a cold snort resonated from above, accompanied by a somewhat impatient voice. "Be careful. Next time, I might not have the chance to save you." It was the extreme Yin master who had intervened, using the heavenly corpse fire to rescue Wu Cho from his peril. Meanwhile, the ancient figures from both the righteous and demonic factions stared intently at the blue flames at the cave's entrance, their expressions a mix of excitement, tension, and greed. The extreme Yin master seemed to have casually cast a spell to save Wu Cho, speaking without turning his head, merely licking his lips with a glint of fervor in his eyes. The legendary Void Heaven Cauldron, the first secret treasure of the chaotic Star Sea, was on the verge of emerging before the eyes of several Yuanian cultivators from both sides. Even the typically stoic extreme Yin master could not help but focus entirely on the cave's entrance. It was no wonder he appeared somewhat impatient in saving Wu Cho and uttering those words. At this moment, the blood jade spider and the pair of fire pythons were completely exhausted, their bodies trembling slightly, instilling fear in the hearts of the observing ancient beings above. Yet, no one dared to assist these three spirit beasts. The entrance had transformed into a realm of blue light, where only the red glow emanating from the spirit beasts could repel the chilling light. Even the ancient figures were hesitant to fly low. Meanwhile, Han Li and the others had retreated to a distance of 20 to 30 zhang from the cave entrance, watching from afar. In this critical moment, the bearded man in midair suddenly lifted his head, glaring towards a particular direction with frost on his face, bellowing, "Who is sneaking around there? Show yourself." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch, and a massive golden hand, nearly 10 feet in size, materialized in the air, unhesitatingly reaching out to grasp the source of the disturbance. A muffled sound echoed as a cerulean shield materialized, remarkably sustaining the impact of the golden hand strike without shattering. Gradually, a white figure emerged within the protective barrier. "It's you, the Star Palace?" Several gasps resonated from both the righteous and demonic factions, and the expressions of Man Huzi and Wan Tianming shifted dramatically. "Elder Law Enforcer of the Star Palace, when did you begin to act covertly? Were you not renowned for your vow never to enter the inner sanctum?" The extreme Yin patriarch, his countenance darkened, hastily interjected. "Cough. Such misfortune indeed. I had not anticipated that the appearance of the Void Heaven Cauldron would stir such a commotion. To defend against this chilling aura, I had to employ a few subtle tricks, which ultimately led to my discovery by Brother Man. It seems that Brother Man is indeed the most formidable cultivator present." The elder in white did not respond directly to the extreme Yin patriarch's inquiry. Instead, he calmly addressed Man Huzi, his expression betraying no hint of disturbance, as if the concealed onlookers were not even there. Witnessing this scene, extreme Yin's fury surged. Yet the reputation of the Star Palace loomed large, restraining him from launching an attack. Wan Tianming and others appeared equally wary, with so many eyes fixed upon the confrontation. An uneasy silence enveloped the air. "Wait, there's still one more. Be wary of the blood jade spider and Han Li," the scholarly elder, who had been stroking his beard in contemplation since the Star Palace elder's appearance, suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he exclaimed. Startled by the elder's words, Han Li, who had been retreating at a distance, froze momentarily. Before he could comprehend the situation, 2 blazing white arcs shot forth from the lower skies on the opposite side of the altar. They emitted a searing light, accompanied by a piercing, mournful wail, racing towards Han Li and the blood jade spider. In the next moment, another figure clad in white appeared. Han Li's face turned pale in an instant. "Quick! It's far too swift." This singular thought flashed through his mind after the blinding light flickered before him. The only reaction he managed was to desperately raise the jade talisman he had been toying with to shield his chest. With a resounding crash, his hands trembled violently, and he instantaneously lost sensation. A sudden warmth enveloped his chest as he was propelled backward, hurtling through the air. In an instant, Han Li's ears were filled with the sound of rushing wind and the furious curses of Man Huzi and the others. Before he could stabilize himself, a sharp pain seared through his back. His body collided heavily with the massive protective shield nearby, gradually sliding down its surface. "Ah!" A voice of confusion escaped from the Star Palace elder who had unleashed the white arcs. He cast a few glances at Han Li, who had been sent flying without the ability to defend himself, feeling somewhat taken aback. Struck by his treasure, the sun-penetrating sword, from such a distance without being cleaved in two, indicated that Han Li must possess some extraordinary protective artifact. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, for another flying sword had already taken effect. With this thought, the elder's gaze turned cold as it fixated upon the altar. At that moment, the blood jade spider had been severed in twain by the other white arc, blood cascading to the ground. The once partially revealed azure-blue ice flame sank silently back into obscurity. Relying solely on those two exotic fire pythons was utterly insufficient to lift the void sky cauldron. Witnessing this, the elder in white, filled with satisfaction, beckoned to the two white rainbows, retrieving them simultaneously. He then displayed a peculiar smile towards the grim-faced factions of righteous and demonic forces above. These ancient beings of the nascent soul stage, captivated by another, were entirely unprepared when this individual launched a surprise attack on Han Li and the blood jade spider. At that moment, upon seeing the blood jade spider truly slain, their faces flushed with fury, their eyes ablaze. The burly man, lacking any restraint, erupted into a tirade of curses, striking his palms together. Golden light surging forth from his body as if ready to strike. Yet, amidst a calm smile, the elder from the Star Palace transformed into shimmering starlight within a milky white radiance, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a delicate golden talisman that fluttered down from the sky. A similar scene unfolded with another elder in white, encased within a luminous barrier. The same white starlight dispersed around him, smiling as he dissolved before the gazes of the ancient beings, leaving behind an identical golden talisman. The Star Palace's avatar talisman. Indeed, it was not the true body that had come, and they clearly spared no expense. This meant that even if they wished to settle accounts later, it would be impossible. The fury on the burly man's face swiftly subsided, his eyes flickering with unusual light as he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the other members of both righteous and demonic factions, including Zi Ling and Wan Tianming, wore grim expressions, staring wide-eyed as the golden talisman, upon touching the ground, spontaneously ignited into ash, leaving no trace behind. In a hidden corner of the fifth level of the inner hall, two white-clad elders, seated in meditation, simultaneously opened their eyes in the darkness. Fortunately, they had followed this time. Otherwise, the void sky cauldron would have truly fallen into their hands. One of them spoke slowly, tinged with relief. However, they had discovered the avatar a tad too early. Had they waited until the void sky cauldron was activated, amidst the entanglement of both sides, we could have stealthily seized this treasure. The other's voice was cold, yet laced with a hint of regret. He chuckled. One must not be overly greedy. The chance to disrupt the righteous and demonic forces in their quest for treasure was already a commendable outcome. Once our Star Palace overcomes this crisis, when the Void Sky Temple reappears, the Void Sky Cauldron will undoubtedly belong to us. The first elder chuckled lightly. While that may be true, it is likely that we will not live to see that day. I truly wish to ascertain whether the Celestial Restoration Pill is as miraculous as rumored, capable of mending impure spiritual roots and refining innate spiritual roots. How astonishing, the second elder remarked nonchalantly. It is indeed somewhat regrettable. However, for those of us nearing the end of our lifespan, acquiring the Celestial Restoration Pill might be too late. Ironically, it is unknown who spread the rumors claiming that the pill has the efficacy to extend lifespan and break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage, leading many ancient beings of the nascent soul to believe it. They fail to consider that if such wonders truly existed, the six paths and the madwoman would undoubtedly come here. Nevertheless, this pill is immensely beneficial for core formation cultivators refining their nascent souls, albeit the process of absorbing it is exceedingly challenging. The first elder remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Is it within the capabilities of a core formation practitioner to arrive here? Moreover, these individuals, like us, are cultivators who have toiled for many years without making further progress. It is only natural for them to place all their hopes on the legendary Celestial Restoration Pill. Had it not been for the immense efforts of our old palace master in the Star Palace to retrieve one in the past, we too would be relentlessly yearning for such a treasure. Upon hearing this, another person refrained from speaking further, seemingly acknowledging the likelihood of the statement. We should depart swiftly. If those ancient beings become enraged and seek retribution upon us, it would spell great trouble. They are certainly quite irked this time. As soon as these words were uttered, silence enveloped the darkness, as if everyone had vanished from the scene. The conjectures of the two from the Star Palace were indeed correct. Both the righteous and demonic factions were filled with profound frustration and dismay. However, being cunning and shrewd, they quickly regained their composure. Understanding that there was no point in continuing to be incensed at the Star Palace's interference, as both sides remained locked in a standoff in the air. Han Li also halted his descent at the edge of the light barrier, stabilizing himself before soaring into the skies once more. At this moment, he gazed in astonishment at his own hands, which were covered in sticky, crimson blood, and his palm was completely shattered. Yet, his gaze did not linger on this. Instead, it fixated on the jade Rui tightly grasped in his right hand. At that moment, Wan Tianming in the air cleared his throat, seemingly about to address the demonic faction. However, at the same time, the pair of fire pythons from the extreme Yin ancestor could no longer sustain themselves, letting out a mournful cry before retracting their heads and returning to their original forms. The void heaven cauldron trembled violently, emitting a low hum as it plummeted rapidly. This scene compelled the righteous and demonic practitioners to involuntarily look down, with even Wan Tianming, who was prepared to speak, falling silent. The extreme Yin ancestor's countenance darkened, filled with an expression of deep reluctance as he observed the unfolding scene. Then, unexpectedly, during its descent, the void heaven cauldron, seemingly provoked by some unseen force, transformed its hum into a dragon's roar, followed by a deep thunderclap. A fist-sized orb of five-colored light erupted from the blue flames, soaring skyward. Celestial restoration pill. Almost simultaneously, voices from both the righteous and demonic factions exclaimed the name of the item, filled with astonishment. Tomorrow, we have matters to attend to and cannot stay up late. This chapter concludes here for tonight. Let us all rest early. Upon its emergence, chaos erupted in the heavens. Those who had previously considered a ceasefire immediately transformed into streaks of radiant light, darting towards the orb of five-colored light. However, halfway there, these beams of light intertwined, preventing any from advancing a step further. In an instant, the brilliance surged forth, and demonic energy danced wildly, the intensity vastly surpassing that of prior encounters. The five-colored orb hovered gently above the cave entrance, unmoving, appearing as if it could be reached with a mere hand. Everyone could clearly see that a pill, roughly the size of a thumb, was slowly rotating at the center of the luminous orb. With each rotation, the orb pulsated and flickered as if it possessed life, igniting a fervent desire within the hearts of the righteous and demonic cultivators alike. As Wu Chou, Xuan Gu, and others appeared to be momentarily stunned, they gazed at the celestial battle, lost in thought. Fools, what are you staring at? Hurry and collect the celestial restoration pill. The chilling voice of the extreme Yin patriarch suddenly echoed in Wu Chou's ears. Upon hearing this, Wu Chou was instantly jolted into realization, transforming into a swirling mass of dark energy that sped towards the multicolored light orb. However, at that moment, Xuan Gu also made his move. Yet, his aim was not to seize the celestial restoration pill. Instead, he swiftly unleashed two green serpentine apparitions from his sleeves, directing them towards Wu Chou's back. Wu Chou, ever vigilant, sensed the silent approach of the green serpents and quickly maneuvered to evade, his form twisting in surprise and anger, ready to defend himself. You seek your own demise by daring to attack me. Wu Chou could no longer suppress his fury, as the extreme Yin demonic energy surged around him. Aiming directly at Xuan Gu, Xuan Gu let out a chilling laugh, responding with his own sinister green mist. Manhuzi, what is your nephew doing? The extreme Yin patriarch, witnessing Wu Chou's predicament, could not contain his fury and bellowed at Manhuzi. What do you think I'm doing? I'm preventing my fellow cultivator from monopolizing the celestial restoration pill. Did you truly believe that I would relinquish it to you simply because we share the same dark path? Manhuzi laughed heartily while unleashing a colossal golden hand to strike at Wan Tianming. The extreme Yin patriarch's face turned pale with rage at Manhuzi's words, which effectively declared the dissolution of the alliance among the dark practitioners, leaving the celestial restoration pill to be claimed by whoever had the strength. Nonetheless, this outcome was inevitable. With the void sky cauldron not yet summoned, the celestial restoration pill was the only treasure in sight, and naturally, everyone desired it. It was not just the dark practitioners. Even the three righteous cultivators opposite them harbored their own ulterior motives. The extreme Yin patriarch understood that engaging in a verbal duel with Zi was a futile endeavor. Resigned to the situation, he contemplated sending forth the celestial corpse to claim the pill. However, the peculiar techniques of the gaunt, elderly figure opposite him were exceedingly uncanny. As soon as he attempted to release the celestial corpse, the green threads from his opponent seemed to have foreknowledge, ensnaring him immediately and preventing any escape. This left him seething with resentment towards both the gaunt elder and Zi. In truth, the extreme Yin patriarch was not alone in his predicament. Others were similarly entangled. On one hand, they sought to entrap their adversaries, while on the other, they racked their brains for alternative means to obtain the treasure. Unfortunately, the cunning nature of their opponents rendered it nearly impossible for anyone to achieve their desires. After all, entangling the enemy was far simpler than extricating oneself from their grasp. Amidst the chaotic clash of Yuan Ying stage cultivators above, no one noticed Han Li, who stood before the protective barrier, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. To his astonishment, he had survived the penetrating strike from the Elder of the Star Palace, a feat that left him utterly surprised. After all, he had endured a direct blow from a Yuan Ying stage cultivator's artifact. Yet, upon regaining his composure and glancing down at his chest, he discovered that he had been saved by the borrowed imperial scale armor from Zi. The outer layer of his clothing was charred and tattered, while the inner silver scales shimmered, with the armor slightly dented at the point of impact. At this realization, Han Li silently breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was aware of the myriad dangers lurking within this ethereal palace. After thoroughly inspecting the treasured armor with his divine sense and finding nothing amiss, he promptly donned it close to his body. Indeed, it had saved his life on this occasion. However, Han Li was well aware that the true hero who had spared him from death with that strike of the white rainbow was none other than the red and yellow jade scepter. While he struggled to wield the scepter to deflect the attack, he vaguely perceived a silver wolf's head emerging from it. This wolf's head had mitigated the majority of the white rainbow's formidable power. Otherwise, despite the astonishing defense of the Emperor's scale armor, it would have been impossible to withstand such a blow unscathed. Had he not been pierced through, he would certainly have sustained grievous injuries. Han Li wished to study the true efficacy of the jade scepter in detail, but the moment was far from opportune. Thus, he carefully stored it in his storage pouch. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain radiating from the web of his palm. Han Li grimaced slightly, his hands glowing with white light, and the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Simultaneously, he cast a vigilant glance at the combatants in the sky and the grotesquely lifeless body of the blood jade spider on the altar. A fleeting shadow of sorrow and darkness crossed Han Li's eyes, and suddenly, his brows furrowed with a resolute expression. He intended to stealthily glide along the edge of the high platform towards the distant stone steps. Relying on his extraordinary memory, Han Li believed that as long as those mechanical puppets were not quickly redeployed, he could take the risk of retracing his steps back to the first level. This was far preferable to remaining stationary, at the mercy of the elder demons of the nascent soul stage. After all, the blood jade spider he had summoned was now lifeless, rendering it of no further utility. Without his talisman for protection, he had no intention of entrusting his life to the goodwill of his adversaries. It was far better to take control of his own fate. Moreover, with the Void Heaven Cauldron's failure to retrieve the Celestial Restoration Pill, the old demon who had been thwarted would undoubtedly harbor a bellyful of frustration, most likely seeking to vent it upon him. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li became increasingly discreet in his movements, silently retreating. Yet, just as he had flown a distance of over 10 zhang and was preparing to accelerate recklessly, a voice rang in his ear. Han Li, where do you think you are going? The voice belonged to Xuan Gu and was calm and indifferent, but it was loud enough for the figures above, including Zi Ling, to hear clearly. Instantly, the icy gazes of Zi Ling and the others fell upon Han Li. His figure faltered, and he found himself halted in place. Xuan Gu was one thing, but having experienced the prowess of nascent soul cultivators, Han Li held no confidence in his ability to evade their full-force strikes. After all, breaching the barrier at the entrance would involve a slight delay. That brief moment would be more than sufficient for Zi Ling to obliterate him multiple times over. Glancing at the stone steps faintly visible in the distance, Han Li let out a bitter smile, resigning himself to slowly retreat back to his original location. Observing this scene, Xuan Gu, who had been monitoring Han Li with his divine sense, revealed a hint of a cold smile. He appeared to handle the situation with the ugly fellow effortlessly. Yet he showed no intention of abandoning this confrontation to pursue the celestial restoration pill, leaving Han Li puzzled. Mighty barbarian, if you do not step aside for this master, do not blame me for unleashing the heavenly thunder. As Wan Tianming beheld the vibrant, multicolored sphere not far below, he realized that any attempt to approach it would be met with a formidable blow from the bearded man's golden hand. After several fruitless endeavors, frustration morphed into indignation, prompting him to issue a threat. Heavenly thunder of the celestial net. The extreme Yin and Qing Yi fear this artifact, yet I am eager to test its true might. I merely hope my esteemed companion is not reluctant to allow me this enlightening experience. The bearded man, initially taken aback, soon scoffed dismissively, clearly doubting that his opponent would wield such a treasure. Very well. You have compelled me to reveal the true power of the heavenly thunder. Wan Tianming's face darkened, akin to tar ignited by fire, as he cast a greedy glance at the radiant sphere and then spoke through clenched teeth, his expression turning fierce. Without further hesitation, he struck the crown of his head, and in response to a melodious chime, a burst of purple light emanated from above, revealing a 2-inch naked infant hovering 3 feet above him. This infant, delicate and fair, was enveloped in swirling purple light, and astonishingly, bore an uncanny resemblance to Wan Tianming himself, clutching 2 lustrous purple orbs in its tiny hands. Your nascent soul has emerged. Do you truly wish to risk your very existence, Wan Tianming? The bearded man's previously indifferent demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he spoke ominously. If I cannot obtain the celestial restoration pill, my demise is inevitable. What difference does it make whether I perish sooner or later? At worst, I will have my friend assist me in disintegration. A faint, indistinct voice emerged from the infant, who seemed to struggle to articulate these few words, appearing quite laborious. Meanwhile, Wan Tianming's physical form remained utterly still, eyes tightly shut, as if oblivious to the world around him. This evening, we must pay a visit to my parents' home. Whether there will be another chapter tonight depends on our timely return. I fear the prospects are slim. In these extraordinary times, I hope for your understanding. Chapter 485, The Contest for Elixirs. Humph. Disintegration. You envision a beautiful notion? Are you not afraid that I might refine your nascent soul, leaving you with no chance of reincarnation? The bearded man fixed his icy gaze upon Wan Tianming's emerging nascent soul, speaking with chilling resolve. If you truly possess such powers, I shall meet my end at your hands, but you should first consider how you will withstand my heavenly thunder. After uttering this cryptic statement, the infant hurled one of the 2 thunder orbs from its grasp without hesitation. Upon leaving the infant's hand, the orb erupted, transforming into a wheel-sized sphere of purple light, surging menacingly towards the bearded man. With his brows furrowed in alarm, the bearded man swung his golden hand fiercely, striking his own chest with 2 powerful blows. In response, a celestial sound echoed above, golden light radiating as another infant, with skin of a pale gold hue, materialized. This infant bore a resemblance to the bearded man, standing a little taller and sturdier than Wan Tianming's, yet it kept its eyes tightly shut, clutching a small, azure shield tightly. This shield was exquisitely crafted, round in shape, featuring a transparent crystal the size of a mung bean embedded at its center, radiating brilliance. As the violet orb rolled towards him, the nascent soul did not open his eyes, yet he seemed to possess an innate understanding of the situation. He raised a small shield in his hand, from which a pale azure barrier erupted, enveloping the bearded man completely. The purple flames crashed against it without reservation. On the other side, Tian Wuzi and Zi Ling, upon witnessing the 2 nascent souls emerging from their corporeal forms, were struck with horror, fully aware that the 2 were prepared to fight with all their might. A thunderous explosion resounded through the air, casting the sky above the barrier into a purplish-red hue, as a thundercloud with a diameter of over 10 zhongs suddenly materialized, engulfing the bearded man within, shrouded in impenetrable winds and rain. The purple lightning within the cloud flickered violently, accompanied by a cacophony of roars and howls. Dazzling bolts of lightning intertwining with one another, reminiscent of divine retribution descending upon the world, akin to the terrifying arrival of a thunder god. The others, casting furtive glances, were utterly astounded. They had long heard of the formidable nature of the Tian Luo true thunder, yet witnessing its astonishing manifestation was a first for them. Indeed, it was fearsome beyond measure, living up to its grand reputation. However, While they were apprehensive of the Tian Luo true thunder's might, their own assault became increasingly ruthless. Meanwhile, Wan Tianming's nascent soul paid no heed to the bearded man trapped within the thundercloud. Instead, with a flick of his spare hand, a small purple sword suddenly materialized. In a flash of purple light, both the nascent soul and the small sword vanished from sight. When they reappeared moments later, they were merely 4 or 5 zhang away from the multicolored orb below. The nascent soul wielded his sword, and the expressions of the 4 entangled individuals shifted simultaneously. This was not a mere optical illusion caused by excessive speed, but a genuine act of instantaneous teleportation, a unique ability possessed by cultivators' nascent souls once they liberated themselves from the constraints of their physical forms. However, such a miraculous evasion technique came at the cost of significant depletion of one's vital essence. Although all nascent soul cultivators understood this principle, few would dare to employ it lightly. Now, Wan Tianming's unexpected utilization of it tightened the hearts of the others. Zi Ling and the scholarly elders simultaneously abandoned their opponents, hastily turning to pursue the elusive elixir. Their adversaries, Tian Wuzi and the lean old man, exchanged a glance, and for reasons unknown, merely pretended to unleash a few minor spells, failing to exert their full strength to impede the two's escape. Consequently, Zi Ling and Qing easily extricated themselves from the entanglement, darting downward like arrows. Wan Tianming's nascent soul did not glance back, but was acutely aware of the events unfolding behind him, a fleeting, incongruous smirk flashing across his youthful visage. Given his current proximity, the elixir would undoubtedly soon be his possession. Who could possibly stand in his way now? Indeed, after a brief flicker, Wan Tianming's nascent soul reappeared beside the multicolored orb, conjuring a massive purple hand to grasp the orb within its grasp. As the 5-colored radiance was clenched by the giant hand, it vanished, leaving behind a crystalline 5-colored pill nestled in his palm. Wan Tianming's heart surged with elation. However, the arriving Zi Ling and the scholarly elder would not relent easily. Zi Ling, with eyes blazing, bellowed, "Wan Tianming, leave the elixir behind." A torrent of profound, demonic energy descended upon him. Countless azure strands of light flew forth, densely packed and innumerable. "Do you think you can confine me?" A delicate, high-pitched laugh echoed as the infant suddenly teleported out of the embrace of the azure light and black mist, standing upon a violet sword several yards away, gazing at the two with a mocking expression. However, as soon as this derisive smile appeared, it was replaced by a look of sheer terror, disbelief washing over his youthful face as he abruptly turned his gaze skyward. The result was a pallid visage. Above, the corporeal form of Wan Tianming was being held aloft, unbeknownst to him, by a towering figure resplendent in golden light, none other than the bearded brute. Yet, in his current state, his hair and beard were tousled, his garments tattered and ragged, presenting an air of disarray. Nevertheless, the shimmering golden scales adorning his body and a fierce expression rendered him a terrifying sight. "Impossible! How did you escape?" Wan Tianming, in disbelief, hastily glanced towards the thunderclouds, only to be met with a visage of horror. The grandiose purple thundercloud had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a hint of lightning behind. "Haha, Master Wan, I must say your fortune is rather unfortunate. I happened to have previously slain a rare thunder whale beast, and though I was gravely injured at the time, I managed to secure the intact thunder-absorbing pearl from within it. Your heavenly thunder, though formidable, will be rendered powerless after being absorbed by this pearl. What do you think you can do to me now?" The bearded brute raised one hand, revealing a glimmering purple crystal, which he then casually waved before it disappeared from sight. "Now, I shall count to 3. If you do not toss over the sky-mending pill, I will obliterate your corporeal form. You should be well aware of the consequences." 1, 2. The bearded brute offered Wan Tianming no opportunity for negotiation or contemplation. One hand gripping Wan Tianming's physical form while the other, glowing with golden light, pressed firmly against his head, counting with unwavering resolve. Wan Tianming was filled with a mix of fury and despair. He had fortified his corporeal body with several seals before his nascent soul had exited, yet it had still fallen into the hands of his adversary. This was as incomprehensible as the existence of the thunder-absorbing pearl. But he had no time to ponder further. If his corporeal form were truly destroyed, his nascent soul, having only reached the mid-stage of cultivation, would undoubtedly dissipate into smoke. For he had not yet attained the ability to traverse the world solely with his nascent soul. This was also the reason why cultivators at the nascent soul stage, despite knowing they could unleash powerful techniques upon their soul's exit, dared not let them depart lightly. Yet, as Wan Tianming beheld the coveted sky-mending pill so near, he found himself ensnared in the bearded brute's grip, greed overtaking him and leading to this grave misstep. The bearded brute's demeanor indicated he would not entertain any bargaining. Realizing the predicament, Wan Tianming quickly analyzed the pros and cons. Therefore, upon reaching the count of 2, he gritted his teeth, no longer hesitating, and hurled the sky-mending pill into the air, genuinely sending it flying towards the bearded brute. In an instant, the dramatic shift from Wan Tianming wielding the sky-mending pill with his nascent soul to him reluctantly casting it towards the bearded brute was complete. The bearded brute's eyes glimmered with delight as he seized the 5-colored pill that had soared toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted a forceful throw with one hand, sending the flesh bag of Wan Tianming hurtling towards the opposing barrier. Should no one intervene, it would surely shatter upon impact. Upon witnessing this, Wan Tianming's primordial spirit was instantly engulfed in panic, and without a second thought, it darted towards the flesh bag. Fortunately, despite the distance, the momentary teleportation of his primordial spirit wielding a sword allowed him to intercept it effortlessly. Meanwhile, the rugged man seized the opportunity to transform into a streak of golden light, fleeing directly towards the stone steps. It was not that he desired to eliminate Wan Tianming. Rather, as the master of the 10,000 Methods sect, a ruthless attack would inevitably sever ties with the righteous path. Moreover, the madwoman of the 10,000 Methods sect was a formidable foe, one he did not wish to contend with relentlessly. For now, the true adversary of both the righteous and demonic factions remained the Star Palace, and his sole desire was to secure the elixir. Noticing the rugged man unexpectedly acquire the celestial repairing pill and attempting to flee the Void Heaven Palace, Tian Wuzi, the emaciated elder, refused to let him go. He immediately summoned his escape light to pursue, displaying an indomitable resolve. After a brief moment of surprise, the extreme Een and the scholarly elder exchanged glances, each unwilling to concede, and they too took to the skies in pursuit. However, as the black cloud formed by the extreme Een ancestor passed over Han Li and Wu Chou, a chilling voice echoed, "Wu Chou, remain here with Han Li and do not move. I shall return shortly. These 2 demon corpses are but a temporary burden for you." With that, 2 celestial demon corpses appeared at Wu Chou's sides, and the extreme Een ancestor vanished into thin air. Thus, several venerable beings of the primordial infant stage followed closely behind the rugged man's golden light, breaking through the barrier at the stone steps and racing down from the high platform. Even Wan Tianming, who had just returned to his body, gritted his teeth and transformed into a streak of purple light, pursuing fiercely. In the 4th volume, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 487, The Death of Wu Chou. Wu Chou had ceased his entanglement with Xuan Gu the moment the celestial repairing pill was taken by Wan Tianming's primordial spirit. He was no fool. He clearly sensed that Xuan Gu was far superior to him, possessing an extensive understanding of the extreme Great technique. Each of his attacks was effortlessly neutralized, as though his opponent exerted no effort at all. This left Wu Chou greatly astonished. However, with the addition of 2 celestial demon corpses by his side, his spirits lifted. Each demon corpse possessed strength surpassing that of mid-stage core formation practitioners. With 2 at his disposal, even Xuan Gu could not hope to contend with him. Seizing this opportunity, he was determined to teach his opponent a lesson. Thus, as the old monsters departed from the high platform one after another, he immediately smirked. Casting a mocking gaze towards Xuan Gu glanced at the exit of the stone steps, then turned to meet Wu Chou's malicious gaze and the 2 demon corpses. Suddenly, a smile broke across his calm face. "Han Li, you are the sole descendant of the extreme Een, are you not? If I were to extinguish you, it would surely cause a stir for the extreme Een, would it not?" He turned to Han Li, uttering these words. Han Li was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, merely regarding Xuan Gu with indifference, without engaging in conversation. However, the moment Wu Chou overheard these words, he became acutely alert, gazing at Han Li with an expression of profound suspicion. Concurrently, the 2 demon corpses by his side, seemingly receiving some unspoken command, vanished from sight in an instant. "Han Li, have you colluded with this person all along? No wonder that ancient treasure, the jade rui, ended up in your possession." Wu Chao's eyes narrowed as he coldly addressed Han Li, listening to this baseless accusation and the intent to forcibly seize the treasure. Han Li felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. It was evident that this scoundrel deemed him no longer of any value, discarding the previous hesitations he once held. Indeed, it was possible that these actions were secretly instructed by Zi Ling before his departure. Contemplating this, the corners of Han Li's mouth twitched slightly, and the myriad flying swords within him stirred restlessly. At that moment, however, Xuan Gu seized the initiative. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and a serpentine creature of emerald hue shot forth from his sleeve, lunging toward an empty space with ferocity. A muffled thud resonated, and a green figure staggered into view, revealing a Tian Du demon corpse. A Tian Du demon corpse? Remarkable that Zi Ling managed to refine so many. Xuan Gu scoffed, his lips curling disdainfully. Yet, without a moment's pause, he executed a series of hand seals, causing the green serpent to coil around the demon corpse multiple times. Then, with a swift gesture, he directed a blooming green lotus to materialize above the corpse. The petals expanded dramatically, enveloping the entire demon corpse within their embrace. Wu Chou was taken aback by this turn of events, hastily invoking his spells in an attempt to free the demon corpse. However, inexplicably, the connection between the lotus and the demon corpse severed entirely, rendering it immobile. A chill of sweat broke out on Wu Chao's brow, just as he contemplated summoning another. Xuan Gu's figure flickered and appeared directly in front of him. An expression of desperation flashed across Wu Chao's face as he unleashed a torrent of dark, ghostly energy to shield himself. Simultaneously, a fierce glint crossed his visage, and he unleashed a black dagger that sliced toward Xuan Gu with blinding speed. Xuan Gu's face bore a hint of derision. His fingers suddenly elongated into razor-sharp claws, adorned with several inches of glistening green nails, exuding a fearsome aura. Without hesitation, he grasped with one hand, and the black dagger flew into his ghostly grip, utterly devoid of resistance. Wu Chou could scarcely believe his eyes, his countenance draining of color as he urgently attempted to recall his flying sword. Yet, Xuan Gu's ghastly claws twisted, and in an instant, the once vibrant dagger disintegrated into wisps of black mist, as though its spirit had been irrevocably lost. Simultaneously, Wu Chou, feeling the damage inflicted upon his life treasure, turned pale and involuntarily spat a mouthful of black blood. This is impossible. Wu Chao's face reflected sheer shock, but he could only utter a few words before Xuan Gu advanced menacingly. A ghostly hand entwined with green energy lunged forward in a flash. Terrified, Wu Chou could scarcely utter a word. He unleashed a howl of ghostly energy to counter the assault while reaching into his robe, desperate to retrieve some treasure. A bizarre scene unfolded before them. The grotesque claws across the way shimmered with a dark green light that swiftly morphed into an inky black hue. In an instant, as if defying the very essence of existence, the sinister claw pierced through layers of profound dark magic, plunging deep into the abdomen of Xuan Gu. The grotesque figure, in a state of shock, glanced down at the claw embedded in its midsection, disbelief etched across its features. Yet, after a moment of trembling lips, it was ensnared within a multitude of green flames, and in the blink of an eye, a living being was reduced to mere ashes. What remained was a piece of black silk handkerchief, a ring, and a storage pouch, without the guiding consciousness of its master. A flash of black light revealed another celestial corpse behind Xuan Gu, though its eyes were vacant and it stood motionless, resembling nothing more than a lifeless entity. Observing this, Han Li felt a chill course through him, instilled with a deep-seated fear of the old demon. The old sorcerer's claims of understanding the vulnerabilities of the profound dark arts were evidently not mere fabrications. The grotesque figure's attempt to engage with Xuan Gu using dark magic had yielded no resistance whatsoever. However, the timing of the old demon's annihilation of the grotesque figure raised questions. Was he not concerned about alarming others? Or did he believe that with the grotesque's demise, he had effectively tethered Han Li to his chariot, compelling him to confront the extreme darkness? While Han Li pondered these unsettling thoughts, his hand had already clenched around the five-colored copper ring, prepared for any potential threat from the old demon. At that moment, Xuan Gu had swept up the remnants left by the grotesque figure and cast a sidelong glance at Han Li, a smirk playing on his lips. Why do you hesitate? Quickly summon your other blood jade spider. Though those creatures have been diverted by the barbarian, they may return at any moment. Do you not covet the treasures within the Void Heaven Cauldron? Xuan Gu's words sent a jolt through Han Li, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He had been meticulously guarding the secret of possessing another blood jade spider, yet it had been revealed by Xuan Gu with alarming ease. What other blood jade spider? My spirit beast was already vanquished by the elder of the Star Palace, Han Li retorted, bewildered by how the other party had come to know such information and unwilling to concede easily. He glanced at the lifeless body of the blood jade spider on the altar, firmly denying the accusation. Humph, young man, I lack the time to squander with you. Allow me to clarify. In my past, I too encountered a pair of blood jade spiders and entrusted their care to another rebellious disciple, Jixian. I had intended to retrieve these two beasts when they reached a higher level to procure treasures from the Void Heaven Palace. However, I was unexpectedly betrayed by this disciple, suffering great misfortune. Since you have acquired that jade slip, it stands to reason that your blood jade spider originates from the pair raised by Jixian, does it not? But you may not be aware that blood jade spiders are peculiar creatures. While a single brood can produce numerous eggs, only 2 are viable, the rest mere husks. These 2 are guaranteed to be 1 male and 1 female, for only when paired can blood jade spiders ascend in rank. This is a conclusion I arrived at after extensive observation of a wild pair. After all, familiarity with their habits is essential for aiding their evolution. Even Jixian, who tended to the blood jade spiders, remained unaware of this, mistakenly believing I had fortuitously captured a male and female. Your spider level has certainly risen. There must be another one as well. Now, summon the other blood jade spider. Xuan Gu stared intently at Han Li, swiftly articulating words that left him utterly astonished. Han Li found himself momentarily dazed. He was entirely unaware of these matters. It appeared that the 5-colored skeleton from years past was most likely Jixian. However, how did the Emperor of the Beyond acquire the techniques of Xianyin Island? What connection did it have with Jixian? A multitude of questions swirled in Han Li's mind, yet after licking his lips, he nonchalantly responded, "Indeed, I do possess another blood jade spider. But why should I assist you in retrieving the Void Heaven Cauldron? Do you intend to share the treasure with me? Moreover, the commotion caused by extracting the Void Heaven Cauldron will undoubtedly attract the attention of other Yuanying stage cultivators, who will swiftly return to this location. It is likely that we would meet our demise even sooner. Furthermore, it was only with the assistance of that fire python that the blood jade spider managed to gradually lift the cauldron. Relying solely on my spider, the odds appear dismal." As he spoke, Han Li maintained a calm demeanor. Though equally tempted by the treasure of the Void Heaven Cauldron, he suppressed the fervor and excitement within him, retaining a semblance of self-awareness. He had no desire to forfeit his life due to greed. Fleeing at this moment was the wisest course of action. With this thought in mind, Han Li hesitated no longer. Without waiting for Xuan Gu's reply, he shimmered with azure light, intending to escape. However, Xuan Gu, seemingly anticipating Han Li's intentions, suddenly uttered a phrase that caused Han Li's ascent to falter, bringing him to a halt. The previous chapter should have been chapter 486. I mistakenly labeled it as 485. Thus, this chapter is indeed 487. Moreover, in the coming 4 to 5 days, due to the festive season, time is too constrained. I can only guarantee 1 update per day. After the Spring Festival, I will promptly return to 2 updates. Haha. I hope everyone has a wonderful new year. Volume 4, Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 488. The Cauldron Reappears. Han, do you not wish to condense your Yuanying? Xuan Gu suddenly remarked coldly. The primary efficacy of the Butian Dan is to refine the innate spiritual roots of cultivators in the Jedon stage, thereby facilitating their advancement to the Yuanying stage. Refined spiritual roots? Do you take me for a child of 3? Such a miraculous elixir does not exist in this world, Han Li replied, his eyes narrowing as he turned back after a moment of silence, his face etched with disbelief. Haha, believe it or not. But do you truly think I have lived this long without justification? In my past, I captured a cultivator of elder rank from the Star Palace and compelled him through soul-searching techniques to divulge this information. As for the rumors circulating outside that this elixir can break through the bottleneck of the Yuanying stage, greatly enhancing one's magical power and lifespan, they are fundamentally false. A former leader of the Star Palace had once procured a Butian Dan and consumed it personally. Since you already possess the 9 Xingsan, if you were to complement it with the efficacy of the Butian Dan, your chances of successfully condensing your Yuanying could soar to 30 or 40%. Should you miss this opportunity to acquire the treasure, even if you obtain the Butian Dan 300 years hence, you may find no opportunity for its efficacy to manifest. The process of refining the celestial restoration pill is far from simple. The entire procedure of purifying one's spiritual roots requires, at the very least, a century to achieve complete transformation. You must contemplate this carefully. With a hint of indifference gracing his lips, Xuan Gu spoke leisurely. The probability of condensing a nascent soul is 3 to 4%. Han Li's heart stirred with excitement. Sensing Han Li's thoughts, Xuan Gu smiled faintly and continued. As for your concern regarding excessive noise when retrieving the treasure, you need not worry. Even if the heavens were to collapse and the earth were to shatter within this high platform, those outside would not be able to perceive any anomalies through their spiritual senses unless they witnessed it with their own eyes. After all, do you think the renowned celestial barrier of ancient times gained its reputation for no reason? And if you're worried that a blood jade spider alone cannot successfully retrieve the treasure, do not forget, I am a master of the extreme path, adept in the arts of demonic refinement. If he can perform the technique of corpse refining, surely I can as well. Having said this, Xuan Gu opened his mouth and unleashed a fist-sized orb of luminous energy, which hurtled towards the corpse of the blood jade spider upon the altar. In an instant, the orb transformed into a vast expanse of pale green mist that enveloped the body, which was promptly absorbed entirely. Moments later, the previously motionless severed remains began to converge seamlessly. Following this, a brilliant green light emanated from the junction, and a complete blood jade spider, albeit unsteady, rose to its feet. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Li maintained a calm facade, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. The world of cultivation is indeed filled with wonders. Such an eerie technique exists that can instantly transform a corpse into a refined creature. My corpse refining technique is not to be underestimated, he mused. While the activity span of this spider may be fleeting and its capabilities diminished compared to when it was alive, it would pose no problem in conjunction with your blood jade spider for treasure retrieval. After you procure the treasures, I shall require none of the celestial restoration pills from the cauldron. They shall all belong to you. Furthermore, I can offer you half of the ancient treasures within the void sky cauldron, but the cauldron itself must be mine. What say you to this arrangement? Xuan Gu maneuvered the spider-like corpse a few steps and turned to Han Li, exuding confidence. Even if your words are grandiose, how can I trust that once you obtain the void sky cauldron, you won't immediately turn against me? After all, in terms of cultivation and power, you are undoubtedly my superior, Han Li replied, his voice unyielding after a moment of contemplation, with a flicker of wariness in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Xuan Gu secretly rejoiced. Although Han Li's tone was somewhat brusque, it was evident that he leaned towards agreement, merely wishing to haggle a bit more. Thus, Xuan Gu smiled broadly and hastily said, Han Li, you are far too humble. If I am not mistaken, should we engage in a genuine contest, the odds would be evenly matched. It would not be a matter of life and death settled in a brief moment. Considering that others may return at any time, do you truly believe I would be foolish enough to become embroiled in a prolonged struggle with you? Of course, if you agree to assist me in obtaining the treasure, I shall impart the refining formula for the 9 Jinsan to you immediately, as a token of my sincerity in joining forces. Without hesitation, Xuan Gu flipped his palm, revealing an ancient, elegant white jade slip, which he then tossed towards Han Li. Han Li swiftly raised his hand and gently beckoned the jade slip as it approached. As the azure light flickered, the white jade slip was enveloped by a swirling mass of ethereal light, gracefully settling into Han Li's palm. Observing Han Li's careful demeanor, Xuan Gu merely chuckled softly, choosing not to comment. Han Li, meanwhile, swiftly scanned the contents of the jade slip with his divine sense. Although he lacked the time to meticulously analyze the authenticity of the formula, it appeared genuine, indeed referencing the 9 Chen, a rare herb, alongside 2 or 3 auxiliary materials he had never encountered before. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li unceremoniously stowed the jade slip into his storage pouch, then raised his gaze to Xuan Gu, stating calmly, "Very well, I agree to this transaction. Let us commence the treasure retrieval at once." With his resolve solidified, Han Li wasted no time in allowing the peril to escalate. He promptly slapped the spirit beast pouch, and a beam of white light shot forth, revealing a fearsome blood jade spider before him. "Excellent. This is precisely what we need," Xuan Gu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he ascended the platform, commanding the spider to unleash its web and prepare for the task ahead. Han Li, maintaining his composure, directed the blood jade spider to similarly expel a milky white web to envelop the void sky cauldron below. Make haste. Our time is limited. Though I am constrained by my cultivation method and cannot unleash ferocious techniques, I can still employ some auxiliary spells, albeit with slightly diminished effects. Xuan Gu explained as he unleashed several multicolored spells upon Han Li's blood jade spider. Instantly, the final blood jade spider entered a state of frenzy, its body radiating an eerie blend of crimson, black, and green hues that swirled incessantly. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from voicing any concerns, knowing that without these auxiliary spells, the blood jade spider would indeed struggle to move the void sky cauldron. Then, both the blood jade spider and the spider corpse exerted their strength, beginning to pull outward. The platform trembled violently, and blue light erupted forth. This time, without the protective spells of the scholarly elder, they had to rely solely on their own capabilities. Han Li hastily conjured a layer of fire attribute protection around himself, maximizing the potency of his spiritual shield, enveloping himself in a searing white light. He also activated the green elemental sword shield, which manifested as a vibrant green barrier tightly surrounding his body, interspersed with hints of faint gold. Xuan Gu, too, was enveloped in a dense aura of green energy, thick layers of ghostly essence shielding him from the onslaught. Not bad. Despite the frigid blue energy assaulting him, Han Li still felt the biting cold. Yet through the full operation of the Qingyuan sword formula within him, he managed to barely withstand the chill. This experience deepened Han Li's understanding of the stark contrast between nascent soul and core formation cultivators. The scholarly elder had effortlessly repelled all cold with a mere shield, leaving not a trace of chill behind. With a sigh, Han Li directed most of his focus towards the entrance, while a small portion remained alert to Xuan Gu's movements. After all, no matter how eloquently the old demon speaks, Han Li must exercise utmost caution around him. Under the exerting pull of the blood jade spider, the void heaven cauldron reenacted the scene of being hoisted from before, gradually being drawn upward. For reasons unknown, compared to the last time, Han Li felt that this treasure retrieval was exceedingly prolonged. Each inch of the spider silk seemed to consume an inordinate amount of time, which intensified Han Li's anxiety. Should the old demons return prematurely, it would spell disaster. The mysterious bone within the green aura appeared remarkably composed. However, as the blue light at the cave's entrance grew increasingly radiant, a fervent glimmer ignited in his eyes. Under their watchful gazes, time passed slowly, and the void heaven cauldron continued to ascend higher. It remained uncertain where the wild-bearded figure had led those old fiends, for none had returned to this place thus far. This kept Han Li in a state of trepidation, yet he secretly felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, both Han Li and the mysterious bone, fixated on the cave entrance, soared into the air. At last, the apex of the blue flame unveiled the cave's entrance, and the immense blue flower unfurled, transforming the entire vicinity into a realm of azure ice. Han Li fixated on the indistinct shadow amidst the blue icy flame, his heart racing wildly. When the cauldron last emerged from the cave, he had been preoccupied with monitoring the old demon's movements and had not had the chance to scrutinize the cauldron closely. Now, he had the opportunity to truly behold its true form. Though only a small portion was revealed, the visage of the void heaven cauldron was fully captured in Han Li's gaze. Volume 4, Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 489, Retrieving the Cauldron. Wang Yu wishes everyone a happy new year. The void heaven cauldron is flat and round, with 2 ears and 3 legs, standing approximately 4 feet tall, with a diameter of about 10 feet, not particularly large. The top features a slightly protruding circular lid, adorned with carvings of insects, fish, beasts, and various landscapes of mountains and trees. Although it appears rudimentary and coarse, the artistry is remarkably vivid, evoking a sense of the primal and ancient wilderness. The moment the cauldron emerged from the cave, it began to emit a faint humming sound, which grew progressively louder. Simultaneously, the surrounding blue icy flame surged with a series of resounding thuds, expanding several-fold. Han Li and the mysterious bone, who were near the cave entrance, simultaneously changed expressions and hastily retreated. The entire altar, within a radius of over 10 feet, was enveloped in a pale blue radiance, completely encased in ice. Aside from the flickering light at the cave's entrance, only the blood jade spider and the spider's reanimated corpse, not far from the cave, continued to move freely within their respective pools of bloodlight. Everything else was utterly frozen. Had Han Li and the mysterious bone delayed their retreat for even a moment, they would have surely been encased in ice as well. At that moment, the altar resembled a vast blue crystal cocoon. How could one retrieve the treasure under such circumstances? Witnessing this astonishing frozen spectacle, Han Li's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired of the mysterious bone. Faced with a phenomenon that seemed capable of freezing even spiritual power, Han Li was at a loss for how to approach the treasure's acquisition. Fear not, I have a method to collect the cauldron from the outer blue icy flames. The ethereal soul flame I cultivate is equally a manifestation of extreme yin and cold. Although it cannot yet be compared to this ice flame, I can temporarily isolate it and confine it for a brief period. During this time, you can take the opportunity to extract the cauldron from the cave and collect it. Xuan Gu gazed intently at the azure flame, his eyes unblinking, as if he were making an exceptionally grave statement. Despite the coldness of his words, Han Li detected a hint of excitement within. Han Li's expression shifted slightly. The other party had boldly proposed to confront the perilous blue ice flame while allowing him to retrieve the precious cauldron. This revelation truly startled him, prompting him to cast a peculiar glance at Xuan Gu. If the old demon were genuinely so benevolent, Han Li would not believe it for a moment. However, it seemed there was nothing objectionable about the other person's approach. Could it be that collecting this void celestial cauldron was even more dangerous? A flicker of doubt arose in Han Li's heart. Of course, if Xuan Gu suggested that he deal with the ice flame while he himself took the treasure, Han Li would never agree. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Han Li resolved to acquiesce. This was not the time for hesitation. Everything must be taken as it comes. If there were indeed any peculiarities in collecting this cauldron, he would rather forego the treasure than jeopardize his own safety. With his thoughts settled, Han Li casually nodded a few times at Xuan Gu to express his agreement. Seeing this, Xuan Gu smiled with satisfaction. He then regarded the ice flame with a peculiar expression for a moment before swirling gracefully in the air. The ghostly aura surrounding him coalesced into a verdant whirlwind, approximately 10 feet in diameter, exuding a chilling ambience accompanied by the haunting cries of spirits. Subsequently, the whirlwind descended aggressively towards the blue crystal. With a resounding crash, the moving whirlwind ignited, transforming into a roaring inferno that surged into a towering pillar of flames. This pillar was neither red nor white. Its colors oscillated between black and green, devoid of warmth, instead conveying an aura of chilling extremity. Han Li widened his eyes, fixated on the bizarre pillar as it plunged into the blue ice. Instantly, 3 rays of light intertwined, producing a cacophonous sound reminiscent of metal grinding, causing Han Li to furrow his brow. However, the tension in his brow soon relaxed. The black-green pillar had indeed forged a passageway, heading straight for the center of the altar where the blue flame resided. Witnessing this, Han Li felt a surge of anxiety and quickly connected his consciousness with the blood jade spider. If the other party truly possessed the ability to separate the azure ice flame from the void celestial cauldron, he would instruct the blood jade spider to unleash its power immediately. Finally, propelled by Xuan Gu's command, the flame pillar reached the cave's entrance. Faced with the dazzling, swirling blue ice flame, it hesitated only briefly before erupting, transforming into a massive black-green lotus that enveloped the entire azure flame and the void celestial cauldron within its embrace. At this moment, Han Li's heart jolted with alarm. His first thought was that Xuan Gu had perhaps reconsidered and intended to claim the void celestial cauldron for himself. Upon contemplating this, he swiftly grasped the 5-colored copper ring once more, becoming exceedingly vigilant. However, the scene that unfolded below eased Han Li's heart, granting him a sense of tranquility. Moments later, the colossal lotus merely enveloped the blue ice flame, while the ethereal celestial cauldron remained seemingly untouched in its original position. Not moving an inch, Han Li's heartbeat quickened, and a flush of excitement rose to his face. On one hand, he marveled at the profound techniques of the Xuan Gu old demon. On the other hand, his exhilarated thoughts urged him to command the blood jade spider to exert itself with all its might. The slender silk threads, already taut, resonated with a clear sound. Following a vigorous tremor, a miracle transpired. The cauldron, which had appeared to weigh 1,000 pounds, unexpectedly soared towards Han Li as if it had become feather-light under the spider's desperate pull. Initially elated, Han Li's heart then tightened with caution, not daring to act recklessly. He quickly raised both hands, unleashing a pair of azure sword lights that shot forth. Yet midway, they abruptly transformed into two azure cords that ensnared the ears of the celestial cauldron, exerting simultaneous force. Instantly, the cauldron obediently halted 3 to 4 zhang away from Han Li. Surprised by the ease with which he had controlled the celestial cauldron, Han Li found himself momentarily stunned. He vaguely sensed that the smoothness of this treasure acquisition was undoubtedly linked to the separation of the blue ice flame from the cauldron. However, this notion flickered briefly in his mind. Without further contemplation, he shook the azure cords, and the cauldron gradually glided towards him, enveloped in a sphere of azure essence. Then, amidst a low incantation, the celestial cauldron swiftly diminished in size within the azure glow, gently landing in the palm of his hand. Everything proceeded so smoothly. Without a hint of unexpectedness, Han Li gently rubbed the lid of the cauldron. Still incredulous that this so-called foremost treasure of the Chaos Star Sea had come into his possession so easily. Could this cauldron possibly be a fake? As he gazed at the diminutive cauldron, which was no larger than a fist, an odd thought suddenly arose in his mind. At that moment, a burst of maniacal laughter shattered his peculiar reverie. Ha! The blue ice flame, the dark soul fire, the exorcising divine thunder. When combined, they indeed merge into one. Thus, I can cultivate the legendary Azura sacred fire. I was right all along. This laughter unmistakably belonged to Xuan Gu, yet it resonated with self-satisfaction and ecstasy. Han Li's heart sank upon hearing it, inexplicably feeling a chill creep over him. He tightened his grip on the small cauldron, narrowing his eyes as he gazed expressionlessly at Xuan Gu. To his astonishment, the sight before him was startling. The black-green giant lotus had vanished without a trace. In its place, Xuan Gu cradled a massive orb of light, approximately a foot in diameter. At first glance, the orb appeared black-green, but a closer inspection revealed a blue flame flickering gently at its center, eager to burst forth despite being encased in a black-green shell. To one's astonishment, dark arcs occasionally erupted from the surface of the luminous sphere, ricocheting in all directions while emitting a faint rumbling akin to distant thunder. Han Li's expression shifted. Could it be that the elder Xuan Gu was truly intent on this? Before Han Li could fully contemplate the implications of the scene before him, the Xuan Gu below gracefully ascended towards him, cradling the glowing sphere. Stopping a mere 10 zhang from Han Li, his gaze fixated on the void heaven cauldron clutched tightly in Han Li's grasp. Excellent. You have indeed acquired the void heaven cauldron. It appears my plans are unfolding without error, Xuan Gu remarked, an unusual glint in his eyes as he regarded the cauldron. Han Li, upon hearing this, snorted in response, watching Xuan Gu with a wariness that remained unspoken. Your expression suggests you have surmised something. While I would relish the opportunity to elucidate matters, you shall soon be a corpse. My time is limited, and I find it more comforting for you to remain blissfully ignorant, Xuan Gu said with an unsettling smile. A tremor coursed through Han Li's heart. The intent to seize treasures and extinguish lives was glaringly evident. He had no desire to squander words in pursuit of explanations, nor to engage in idle chatter. With a grim countenance, he chose to strike first. Raising his hand, the 5 copper rings, already secured in his grasp, were summoned forth. In a flash of radiant light, the rings vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later, seamlessly encircling the elder's neck and limbs. At last, this chapter is complete. I can now attend the evening festivities. The author, Wang Yu, extends heartfelt wishes for a happy new year, filled with joy, prosperity, family reunions, and good health to all. Volume 4, Winds Rise Over Seas, Chapter 490, The Exorcising Divine Thunder and the Shura Sacred Fire. Without hesitation, Han Li formed a decisive hand seal, urging the ancient treasure into action. Instantly, the 5 copper rings constricted rapidly, embedding themselves deeply into the elder's neck and extremities, locking him tightly in place. The 5 elements rings. While this ancient treasure possesses considerable renown, it is of little use against beings with extraordinary spiritual roots or cultivators of significantly higher realms than the user, and certainly not against us practitioners of the unconventional, Xuan Gu remarked, despite the evident discomfort from the ring's grip. Then, to Han Li's astonishment, he raised a hand and struck the luminous sphere before him. The surface of the sphere flickered erratically, and with a crackling sound, a large fissure appeared. From this opening, a swirling blue light emerged, followed by a long, vibrant blue flame that erupted forth. This flame possessed an almost sentient quality, and as it swept over the elder's neck and limbs, the once unyielding copper rings were instantly enveloped in a thick layer of frost. Then, Xuan Gu's body twisted in an incredible manner, and with a series of metallic clinks, several now translucent copper rings fell lifelessly onto the stone platform, producing a sound as crisp as chimes. Han Li's heart sank. Without a moment's thought, he opened his mouth and unleashed 9 azure blades, which swiftly converged in midair to form a colossal sword, descending unhesitatingly towards Xuan Gu. Upon witnessing this, a hint of solemnity crossed Xuan Gu's face. He swiftly encased the luminous sphere within both hands and raised it high above. The fissure suddenly widened, unleashing a torrent of azure ice flames. In an instant, these flames coalesced into a 5-clawed ice dragon, resplendent and translucent, shimmering with a chilling blue light. It swiftly positioned its forepaws against the verdant giant sword and unceremoniously exhaled a blast of icy breath, striking fiercely against the sword's body. The colossal blade dimmed after just a few hits, and faint crystalline frost began to emerge upon its surface, causing it to move sluggishly and awkwardly. With a resounding crash, several strands of pale golden lightning arcs appeared on the surface of the giant sword, forcefully striking the ice dragon and liberating the sword from its constriction, pushing the dragon back several paces. Still attempting to flee? Your golden thunder bamboo treasure shall be subdued by me. I presume your counter-evil divine thunder is running low as well. I wonder how many more times you can unleash it? Xuan Gu spoke with a sinister smile, gesturing towards the ice dragon to charge once more at the verdant giant sword. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a stir within. Despite Xuan Gu's nonchalant demeanor, he sensed an undercurrent of trepidation regarding the counter-evil divine thunder. However, he had no time to ponder this matter as he unleashed a blue spell that struck the giant sword. With a flick of his finger, the sword began to shimmer and violently shake, suddenly manifesting into 2 identical giant swords, the result of the Azure Essence sword technique's shadow-splitting art. Both swords simultaneously shot forth robust pale golden lightning arcs, one directly targeting the blue ice dragon, while the other swiftly slashed diagonally at the sinister Xuan Gu. Xuan Gu gasped in surprise. Whether it was the unexpected strength of Han Li's counter-evil divine thunder or the revelation that the shadow-splitting art could produce 2 corporeal flying swords, he was momentarily taken aback. Yet, the astonishment on Xuan Gu's face quickly faded as he calmly clapped his hands, summoning the azure ice flames once more. This time, the flames flickered a few times before transforming into a triangular ice shield that directly blocked the approaching giant sword. The pale golden electric arcs intertwined with the icy blue radiance of the shield, neither side yielding an inch, resulting in a stalemate. Witnessing this, Han Li felt a surge of joy amidst his calm. This indicated that while the counter-evil divine thunder could not counteract the chilling aura of the azure ice flames, the extreme cold of the flames was equally impotent against the divine thunder. Ultimately, the outcome would depend on the magnitude of their respective powers. With this thought, Han Li swiftly retrieved a blood-red cloak from his storage pouch, which automatically draped itself around him. Although he had not reached a point of desperation, it was prudent to prepare necessary contingencies. With no time to waste, Han Li brought his hands together, his expression solemn as he slowly drew them apart. A resounding crackle of thunder echoed between his palms, where a pale golden lightning orb materialized, with tiny arcs of electricity dancing across its surface. The arcane sphere, though only a few inches in diameter, swiftly expanded to a considerable size, nearly a foot across. As Han Li harnessed the remaining power of the exorcising divine thunder from the azure bamboo cloud sword, accompanied by a faint humming sound. Observing this transformation, the one manipulating the Qian blue ice flame was momentarily taken aback, his expression paling, only to be replaced by a look of incredulity. He could hardly believe his own eyes. Han Li possessed the ability to conjure such a formidable thunder sphere. How many golden thunder bamboo flying swords could he possibly wield? Unease settled within Xuan Gu, for he had initially been confident that extinguishing Han Li would require little effort. Buoyed by the recent acquisition of the immensely powerful Qian blue ice flame, despite not having yet refined or merged these flames into the azure sacred fire, he could still barely control them under the oppressive force of his Xian Yin fire and the exorcising divine thunder. The exorcising divine thunder could withstand the chilling assault of the Qian blue ice flame, and Xuan Gu was well aware of Han Li's capability to release divine thunder through the golden thunder bamboo flying swords. This knowledge only intensified his resolve to eliminate Han Li without hesitation. After all, he calculated that Han Li's exorcising divine thunder should have been nearly exhausted by now. Even if a small amount remained, it would be insufficient to counter the onslaught of the Qian blue ice flame. Furthermore, the golden thunder bamboo was a rare material. No one could possess an abundance of magical artifacts crafted from it. Han Li's inventory of golden thunder bamboo flying swords was already astonishing to Xuan Gu. With each release of the exorcising divine thunder, its quantity diminished. The golden thunder bamboo artifacts required a period of rest to replenish their divine thunder, and Xuan Gu vowed not to grant Han Li the opportunity to recover. Although he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the traitor, Zi Ling, the successful acquisition of the Qian blue ice flame and its potential transformation into the Azura sacred fire had ignited Xuan Gu's ambitions. Mastering the Azura sacred fire could pave the way for dominance over the entire chaotic star sea. In light of this, Han Li, with his golden thunder bamboo artifacts, became the primary target for extermination, for the exorcising divine thunder remained the greatest nemesis of their ghostly practitioners. After subsequently contacting the barbarous bearded man, Xuan Gu realized that eliminating Zi Ling would become significantly easier with Han Li's assistance. When Han Li initially unleashed powerful arcs of electricity from both of his massive swords, Xuan Gu had been somewhat taken aback. Now, witnessing the emergence of such a colossal golden thunder sphere from Han Li's hands, he was truly bewildered. This was entirely beyond his expectations. How could a mere early-stage core formation cultivator possess what seemed to be an uncountable number of golden thunder bamboo artifacts? As Xuan Gu grappled with this shocking revelation, a pressing uncertainty loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. Just as Xuan Gu was momentarily stunned, the thunder sphere in Han Li's grasp surged to several feet in size, hovering ominously above him while emitting a deafening hum. Regaining his composure, the old demon's face turned ashen. Compared to this thunderous orb, the previous exorcising divine thunder pales in insignificance. Very well. Although I am perplexed as to why you possess such a multitude of golden thunder bamboo treasures, since the day you acquired them, it has been decreed that you shall become a formidable adversary to us practitioners of the ghost path. Today, I shall allow you to witness the formidable might of the Azura flame, reputed to be the sacred fire of the ghost path. Xuan Gu gritted his teeth and declared. Now, he found himself in a predicament, compelled to forcefully amalgamate the three types of energy into the fabled Azura sacred fire. He hoped to utilize this fire to decisively shatter Han Li's exorcising divine thunder and eliminate this persistent threat once and for all. Of course, this secret technique of hastily synthesizing the sacred fire posed tremendous risks, with the possibility of backlash looming at any moment. Yet, Xuan Gu could no longer afford to ponder such dangers. Perhaps he could employ other means to gradually deplete Han Li's divine thunder, or temporarily utilize secret techniques and treasures to evade the protective barrier. However, his time was equally scarce. He faced a choice: either let Han Li depart unscathed or eliminate him before others returned. With a determined resolve, he hurled the luminous orb before him and began to whirl his hands in a rapid motion. An array of colorful incantations flowed into the orb incessantly. In an instant, the orb came to life, its core blue flames spinning rapidly within, while the outer layers of the Qian soul fire and black arcs revolved in opposite directions. Moments later, the entire sphere radiated a dazzling brilliance. Subsequently, a muffled explosion resonated as countless cold, gray-white sparks erupted from the orb, cascading towards Han Li in a torrential downpour. Taken aback, Han Li's countenance shifted with a chill. Although he had never heard of the Azura sacred fire, he understood that it must far surpass the dry blue ice flame. Thus, with a grave expression, he refrained from channeling more divine thunder into the colossal thunder orb above him. Instead, his fingers danced in a flurry, weaving various incantations, murmuring spells under his breath. The pale golden thunder orb began to elongate and transform, swiftly morphing into a golden electric net, enveloping him in a protective layer of electric light from head to toe. Soon after, the gray-white sparks on the opposing side ruthlessly struck the golden net. Instantly, the golden light and white fire intertwined, accompanied by the explosive roar of thunder. Han Li's complexion darkened. Although the electric net temporarily halted all gray-white flames, these flames burned fiercely upon the surface of the electric arcs. forming a suffocating gray-white fire shield that confined Han Li within. Now, even if he wished to escape, he found it impossible. What troubled Han Li even more was that these gray-white flames were gradually consuming the pale golden electric arcs. Though the process was slow, it indeed caused the electric net surrounding him to shrink. While it seemed the flames were also expending some energy, overall, the Azura's sacred fire held a decisive advantage. Upon witnessing the scene, Xuan Gu let out a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing his face. He harbored no doubt that under the shadow of the Azura's sacred fire, Han Li possessed no means of extricating himself from his predicament. After all, given the formidable reputation of this fire, Xuan Gu believed that even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage would suffer significant depletions of their vital energy before being able to employ any secret arts to escape. He envisioned that once he harnessed the sacred fire, he had refined and restored his peak nascent soul cultivation. Sweeping through the majority of the chaotic star, Zi would pose no challenge whatsoever. With such thoughts, Xuan Gu's eyes narrowed in contemplation. In his view, Han Li resembled a lifeless corpse. The situation was undeniably deteriorating. As the golden net constricted, the protective barrier formed by the exorcising divine thunder was on the verge of shattering. Yet, Han Li, with a grim expression, remained impassive as he extended his hands. Two slender arcs of golden electricity surged forth from his palms, merging seamlessly with the golden arcs of the electric net. The golden arcs continuously transmitted energy from Han Li's hands to the net above, instantly rejuvenating the previously languid grid into a resplendent glow. Not only did it regain its original size, but it also began to emit arcs of electricity the thickness of a finger at an astonishing pace, effectively repelling the ashen's sacred fire and threatening to encircle it in turn. Xuan Gu's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, and he felt as though he might leap from his position. It dawned on him what it truly meant for human plans to fall short of heavenly designs. Han Li still possessed an abundance of exorcising divine thunder, which posed a significant challenge to the old demon's nerves. Even if the Azura's sacred fire was a superior existence to the exorcising divine thunder, the sheer quantity of the latter raised uncertainties about which would extinguish the other. Xuan Gu regarded Han Li with a gaze akin to that reserved for a monster, intensely curious about how many golden thunder bamboo treasures were concealed within the diminutive frame of his opponent. Could it be that Han Li possessed an inexhaustible supply of exorcising divine thunder? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Xuan Gu was jolted into clarity by a sharp pain as he bit down on his tongue. The sting and the faint metallic taste swiftly sharpened his senses. He shook his head lightly, banishing the absurd notion from his thoughts. An inexhaustible supply of exorcising divine thunder? Such a thing was indeed impossible. He realized he had merely been shaken in confidence by the vast number of divine thunders exhibited by his adversary. Yet, Xuan Gu firmly believed that after repeatedly unleashing such a multitude of divine thunders, Han Li must now be running low. If he could endure this critical moment, he would be able to eradicate Han Li completely. All of those golden thunder bamboo treasures would then rightfully belong to him. With this thought invigorating him, Xuan Gu's spirit surged again. Casting a covetous glance at Han Li, he then turned his gaze skyward towards the luminous sphere. Han Li had not released all of the exorcising divine thunder, and he himself had only fused a fraction of the Qian blue ice flame into the Azura sacred fire, having taken precautions to mitigate the risk of backlash from secret arts. Yet, it was evident that this small fraction of sacred fire was insufficient to extinguish Han Li. Only by fully merging and unleashing the remaining ice flames could he annihilate his foe in one fell swoop. With this resolution, he nodded slightly and began to weave his spells. The luminous sphere in the sky spun at a rapid pace, radiating a dazzling glow once more. Observing this scene, Han Li felt a sudden chill envelop his heart. Just as Xuan Gu had anticipated, Han Li had relentlessly unleashed the exorcising divine thunder, fiercely contending against the opponent's azure blue ice flame and Azura's sacred fire, depleting the divine thunder to nearly its last remnants. Now, as he witnessed the adversary preparing to conjure the Azura's sacred fire for yet another assault, Han Li was acutely aware that he could not withstand it with the meager divine thunder that remained. The only viable option was to break through the fiery blockade and escape, prioritizing his life above all else. After all, no matter how formidable the flames were, they would prove futile if they could not touch his body. With this thought crystallized in his mind, Han Li steeled himself, channeling the last vestiges of the exorcising divine thunder in a single, explosive moment. Instantly, two arcs of gold, as thick as a man's arm, shot forth from his palms, striking the electrified net. The golden net flickered rapidly, and with a deep rumble of thunder, it transformed into a cascade of golden light, erupting in a spectacular explosion. Countless pale golden sparks surged forth, pushing the remaining wisps of grayish-white flames far away. In that moment, Han Li flickered and vanished from his original position, reappearing several yards away. During this transition, he felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, fearing that any inadvertent contact with the grayish-white flames would be fatal. Now that he had escaped the embrace of the azurous sacred fire, he wasted no time, shaking his crimson cloak, which began to float without wind, a sure sign of activating this ancient treasure. He had resolved to dash towards the stone steps, deftly maneuvering with the azure bamboo cloud sword to evade the barrier and seize the opportunity to flee. Xuan Gu, witnessing this turn of events, disowned some of Han Li's intentions. A surge of anxiety gripped him, prompting him to hastily channel his magical power and hasten the transformation of the luminous sphere. A thunderous sound echoed as the entire sphere ignited, its surface morphing into a grayish-white flame, seemingly embodying the azurous sacred fire. Yet, curiously, at the center of the fireball remained a small, unassuming blue light, pulsating with an erratic energy, as if restless. Xuan Gu was momentarily taken aback by this sight, but he quickly dismissed it, reasoning that it was perhaps due to his insufficient magical prowess that the transformation was incomplete, deeming it a trivial matter. His primary concern was that Han Li was on the verge of escaping. Whatever the cost, he could not allow Han Li to flee unscathed. Hence, he gestured lightly towards the white fireball, which trembled slightly before beginning to change and attack according to his will. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The residual blue light at the center of the grayish-white fireball flickered momentarily before erupting within the very core of the sphere. Instantly, the surface of the fireball became uneven, emitting a piercing shriek from within. Xuan Gu was taken aback, hastily attempting to regain control over the fireball's transformation. Yet, he had forgotten that this azurous sacred fire was not one he had truly refined. It was merely a force he had manipulated through external means. Now, stimulated by the explosive force at its core, the fireball could no longer maintain its stability and erupted into a chaotic frenzy. He possessed insufficient magical power to control it. In a moment of intense concentration, the fireball transformed through a spectrum of colors, black, green, and white, before detonating directly above Xuan Gu's head. Countless grayish-white sparks scattered in every direction. Xuan Gu's face drained of color. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun rapidly, unleashing a torrent of dark green ghostly energy to counter the uncontrollable Shura, holy fire. Then, with a sudden lurch, he shot forth like a bolt from a crossbow. If he could escape the blast radius of the fireball, he might just preserve his life. Although the dark green ghostly energy appeared formidable, upon contact with the falling grayish-white sparks, it dissipated as effortlessly as a cow sinking into the sea, leaving no trace and failing to impede their descent. Fortunately, the speed at which the Shura holy fire descended was not overly swift. Even though the explosion's reach was vast, Xuan Gu barely managed to leap out of the danger zone just in time. However, at that moment, a flash of azure light flickered before him as a dozen streaks of blue sword light hurtled toward him. It was Han Li, having perceived the reversal of fortune, who abandoned his retreat and seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of azure sword beams, effectively blocking Xuan Gu's escape route. Xuan Gu, filled with rage and astonishment, cursed vehemently in his mind. Yet, he had no time to evade. Gritting his teeth, he crossed his arms defensively before him, summoning a thin layer of green mist for protection, and charged forward. As a blue light approached him, he opened his mouth and unleashed a burst of green radiance, the magical treasure known as the Golden Thunder Bamboo Arrow. This green light shattered 4 or 5 of the incoming sword beams before being sent flying aside. The remaining sword light, however, struck unceremoniously against Xuan Gu's arms. A series of dull thuds echoed in succession. Xuan Gu clearly underestimated the potency of Han Li's azure sword beams. Although he withstood the first 4 strikes without injury, the last 2 finally pierced through his protective green mist, landing solidly upon his true form. He staggered backward, retreating several steps. In that moment, Xuan Gu's soul seemed to flee from his body. Panic-stricken, he frantically searched within his robes, as if to retrieve something. Yet, a seemingly delicate and cool grayish-white spark had silently settled upon his shoulder. With a crackle, the grayish flame flared to life. Xuan Gu barely had time to utter a scream before his figure disintegrated within the conflagration, reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Seeing the ferocity of the Shura holy fire, Han Li's expression shifted dramatically, and he inhaled sharply. However, after the grayish-white flame consumed Xuan Gu entirely, it coalesced into small, delicate sparks that floated gently. At that moment, it remained uncertain whether the death of Xuan Gu had triggered some unforeseen transformation, as all the descending grayish-white sparks simultaneously emitted a surge of black-green aura. Slender black arcs flickered momentarily before the sparks instantaneously transformed into a brilliant blue, regaining the form of the azure blue ice flame. In that instant, Han Li felt an intense pressure enveloping him, as the entire space filled with a pale blue chill. A wave of icy coldness washed over him, and translucent thin ice began to form around his body, suggesting that the entire protective barrier was on the verge of being completely frozen. Han Li could not help but be taken aback. He hastily channeled spiritual energy into his Lingxi pouch, the searing white light pushing back the surrounding chill, preventing it from encroaching within half a foot. However, without the control of the Xian bone, the azure blue ice flame seemed to unleash its true power at this moment. In the brief span of time, the entire platform was transformed into a colossal iceberg, with only Han Li struggling to resist it with his radiant white light. Yet, the rapid depletion of his magical energy left him feeling increasingly desperate. It was only now that Han Li comprehended that the azure blue ice flame, under the control of the Xian bone, had only exhibited a fraction of its true might. Whether due to the inadequacy of the Xian bone's cultivation or because it had not been fully refined. Had the azure blue ice flame unleashed such terrifying power from the outset, the Xian bone would not have needed to merge with the Shura's sacred fire, as it would have been more than sufficient to obliterate him multiple times over. Therefore, it was reasonable to surmise that the even more formidable Shura's sacred fire could not merely possess such limited power. It must have yet to reveal its true capabilities by a significant margin. Astounded by these revelations, Han Li pondered the truth of the matter with growing clarity. However, he certainly would not allow himself to be unjustly extinguished by the ungoverned azure blue ice flame after having painstakingly vanquished the Xian bone. Gritting his teeth, Han Li placed a hand upon a spirit beast pouch at his waist. This pouch contained thousands of devouring gold insects. At this moment, he had no choice but to rely on these insects' consuming ability, hoping to risk a daring escape. Regardless of whether he succeeded in fleeing, these still-evolving devouring gold insects would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such a terrifying cold. A moment's carelessness could lead to their total annihilation. Yet now, for the sake of his life, Han Li could not afford to dwell on such concerns. With a swift motion of his hand, he prepared to release the opening of the spirit beast pouch. But then, an unexpected change occurred. The floating azure blue ice flames flickered urgently, emitting a clear ringing sound as if responding to a command. They simultaneously soared upwards, all the ice flames coalescing into a singular entity at a certain point. Moments later, a hazy blue orb materialized in the air, within which a fist-sized blue ice bead emerged. The once pervasive chill of the iceberg on the platform vanished instantaneously, as if it had never existed. Han Li, who had already opened the pouch halfway, was momentarily stunned, but soon a look of delight spread across his face. He did not concern himself with the bizarre transformation of the azure blue ice flame. This development had allowed him to escape calamity. Now, the blue ice bead descended slowly from the sky, passing directly before Han Li's eyes. He gazed at the ice bead, a flicker of intrigue sparking in his eyes, as a contemplative expression settled upon his face. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a slender arc of residual electricity surged forth from within him, wrapping itself around the icy orb and halting its descent. The orb remained unchanged, obediently drawn by the electric arc. Observing this, Han Li's expression grew solemn, and he displayed no hint of carelessness. With careful precision, he flicked his wrist, guiding the golden arc to draw the orb slowly towards him. As the orb came to a halt just a foot away, Han Li hesitated momentarily. He extended his hand with gravity, enveloping it in a layer of azure light before cautiously reaching out to grasp the orb. Despite the substantial barrier of true essence separating them, Han Li distinctly felt a chill emanating from it, though it could hardly be described as frigid. It seemed that the extreme cold had been thoroughly contained within the orb after the condensation of the azure ice flames. With this realization, Han Li felt a genuine sense of relief. He withdrew his true essence and delicately pinched the orb between 3 fingers, bringing it closer for a meticulous examination. This blue orb was encased in a pale blue, hard exterior, while inside, flames flickered uncertainly, suggesting a certain instability. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li recognized the rarity of the azure ice flames, which could very well be a treasure from the elusive Void Heaven Cauldron. Although he had no immediate knowledge of how to utilize or refine this flame, the thought of discarding it was utterly inconceivable. Having witnessed the formidable power of various demonic flames like the Qingyang Demon Fire and the Heavenly Corpse Fire, a flicker of desire had taken root in his heart to possess a fierce flame of his own. The might of these azure ice flames was something he had witnessed firsthand, far surpassing the 2 demonic fires he had encountered. Thus, when this opportunity presented itself, Han Li could not possibly refuse. Even if it meant facing a modicum of risk, he willingly accepted the challenge. With this resolve, the faint golden electric arc erupted from his hand once more, enveloping the icy orb in layer upon layer of delicate electric threads. Moments later, an object resembling a ball of golden silk materialized in Han Li's grasp, intermittently sparking with tiny electric flashes. Seeing this, Han Li finally felt at ease. After the previous encounter with the ice flame, he understood that the exorcising divine thunder could barely restrain this fire. Should the ice orb erupt once more, the electric arc net of the exorcising divine thunder would temporarily bind it, granting him precious time and alleviating the fear of a sudden backlash from the azure ice orb. However, he was acutely aware that the exorcising divine thunder within him had completely dissipated, leaving him unable to produce even a spark of electricity. Yet, Han Li was unconcerned. A look of exhilaration crossed his face as he retrieved a square jade box from his storage bag, carefully placing the orb inside before securing it properly. Only then did he take the opportunity to circle around the altar, collecting the severely weakened blood jade spider into his spirit beast pouch. The other spider, having been refined into a corpse, lay motionless. As Han Li passed the site where the shin bone had been obliterated, he instinctively paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he reached out. A faintly glowing object on the ground shot into his hand. This object, pure and white as jade, measured only a few inches in length. Upon a brief examination, Han Li quickly recognized it as a small fragment of a rib. What astonished him was that this rib had not been reduced to ash by the Shura's sacred fire and remained intact. This revelation sparked a memory of the day in the cave when the Shin Bone Old Demon extracted the remnants of the Void Heaven map from a rib. Could it be that this rib also harbored something of significance? With that thought crossing his mind, Han Li wasted no time in placing it into his storage pouch. Now was not the moment for meticulous study, but rather an urgent need to flee this place. As Han Li was about to soar up the stone steps, he inadvertently caught sight of a small green arrow just a few paces away, lying motionless, devoid of any semblance of life. Frowning slightly, he raised his hand, and a beam of azure light shot forth, enveloping the arrow and drawing it into his grasp. After a cursory glance, just as he intended to stow it away, an odd hissing sound erupted from one of his spirit beast pouches at his waist. Intrigued, Han Li's expression shifted to one of curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly struck the pouch, releasing a stream of yellow light that spiraled outwards, revealing a small monkey figure, the soul-eating beast, known for its ability to devour souls. Han Li then opened his mouth and expelled a gray-black bead into his other hand. It was the Ming Soul Pearl that controlled the soul-eating beast. Initially, Han Li had found it peculiar that Yuan Yao entrusted this pearl to him, which is why he had yet to truly refine it. However, erasing the consciousness embedded within the pearl to temporarily control the soul-eating beast was something he could easily accomplish. Gripping the Ming Soul Pearl tightly and fixing his gaze upon the emerald arrow, Han Li suddenly opened his mouth, enveloping the arrow in a swirl of azure alchemical fire, commencing the refining process. Yet, moments passed without any reaction from the arrow, as it remained inert, akin to a lifeless object. With a glint of cold light in his eyes and a lick of his lips, Han Li flung the arrow into the air and discreetly instructed the soul-eating beast. The beast promptly snorted, unleashing a burst of yellow mist that surged toward the airborne arrow. The previously motionless arrow, upon sensing the approaching yellow haze, suddenly flashed with vibrant green light, and emitted a piercing shriek, transforming into a streak of emerald light that darted toward the stone steps. Seemingly gripped by terror at the yellow mist, as the arrow soared about 10 feet away, Han Li, with a flick of his middle finger, released a stream of azure sword energy that struck the arrow squarely, causing it to stumble momentarily. This slight delay allowed the light emitted by the soul-eating beast to envelop the arrow completely. Instantly, the magical artifact flickered incessantly, darting chaotically within the luminous haze, as if desperately seeking an escape. Yet, the yellow light possessed an overwhelming gravitational pull, rendering the arrow unable to extricate itself despite its frantic struggles. Akin to a headless fly caught in a snare, the wailing beast, renowned as the nemesis of all spirits, emanates a soul-absorbing light from its nostrils that is far from ordinary. The small arrow's rotation, merely slowed by a fraction, unleashed a flurry of earthy-hued threads that swiftly ensnared it. Subsequently, the yellow threads tugged outward, forcibly extracting a mass of green light from the arrow. This green luminescence, entangled by the multitude of yellow threads, incessantly morphed into various forms of insects, fish, birds, and beasts, fluctuating in size in a desperate attempt to escape. However, the yellow threads penetrated the green light, rendering it utterly unable to break free, gradually dragging it toward the wailing beast's formidable nostrils. In a state of panic, the green light flickered and transformed into the visage of an elderly man, his face shrouded in shadows, pleading for mercy with a tremor in his voice. "Young friend Han, spare my life. If you grant me this reprieve, I would willingly serve you as a ghostly slave for eternity. I possess countless arcane and secret techniques, which I am eager to impart to you. Moreover, do you not wish to know the entirety of the mysterious Great Method? I have never revealed the final layers to that treacherous disciple of extreme Yin. And what of the intricacies of the mysterious soul refining technique? Surely you wish to learn more? Although my foundation has been usurped by the extreme Yin, I still harbor several hidden layers, replete with numerous treasures, which I am willing to offer to my master." As the ghostly visage hastened its entreaties, its expressions grew increasingly frantic, even resorting to self-identifying as a servant. For it was now perilously close to being drawn into the wailing beast's nostrils. Should it be absorbed, even with its resilient soul, escape would be an impossibility. Hearing the tempting words of the ghostly face, Han felt an unexpected stir in his heart, his resolve wavering. Perhaps sensing Han's hesitation, the ghostly visage seized the moment, exclaiming desperately, "Even if you do not desire these treasures, do you not wish to uncover the weaknesses of the extreme Yin technique? Do you not seek to dispel the tracking mark placed upon you?" At these words, Han's gaze flickered, and his expression finally shifted. With a soft sigh, he grasped the resonating soul pearl in his hand and waved it gently. The once tumultuous light of dawn immediately calmed, halting the ghostly visage's descent into the wailing beast's nostrils. The ghostly face, now encased in yellow threads, felt a surge of relief. "Young friend Han, your decision is undoubtedly wise. Leaving me alive is a prudent choice." It attempted to feign a smile, eager to flatter Han. Yet, at that moment, the wailing beast forcefully inhaled again, its nostrils drawing in the light with a vigor surpassing the previous pull, completely consuming the unsuspecting ghostly face without a trace of resistance. A hint of cold mockery appeared on Han's face. The wailing beast, seemingly having overeaten, let out a satisfied burp and clumsily patted its belly, displaying an unmistakable gleam of satisfaction. Han smiled faintly, shaking the resonating soul pearl, which transformed the wailing beast into a yellow light that swiftly flew into the spirit beast pouch. "To take you as my servant? How could I dare to conspire with a tiger for its hide?" The ancient specter, having lived for millennia, mused that even with cunning, it might not outmaneuver me. Nevertheless, it would be far more prudent to extinguish you, for otherwise, I might unknowingly fall victim to your treachery. Han Li stepped forward, extending his hand to collect the small green arrow, murmuring to himself as he gazed upon it. Until this moment, Han Li remained perplexed as to whether this ghostly visage represented the main soul of the Xuan Gu or merely a fragment of the soul that had been separated through some secretive technique. The path of ghostly cultivation is known for its ability to detach souls, a fact that did not astonish Han Li in the slightest. However, after retrieving the nearby 5 elements ring, he did not hasten to depart from this place. The words spoken by the ghostly face served as a reminder that he bore an unknown mark left by the extreme Yin ancestor. Should this mark remain, It is likely that as soon as he exited the protective barrier, he would be sensed by the extreme Ancestor. Nevertheless, Han Li had long since probed the area with his spiritual sense, finding no signs of anomaly. Yet, he harbored an ingenious method to uncover this hidden mark. Otherwise, he would not have so mercilessly obliterated the ghostly face. With a flick of his hand, Han Li summoned a spirit beast pouch, from which thousands of golden and silver beetles emerged, swiftly covering his entire being. Moments later, a peculiar shrill sound emanated from the gold-devouring beetles at his shins. Elated, Han Li commanded them with a thought, and chaos ensued among the beetles as they hurriedly returned to the spirit beast pouch. Without further hesitation, Han Li shot towards the stone steps. He had lingered here far too long, which instilled a sense of foreboding within him. The distance of several dozen zhang was traversed in an instant. Han Li opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of azure light that cleaved a sizable opening in the barrier with the azure bamboo B-cloud sword. He transformed into a radiant streak, soaring through the fissure. According to his calculations, it was best to stealthily return to a certain secret chamber on the first or second floor, where he could dismantle the restrictions and be transported out of the Void Heaven Palace. As for the other chambers on the higher floors, they posed too great a danger. Thus, Han Li followed the path etched in his memory, soaring silently in the same direction as before. On his way here, all traps and restrictions had been thoroughly dismantled, and aside from the need to avoid a collision with those ancient beings, he had no other concerns, allowing him to fly boldly onward. Along the journey, he extended his spiritual sense while retrieving the tattered scroll, finally having the opportunity to examine it closely. To his astonishment, after only a few glances, Han Li could not help but exclaim in surprise. The radiant light that had been propelling him forward slowed considerably. At first glance, the scroll appeared unremarkable. It emitted no spiritual energy and the content was exceedingly rudimentary, merely outlining a rough architectural diagram. However, after just a few more glances, Han Li immediately recognized the content of the scroll. It depicted a schematic of the inner sanctum's 5 levels. Notably, the high platform and the scant sketches of a small tripod with 3 legs unmistakably bore the mark of the Void Heaven tripod. Before the high platform, the intricate and identical patterns undoubtedly represent the concealed passageways. However, what astonished Han Li was that while all other patterns were delineated in black ink, a single route traversing several corridors was illustrated in vivid crimson. The terminus of this route led to the edge of a towering wall in the inner sanctum, behind which was depicted a pattern resembling a teleportation array. Upon witnessing this, Han Li involuntarily slowed his advance. According to his initial plan, he intended to traverse from the 5th to the 1st and 2nd levels, where the likelihood of encountering several elder demons was significantly high. Yet, if this illustrated route was indeed authentic, could he not teleport to another location? Even if it did not lead him directly outside the Void Sky Palace, it would certainly be far superior to remaining in the inner sanctum of the 5th level. What further intrigued Han Li was that, based on the markings on the map, his current position was perfectly aligned with the next intersection, where a mere turn would allow him to step directly onto the crimson-marked path. His only concern was whether this route contained any traps or mechanical puppets he could not handle. As for the authenticity of the map, Han Li felt no apprehension. After all, who would go to the trouble of concealing such a map within that blue stone without reason? Moreover, the age of the map was evident, with its brushwork exuding an archaic charm, indicating it was of the same era as the Void Sky Cauldron. No one would jest in such a manner. As Han Li hesitated, he found himself at the next intersection. He glanced around, feeling uncertain. Nevertheless, should he encounter any peril, he could always retrace his steps. According to the markings on the scroll, the route was not particularly lengthy. The risk involved was far less than returning to the 1st level via the original path. Furthermore, he doubted that a map, which so evidently appeared to illustrate an escape route, would indicate an excessively treacherous path for its holder. With this thought in mind, Han Li decisively raised his hands. Several beams of white light shot forth, manifesting a few giant ape puppets that promptly veered onto the adjacent corridor at Han Li's mental command, who followed them with a serious expression. The 2nd watch has concluded. In response to requests from some readers, I will be present in the Mortal Ascension Club's chat room on the evening of the 29th, from 8 to 8:30 p.m., to engage in a lively discussion with everyone. Interested readers are welcome to join in the merriment. Chapter 494, spiritual spring. The profound tranquility encountered along the way greatly exceeded Han Li's expectations. Upon stepping onto the crimson-marked path and navigating several left and right turns, he encountered no traps or puppets, effortlessly arriving before a seemingly ordinary stone wall. Gazing at this wall, Han Li unfurled the tattered scroll once more, carefully examining the markings. Indeed, this was the place. Moments later, Han Li murmured to himself. With a single hand raised, 5 beams of azure sword light shot forth from his fingertips, penetrating several feet into the stone wall. Witnessing this, Han Li's heart leapt with joy. There were no traps on the wall. Indeed, there was something extraordinary within. Subsequently, Han Li gently rotated his 5 fingers, causing 5 beams of sword light to simultaneously whirl half a turn, effortlessly carving out a circular opening about a dong in height. With a delicate gesture of his other hand, a large hole appeared in the stone wall, revealing a dark void within. With a flick of his wrist, the sword light abruptly vanished, replaced by a white orb of light that slowly floated into the opening. Without hesitation, Han Li's figure moved gracefully as he slipped inside. This chamber was not particularly large, with a height of no more than 2 zhang and a length and width of roughly 5 or 6 dong, its floor thickly covered in dust. Yet, in the center of the chamber lay an exceedingly rudimentary teleportation array. The formation was haphazardly arranged, and the runes inscribed upon it appeared exceedingly crude, as if crafted by someone utterly unfamiliar with the intricacies of formation techniques. Han Li's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be entirely non-functional or already abandoned? He stepped forward and, utilizing his knowledge of formations, bent down to examine the teleportation array. After a moment, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Although rudimentary, this teleportation array was indeed operational, and it did not seem to facilitate long-distance travel. It was unlikely to transport him to a completely unfamiliar location thousands of miles away. Han Li retrieved several spirit stones and swiftly placed them at the 4 corners of the array. After a resonant hum, the formation emitted a faint glow. Observing this, Han Li smiled gently. However, he did not rush to teleport immediately. Instead, he glanced back at the open hole, lost in thought. After a few steps, he approached and cast several restoration spells upon the opening. Instantly, the debris sealed the entrance once more, restoring the stone wall to its original state. Only then did Han Li clap his hands together and step onto the teleportation array, disappearing into a flash of white light. In the next moment, Han Li found himself enveloped in a soft mist, the air slightly damp and warm, accompanied by an indescribable fragrance wafting towards him. Yet, he stood within a dilapidated formation, staring in astonishment at what lay ahead, his mouth agape in disbelief. Approximately 10 dong away, a pearly white pool emerged, the mist and fragrance emanating from its depths. However, what truly astonished him was the sight of a naked figure half standing in the pool, bending forward in a playful manner. The exaggeratedly voluptuous curves, the skin glistening like polished ivory, and the long, flowing black hair cascading down to her waist unmistakably indicated that this was a beautiful young woman in the prime of her life. Such an unexpected encounter left Han Li swallowing hard, a wave of confusion washing over him. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the exquisite, incredulous face before him, he was momentarily stunned, then allowed a wry smile to escape. "Miss Yuan, what a coincidence. Meeting you here again. However, it seems my timing is rather inappropriate," Han Li remarked with a hint of insincerity as he unabashedly scanned the woman's figure. The young woman, naked in the pool, was none other than the stunning beauty, Yuan Yao, who had mysteriously vanished upon entering the inner hall. At this moment, Yuan Yao was utterly astonished by Han Li's sudden appearance. Upon comprehending his words, her face flushed crimson with realization. Hastily, she raised her delicate hand to cover her proud bosom and the pair of rosy peaks above, indignantly admonishing, "How could you be here? That transmission array should have been rendered unusable. Turn around at once." Her demeanor was a mixture of shock and shyness. Hearing her exclamation, Han Li merely smiled faintly and, without responding, stepped out of the transmission array, surveying his surroundings. He found himself in a vast stone chamber, approximately 30 to 40 feet in size, flanked by 2 ordinary stone doors. Opposite him, on the other side of the pool, lay a pile of black garments and several storage bags. Further back, upon the stone wall, there was a white jade dragon head sculpture, beneath which rested a green, lustrous groove containing a slender jade bottle, seemingly poised to receive something. Upon noticing Han Li's gaze fixate on the green jade bottle, Yuan Yao's expression shifted abruptly, her earlier embarrassment forgotten. However, Han Li, seemingly oblivious, averted his gaze and approached the edge of the pool, peering down at the milky liquid. Yuan Yao exhaled softly, her radiant complexion returning to normal, though her beautiful eyes sparkled with contemplation. At that moment, Han Li appeared to recall something, suddenly extending his hand to gently scoop from the pool. A portion of the milky water was easily drawn to his eyes. The water emitted a fragrant aroma, saturated with pure, ethereal spiritual energy. Yet, within moments, the enchanting scent and spiritual essence vanished before Han Li's eyes, dissipating into mere ordinary water. A flicker of emotion crossed Han Li's face. The Spirit Eye Spring. Who would have imagined that the Lord of the Void Sky Palace would relocate such a substantial spirit spring here? Did Miss Yuan take such a significant risk to enter the inner hall for this purpose? Casually tossing the droplets of water, he addressed the enchanting beauty in the pool. Is this how you converse with a lady, Han Daoist? Have you not had your fill of the view, wishing for me to remain exposed a little longer? Yuan Yao, having regained her composure, responded with a hint of annoyance, noting Han Li's unabashed gaze lingering on her exposed shoulders. Nevertheless, despite her irritation, her exquisite beauty remained captivating. With her bare form and cascading dark hair, the scene was undeniably alluring. What a remarkable enchantress she was. Han Li gazed intently at her enchanting visage, feeling a warmth stir within him. Although he typically maintained a clear mind and restrained his desires, he was, after all, a normal man. With such a breathtaking sight before him, while he would not stoop to any disgraceful behavior, he certainly would not mind indulging in the visual feast and exchanging a few playful words. Thus, Han Li plopped down by the edge of the pool, casually removing his boots and immersing his feet in the water. He languidly remarked, "If Miss Yuan wishes to rise and dress, she may do as she pleases. I shall not impede her in the slightest. However, should I have the opportunity to behold a beauty emerging from her bath, I shall not feign the demeanor of a virtuous gentleman. I, Han, will certainly take the time to appreciate the sight." After uttering these words, Han Li gently cradled his chin with both hands, gazing with a smile at the blushing beauty in the water. Yuan Yao's face flushed crimson, and she seemed poised to say something. Yet, her dark eyes shifted slightly, and her charming countenance regained its composure as she playfully laughed. Hee hee. I truly thought my friend was a blockhead, lacking the sensibility to cherish beauty. To my surprise, Brother Han is quite attuned to romance. Given that I owe you a great debt of gratitude, allowing you a glance at my modest form is hardly a matter of consequence. As cultivators, how could we place excessive value on mere flesh? With that, she teasingly extended a delicate arm from the water, elegantly gathering her dark tresses, and directed a flirtatious smile at Han Li, illuminating her exquisite features like a radiant peach blossom. Han Li momentarily lost his focus, seemingly entranced by her allure. In an instant, Yuan Yao casually splashed the water with her hands, conjuring a misty curtain that separated her from Han Li's unabashed gaze. Seizing the moment, this enchanting beauty leapt from the pool, soaring like a celestial fairy toward her garments and storage pouch at the pool's edge. A swirling mass of dark mist enveloped her, swiftly concealing her figure. When the mist dissipated, Yuan Yao reappeared, her elegant form draped in garments that accentuated her grace, softly descending to the ground. Meanwhile, the long-necked green vase beneath the dragon-headed relief had vanished without a trace. As the white curtain of water fell, Han Li regarded her, his expression returning to a cool detachment. It seemed that I have been denied such a fortunate sight. How regrettable, Han Li murmured. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao's face flushed briefly before she chuckled, her red lips curving as she replied, "Did you not ascend to the 5th level with those esteemed individuals? How is it that you find yourself here with me?" As she spoke, she gracefully brushed her damp hair with a delicate hand. In a flash of white light, her long hair dried instantly. A few strands brushed against her cheek, contrasting with her snow-white skin and enhancing her beauty even further. Han Li's eyes reflected admiration. In terms of appearance, she was undoubtedly among the most striking women he had ever encountered, each movement captivating and enchanting, leaving men entranced. I merely triggered a restriction and was transported here. I was hoping to inquire with Miss Yuan about the nature of this place, he said. Han Li circled around the opponent's jade-like visage, his expression serene as he spoke. Triggering the restriction? Yuan Yao's eyes glimmered, revealing a smile that was neither here nor there. Clearly skeptical of Han Li's words, Yet, Han Li merely chuckled dismissively, regarding her in silence. A faint blush rose on Yuan Yao's cheeks, and she found herself somewhat exasperated by Han Li's persistent demeanor. Having witnessed the terrifying efficacy of Han Li's insect-controlling technique firsthand, she realized that her own charms were utterly ineffective against him. Furrowing her slender brows, she resignedly remarked, "This is the secret chamber on the second level of the inner hall. You emerged from such a dilapidated teleportation array. Had I known, I would have shattered that array into pieces from the outset, thus sparing myself the considerable disadvantage you now hold." After uttering these words, Yuan Yao cast a reluctant glare at Han Li, still aggrieved over his sighting of her bare form. Han Li, however, appeared unfazed, his face betraying no embarrassment as he lazily stretched and withdrew his feet from the water, donning his boots anew. This brief immersion had restored a portion of his spiritual energy, although he desired to linger a while longer. The urgency to find an escape from the Void Heaven Palace prevailed. Consequently, he disregarded the enchanting Yuan Yao and proceeded toward the southern exit of the stone chamber. Upon reaching the exit, he glanced around to behold a scene of utter disarray. Outside lay a larger stone chamber, within which a shattered puppet lay in ruins, its condition indicative of Yuan Yao's arduous battle to reach this place. Opposite this stone chamber stood a stone door, radiating a familiar white radiance, a manifestation of the identical restrictive glow found on the secret doors from the 1st to the 5th levels. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li approached the door. Observing it for a while, he retrieved the fragment of the Void Heaven map from his possession, infused it with spiritual energy, and gently pressed it against the stone door. A flash of white light flickered, yet the door remained unresponsive. Han Li sighed. Indeed, once one entered, escaping from within using this fragment was utterly impossible. He also believed he lacked the prowess to dismantle the restriction. Thus, without further thought, he immediately turned back and headed toward the northern exit. "What are you doing?" "Inside lies a formidable formation that ordinary individuals cannot breach. Do you intend to break the formation to seize treasures?" Yuan Yao's gaze followed Han Li's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes blinking before she coldly inquired, "I wish to leave the Void Heaven Palace. Does fellow Taoist Yuan have a more advantageous suggestion?" Han Li replied without turning back as he reached the other exit. "I do not. However, the treasures here have caught my interest first. Do you intend to compete with Yuan Yao?" Yuan Yao's bright eyes sparkled with a peculiar expression. "Seizing treasures? Fellow Taoist, you have lingered here for quite some time, have you not? If you could truly breach the restrictions within, it seems you would have succeeded by now," Han Li stated bluntly, gazing at the verdant glow emanating from inside. "After several days of diligent research, I have begun to unravel some of the mysteries within. In just a few more days, I am certain I will break the restrictions." Yin Yao's face briefly flushed red, but her expression soon darkened as she asserted her unwillingness to yield. Upon hearing this, Han Li turned in surprise, narrowing his eyes as he silently regarded her. Yin Yao felt a wave of unease wash over her. After a moment's hesitation, she finally relented, saying, "Very well. I admit that if I were to break the formation alone, I might indeed achieve nothing before the return to the Void Heaven Palace. However, should you wish to break the formation now, I am willing to collaborate with you, Brother Han. This should save you considerable time." Han Li listened quietly, his expression unchanged as he awaited her continuation. He was well aware that this captivating woman had more to say. "However, before we proceed with breaking the formation, I propose a deal," Yin Yao said, fixing her gaze upon Han Li. "What kind of deal?" Han Li inquired, crossing his arms and adopting an attentive posture. "If Brother Han is willing to forego the treasures within, I shall offer a different form of compensation." "Compensation?" Han Li's expression remained impassive, betraying no hint of emotion. Seeing his demeanor, Yin Yao hesitated, but after a moment of contemplation, she raised her head decisively. "I am willing to bestow upon you some myriad-year spirit milk." "What say you, Brother Han?" She spoke gravely. "Myriad-year spirit milk?" "The legendary elixir that can restore all magical essence in an instant. Worth more than 10,000 spirit stones for just a single drop?" Han Li's countenance shifted, revealing a flicker of intrigue. "Indeed, that is the very essence I speak of. I trust in your character, Brother Han, which is why I have taken this risk to disclose it. Surely you would not resort to treachery against a mere woman such as myself." Yin Yao's eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Han Li's face. Through their encounters amidst the ghostly mists and molten paths, she had surmised that while Han Li was not a paragon of virtue, he did not appear to possess a heart of cruelty. Thus, she had reluctantly uttered such words. Naturally, had she possessed any other treasures capable of swaying Han Li, she would not have mentioned the myriad-year spirit milk at all. Nonetheless, at that moment, Yin Yao's delicate hands inadvertently rested upon her storage pouch at her waist. Although she was not Han Li's match, she still possessed a couple of formidable treasures that could serve as a safeguard against any ill intentions he might harbor. This was one of the reasons she felt emboldened to make her proposition. Han Li rubbed his nose, remaining silent, before suddenly turning his gaze toward the dragon-headed relief, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Observing this, a faint smile emerged on Yin Yao's face. It seems Brother Han has deduced the truth. My myriad-year spirit milk is indeed a product of this spirit spring millennia of accumulation, resulting in just a small vial. Thus, you must understand that I harbor no deceitful intentions. She spoke softly, her tone shifting. Indeed, given the presence of such a substantial spirit spring here, if the design is clever enough and no one else has visited this place, it could indeed yield some spirit milk. Han Li nodded with an unusual calmness. What does the esteemed friend imply? He inquired. Yin Yao, her beauty radiant, asked, might you disclose the treasures concealed within? Since you are willing to pay such a steep price, the treasures must indeed be of extraordinary worth, Han Li remarked, his gaze upon Yin Yao steady, revealing a chilling intensity. Upon witnessing the coldness in Han Li's eyes, Yin Yao felt an inexplicable shiver run down her spine, causing her heart to race. Brother Han, you jest. This is my first visit here. How could I possibly know what treasures lie within? You are overthinking. After a moment, she relented, stating, to be honest, I do know what it is. Though its value may not be inferior to the legendary 10,000-year spirit milk, it holds even greater significance for me. Hence, I am willing to exchange it for the spirit milk. Inside lies a piece of unutilized soul-nourishing wood. Initially attempting to feign a smile, she quickly changed her tone upon observing the increasing frostiness in Han Li's expression. For reasons unknown, the mere thought of Han Li's potential wrath sent a wave of trepidation through her. One of the three divine woods, capable of being worn to nurture the soul and gradually amplify one's consciousness. Han Li stood momentarily stunned before, after a pause, asking in astonishment, is it truly this item? Indeed, but what captures my interest is not its ability to nurture the primordial spirit, but rather its function to harbor the soul, ensuring the mind remains intact. Yin Yao murmured, her expression darkening as if recalling something significant. Soul-nourishing wood, 10,000-year spirit milk. Han Li gazed up at the ceiling of the stone chamber, lost in thought. My apologies for the delay in this chapter. However, I have finally completed 2 updates.